Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 888. Borrowing strength to fight a Venerate Lord. Even some peak universe-grade entities wouldn't know what the title of a Venerate Lord signified. The old heavenly Venerate that had already retreated 100,000 miles saw the perplexed look on his disciples' faces and explained unhurriedly, Venerate Lords are kings amongst heavenly Venerates. To put it simply, they are entities that have surpassed the 9 levels of heavenly Venerate but are unable to enter the Yuan Venerate realm. Entering the Yuan Venerate realm is extremely difficult. On top of enlightenment, chance and opportunities are required as well. Some powerhouses are absolute geniuses. Unfortunately, without chances or opportunities, they still find it difficult to become Yuan Venerate Almighties. Thus, unresigned, they walk a different extreme path. The old heavenly Venerate then lamented. A Yuan Venerate can create origin source laws and make nomological laws change as they please. They can reverse the flow of time, for example, or make a sharp divine weapon turn to dust in the face of their laws. The old Venerate looked a little envious when he talked about Yuan Venerates. The many disciples of the old Venerate had expectant looks on their faces. Although they had never seen a Yuan Venerate, they were really looking forward to watching a Yuan Venerate turn to dust. If they could become Yuan Venerates themselves, then the limit of a Venerate Lord is using the power of origin source laws to the extreme. Take Venerate Lord Yuan Yi as an example. It could be said that he has already given up his own body and allowed himself to become a part of the origin source laws in the sky and earth. Master, are you able to tell what sort of origin source law he has become a part of? A disciple asked curiously. How would I know? The old heavenly Venerate chuckled. How would someone like your teacher know such a secret? The old heavenly Venerate wasn't enraged by this question. Actually, he was smiling slightly. Unlike the people who were looking forward to this plundering, the Rising Sky Feather sect looked miserable and sorrowful. They could clearly feel their patriarch's spirit essence returning to the world from the Sky Feather mountain they were on. Everyone felt their own cultivation base rapidly improving when this spirit essence spread. However, no one looked pleased about this rapid improvement. On the contrary, many of them had looks of sorrow on their faces. They felt sorrow about being helpless against the enemy. What made them even more aggrieved was that their fellow disciples that had been entrusted with their hopes were all restrained within the void by those sky stells. Although the fellow disciples couldn't say anything, they all knew that the cod disciples were already like lambs awaiting slaughter. This prospect was driving them crazy. Junior sister, I'm coming to save you. A young Galaxy 9 grade martialist suddenly shouted before shooting into the sky. He was calling out to Yu Wenqing, someone Luo Donger was rather close to. Yu Wenqing had assumed that she would escape this predicament, yet she had never imagined that a powerful force would actually drag her away from her clan's paradise and bring her back here just as she was adapting to life away from the Rising Sky Feather sect. Her clan's old patriarch, whose words were always the law, hadn't dared do anything in the face of the person who had snatched her away. The old patriarch had even spoken humbly. Yu Wenqing had naturally been sacrificed. Although she was filled with resentment for her family, she could only keep it in her heart. She quietly watched the Sky Feather Mountain, which was shrouded in lustrous purple chi, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. This sorrow wasn't just because of the Sky Feather Mountain, but also because of her own fate. Yu Wenqing was a little moved when she saw that silhouette rushing over. However, the sight also made her feel a little miserable. The moment she felt this way, the figure rushing over to her seemed to get stuck in a massive bog. Not only had his speed become extremely slow, but he also felt his entire body being pressed by something as cracks appeared on it. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu watched the disciple that had rushed over. Just as she was about to fly up as well, Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble grabbed her. Don't be impulsive. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu felt only utmost respect for her master. However, when she heard this, she said softly, Master, if I don't act impulsively now, then I fear there won't be any more opportunities to be impulsive in the future. She then shrugged away Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's hand on her shoulder and got ready to fly. Suddenly, the light pillar shooting into the sky from the Sky Feather Mountain appeared even brighter and rose even higher. If the Sky Feather Mountain had been considered a divine land originally, then it was about to ascend and become a rare divine realm now. Even the most ordinary weeds started to grow frantically, and all sorts of special fruits started to ripen. However, the wondrous images of Yuan Venerate Wanliu returning to dust were like the rising sky feather sect's last hurrah. It won't be of any use if you go. Let me go. Luo Yunyang waved his hand at Heavenly Venerate Nongyu, who immediately returned to the ground. When Luo Yunyang waved his hand, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu felt like she was just a baby. She didn't have any strength to resist whatsoever. Luo Yunyang glanced at Heavenly Venerate Nongyu before calling out towards the void. Come. Many people found his manner of speaking strange. However, as Luo Yunyang spoke, the pillar of light pouring into the sky suddenly changed direction and the light washed over Luo Yunyang. How vast was the power of a Yuan Venerate Almighty! Even a 9th level Heavenly Venerate could only absorb this power from the fringes and not directly into the pillar of light that was scattering all the energy. They too wouldn't dare absorb the pillar of light containing a Yuan Venerate Almighty's power and comprehension into their bodies. Although they all had 9 internal universes, many people would think that such an action would cause a disaster. Luo Yunyang suddenly let the pillar of light that was expelling majestic power enter his body directly. Yuan Venerate White Crane was currently chatting with someone. The two of them were a great distance away from the Sky Feather Mountain, but their eyes could pierce the void and they were watching the scene unfolding in the rising Sky Feather sect. Luo Yunyang is courting death. Yuan Venerate White Crane stood up immediately. His eyes burned with fury when he saw the choice Luo Yunyang had made. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang's choice was unacceptable. However, as he was prepared to make a move, the energy rushing into Luo Yunyang's body became even more majestic. It's too late. If you were to cut the energy pillar, you would suffer the backlash of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power and Luo Yunyang would suffer even greater injuries. The old man standing by Yuan Venerate White Crane said, he has some guts if he actually borrowed the power of a Yuan Venerate returning to dust. If anything goes wrong, this power will destroy his physical body. Yuan Venerate Wanliu already has no options. Why did Luo Yunyang have to bother? Yuan Venerate White Crane huffed and stared at the void exasperatedly. Venerate Lord Yuan Yi is a little too much. The stuff he does is really despicable. Anyone that could piss off a Yuan Venerate would definitely be in deep trouble. However, the old man standing beside Yuan Venerate White Crane said, he didn't go against the rules of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, so you can't do anything. On the contrary, if you really made a move, you would be giving them an opportunity. The 3 Hall Masters oversee everything. Although the human race works as one, you also know that with so many people come all sorts of thoughts and inclinations. Furthermore, amongst those fellows are people who think that their own cultivation base isn't weaker than the 3 Hall Masters' cultivation base. At such a time, it is even more important that rules are not broken. After all, everyone abides by the rules when it comes to dealing with such matters. The first to break the rules will suffer the most intense backlash. The old man's tone became astonished as he continued. How impressive. His body can actually endure this powerful energy. Luo Yunyang, who was oblivious to this conversation, was currently bearing the intense, ripping pain of this power. This magnificent power was like a massive ocean battering and pouring into his body. If his body was likened to a large vat, then the energy flowing into his internal universe would be a large lake. A vat couldn't hold so much water. This much water would just make a vat burst. If there had been any other way, Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't have allowed his body to reach such a state. However, this had been his own choice. Ever since Venerate Lord Yuan Yi had revealed that he had captured Luo Donger and other members of the Milky Way's human tribe, Luo Yunyang had been prepared to go all out. Just as he was about to make a move while experiencing that tremendous pain, the spirit consciousness of Yuan Venerate Wanliu that was returning to the world popped into his head. Luo Yunyang had a very low chance of defeating Venerate Lord Yuan Yi given his current cultivation base. It could even be said that he had no hope. Right now, the only thing that gave Luo Yunyang any hope of coming out victorious was that he could absorb Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power. Letting Yuan Venerate Wanliu's returning power flow into his internal universe and allowing Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power to awash his internal universe would give him enlightenment and comprehension regarding the Yuan Venerate realm and allow him to use the Sky Feather 13 swords to face the opponent. This scenario was extremely dangerous. The possibility of it succeeding was low, and there was an extremely high chance that he would die. If he were the slightest bit ineffective, only death would await him. However, upon hearing Yuan Venerate Wanliu say that the greatest danger was the intensity of the body, Luo Yunyang calmed down. As he was enveloped by a massive energy and glowed with a hallowed golden shine, Luo Yunyang glared at Venerate Lord Yuan Yi and his fighting spirit sword. Chapter 889, 10th Sword, Splitting the Long Sky. What a lunatic. How dare he actually do something so suicidal? Does he think he's a Yuan Venerate? Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake scorned as he watched Luo Yunyang. However, even though he had said such sarcastic words, he was still retreating quickly. He didn't know how much of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power Luo Yunyang could use, so he quickly retreated because he was not prepared to use his own body to bear the brunt of Luo Yunyang's wrath. Yan Qijian and the other 9th level Heavenly Venerates were also retreating. What remained in the void were the 36 sky stels of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi. Meanwhile, the body formed by the convergence of divine markings within the 36 sky stels was laughing heartily. He wasn't looking at Luo Yunyang. Instead, he was looking at the rising sky feather sect mountain as he muttered provocatively, "So this is your most desperate act, Yuan Venerate Wanliu. You have really disappointed me." What sort of figure was Yuan Venerate Wanliu? Even though he had suffered a major injury and his cultivation base was being dispersed, he still hadn't lost the identity of a Yuan Venerate. Generally speaking, everyone had to be respectful enough when facing people like Yuan Venerate Wanliu, regardless of who they were. However, the hatred between Venerate Lord Yuan Yi and Yuan Venerate Wanliu made Venerate Lord Yuan Yi disregard that unspoken rule. He intended to spit on Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's reputation in front of many people, so he hoped that Yuan Venerate Wanliu would at least never be able to lift his head again. Yuan Venerate Wanliu did not respond at all, as if he was unwilling to take notice of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, yet also as if a massive restriction prevented him from speaking. Well done, lad, you actually dared to let the spiritual essence that should have returned to the sky and earth flow into your body. You know what? Venerate Lord Yuan Yi looked at Luo Yunyang and said hysterically, "You'll eventually implode after your body can no longer withstand the frenzied amount of energy pouring in. Are you furious? Do you think I am abominable?" Venerate Lord Yuan Yi stared at Luo Yunyang as though he was teasing a small animal. "Come on, aren't you trying to kill me? Your heroic demeanor makes you seem like a formidable figure, but you are actually useless. The difference between you and me is too great." Luo Yunyang slowly raised the sword in his hand. His body felt very uncomfortable, like a balloon that had been blown up excessively. He felt that there was a great power in his internal universe, and the extremely mysterious markings that coordinated with this power were also being channeled into Luo Yunyang's mind along with the power. Luo Yunyang was delighted about these markings. He had gained a lot of insight into the Sky Feather 13 swords. Now, content concerning the Sky Feather 13 swords flowed into his body, which he found really beneficial. Luo Yunyang had originally felt restricted and extremely uncomfortable. However, he no longer needed to be polite to Venerate Lord Yuan Yi if he had actually dared to speak to Luo Yunyang in such a manner. Luo Yunyang hated Venerate Lord Yuan Yi to the core. He wouldn't have taken such drastic measures if Venerate Lord Yuan Yi hadn't used his sister to threaten him. Die! Luo Yunyang roared angrily as a razor-sharp sword light was emitted from the minor feather sword and shot straight towards Venerate Lord Yuan Yi. At first glance, this sword appeared incomparably simple. However, one would be able to discover upon closer inspection that the focus of the sword was not the razor-sharp edge that was approaching. Instead, the focus was on the sword intent that relied on the sword light to cut across the long river of time and space. This sword was called the Splitting Long Sky in the Rising Sky Feather sect, which was the name of the 10th sword of the Sky Feather 13 swords. Some people just called it the 10th sword. Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, who stood coldly in the middle of the 36 sky stels, scoffed when the 10th sword was executed. He did not take Luo Yunyang's sword move too seriously. He was also unwilling to retreat due to his hatred for Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Therefore, the moment the sword technique fell towards him, he smirked and muttered, "That ignorant fool doesn't know his limits." Venerate Lord Yuan Yi made a grabbing motion towards the void and a flowing river of nomological laws appeared around the 36 sky stels, surging to meet Luo Yunyang's approaching sword light. The strips of nomological laws crumbled as it collided with the sword light in the void. However, when the last nomological law was cut off by the sword light was also weakened by 90%. Finally, the sword light that cleaved everything in its path crashed onto a massive sky steel. While the sky steel remained mostly unscathed, the sword light dissipated completely. Although it seemed like Luo Yunyang had the upper hand with his sword light, the damage on Venerate Lord Yuan Yi was still very insignificant. Thus, The silhouette of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi that had formed around the 36 sky stells said coldly, "This sword appears a little mighty, but it is still far from being able to kill me. You can only muster up so little strength, even though that was your final plunge. Yuan Venerate Wanliu, don't you feel that sore? Come on, try something stronger. I know you still have gas left in your tank. Would you dare to use all your power?" Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble burned with rage. He knew that sarcastic words were useless when it came to figures with a cultivation base like his master's or Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's. However, Venerate Lord Yuan Yi was still provoking his master with these words. Thus, he knew very well what Venerate Lord Yuan Yi was plotting. Venerate Lord Yuan Yi wanted to vent all his hatred through such means. Although Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble despised such methods, there was nothing he could do while facing Venerate Lord Yuan Yi. He wanted to do something, but he knew that he would be killed instantly by Venerate Lord Yuan Yi before he could even cause any significant impact. The gulf between him and Venerate Lord Yuan Yi was really huge. Luo Yunyang's heart felt very tranquil. Although Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's provocations weren't very pleasant, Luo Yunyang knew very well that this sort of provocation wasn't targeted at him but at Yuan Venerate Wanliu. If Yuan Venerate Wanliu wasn't angry, why should he be? The might of the 10th sword that cut a swath across the void exceeded Luo Yunyang's expectations. He believed that this sword technique would even have a 50% chance of killing a 9th level Heavenly Venerate instantly. However, it merely left a mark on Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's sky steel. While Luo Yunyang was preparing to build up his power, the voice of Yuan Venerate Wanliu echoed in his heart. "Lad, can you still use the 11th sword?" The 11th sword. Yuan Venerate Wanliu had been a domineering figure thanks to his Sky Feather 13 swords. Even Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had a dedicated palace hall for the Sky Feather 13 swords. Luo Yunyang still had some understanding regarding the first 9 swords of the technique, but he simply did not know what the remaining 4 swords were about. Unleashing the 10th sword that day had already made Luo Yunyang feel that he had gained quite a bit. Now, Yuan Venerate Wanliu had actually brought up the 11th sword. How much power is needed to execute the 11th sword? Luo Yunyang asked Yuan Venerate Wanliu, even though he felt that it wouldn't be a problem. You'll need a 5-fold increase in power and a comprehension 10 times greater than the 10th sword. Yuan Venerate Wanliu had no intention of hiding anything. His body would no longer be able to hold on if he were to take in 5 times more power, regardless of whether he had a peak 4th level universe, black-yellow supreme blood, or the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique. Luo Yunyang believed that he might be able to withstand that amount of power. Fortunately, he had the attribute regulator. Hence, after hearing what Yuan Venerate Wanliu had said, he replied firmly, "No problem." Yuan Venerate Wanliu's chuckle rang out through Luo Yunyang's mind before a surge of power came pouring into Luo Yunyang's body, powering up his internal universe furiously. As this power was beginning to materialize, traces of memories about the 11th sword floated in the surging waves of energy. Although Luo Yunyang's perception was already very strong, the divine inscriptions that poured into his mind still baffled him. However, the divine inscriptions acted like a force was guiding them and allowed Luo Yunyang to execute the terrifying 11th sword. The minor feather sword emitted a loud shriek and the aura on Luo Yunyang's body intensified. The sword light condensed by the minor feather sword began to get more incisive and burn more intensely. Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, who had been provoking Luo Yunyang a lot, now had a solemn look on his face. Luo Yunyang looked at Venerate Lord Yuan Yi and snorted. "Since you want to see more, I shall grant your wish." The brilliant sword light dazzled for a moment before returning to its calm state. However, its sudden return to a calm state was accompanied by an irreversible nomological law. This nomological law did not belong to any of the laws in heaven and earth, but it had been specially created by Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Although Luo Yunyang did not know how to describe this nomological law, the name of the law was firmly etched in his heart. 11th sword, silent extinguishing sword. When the 11th sword was unleashed, everything that was enveloped by the sword light started to burst. The sword light did not sweep toward the 36 heavenly stells, yet cracks appeared nonetheless on the stells. The silhouette of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi between the 36 stone stells, which had no power to resist, dissipated because of this power. Chapter 890, 12th Sword, Obliteration. The 36 sky stells were the source of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's power. He didn't just possess a strength that exceeded a 9th level Heavenly Venerate. Under the effect of the 36 sky stells, he could also utilize origin source laws to perfection. It could be said that the 36 sky stells gave him the superiority to crush all other heavenly venerates. However, cracks had started to form on the sky stells that were basically venerate Lord Yuanyi's vitality after being enveloped by the sword light of Luo Yunyang's 11th sword. Each of the 36 sky stells was a divine stone with the name of a great cosmos inscribed on it. Furthermore, with venerate Lord Yuanyi's refinement, it could be said that even the strike of a 9th level heavenly venerate wouldn't be able to leave a mark on the stells. However, Luo Yunyang's attack actually caused the sky stells to crack. This damage was difficult to rectify. Why is venerate Lord Yuanyi only defending himself and not retaliating? A puzzled disciple of the old heavenly venerate asked his master after they retreated far away. The old heavenly venerate was stumped. He didn't know the answer either. He couldn't understand why. It is very simple. Luo Yunyang's sword technique is actually now able to create its own nomological laws. A cold voice came to the rescue of the old heavenly venerate who was watching the battle. 11th sword, silent extinguishing sword. All the spaces enveloped by this sword light will be extinguished. All of you will die for sure, but even your master would die if he got hit by this sword light. Many people turned to look at the speaker. The old heavenly venerate had a hint of fear in his eyes when he saw who it was. Greetings, great heavenly venerate Xianxia. The old heavenly venerate knew the origin of this person, but this person did not really know anything about the old heavenly venerate. After all, the gap between these two was really huge. Great heavenly venerate Xianxia gently nodded at the old heavenly venerate before saying faintly, skip the formalities. After he said that, his gaze was fixed on the 36 sky stells, which seemed increasingly likelier to collapse at any moment. He then lamented, although some people dislike venerate lords, we still have to admit that these guys are extremely strong. The old heavenly venerate was probably someone in his twilight years who wouldn't want to cause too much trouble before he died. Both great heavenly venerate Xianxia, who explained to them what had happened, and the overeater lord who was battling against Luo Yunyang were people that he couldn't offend. He was far too inferior compared to these two. Sir, does this mean that a venerate lord would only be at the mercy of a Yuan venerate? One of the old heavenly venerate's disciples asked great heavenly venerate Xianxia. Great heavenly venerate Xianxia smiled slightly, obviously pleased with the question asked by the disciple. However, the disciple's question made the old heavenly venerate's heart beat violently for a few moments. He felt that this disciple's seemingly harmless action was simply going to get him killed. He didn't dare comment much. After all, great heavenly venerate Xianxia had given his own disciple a look of approval. You're right, although a venerate lord seems overwhelming, one would still take a severe beating when facing a Yuan venerate. Great heavenly venerate Xianxia lamented again, who would willingly allow themselves to merge with the origin source laws if they had other options. Although they could suppress all other heavenly venerates by doing so, they could also become a part of this endless world. Even though Xianxia seemed like he was lamenting emotionally, his eyes were actually fixed on the battle that was occurring in the void. The cracks in the sky stells were a good indication that the current situation wasn't very good for venerate Lord Yuanyi. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't Yuan venerate Wanliu. What an 11th sword! Venerate Lord Yuanyi's voice rang out again. Then, the power of Luo Yunyang's sword began to dissipate slowly in the void. This meant that Luo Yunyang's seemingly aggressive sword couldn't deal with venerate Lord Yuanyi. I know that Yuan venerate Wanliu has a total of 13 swords. Given my current cultivation base, I can at most take the 11th. Venerate Lord Yuanyi's voice reverberated. I can't deal with the 12th or 13th sword. You could also say that either the 12th or 13th sword would kill me where I stand. However, are you able to execute either of them? Can you use them? Venerate Lord Yuanyi's gaze fell on Luo Yunyang once more. You are very good if you can shoulder such a powerful force. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall has nurtured a rather exceptional prospect this time. Unless I'm mistaken, you might really become one of the top beings in this world after one Yuanwei. You have already experienced the power of the 11th sword. You should know what will happen if you continue. You have a bright future. Why should you die here? Although great heavenly venerate Rubble and the disciples of the Rising Sky Feather sect hated venerate Lord Yuanyi deeply, they had to agree that what venerate Lord Yuanyi said wasn't unreasonable. Luo Yunyang had a great future ahead. Dying there wasn't worth it. Luo Yunyang smiled slightly in response to these remarks. I can overlook this matter if Venerate Lord releases the disciples of the Rising Sky Feather sect and leaves. Luo Yunyang's words caused the murderous intent Venerate Lord Yuan Yi radiated to intensify. His previous provocations hadn't been sincere. He had merely spoken in such a manner to goad Luo Yunyang into not resisting anymore. Yuan Venerate Wanliu's final desperate act would be pointless as long as Luo Yunyang stopped resisting. Although Venerate Yuan Yi knew it would be costly to take on Yuan Venerate Wanliu's 12th sword, the chances of the 12th sword executed through Luo Yunyang's body succeeding were basically zero. However, he still didn't feel at ease. Hence, he tried to attack Luo Yunyang psychologically, in hopes of creating a barrier between Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Yunyang, you really can't execute the 12th sword. Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice echoed in Luo Yunyang's mind as Venerate Lord Yuan Yi had a murderous glint in his eyes. Not only does my 12th sword require the power of the vast heaven and earth, but the nomological law markings may also be inscribed into your body. You cannot take this risk even if the Rising Sky Feather sect is going to fall. Luo Yunyang could feel the helplessness of Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Although he had great confidence in his attribute regulator, he could not disregard Yuan Venerate Wanliu's opinion either. Since Yuan Venerate Wanli had said so, there would definitely be dire consequences if he unleashed the 12th sword. However, Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment and made a decision. His sister was in the hands of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, and the two of them were already at a point of no return, no matter what happened. He would lose the support of the Rising Sky Feather if he chose to leave right now, and his reputation would also plummet. Thus, Luo Yunyang made a decision after considering his options and told Yuan Venerate Wanliu's consciousness, I am confident about my circumstances. Transfer the power for the 12th sword to me. If I kill this fellow, I believe that even 9th level heavenly venerates will have to give way when it comes to matters of the Rising Sky Feather sect in the future. Luo Yunyang's words made Yuan Venerate Wanliu fall silent again. Naturally, Yuan Venerate Wanliu wanted to keep the Rising Sky Feather sect, which he had built with his own hands. However, he also knew that if he indeed went ahead and transferred the power of the 12th sword to Luo Yunyang, the damage would be. After all, his body was far weaker than a Yuan Venerate's body. Although his body had reached the 4th level of the Heavenly Venerate and he seemed to have a top-level body refining technique, one could not say that there were no dangers. Yuan Venerate Wanliu, if you don't make your move, then don't blame me for what happens next. The silhouette of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi began to form seals with its hands after seeing both Yuan Venerate Wanliu and Luo Yunyang remain motionless. Countless markings started to appear on the 36 sky stels. These divine markings converged and instantly transformed into a huge sacred mountain that smashed towards the Sky Feather Mountain heavily. The sacred mountain formed by the divine markings seemed to contain an infinite amount of power. The moment it descended, the surroundings of the Sky Feather Mountain started to shudder violently. Amazing! Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake hissed. He cultivated earth nomological laws that also partly dealt with gravity. However, when he saw the sacred mountain conjured by Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, he felt that his method of forming a mountain with a wave of his palms was way more inferior compared to that. At the very least, the gulf between him and Venerate Lord Yuan Yi was considerable. Now, Yuan Venerate Wanliu has two choices. 1. He can wait and watch silently as the Sky Feather Mountain crumbles. 2. He can use the 11th sword. Yan Qijian said indifferently. However, although the 11th sword can deal with the sacred mountain, the consumption will be equally huge. Such a large amount of power would result in Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Wanliu's death. Most people agreed with Yan Qijian. However, some people couldn't help but ask, what if Yuan Venerate Wanliu uses the 12th sword? The 12th sword, how is that possible? I don't know if Yuan Venerate Wanliu can conjure such a powerful force. However, even if he can, Luo Yunyang's body will not be able to withstand that large amount of power. As soon as Yan Qijian said that decisively, Luo Yunyang lifted the minor feather sword in his hand slowly. 12th sword, obliterate. Chapter 891, a sword that could stop millions. There was only one word to describe the 12th sword, obliteration. A heavenly venerate could control nomological laws, while a Yuan venerate could create nomological laws. Although there were destruction paths amongst all the laws, Yuan Venerate Wanliu's destruction method was obliteration. Utter obliteration wherever the sword pointed to. This was also the sword with the strongest killing intent amongst the Sky Feather 13 swords. Long ago, Yuan Venerate Wanliu had relied on this move to completely obliterate a cosmos in the endless chaos that belonged to the mysterious underworld race. Now, although Luo Yunyang had only used one sword form, his terrifying aura actually made this boundary, which had a great cosmos at its core, shudder violently. The pillar of light flowing out of the Sky Feather Mountain had already turned black, yet the energy flowing out of that pillar of light flashed with a splendid golden luster. Luo Yunyang's body felt as though it was ripping apart in the face of that magnificent power. Very fine cracks appeared on the 4 sky bells created by the chaotic Yuan sky bell technique. Although these cracks didn't mean that it was going to come apart immediately, Luo Yunyang knew very well that if he couldn't control this crazily surging energy, all this power would inevitably collapse. Only Luo Yunyang, who had an attribute regulator, could be absolutely unrestrained and add his other attributes to his constitution. Luo Yunyang. Power, 627, Speed, 341, Constitution, 632, Mind, 817, Bloodline, 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast, Power, 265, Speed, 141, Mind, 214, Constitution, 241. Under the current circumstances, Luo Yunyang's body didn't require power, speed or mind. After all, everything was dictated by Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Thus, with a mere thought, practically all of Luo Yunyang's attributes were added to his constitution. Each Yuan represented the most ordinary unit of a heavenly venerate's power. Now, the attribute points of Luo Yunyang's constitution amounted to 2,658 Yuan. The sensation of his body falling at any moment was reduced by half by this powerful constitution. Although he still felt the tearing sensation, it didn't really affect him much right now. Even so, Luo Yunyang understood that this was probably his limit. Even if he added more points to his power, he still wouldn't be able to persist by using the 13th sword. The might of the 12th sword had caused the falling sacred mountain to hesitate. The reason for this hesitation was the threat of utter obliteration emanated from the 12th sword. However, the falling sacred mountain only paused for a brief moment before picking up speed. Clearly, Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, who was controlling this sacred mountain, didn't believe Luo Yunyang could unleash the 12th sword. After all, the power and nomological law intent contained within the 12th sword simply weren't something the body of a 4th-level heavenly venerate could bear. Even certain mythical creatures would be disintegrated by this power, let alone a being from the human race. Stop! A shout rang out as the 12th sword continued to be conjured in the void. The figure of Yuan Venerate White Crane appeared. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope when he saw Yuan Venerate White Crane. Right now, only a Yuan Venerate could save him and the entire Rising Sky Feather sect from this crisis. Without a doubt, Yuan Venerate White Crane was a being that could save them all. Luo Yunyang stopped his sword play. Although he didn't continue to use this move, the power pouring out of the Rising Sky Mountain didn't weaken. Yunyang, return with me. Yuan Venerate White Crane said, I can help you take your sister away. The entire area fell silent when this was said. Nobody spoke or made any noise. Everyone, from the people of the Rising Sky Feather sect to the others, turned their attention to Luo Yunyang. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble and the others all had heavy hearts. It could be said that this would determine their fate. Yuan Venerate White Crane leading Luo Yunyang away was akin to him taking away their last hope. However, they also knew how much harm the 12th sword would cause to Luo Yunyang. It was rather possible that Luo Yunyang would be killed by the 12th sword before he could even unleash it. Yan Qijian, Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake, and the others hoped not to face the variable that was Luo Yunyang. They had already been very afraid when Luo Yunyang had coordinated with Yuan Venerate Wanliu to release the 11th sword. If Venerate Lord Yuan Yi had not borne the brunt of the 11th sword, all of them would have already chosen to leave. Now, a Yuan Venerate had appeared and asked Luo Yunyang to leave. In the eyes of these 9th-level heavenly venerates, Luo Donger wasn't a big deal. Some people even felt that Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's greatest mistake was capturing Luo Donger. If he hadn't captured Luo Donger and implicated Luo Yunyang, perhaps Luo Yunyang would have chosen to back off upon realizing that he was no match. After all, nobody would put their lives on the line to fight for a sect that didn't belong to them. Mr. Yunyang, take Donger and go. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu suddenly stepped forward and shouted. The Rising Sky Feather sect disciples can't mess with your life over our fate. Furthermore, the odds of such a gamble are far too low. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble looked hapless upon hearing his own disciple's words. Although he didn't fully agree with what his disciple had said, he had to admit that these words had saved the dignity of the Rising Sky Feather sect. The Rising Sky Feather sect could be exterminated, but they absolutely couldn't lose their backbone. As he was about to speak, Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice echoed in the void. Yunyang, leave. You have already done your utmost, and I am very grateful for that. However, you have an extremely high chance of dying if you try to use the 12th sword. Forget it. Luo Yunyang sensed a sort of calmness in Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice. He sounded as calm as though he was accepting his death. Could he leave? Leaving was simple. If he really couldn't change anything, Luo Yunyang would have definitely left without any hesitation. However, he was rather confident in himself. He knew that the power of the 12th sword definitely wouldn't kill him. Yuan Venerate, I would like you to step forth and preserve the Rising Sky Feather sect. Luo Yunyang then announced, the Rising Sky Feather sect can give you the Sky Feather Mountain and leave without taking anything. Luo Yunyang stared at Yuan Venerate White Crane with a hint of urgency in his eyes. Yuan Venerate White Crane couldn't help but frown. He knew that the conditions Luo Yunyang had proposed were really generous, but they went against the course of action Yuan Venerate White Crane had been pursuing. The members of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, especially the Yuan Venerates, absolutely couldn't participate in any disputes that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had already stipulated in the rules. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Venerate White Crane shook his head. Yunyang, I can't agree to this. He then sighed. After Yuan Venerate White Crane's rejection, a voice reverberated in the sky. Brother White Crane, we still haven't finished our game of chess. The speaker's voice was tranquil, but his tone was unquestionable. Yuan Venerate White Crane glanced at Luo Yunyang with a firm look. Luo Yunyang understood Yuan Venerate White Crane's intent. Deep down, he wasn't willing to let himself become a great hero. Although his cultivation base had reached the Heavenly Venerate, he had always done stuff that had been mostly safe for him. There was only one reason for his fusion with Yuan Venerate Wanliu, and it was that this matter involved his sister. However, he was well aware that he had enough energy left over and wasn't in any danger. Luo Yunyang realized that he couldn't stand aside and watch as his allies sent themselves to their deaths. Therefore, he said with a steely voice, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Yuan Venerate. However, I shall slay a Venerate Lord to establish my might." Although Luo Yunyang said this rather casually, Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's face turned dark and his eyes burned with a murderous intent when he heard this. In his eyes, Luo Yunyang had already become a huge threat. If Luo Yunyang was allowed to develop further, he would become a major problem for him one day. Killing Luo Yunyang right then and there would be in his best interests. Thus, he shouted, "What a stubborn, wretched fellow. You are really seeking death by rejecting Yuan Venerate White Crane's kind intentions." As he said that, the huge sacred mountain formed by the 36 sky tablets flew over at Luo Yunyang faster than before. Everyone present could see Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's intention, and most of these people supported Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's actions. Right now, Yuan Venerate White Crane was already being obstructed by a fellow Yuan Venerate on his side. What was important was to take decisive action. Killing Luo Yunyang or letting the magnificent energy of Yuan Venerate Wanliu cause Luo Yunyang to implode were both very good choices. As the sacred mountain crashed down, the Sky Feather Mountain shook wildly and many peaks were pulverized. While Venerate Lord Yuan Yi made his move, Luo Yunyang's 12th sword continued to be conjured and a crazy obliteration intent started to pervade the surroundings. However, in the face of this terrifying sword intent, Venerate Lord Yuan Yi and the others were extremely confident that Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't be able to use this sword. They were waiting for the moment Luo Yunyang would shatter. However, as they were all eagerly anticipating this, a supreme sword law filled with obliteration intent enveloped the region above the Sky Feather Mountain. Everything became deadly silent in an instant. The 12th sword had already enveloped the sacred mountain and the 36 large sky tablets that had conjured up the sacred mountain. It had also enveloped the projection of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, which was formed by energy ripples. Chapter 892, Who Dares Fight the Will of a Venerate Lord Powerhouse could be considered extremely solid, so even rare treasures couldn't injure it easily. Every single one of the 36 sky tablets of Venerate Lord Yuan Yi could become an ultimate treasure for a great sect. The 36 sky tablets separated into 36 different great cosmoses that could ensure Venerate Lord Yuan Yi never died. Even a Yuan Venerate would find it difficult to kill him. However, as Luo Yunyang's 12th sword was unleashed, Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's 36 sky tablets turned into dust in the face of these terrifying obliteration laws. As the 36 sky tablets crumbled, Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's body created nomological laws alongside them. I don't accept it. I don't accept this. Venerate Lord Yuan Yi howled furiously as the 36 sky tablets crumbled. That voice, which was filled with anger and unwillingness, only cried out 3 times before it vanished under the black sword light. 12th sword, obliteration. This sword, which contained power from the created nomological laws of Yuan Venerate Wanliu, had slain a Venerate Lord. An overbearing Venerate Lord had tried to use this opportunity to completely destroy the Rising Sky Feather sect. As the black sword light dispersed, the silhouette of Luo Yunyang once again appeared before everyone. The pillar of black and gold light that had been furiously expelling power behind him also seemed to have calmed down by now. However, Yuan Venerate Wanliu didn't retract that pillar of light. Instead, he continued to channel the spiritual essence meant to be returned to the world into Luo Yunyang's body. He didn't do this to give Luo Yunyang this spiritual essence, but rather to allow Luo Yunyang to be able to intimidate those 9th-level heavenly venerates. One could say that Venerate Lord Yuan Yi's death had shocked everyone present, and the 12th sword had displayed Yuan Venerate Wanliu's peak state. While they were in this state, Yan Qijian, Great Heavenly Venerate Red Phoenix, and the others knew that clashing with this sword would only result in one outcome, death. Although they all hoped to obtain everything released after Yuan Venerate Wanliu died, they weren't willing to throw away their lives for that. After reaching this sort of level in their cultivation, they naturally knew that everything was false and only one's life was important. Thus, the looks they gave Luo Yunyang were filled with fear now. Could he still unleash the 12th sword? They feared they wouldn't even be able to deal with the 11th sword of the Sky Feather 13 swords. Having Venerate Lord Yuan Yi and not having Venerate Lord Yuan Yi made a vast difference. As Luo Yunyang eyed the 9th-level heavenly venerates present, he could tell what they were thinking. They were hesitant, so they wanted to stall. They believed that the longer this dragged on, the more miserable they would be. After all, Yuan Venerate Wanliu was releasing the various energy and power within his body at a rapid rate. As this energy dispersed, Yuan Venerate Wanliu's death loomed closer. Without the support of Yuan Venerate Wanliu, Luo Yunyang's power would be thoroughly used up. He couldn't wait. Therefore, after communicating with Yuan Venerate Wanliu's spirit consciousness, Luo Yunyang turned his gaze to the sacred image of Yan Qiji. Yan Qiji's sacred image was a sword wheel of 36 long swords. He had also been the first to start attacking the Rising Sky Feather sect. That turbulent sword wheel was frightening and berserk. Yan Qijian, would you dare fight me? Luo Yunyang's voice rang out like thunder. The Rising Sky Feather sect disciples looked delighted when they heard Luo Yunyang shout out. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Wanliu were one and the same. Luo Yunyang's shout excited them. Yan Qijian's sword wheel sacred image hissed when he heard Luo Yunyang's shout. As a peak 9th-level heavenly venerate, Yan Qijian had always been prideful. However, the current circumstances prevented him from being conceited. Would he dare to fight? He naturally wouldn't dare. Although he was really arrogant, Yan Qijian knew fully well that if he attacked at full force, he would probably die instead. He believed that it would be difficult for Luo Yunyang to unleash the 12th sword, but it was highly probable that Luo Yunyang would use the 11th sword. He wasn't Venerate Lord Yuan Yi. Against Luo Yunyang's 11th sword, he simply wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yan Qijian made a decision. He was no match for Luo Yunyang. He had only one choice, which was to retreat. Although retreating was an easy thing to do, Yan Qiji's retreat would cause him to lose a great deal of face. This was a huge humiliation for him. However, he simply had no other choice right now. The rapidly revolving sword wheel in the void immediately dispersed into different sword lights and vanished without a trace or sound. Yan Qijian, who was a fearsome 9th-level heavenly venerate, had chosen to make his sacred image dissipate. Although he could still congeal his sacred image in the future, making it dissipate now would forever be a stain for Yan Qijian. How bold! Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake lamented as he watched the sword wheel disappear into the void. He wondered if he would leave that decisively if the same thing happened to him. Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake pondered this question. As he mulled it over, he realized that he could never choose to give up as decisively as Yan Qiji. Luo Yunyang had forced a 9th-level heavenly venerate to back off. Although he had used some dubious intimidation, many people had really witnessed this happening. Luo Yunyang had never expected that Yan Qijian would actually leave. Furthermore, he had never imagined that his choice to leave would be so decisive. Although he appreciated that Yan Qijian was leaving in this manner, at the same time, he felt uncomfortable. After all, he had intended to kill Yan Qijian to set an example. He couldn't carry on with this plan to kill one person and intimidate the others now that Yan Qijian had left. After a slight pause, Luo Yunyang's gaze turned to Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake, who had caused him considerable trouble. Killing him right now to make a statement would be a decent choice. Although using the 11th sword would place a considerable burden on him, Luo Yunyang believed that he would be able to bear it. Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake, would you dare have a match with me? Luo Yunyang shouted. Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake had been pondering what to do next. However, he had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually target him. Although he already had an opinion, he suddenly felt tense when he heard Luo Yunyang's shout. Luo Yunyang, I have other matters to attend to. I shall not bother with you right now. As soon as he said that, Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake flew away rapidly through the void. Although he was really reluctant, he still didn't wish to fight with Luo Yunyang. Nobody could say that Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake was shameless after witnessing the manner of his retreat. The other Great Heavenly Venerates were very unwilling to leave, yet they didn't wish to lock horns with Luo Yunyang either. Luo Yunyang felt unhappy while watching Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake leave. He wanted to compel everyone present into a negotiation, yet this person had left immediately. Does anyone else want to try? Luo Yunyang turned towards the sacred images that mostly belonged to 9th-level heavenly venerates, which were already starting to back off. Nobody said anything. Nobody was going to play Luo Yunyang's game. As Luo Yunyang mulled over how to change the current circumstances, a voice was heard. The speaker was a 9th-level heavenly venerate whose voice was raspy. His tone also sounded pained. This heavenly venerate finally showed himself as his words rang out. Luo Yunyang frowned when he saw the 9th-level heavenly venerate that had spoken. He hadn't interacted with this 9th-level heavenly venerate as of yet, but he felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation when this 9th-level heavenly venerate appeared. This person could actually threaten him. Just as Luo Yunyang looked over at that heavenly venerate, the heavenly venerate chuckled. My name is Greenwood. You can call me Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood. Hee hee, I don't believe that you can still use the sky feather sword. Aren't you just putting on a show of bravado? Now, L will call your bluff. Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood finished speaking and pulled his arm back, making a giant green palm shoot towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked slightly doubtful when he saw Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood attacking. Shouldn't he be biding his time under the circumstances? What exactly was Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood up to? Did he really trust his own judgment? As Luo Yunyang prepared to unleash the 11th sword, a flash of light shot out of Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood's body. This flash of light transformed into a figure that threw a heavy punch at Luo Yunyang. This punch contained overwhelming might and boundless power of nomological laws. Luo Yunyang's every part would probably turn to dust in the face of this fist. A Yuan Venerate. Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood's internal universe actually contains a Yuan Venerate. Someone exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, they all discovered a problem. The attacking Yuan Venerate wasn't a member of the human race. Appearance-wise, he looked like a mysterious underworld being. The attacker was a mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate. Immense fear filled Luo Yunyang's heart as this fist descended on him. He wouldn't be able to handle this fist strike. Chapter 893, Yuan Venerate Acts. Close yet worlds apart. Nobody cared too much about Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood's move. However, in their opinion, Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood's judgment couldn't be any more wrong. Still, all these people were more than happy to see Great Heavenly Venerate Greenwood consume some of Luo Yunyang's power. Yuan Venerate White Crane had already been implicated. Even though one couldn't say that his hands were tied, he couldn't act as he pleased either. Although the fact that Luo Yunyang had killed Venerate Lord Yuan Yi had come as a surprise to Yuan Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, it also meant that Luo Yunyang's safety was now out of his hands. In the past, Yuan Venerate White Crane might have still been able to say something. However, now, he realized that he couldn't say anything regarding this. Yuan Venerate White Crane was rather indifferent about Great Heavenly Venerate Green Wood's challenge to Luo Yunyang. In his opinion, Great Heavenly Venerate Green Wood was simply courting death. Anyone that could become a 9th level Great Heavenly Venerate wasn't mediocre. However, Great Heavenly Venerate Green Wood seemed different. As Yuan Venerate White Crane was casually watching the show, the mysterious underworld Heavenly Venerate hidden inside Great Heavenly Venerate Green Wood's body suddenly attacked. This attack was extremely vicious. The instant the attack was launched, nomological laws filled with death, desolation, and obliteration intent enveloped Luo Yunyang. Yuan Venerate's created laws. Basically, only a Yuan Venerate could withstand the created laws of another Yuan Venerate. Someone like Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, who was rather reputable, wouldn't have the strength to resist such laws created by a Yuan Venerate either. It's a mysterious underworld being. Someone shouted maniacally. If Luo Yunyang were to be killed right now, it would be a considerable loss for the entire human race. However, the moment Luo Yunyang was slain by a mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate in front of so many people of their own, the entire human race would become a huge laughingstock. Yuan Venerate White Crane immediately rushed in Luo Yunyang's direction. To a Yuan Venerate Almighty, space and time basically weren't a problem. If the person who attacked Luo Yunyang had been a Heavenly Venerate, Yuan Venerate White Crane could even have reversed time and warped space to pull those two before him. Unfortunately, the person attacking was similarly a Yuan Venerate level existence. Reversing time and warping space was simply impossible. There were limitations to space and time control. This problem appeared because the opponent was a Yuan Venerate too. Making it in time was impossible. Yuan Venerate White Crane was Luo Yunyang's guardian. Therefore, he immediately acted when he saw Luo Yunyang facing this assassination attempt by the mysterious underworld race. The old fellow that had been obstructing Yuan Venerate White Crane also appeared at an expanse of space in a flash. Although he didn't make a move, his eyes burned with a murderous, maniacal desire. The place he was at was a crucial location for that mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate. Later, he would give that mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate a taste of his strongest attack. In the eyes of this old Yuan Venerate Almighty, Luo Yunyang was already beyond saving. Thus, rather than wasting time, he chose to seize a decisive opportunity. Yuan Venerate White Crane and that unknown old man no longer gave Luo Yunyang any support. Right now, Luo Yunyang could only rely on himself. A Yuan Venerate Almighty's attack was already very overwhelming. Furthermore, that mysterious underworld Heavenly Venerate wanted to turn Luo Yunyang into dust with one strike. There was no mercy or hesitation. This overwhelming method struck fear in many people's hearts. Luo Yunyang felt really insignificant at the moment. His own chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique and the Great Obliteration Millstone didn't seem capable of providing him with enough strength. These methods weren't subpar. Instead, his cultivation of these techniques was still far too lacking compared to what he was about to face. Even the attribute regulator didn't seem to be of any use. After all, the gulf between him and this Yuan Venerate Almighty was just too huge. They could be likened to an ant and a huge dragon. The difference between them was as large as the gulf between heaven and earth. What should I do? Resign myself to fate? Countless thoughts cycled through Luo Yunyang's mind rapidly. Every single thought he had was useless to him, yet all these thoughts piled onto the increasing despair in his heart. Yunyang, looks like I have implicated you this time. Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice was heard in Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang might be desperate, but he still retained the most basic judgment criteria. When the mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate made his move, Luo Yunyang reckoned that he was probably targeting him. Although the benefits of the Rising Sky Feather sect probably played a part, the main reason was probably Luo Yunyang himself. Perhaps, the first mysterious demon might even have played a part in this. This isn't your fault. He should have originally set his sights on me, Luo Yunyang said gravely. The mysterious underworld race Yuan Venerate's cultivation isn't inferior to mine. Even at my peak, I would only fight to a draw with him, Yuan Venerate Wanliu said. It's a pity I can no longer use the 13th sword. The 13th sword. Luo Yunyang only had a vague impression of the 13th sword of the Sky Feather 13 swords. However, he knew that under the current circumstances, unleashing the 13th sword would give him a chance. Use the 13th sword, Luo Yunyang said in an unquestionable tone. I would rather risk it all on the 13th sword than die at the hands of this mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate. Who knows, perhaps a path of survival can be forged. Yuan Venerate Wanliu firmed his resolve after hearing Luo Yunyang's words. He believed that he had implicated Luo Yunyang, but he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually take on the responsibility himself. This made Yuan Venerate Wanliu feel really touched. He was roused upon hearing what Luo Yunyang had said. You are right, since we are both going to die, why not go crazy one last time and show this mysterious underworld B***starred that we aren't easy to deal with. While Yuan Venerate Wanliu was saying all this, the inflow of the light pillar into Luo Yunyang's body became extremely furious. It could even be said that the power Yuan Venerate Wanliu was pouring into Luo Yunyang's body increased 100 times more than when the 12th sword was used. Even a Venerate Lord would find it difficult to endure such a degree of power and might possibly combust and explode right away. As this energy flowed into his body, Luo Yunyang raised his constitution to the maximum. At the same time, he channeled the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique while diverting the nomological laws Yuan Venerate Wanliu created in his body into the minor feather sword. Black sword light flashed and the minor feather sword crumbled instantly. However, a wave of spectacular power caused the fragmented bits of the minor feather sword to reform in the void. This reformation surpassed time and space. By the time its formation was completed, multiple fine cracks had already appeared on Luo Yunyang's body. Black light was pouring out of these cracks. This black energy was naturally the power of the 13th sword that Yuan Venerate Wanliu had channeled into Luo Yunyang's body. Mustn't crumble, definitely mustn't crumble. Crumbling would only result in death. As Luo Yunyang used the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique, he suddenly noticed a wave of energy breaking through the barrier and allowing his chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique to ascend to the 5th level. However, regardless of whether this was a 5th level or 4th level Sky Bell, it was already completely intertwined with the 13th sword's power. Luo Yunyang didn't know what would happen when his cultivation power was combined with the 13th sword. All he knew was that he couldn't back down in the slightest. He had to gather all his power and try and force the 13th sword, which was basically unusable. Boom, boom, boom. The originally bronze ancient bell now glowed with a golden black luster. The color scheme seemed really strange yet harmonious, making the bell appear even more ancient and simpler. However, Luo Yunyang simply didn't have any time to pay attention to these changes. He didn't notice that the bloodline within his body was surging crazily either. Tiny golden pagodas had already started to appear on every inch of his skin and muscle, making him look like a godly entity. The golden pagodas in the now golden ancient bell were like layers of golden hoops that bound Luo Yunyang's body, which had been about to explode and crumble. As the crisis his body was facing was averted, the 13th sword was unleashed by Luo Yunyang. The sword light this time was extremely tranquil. However, when this sword was unleashed, the distance between the fist mark that was about to touch his body was suddenly widened. 13th sword, close, yet worlds apart. This was Yuan Venerate Wanliu's most powerful technique. Although things seemed to be close, they were actually worlds apart. The mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate that was hurtling towards Luo Yunyang had a baffled look on his face. He had never imagined that this insignificant being that would definitely die in his grasp would actually use such a technique. This was impossible. However, the truth had been laid bare. Even if his strike contained boundless obliteration intent, it would still be very difficult to strike the opponent's body. Although it was very difficult, the mysterious underworld being definitely wasn't willing to give up. His current encounter with this young powerhouse named Luo Yunyang made him realize that this person had exceeded his expectations. Luo Yunyang was very dangerous. Who knew if he would become the strongest enemy of the mysterious underworld race? Therefore, with that thought in mind, the mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate rapidly formed hand seals. Streaks of purple light shot forth from his hand and flew straight at Luo Yunyang's sword light. It would be difficult to break Luo Yunyang's 13th sword by relying on the creation of laws. Thus, the mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate chose to break it with sheer power. After all, this was the simplest and most concise method he could use. He wanted to exert a powerful pressure that Luo Yunyang couldn't bear and completely pulverize him in the void. Chapter 894, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass Boom. Boom, boom. Sacred lightning containing obliterating power rapidly fell apart all around Luo Yunyang. However, even though these lightning strikes seemed very close to Luo Yunyang, they simply couldn't harm him at all. Close, yet worlds apart. Although the sacred lightning struck in seemingly close proximity to Luo Yunyang, it simply didn't hurt him. This was the power of close, yet worlds apart. Even though the sacred lightning had no way of striking Luo Yunyang's body, it still made Luo Yunyang feel immense pressure. Cracks appeared on his body, which was enveloped by the chaotic Yuan sky bell technique in the black-yellow supreme blood. Luo Yunyang felt like his body was a ball being crushed by a vast power, ready to collapse at any moment. Endure, endure, endure. Luo Yunyang could sense that the sacred lightning filled with obliterating power simply wasn't something he could take. Without the close, yet worlds apart technique, Luo Yunyang would easily have been buried by just one strike of this sacred lightning. Therefore, he now needed to maintain the sword form of close, yet worlds apart no matter what. The mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate's eyes glowed coldly when he saw that his hundreds of lightning streaks couldn't blast through Luo Yunyang's 13th sword. If Luo Yunyang's defense couldn't be broken, then all his painstaking preparations would have been for naught. He had already revealed his identity, so he would be surrounded by the various great Yuan Venerates of the human race in mere moments. Although he wouldn't go so far as to fall in the human race's domain, he would definitely have to pay a hefty, miserable price to escape. Wind, lighting, break. Amidst what sounded like an immemorial voice's words, a giant green and violet axe flew forth from above the mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate's head. The vast wind and lightning power were like two long dragons hurtling along with the axe towards Luo Yunyang. This strike had a power that was akin to splitting apart heaven and earth. The nomological laws formed by the close, yet worlds apart technique seemed like they were being forcibly cut by this giant axe. Meanwhile, a premonition welled in Luo Yunyang's heart. Although this giant axe was considerably inferior to the ancient bell fragments or half the great obliteration millstone, Luo Yunyang still believed that they were probably items of similar grades. The law boundaries formed by the 13th sword actually had difficulty stopping the cleave of this giant axe. Once this axe reached him, Luo Yunyang would be lucky to even leave behind a spiritual mark. Instantly, Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed. Besides maintaining the close, yet worlds apart sword form, Luo Yunyang rapidly searched in his mind for a countermeasure. However, even though he had countless ideas, these ideas weren't of any use. The sword form of close, yet worlds apart was still breaking down. This is an ancient ultimate killing treasure that originally contained the ability to break down nomological laws. I would even face problems if I encountered such a thing at my peak state. Prepare yourself. All we can do now is fight to the very end. Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice sounded a tad excited. Indeed, he was excited. Excited to find a match. Luo Yunyang didn't have the same inclination as Yuan Venerate Wanliu. The only thing he wanted was to survive. Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, you are courting death. Yuan Venerate White Crane finally recognized the origins of this mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate when that giant axe appeared in the void. His voice was filled with anger. However, despite this rage, his heart was fraught with worry. Worry welled from the depths of his heart. Luo Yunyang had already used the 13th sword. It could be said that this was Luo Yunyang's limit. Would Luo Yunyang be able to deal with this giant axe that contained wind and lightning? This was an ancient ultimate killing treasure after all. The old fellow that had originally been holding Yuan Venerate White Crane back looked anxious. Although he had been itching to see Luo Yunyang die previously, right now, he absolutely didn't want Luo Yunyang to die at the hands of a mysterious underworld powerhouse. However, even though he was fast, he wasn't quicker than Yuan Venerate White Crane and naturally was helpless to stop the crazily cleaving wind-lightning break. Boom! A power that could split the sky and earth struck the sword form of close, yet worlds apart. That insane power made Luo Yunyang feel like his entire body was being ripped apart mercilessly. Then, a jet-black pillar of light flowed furiously into Luo Yunyang's body. Within this pillar of light were many strange markings that were like tiny twisting and turning dragons. These marks struck fear in people's hearts. Luo Yunyang already had no other choice. Besides channeling this inflow of energy to maintain the 13th sword's form, he also made every effort to stabilize his body and prevent it from crumbling. The chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique was used to the extreme. The power in Luo Yunyang's body alongside Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power were channeled into the 5th level chaotic Yuan Sky Bell. The golden pagodas formed by the power of his bloodline had already started to form divine markings that were inscribed on the ancient Sky Bell. Meanwhile, the black markings of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power made the Sky Bell stabler. The wind-lightning break struck continuously. Luo Yunyang felt as if a massive hammer struck his body each time. He felt like an egg that was suffering a battering of a 1,000-ton hammer. Once, twice, thrice. At first, Luo Yunyang could still rapidly sense the variations in the strength of the wind lightning break's giant axe. However, as it continued, Luo Yunyang could no longer care about any of this. Only one word was repeated in his mind over and over. Endure, endure, endure. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble and the others were just watching everything quietly. The current circumstances were already out of their league. All they could do was watch Luo Yunyang with frightened expressions. After all, even though they weren't unfamiliar with the mysterious underworld race, none of them had dealt or even seen a mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate before. Now, a mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate was actually trying to slay Luo Yunyang. Luo Donger had already returned to Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's side, and her fists were gripped tightly. Although she knew that her master wouldn't know much more than her, she still couldn't help but ask, "Master, will my brother be all right?" Heavenly Venerate Nongyu could understand her disciple's sentiment. Even though she wasn't sure and didn't know what exactly Luo Yunyang was going through right now within that golden black glow, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu still comforted Luo Donger. "Donger, you have to believe in your brother. He has the Patriarch's help, so he should be fine." Heavenly Venerate Nongyu continued to intently watch the violet-green lights clashing with the gold-black lights in the void. Deep in her heart, she prayed for Luo Yunyang and hoped that he would survive this. That would be a good thing for both Luo Yunyang and the sect. However, if Luo Yunyang were to die, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu really couldn't think of how much the Rising Sky Feather sect would change. Although Yuan Venerate White Crane was very fast, despite the frantic pursuit, he still couldn't help but feel a little sad. Yuan Venerate White Crane knew very well that even though Luo Yunyang's cultivation was extraordinary, it would still be very difficult for him to stay alive. There was a possibility that he would only be able to collect Luo Yunyang's body by the time he rushed over. After all, it would be difficult even for him to deal with Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, Wind Lightning Break Giant Axe. However, when Yuan Venerate White Crane arrived at the location where they were clashing, he saw that Luo Yunyang was still holding out. Even though he could no longer discern Luo Yunyang clearly underneath the black lights and the golden bell, he knew without a doubt that Luo Yunyang was still alive. "Deep green sword, go!" Yuan Venerate White Crane shouted before a dark green sword light shot towards the wind lightning break axe like a lightning bolt. A glimmer of craziness flashed across the 6 eyes of Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. He didn't hesitate in the slightest before making a really profound hand seal on top of the wind lightning break axe. As this hand seal landed, the glow of the wind lightning break amplified tenfold. The two twirling intertwined streaks around the wind lightning break seemed to unleash an immemorial roar. The wind lightning break started to shatter the void and cleave towards Luo Yunyang as this roar rang out. A large portion of the 13th sword that was already under immense pressure fragmented. If the 13th sword crumbled completely, then Luo Yunyang would die. Right now, he could no longer care about anything else. He just wanted to survive. Although it was very difficult to escape the assassination of a mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate, he still had to dodge it. He instantly utilized the tricolored bracelet on his wrist. This tricolored bracelet, which had been given to him by Yuan Venerate Wanliu, could launch 3 full-force attacks of Yuan Venerate Wanliu and was a means of life preservation. Luo Yunyang hadn't used this tricolored bracelet so far, but he utilized all of it at once. 3 gorgeous sword lights instantly appeared in the void. 12th sword, 12th sword, 12th sword. The 12th sword was unleashed 3 times. The might of the 3 12th swords was many times more powerful than the 12th sword that Luo Yunyang had unleashed before. In an instant, the 3 12th swords were already shooting towards the wind lightning break. There was no collision of lights. The overwhelming wind lightning break cut through these 3 sword lights completely. In terms of time, the 3 12th swords only bought Luo Yunyang 3 split seconds. These 3 split seconds allowed the Yuan Venerate to close the distance between himself and Luo Yunyang by half. However, Yuan Venerate White Crane still needed 3 more split seconds so that his deep green sword would stop the wind lightning. Break. Chapter 895. The Left Hall Master arrives at a critical juncture. 3 split seconds might be an extremely short time for an ordinary person, but Luo Yunyang's fate could be determined in the space of these 3 split seconds. He would be able to receive support from Yuan Venerate White Crane if he could hold out for these 3 split seconds. Only death would await him if he failed to do so. Luo Yunyang didn't want to die, no matter what. Although he possessed some methods and treasures, all this was still a far cry from the 12th sword he had just used 3 times a moment ago. The 3 strikes of the 12th sword had merely held out against the Wind Lightning Break's giant axe for 3 split seconds, so could his other methods hold out for another 3? With this thought in mind, Luo Yunyang instinctively unleashed all the techniques he hadn't yet used. Samsara Palm, Life-Death Resounding Fate. These 2 powerful techniques were rapidly unleashed by Luo Yunyang. However, they weren't even a little useful. The Samsara Wheel created by the Samsara Palm only delayed the Wind Lightning Break for half a split second. Although the Life-Death Resounding Fate appeared to be broad and powerful, it didn't have any effect. His other methods didn't seem to affect the Wind Lightning Break either. It was approaching. The Wind Lightning Break had already broken the majority of the nomological laws of the close, yet worlds apart technique and was already in front of Luo Yunyang. Go. Knowing that he had already reached a crucial juncture, Luo Yunyang couldn't hold back anymore. He just threw whatever he had towards the Wind Lightning Break. This time, he threw out the small silver tower. This small silver tower had always been very important to Luo Yunyang, not only because of the training facility it contained, but also because it allowed him to travel to the various great cosmoses for missions. However, could Luo Yunyang still care about whether this small silver tower would get damaged? What use would all these treasures be of if he couldn't preserve his own life? The small silver tower swelled up many times and appeared between him and the Wind Lightning Break. Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, who was controlling the Wind Lightning Break, didn't pay any attention to this small silver tower. In his opinion, that small silver tower would collapse the moment the Wind Lightning Break swept through it. However, as he was full of confidence, he watched the small silver tower get sliced in half slowly by the Wind Lightning Break. 2 split seconds. The time it had taken for the small silver tower to be cut was 2 split seconds. This was already a very short time. However, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass had found these 2 split seconds too long. He had already used up 2.5 split seconds of the 3 split seconds that Yuan Venerate White Crane needed to close the gap between them. There was only half a split second left to kill Luo Yunyang. Although it was too short a time, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass definitely couldn't give up now. In just an instant, the Wind Lightning Break was almost touching Luo Yunyang. Without the support of close, yet worlds apart, Luo Yunyang could only face this immense pressure. Luo Yunyang, I hope you can live on. A faint voice rang out in Luo Yunyang's mind. The owner of this voice was Yuan Venerate Wanliu. A wave of the purest power poured into Luo Yunyang's body like a raging tsunami. If the immense pressure coming from the Wind Lightning Break outside hadn't existed, the pure power pouring into Luo Yunyang's body would definitely have killed him immediately. However, this power, which should have burst Luo Yunyang's body apart, flowed into Luo Yunyang's 5th level chaotic Yuan Sky Bell furiously due to the pressure he faced from the Wind Lightning Break. The originally bronze bell and black energy intertwined and fused completely, forming a layer of ash-gray energy. This ash-gray ancient bell was struck hard by the Wind Lightning Break. At this clash, Luo Yunyang's body was sent hurtling down to the ground like a gray meteorite. Once all this was over, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass didn't hesitate. He immediately shot off into the distance. His speed was exceptional, so he was gone in an instant. However, Yuan Venerate White Crane and that old-looking Yuan Venerate made their moves simultaneously. A technique that contained the power of 2 Yuan Venerates crashed towards Yuan Venerate Vast Glass like a raging ocean. Yuan Venerate Vast Glass simply could not resist such an attack. Even though his body was riddled with cracks, there was a smile on his face. At that moment, he had already ripped apart the void as his body quickly bore through it. A large split had already appeared on Yuan Venerate Vast Glass' body. However, the split had immediately started to close rapidly and Yuan Venerate Vast Glass was prepared to rip a hole through the void again. If Yuan Venerate Vast Glass was allowed to cross the spatial tear, it wouldn't take long before he fled this great cosmos. Luo Yunyang's fate was unknown. As Luo Yunyang's protector, Yuan Venerate White Crane couldn't permit Yuan Venerate Vast Glass to escape, no matter what. Yuan Venerate White Crane, who wasn't going to stop his pursuit, ripped the void and appeared within an expanse of starry space. The old-looking Yuan Venerate also took advantage of this opportunity to form a hand seal. A huge golden net filled with nomological laws flew towards Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. However, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass wasn't going to await death helplessly. Just as that vast golden net was about to envelop him, one of his arms suddenly split from his body. This arm shattered, turning into a blood-colored ocean that met the vast golden net. Die! The deep green sword pierced the void and hurtled toward Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, who sacrificed another arm before using two of his other palms to forcefully wedge the mighty blade of the deep green sword. Losing two arms would cause a massive fall in power for Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. Although this loss in ability could be regained through cultivation someday, he would never escape if he remained there any longer. As he ripped open the void once more, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass looked delighted. Although Yuan Venerate White Crane and that old-looking Yuan Venerate were very fast, they could no longer stop him at the moment. I will still return, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass announced complacently. As long as he stepped into the next expanse of void, the turbulent flow of time and space would help him escape with his life. However, just as he was prepared to enter the spatial tear, a huge gray bell barreled towards Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. The angle it came from was blocking him from the spatial tier. Yuan Venerate Vast Glass didn't really care much about this huge bell. He immediately formed fists and prepared to smash this huge bell to smithereens. However, as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly realized the power contained within this gray bell wasn't any weaker than his power. As his fist struck the huge bell, the power within the huge bell knocked him back dozens of steps. A distance of 10 steps could be covered in a split second. However, the distance he was pushed back made him feel a little afraid. He suddenly felt that it would be difficult to cover that distance and escape. A Yuan Venerate's perception was generally accurate. At the moment, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass felt slightly desperate. He didn't have the time to bother striking that huge bell. Instead, he rushed frantically towards that spatial tear. As long as he could pass into the next expanse of void, he would be able to evade and hide until he reached another cosmos. However, as he prepared to go through the spatial tear, he saw a silhouette blocking the entrance of that spatial tear. Although it was the figure of a human, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass couldn't clearly see the person's appearance. The person in question glowed brilliantly, as if nobody could oppose him in this realm. The Yuan Venerate's heart sank the instant he saw this person. He knew that the appearance of this person had already made escaping an impossible task. Left Hall Master, the Yuan Venerate hissed. Indeed, the Left Hall Master said icily, I never imagined that a Yuan Venerate Almighty would actually hide in the human race's domain. Hee, this is really great. The Left Hall Master's words made Yuan Venerate Vast Glass spirits fall to an all-time low. Although he had never crossed paths or dealt with this person, he knew about the Left Hall Master's reputation. Escaping had practically become impossible now that he was being stopped by the Left Hall Master. However, he still had a look of unwavering determination on his face. I never wanted to expose myself, but I had no choice but to do so, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass said as his cold gaze landed on Luo Yunyang. If it had not been for you, I would have escaped a long time ago. Luo Yunyang was currently standing in the void. However, he seemed to be in very bad shape. His entire body was riddled with scars and cracks, and he looked like a porcelain sculpture that could fall apart at any moment. You came and ambushed me. How could I let you leave so easily? Luo Yunyang's eyes were cold. Yuan Venerate Vast Glass looked at Luo Yunyang before throwing his head back and roaring with laughter. I thought that I didn't manage to complete my mission. However, looking at you now, my mission should be considered completed. Ha ha ha, I might have believed that it wasn't worth it previously, but looking at things now, it has been very worthwhile indeed. Chapter 896. A black hand ripping through the void. The Left Hall Master was furious at Yuan Venerate Vast Glass for trying to assassinate Luo Yunyang. What Yuan Venerate Vast Glass had done had challenged the sanctity of the human race. However, upon hearing what Yuan Venerate Vast Glass said, the Left Hall Master looked at Luo Yunyang, his eyes flashing with coldness. You deserve to die, the Left Hall Master growled at Yuan Venerate Vast Glass through gritted teeth. Yuan Venerate Vast Glass roared with laughter. The Left Hall Master exhaled sharply and raised a hand in the direction of Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. A vast suctioning force spread out of his sleeve and enveloped Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. Luo Yunyang hadn't seen the Left Hall Master. However, he had a bad feeling upon hearing the exchange between the Left Hall Master and Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang still hadn't felt what had happened to him. He had a feeling that whatever problem he had was probably very severe. Furthermore, this problem might be related to Yuan Venerate Wanliu. However, Luo Yunyang didn't think about the problem that had befallen him. His attention was already focused on the left hall master's move. The suctioning force coming from the left hall master's sleeves made Luo Yunyang feel as though nothing could resist it. Everything would only fall into the sleeves. As the suctioning force enveloped him, Yuan Venerate Vast Glass used his Wind Lightning Break giant axe as if his life depended on it. However, that giant axe didn't seem to be of any use as it flew with Yuan Venerate Vast Glass towards the left hall master's sleeve. It's the universe within sleeve. The Yuan Venerate flew over as he said this when he noticed Luo Yunyang staring intently at the left hall master's robe sleeve. Universe within sleeve. Although this was the first time Luo Yunyang was hearing the name of this mystic ability, he sort of understood the rationale behind it. However, Luo Yunyang knew that reaching the level of the left hall master was extremely difficult. Left hall master, how can capturing me be that easy? Yuan Venerate Vast Glass shouted with a maniacal look in his eyes. As he howled, his body started to crumble. A turbulent blood mist immediately shot out thousands of miles away. Yuan Venerate Self-Implosion. A martialist's last choice method would be to collapse their internal universes. Yuan Venerates were extremely powerful, so they could employ many extreme measures that would result in an unimaginable final outcome. Even the Yuan Venerate's face went rigid when he saw the vast energy shooting into the sky. Yuan Venerate White Crane knew that if Yuan Venerate Vast Glass was allowed to release this self-imploding energy, then at least half of the great cosmos he was in would be destroyed. After all, this energy was really powerful. The left hall master only scoffed when he faced this implosion method. He stuck out his arm and all the energy shot towards his sleeve. The left hall master's actions seemed extremely simple, yet Yuan Venerate White Crane couldn't help but feel apprehensive. After all, a Yuan Venerate Almighty was imploding. When about half of that turbulent energy flowed into the left hall master's sleeve, a glimmer of black light shot out of the energy and instantly ripped open the void. Are you trying to escape? Get back here, the left hall master scoffed. Clearly, he had already been prepared for such an event. As he said that, a violet ray of light shot over at the black light and enveloped it. The moment that violet light shrouded the black light, Luo Yunyang saw clearly that the violet light was actually a cover entirely made out of violet crystal. The black light seemed to be afraid of this purple cover. It seemed as if it had encountered a natural predator. Left hall master, enough. An icy voice reverberated around the void. A black palm tore through the void and appeared as the violet cover was about to hit. No sound or aura came from that black palm. Although everyone could see it, they couldn't sense its existence. Luo Yunyang felt his heart tighten when he saw the black palm. He had a feeling that this black palm contained a power that couldn't be seen. Attribute regulator. Luo Yunyang, who couldn't see or figure anything out about the extent of this black palm, immediately thought of the attribute regulator. He wanted to use his attribute regulator to take a look at this black palm and see exactly what it was. Using the attribute regulator to examine some unknown, powerful existence carried some degree of risk. However, Luo Yunyang was really curious about the mysterious black palm that had just broken through the void and appeared. Therefore, he wanted to discover the origins of this black palm. What he found surprising was that the examination of the attribute regulator only produced a question mark that was reflected in his mind. This meant that his attribute regulator couldn't determine the various attributes in that black palm right now. This was the first time Luo Yunyang had actually experienced this ever since he had acquired the attribute regulator. While Luo Yunyang was feeling baffled, a finger of the black palm flicked at the violet barrier of light. The violet light barrier shattered immediately. This simply wasn't a collision or a case of too much energy flooding out. Everything seemed to happen as though it ought to. While the violet light barrier shattered within the void, that black palm seemed like it didn't want to stay for long. It grabbed the black light before ripping through the void again. The black palm had appeared and departed in a few short moments. However, that black palm alone had completely suppressed the left hall master's might. Although Luo Yunyang and the others didn't really understand what sort of existence it was, upon seeing someone like the left hall master being suppressed, they could roughly guess what sort of level the owner of that black palm was at. The left hall master turned to Luo Yunyang, Yuan Venerate White Crane, and the older Yuan Venerate before saying, "You're on your own." As soon as he said that, his figure immediately vanished into the void. However, before he left, Luo Yunyang sensed the left hall master casting a glance at him. That glance made Luo Yunyang feel really uneasy. Yuan Venerate White Crane turned to Luo Yunyang after the left hall master left. The existence who made that move is really intimidating. Yuan Venerate White Crane, who seemed to suddenly have some misgivings, didn't continue. He pondered for a moment before urging Luo Yunyang. No matter what, don't tell anyone else about what happened today. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Although Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, combat body had been destroyed, they still hadn't been able to kill off the being that had sneaked into the human race's domain for an assassination. This could be considered a considerable blow to the reputation of the human race. Fortunately, the assassination target hadn't been killed. Yunyang, take a look at your body's internal condition, Yuan Venerate White Crane advised him. His body's internal condition. The words of Yuan Venerate Vast Glass and the way Yuan Venerate White Crane looked at him gave Luo Yunyang a bad feeling. However, he really hadn't sensed that anything was wrong with his body yet. When Yuan Venerate White Crane said this, Luo Yunyang couldn't care less about anything else. He quickly transferred his attribute points to his mind to examine his internal universe. Although it could be said that Luo Yunyang's cultivation had increased considerably when he had advanced to the 5th level Heavenly Venerate, he still discovered with a start that there was lots of residual power in each level of his internal universe. This power, which belonged to Yuan Venerate Wanliu, was still gathering in his body. All this gathering energy formed the shape of swords and had already started to occupy every part of Luo Yunyang's internal 5th level universe. This sword-shaped energy not only possessed vast power, but it also contained an extremely sharp sword intent. Luo Yunyang frowned when he sensed these sword-shaped masses of energy, which had already started to absorb the energy within his internal universes. With a thought, he quickly gathered all this energy. It seemed easier to control than the chaotic energy he had used in the past. In terms of might, these sword-shaped masses of energy were many times stronger than the energy in Luo Yunyang's internal universe. However, this gave Luo Yunyang an increasingly bad feeling. You should have sensed it already. Yuan Venerate White Crane was able to guess what Luo Yunyang was thinking based on his expression. Therefore, he didn't hide anything either and said straightforwardly, if this situation were to befall other martialists, it would probably be a joyous occasion. It could even be considered an exceptional opportunity. However, in your body, this is a sort of hindrance, Yuan Venerate White Crane said with a sigh. When a Yuan Venerate turns to dust again, their energy and law comprehension disperse into the sky and land. Eventually, most of the energy will return to the environment and only a small portion will be absorbed by people. If these comprehended laws were to be obtained by people, they would naturally be a rare treasure. Even 9th level Heavenly Venerates rely on the law comprehension of a Yuan Venerate that returns to dust in order to ascend into Yuan Venerate Almighties. However, in this case, not only has that energy that was supposed to be dispersed into the sky and earth entered your body, but Yuan Venerate Wanliu's various comprehension of origin source laws has also been integrated into your body. Laws and power are part of a whole. Splitting them up is a very difficult thing to do. Now, they are all converging within your body at a higher quality than in Yuan Venerate Wanliu's body before. This also means that it is simply impossible for you to erase them. This sort of power will gradually replace the energy in your body. You have to prepare yourself for it. Chapter 897. Stride forward. Luo Yunyang stayed calm after hearing what Yuan Venerate White Crane had said. He really didn't have any regrets over everything that had happened. The majority of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power and comprehension of nomological laws had been incorporated into his body and would cause quite the predicament. However, he didn't regret it. After all, if Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power hadn't flowed into his body, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been able to use the 13th sword. If he hadn't unleashed the 13th sword, he would have already died. Luo Yunyang didn't regret being on the receiving end of an assassination attempt by Yuan Venerate Vast Glass either, as he had tried to save the Rising Sky Feather sect. Deep down, he knew that Yuan Venerate Vast Glass was targeting him. Even if he didn't appear this time, there would always be a next time. Perhaps he wouldn't have Yuan Venerate Wanliu channel energy voluntarily into his body to allow him to use the 13th sword next time. Naturally, he would have no way of holding off Yuan Venerate Vast Glass attack in that case. What Yuan Venerate is saying is that it will be difficult for my cultivation base to make progress in the future. Luo Yunyang told Yuan Venerate White Crane after mulling this over. Yuan Venerate White Crane glanced at Luo Yunyang and sighed. If my estimations are right, that should probably be true. You heard what Yuan Venerate Vast Glass just said and you should probably understand what he meant. He only said this because he has also sensed the changes in your body. Although the left hall master hasn't said anything, judging by his expression, I reckon that he has no solution either. Even though Luo Yunyang had mentally steeled himself, Yuan Venerate White Crane's words made his heart shudder. His goal was to be a Yuan Venerate, so the fact that his cultivation base was unable to progress was an extremely massive blow. Although there were other ways, his body was still the foundation of his cultivation. Is there really no other way? It wouldn't be a problem if the power that entered your body didn't fuse with your internal universe. The Yuan Venerate forced a smile. Now, Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power and comprehension markings have fused with your internal universe and, because of the pressure you faced from Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, they have also been integrated into every part of your body. Even using mystic techniques to collapse your internal universe and restart your cultivation wouldn't completely clear all the power that has been incorporated into your spiritual consciousness. Yuan Venerate White Crane said somewhat sadly, this power belongs to Yuan Venerate Wanliu, so its quality is far higher than the power within your internal universe. Therefore, gathering power to construct a new universe is simply impossible. This sort of power would immediately destroy your newly constructed universe. The quality of your power is also far inferior to Yuan Venerate Wanliu's, so you wouldn't be able to refine it. Luo Yunyang knew that what Yuan Venerate White Crane had said was correct. Right now, the power revolving within his internal universe wasn't just extremely incisive. It was also extremely overbearing, as it was crushing and absorbing the primal chaotic power in Luo Yunyang's body. Without this primal chaotic power as support, it would be very difficult for Luo Yunyang to create a new universe in his body. However, Yunyang, even though you can't become a Yuan Venerate, the power of Yuan Venerate Wanliu would also give you many benefits. You just have to make this power and comprehension yours. Even though you wouldn't be able to unleash the 13th sword of the Sky Feather 13 swords, you would still be able to use the 12th or 11th sword without many problems. Furthermore, because a large portion of the energy in your body originates from Yuan Venerate Wanliu, you would absolutely be stronger than before. That means that, given your current strength, if you were to take on the 13 origin martial stages, you would probably become a 9th level origin martialist. Luo Yunyang knew that Yuan Venerate White Crane didn't say all this just to console him. However, if his cultivation were to be stuck at the 5th level Heavenly Venerate, he would never be able to form his own sacred image. Naturally, he wouldn't become a Yuan Venerate Almighty. Although he felt disappointed, Luo Yunyang didn't feel desperate. He smiled at Yuan Venerate White Crane. I believe in never giving up hope. There must be a way for me to break through my current condition. Yuan Venerate White Crane looked at the confident Luo Yunyang and shook his head gently. Luo Yunyang's current state was really unique. Although Yuan Venerate Wanliu's cultivation base was the strongest amongst all Yuan Venerates, it wasn't impossible to suppress it. However, the hard part was that 90% of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's accumulated cultivation base and energy had already fused with Luo Yunyang's blood, flesh, heart, and mind. Suppressing this power would mean suppressing Luo Yunyang. Such a suppression would eventually prove ineffective and have a very negative impact on Luo Yunyang's cultivation base. Hopefully, you will be able to suppress this power and then soar to greater heights, Yuan Venerate White Crane said with a slight smile. However, Luo Yunyang could sense based on these words that Yuan Venerate White Crane was only consoling him. Based on Yuan Venerate White Crane's experience, what Luo Yunyang wanted to do was really difficult. Even Yuan Venerate White Crane's hands would be tied if such a situation occurred to him. Although Luo Yunyang knew that getting rid of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's residual power within his body was a very difficult task, he still believed that he could do it. Furthermore, even though it was very difficult and his cultivation base couldn't rise easily, he would still have the chaotic 4-origin beast. If the chaotic 4-origin beast's strength could increase, erasing Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power in Luo Yunyang's body might be possible. At most, he could still cultivate the chaotic 4-origin beast until the Yuan Venerate level. After understanding things clearly, Luo Yunyang looked at Yuan Venerate White Crane, who was preparing to leave. Sir White Crane, regarding the matter with Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, could you make your presence known so that anyone still having ideas about the Rising Sky Feather sect will reconsider? Naturally, Yuan Venerate White Crane said, the Rising Sky Feather sect is also a decent place to settle down at. As soon as he said that, he waved his sleeves and brought Luo Yunyang along to the sky above the Sky Feather Sacred Mountain. Right now, the Sky Feather Sacred Mountain no longer had that overwhelming murderous aura it used to a while ago. Everyone, from Great Heavenly Venerate Soaring Snake to Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble and other rising Sky Feather Sect disciples, was waiting anxiously. The current problem was already out of their league. After all, a mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate had been involved in this battle. That Yuan Venerate had made a sneak attack from Great Hongmeng's Sacred Hall Green Wood's internal universe. Now, many top-notch Great Heavenly Venerates that had come to attack the Rising Sky Feather Sect were worried that they would be taken away by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall for an investigation. Even though that old-looking Yuan Venerate had already returned, he stood there stony-faced, not caring about anything around him. This made many people feel that something wasn't right. Thus, even prideful fellows like Yan Qijian didn't dare do anything that might trigger the old man. Greetings, Yuan Venerate White Crane. Yan Qijian and the others bowed respectfully when Yuan Venerate White Crane and Luo Yunyang returned. Yuan Venerate White Crane nodded at Yan Qijian and the others before he turned to the old Yuan Venerate. Brother Hutong, I suggest we conclude the matter here. Although Yuan Venerate White Crane's words were open to negotiation, his tone was unquestionable. While Yuan Venerate Hutong had been full of confidence previously, he no longer dared refute Yuan Venerate White Crane's words. After all, he would have to give Hongmeng's Sacred Hall an explanation regarding Great Heavenly Venerate Green Wood and the mysterious underworld race. Although Hongmeng's Sacred Hall wouldn't go so far as to take its anger out on him, he knew deep down that he couldn't fully escape the blame regarding this whole fiasco. I agree with what Brother White Crane says. Just one more thing, there are very few traders like Green Wood in our entire great cosmos. I hope Yuan Venerate White Crane can help put in a good word in front of the Left Hall Master. Yuan Venerate White Crane chuckled. Naturally, the fact that Yuan Venerate Vast Glass is hiding in the human tribe's territory is like a needle pricking our back. Even though we weren't able to capture or kill him, the mysterious underworld race had to see one of their spies return. We haven't suffered that huge a loss in this regard. Yuan Venerate Hutong smiled when he heard Yuan Venerate White Crane say this. He shot a glance at Sky Feather Sacred Mountain before saying, "Thank you, Brother White Crane. I shall bid you farewell." Yuan Venerate Hutong's departure showed his stance. After he left, Yuan Venerate White Crane's attention turned to Yan Qijian and the others. I believe that these were the actions of Great Heavenly Venerate Green Wood and a tiny group of people. However, according to the rules of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, everyone will have to come with me. Please rest assured that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall won't be unjust. Yuan Venerate White Crane then turned to Luo Yunyang. Yunyang, you can oversee the Rising Sky Feather Sect and investigate whether there are any remaining elements of Great Heavenly Venerate Green Wood's faction. Yan Qijian and the others had no choice but to go with Yuan Venerate White Crane even if they were unwilling. After all, daring to disobey this summons would be akin to making the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall an enemy. In other words, they would become traitors of the entire human race. As many 9th-level Great Heavenly Venerates were leaving, the Rising Sky Feather Sect's tense atmosphere cooled down considerably. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble heaved a huge sigh of relief when he saw the surroundings return to their peaceful state. This sigh of relief was also a sigh of lament. A large bell suspended at the highest point of the Rising Sky Feather Sect rang out 81 times. With these 81 chimes, the Rising Sky Feather Sect announced to the entire land that Yuan Venerate Wanliu had returned to dust and there was one less Yuan Venerate in this great cosmos. However, the attention of most higher-ups of the human race was on the fleeing Yuan Venerate Vast Glass. Many great sects also started to look into whether there were any mysterious underworld race spies among them. Chapter 898, Dual Realm Sky. The Rising Sky Feather Sect was blossoming. Yuan Venerate Wanliu had returned to dust 1,000 years ago and the Rising Sky Feather Sect had seen their influence fall tremendously within the great cosmos they were in without a Yuan Venerate at the helm. However, the Rising Sky Feather Sect still survived. With an 8th-level Heavenly Venerate like Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble at their helm, even most top entities didn't dare provoke the Rising Sky Feather Sect. Thus, although the Rising Sky Feather Sect didn't flourish like it had in the past, it was slowly stabilized. Many people actually felt that the Rising Sky Feather Sect now had exuberant vitality. When a golden sword light shot to the heavens, the disciples cultivating on the Sky Feather Mountain all looked at this golden sword light in admiration. It's Grand Marshal Aunt Luo. I heard that Grand Marshal Aunt Luo has already reached the peak of the universe grade. With one more step, she might become a Heavenly Venerate. Given Grand Marshal Aunt Luo's aptitude, becoming a heavenly venerate is just a natural process. I believe that, considering Grand Marshal Aunt Luo's quality, even becoming a 9th level Great Heavenly Venerate wouldn't be a problem. It would be best if Grand Marshal Aunt Luo became a Yuan Venerate. This way, the Rising Sky Feather sect would once again return to its glory days of yesteryears. Heh, Yuan Venerate, you guys are really imaginative. Amidst all these discussions, a handsome young disciple lamented. I wonder what sort of guy could match up to Grand Marshal Aunt Luo. A few days ago, I heard that the genius of Xingyu sect wanted to propose marriage to Grand Marshal Aunt Luo but was sent flying away. The fellow from Xingyu sect is nothing more than an embroidered pillow. Hee. The reason his cultivation base exceeds ours by far is because both his parents are 9th level Great Heavenly Venerates. A plain, chubby man scoffed. If I had this sort of aptitude, I would have become a Heavenly Venerate a long time ago. He was born at the Universe grade but has only reached the peak Universe grade by now. How disgraceful. The majority of the Rising Sky Feather sect felt jealousy deep inside for the entity from the Xingyu sect. After all, nobody wished to see others attain the cultivation realm that they had reached through painstaking effort without even exerting themselves. What made it even more unbearable was that this despicable fellow had even had ideas about their goddess. This was simply too much. Luo Donger, who didn't care about the discussions these disciples were having, was currently standing proudly in her green robes while holding her sword. Greetings, Lady Donger. 2 middle-aged martialists walked in quickly and bowed respectfully in front of Luo Donger. The two of them were first-level Heavenly Venerates. However, they could also be considered part of the upper echelons of the Rising Sky Feather sect. Right now, both of them were extremely respectful to Luo Donger, who was a whole cultivation realm lower than them. They weren't being respectful because of Luo Donger's cultivation, but rather because of her identity. There's no need for formalities. Has my brother come out of his seclusion yet? Luo Donger smiled at the 2 first-level Heavenly Venerates. The 2 Heavenly Venerates exchanged a glance before the one on the left finally said, "Sir has already come out." Luo Donger frowned when she heard this. She knew her brother too well, so the fact that he hadn't come looking for her after his seclusion gave her a bad feeling. "Where is my brother? Take me there," Luo Donger said in an unquestionable tone. Although she didn't have an ordinary status, she was always humble and down-to-earth. Her current bossy behavior was a rare occurrence. Upon seeing Luo Donger like this, the Heavenly Venerate on the left said, "Lady Donger, please come with me." Luo Donger arrived quickly at a small garden. Although she kept telling herself that she had to stay calm, her heart was pounding hard. "Big bro," Luo Donger couldn't help but shout out when she saw the figure sitting on a rock in the middle of a valley. Luo Yunyang turned his head, saw Luo Donger and said, "Donger is here. Come have a seat." Although Luo Donger hadn't seen her brother for several centuries, she still remembered her brother's features very clearly. His face was still the same, but he now looked a little sterner. "You didn't even tell me when you came out of seclusion, big bro," Luo Donger said reproachingly. Luo Yunyang chuckled. "I only just came out and wanted to rest for a bit. Your cultivation has made good progress. However, your fundamentals are still a little unstable. Therefore, don't be too impatient about ascending to the Heavenly Venerate." Luo Yunyang then smiled. "I just contacted Yunxi. She said that the Milky Way's human tribe has been doing well all these years but you haven't gone back to visit much. In the future, go back and visit more often if you have the time." Luo Donger nodded her head vigorously. After chatting a little about the situation back home and their mother, she asked apprehensively, "Big bro, your cultivation?" Luo Donger only finished half her sentence before she looked up a little expectantly at Luo Yunyang, awaiting his answer. Luo Yunyang coughed lightly. "My cultivation base is alright, but I still haven't solved the problem." Luo Donger, who had already had a bad feeling, felt her heart tighten. The fact that her brother had not looked for her after leaving seclusion had already been a bad sign. Now, this premonition had become a reality. Given her brother's cultivation base, he was one of the strongest individuals beneath a Yuan Venerate in this great cosmos. However, Luo Donger had a feeling that her brother's objective had been to become a Yuan Venerate. Her brother should have become a Yuan Venerate. After all, there was still a vast difference between being a Yuan Venerate and being the number 1 person beneath a Yuan Venerate. "It's alright, big bro. Given your aptitude, resolving this problem will be very simple for you." Luo Donger consoled her brother with a warm smile. Luo Yunyang had a warm feeling in his heart as he watched his younger sister. Then, he said softly, although it hasn't been fixed yet, I have already found a way to solve this problem. Really, that is great. Luo Donger, who was delighted, felt like clapping her hands in joy. In her opinion, there was nothing more important than resolving the problem with her brother's cultivation base. Luo Yunyang patted Luo Donger on the head and chuckled. Why would I lie to you? This method would not only solve the problem but also let my cultivation base reach a whole new level. Luo Donger felt her heart clenching as she watched her confident brother. She had pined for this for so long, yet her big brother had finally found a way to solve this problem. As long as there was a way to get rid of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's residual power in her brother's body, all of Luo Yunyang's accumulated gains over the years would help him make immense progress. Big bro, you will definitely be successful, Luo Donger said with confidence. Luo Yunyang smiled and continued to chat idly with Luo Donger for another hour or so before his communication device rang. Sen Tianlong's voice was heard when the call was put through. Yunyang, I have already arranged what you asked for. However, the dual realm sky is really dangerous. You have to prepare well. I heard that, besides peak Venerate Lords, half-step Yuan Venerates will also be training inside. Luo Yunyang nodded. Brother Sen, words can't express my gratitude. Sen Tianlong chuckled. The dual realm sky battleground is a place any heavenly Venerate can enter at will. It won't be a big deal even if your identity is kept under wraps. However, the fighting and killing inside the dual realm sky is fierce and the opportunities inside are few, brother. If you change your mind, I can still help you arrange another place. Luo Yunyang smiled. Thank you, brother Sen, but there is no need. Sen Tianlong paused for a moment before saying, Yin Yang Zongzi, Xuantian Zhaoshan, and the others have already congealed sacred images. I heard that Xuantian Zhaoshan's 10,000 divine dragon nest sacred image integrates both offense and defense and few sacred images can compare to it. Brother, you have to accept this fact. Luo Yunyang smiled at Sen Tianlong. I understand. Thank you, brother Sen. After he ended the call, Luo Yunyang's gaze turned even more serious. Even though he already felt unperturbed and he knew Xuantian Zhaoshan still wasn't a match for him despite congealing the sacred image, Luo Yunyang felt a sense of urgency. His cultivation base was still at the 5th level heavenly venerate and there hadn't been any changes in 1,000 years. The power in his body that had come to be called Sword Origin easily crushed and absorbed the power created by him, just as Yuan Venerate White Crane had said. This made it difficult for Luo Yunyang to create a new universe, congeal a sacred image, or allow his cultivation realm to progress. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang had found a way to break the sword origin in his body. The method was simple, he just needed to use the Great Obliteration Millstone in his mind to crush the sword origin. However, Luo Yunyang only had half of the Great Obliteration Millstone, so it would take too long to erase the sword origin. Luo Yunyang had spent several hundred years and had only managed to erase a layer of the sword origin. At this speed, completely erasing the sword origin would take at least 10 yuanwees. Luo Yunyang couldn't wait for such a long time. Therefore, he had chosen to enter the dual realm sky battleground. He believed that there was a rather high possibility of encountering the first mysterious demon there. The first mysterious demon possessed the other half of the Great Obliteration Millstone, so this was the closest route that Luo Yunyang could take. Chapter 899. Outside the sealed sky city. The sealed sky city loomed up high. The black city walls were like a dense, heavy mountain. However, compared to the large, tall city walls that sent shivers down one's spine, what really scared people was the huge array formation of the sealed sky city. The huge array sealed the sky from the top until the earth below. Even from a million miles away, Luo Yunyang could feel his body being sealed by a formless power. Luo Yunyang believed that as long as his actions were the slightest bit abnormal, this powerful energy would strike him from all angles. This power would definitely exceed an attack from a 6th level heavenly venerate. Although he didn't know what sort of method this was, Luo Yunyang guessed that it wasn't a method of the 6th level heavenly venerate at the helm, but rather accumulation of power of the universe-grade powerhouses operating this array formation. Luo Yunyang had already changed into a set of black clothing, so his appearance looked very ordinary. Even the cultivation base exhibited by his body showed the chaotic 4 origin beast's cultivation, which was at the 4th level heavenly venerate. In 1,000 years, the chaotic four-origin beast's body had already gone from the first-level heavenly venerate to the fourth-level heavenly venerate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was extremely fast progress. Without the comprehending ability in Luo Yunyang's main body and the accumulated wealth of resources, the chaotic four-origin beast's cultivation wouldn't have reached this level either. Currently, the body Luo Yunyang was using was one of the clones of the chaotic four-origin beast, the primeval underworld monarch clone. Compared to his other clones, such as the five-element world tree, Luo Yunyang preferred using the primeval underworld monarch clone that was created by the condensation of this sea of blood. The power of this clone was many times stronger than the primeval underworld monarch Luo Yunyang had encountered many years ago. The surging sea of blood had already become a vast, endless ocean of blood. Luo Yunyang's real body was hidden within this vast, endless ocean of blood. Entering the dual realm sky to kill the first mysterious demon could be considered very dangerous. Although Luo Yunyang had confidence in himself, he ultimately still decided to leave his chaotic four-origin beast outside the dual realm sky. In this sort of dangerous place, the advantages of a clone could be displayed better. Even if something happened to Luo Yunyang's real body, the chaotic four-origin beast could similarly allow him to exist in this world. Greetings, sir. A minute later, a team led by a Universe 9 grade powerhouse appeared before Luo Yunyang. There were only 10 people on this team. Besides the leader, who was a Universe 9 grade, the cultivation bases of the others were basically higher than the Universe 5 grade. Each of these people would be considered a powerful existence even in a great cosmos. Although Luo Yunyang was still controlling this body, he couldn't cover up the coldness of the primeval underworld monarch. Cold killing intent emanated continuously, causing the group of 10 Universe-grade martialists to feel a sense of fear. Even the Universe 9-grade team leader felt a subconscious urge to prostrate himself. However, he eventually managed to control his mental state and say, "Sir, we are the 16th squad of the Sealed Sky City. We will have to check all your documents." Luo Yunyang nodded his head. "All right." As he spoke, he tossed a written seal over to the Universe 9-grade powerhouse. The written seal contained Luo Yunyang's identity information, which was all real. As the squad leader went through the information, he said respectfully, "Welcome, Heavenly Venerate Primeval. Please follow me into the dual realm sky." Escorted by the 16th squad, Luo Yunyang entered the tightly guarded sealed sky city in no time. Upon passing through the city gates, Luo Yunyang finally saw the object that was making him feel threatened. It was a weapon that looked like a huge crossbow. There were countless patterns carved into this weapon, and there was a large crossbow every several thousand meters all around the sealed sky city. Luo Yunyang understood that the defensive strength here was at its lowest. After all, this was the human race's domain. Its actual defensive might was on the other end of the city, which was closest to the dual realm sky. "Sir, you can freely enter the dual realm sky with your seal. We shall bid you farewell here," the Universe 9 grade leader said after they escorted Luo Yunyang into the city. Luo Yunyang waved his hands before leaving alone. "What a strong murderous aura. How scary," a Universe 5 grade powerhouse lamented. "I have a strong feeling that the arrival of this person has given us one additional death god. He was rather arrogant. Why do I feel like he seems impressive but might not actually be? Alright, stop talking rubbish, you all. Are his affairs something that you can talk about as you please?" The Universe 9 grade squad leader berated them. "Show some respect. A loose tongue can cause trouble." The group forced themselves to keep their mouths shut as they left with the squad leader. Half a day later, one of the 10 team members transmitted a secret message. The message's content was a description of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't really care about all this. After going around the sealed sky city once, he then walked towards the other end of the city. Besides the city hall, which was 10,000 fathoms high, there were also faintly discernible mountains on that side. These mountains didn't look like they occupied the space where the city walls were, yet they clearly existed. Cries of wild beasts would echo from the top of the mountains. The horizon beyond the city walls looked like two pieces of differently colored paper pasted together. In the sealed sky city, this paper was green, while the color beyond the city gates was dark blue. Luo Yunyang glanced at the vast mountains and gained a better evaluation of the sealed sky city. Because he possessed the written seal, Luo Yunyang smoothly reached the outside of the sealed sky city's gates. The area outside the city gates was heavily guarded. Luo Yunyang saw lots of information rapidly flashing across a sparkling jade screen. Dark River Pool Hunting. Forming a team. 3rd level heavenly venerates or higher beings required. A party going to Fallen God Slope lacks 1 member. Great offensive might required. Information about a mysterious underworld race secret base needed. Looking for ambitious fellows to hunt with. Luo Yunyang grinned when he saw these notices. After mulling this over for a moment, he randomly accepted the notice to go hunting at Dark River Pool. The virtual realms in the Sealed Sky City were rather limited, so Luo Yunyang and other comrades that were recruiting could only meet in person. Thus, in 15 minutes, 4 martialists in different attire, each above the 3rd level heavenly venerate, appeared before Luo Yunyang. The leader was a stout man who seemed to be in his 30s. This martialist gave of a plucky, tough vibe. His eyes lit up slightly when he saw Luo Yunyang. Ha ha ha, brother Primeval, looks like you have accepted this assignment. This is just great. Thanks to you, our Jin Zan team is once again full and ready to roll. The 4 others scrutinized Luo Yunyang while Luo Yunyang appraised them. Because Luo Yunyang never restricted the aura of his body, they could sense his 4th level heavenly venerate cultivation base. A 4th level heavenly venerate could be considered an expert in their midst. Once again full, Luo Yunyang asked the stout man with some doubt. Our team always had 5 people. During our previous hunt, we lost 1 member and we're down to 4. We are full once again with your addition, a stern-looking man said somewhat haughtily. We are all veteran hunters who have even killed a 5th level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate before. He then glanced at Luo Yunyang. What about you? I just came here. Luo Yunyang looked at the stern fellow as he replied in a similarly cold fashion. A flash of hesitance appeared in the eyes of the smiling Jin Zan. Clearly, he wasn't very willing to accept a rookie like Luo Yunyang. The stern-looking fellow spoke up bluntly. Leader Jin, let's swap him. I don't wish to bring rookies in here. After all, we all need large quantities of resources. Otherwise, we wouldn't be putting our lives on the line. Jin Zan hesitated. Meanwhile, a tall charming lady by Jin Zan's side said, Leader Jin, what we need is a comrade who can support our attacks. Although his cultivation is not too bad, he is still a rookie. He wouldn't be able to avoid making mistakes. Luo Yunyang didn't join teams often. However, he had never imagined that he would be avoided in the Sealed Sky City. He didn't care much about this Jin Zan team, so if these people didn't let him join them, Luo Yunyang would walk away. While he could say for certain that he was unrivaled in the dual sky realm thanks to his cultivation base, he would definitely be a major player here. Brother, do you have any special moves? Jin Zan asked Luo Yunyang after hesitating for a moment. His 3 comrades knew that Jin Zan clearly wanted to give Heavenly Venerate Primeval a chance. Scram! Luo Yunyang glared at the other 3. He had merely wanted to find a party to explore with and get used to the environment here. He was pissed with Jin Zan and his team for being picky, so he no longer thought this way. Jin Zan's face turned red when this was said. Although Jin Zan couldn't claim to be an unrivaled entity, he still had a reputation amongst the hunters in this area. How dare a rookie actually berate him this way? This made Jin Zan extremely displeased. However, he suddenly looked over and clapped his hands. Brother, we are a team. Let's just prepare to set out. Luo Yunyang, who didn't sense any ill intentions in Jin Zan's laugh, watched Jin Zan with slight skepticism. Brother, the fact that you have been able to survive so far with that temper of yours definitely means that you have some skills that surpass most people. Therefore, I have decided to let you join our team, Jin Zan said earnestly. Luo Yunyang only had one thought when he heard this. Had he run into a fabled cheap person that day? Chapter 900. Dark River Pool. Black-clothed death god. The Dark River Pool was 3 million miles away from the Sealed Sky City. This was an abyss and a killing ground that looked like a gathering of blue and green light. Although this abyss was described as a pulling force, the area of this abyss actually covered 1 million square kilometers. There is a dark river within this abyss. Besides all sorts of rare fishes, there are also countless strange treasures inside this dark river. Some people earn riches every time the dark river appears. Unfortunately, the time when the dark river appears isn't fixed. The location where it appears isn't certain either. Hunters like us need to be really lucky in order to encounter this abyss. Jin Zan looked at Luo Yunyang and said softly, however, with benefits comes danger. All else aside, just the various whirlpools in the dark river will kill us if we aren't careful. Of course, Most importantly, mysterious underworld powerhouses can also appear and pose a considerable threat to us. Luo Yunyang nodded his head gently. Although he didn't really approve of this team much, they had one advantage: they were very familiar with the region where the blue and green lights converged. The mysterious underworld fellows might appear savage, but if you are bold and scrupulous, you basically have nothing to fear if the opponent is of a similar level. Jin Zan's words were clearly addressed at Luo Yunyang. After all, Luo Yunyang was a naive rookie in the eyes of these people. Luo Yunyang nodded his head in response to Jin Zan's words. The other three members of the team were rather cold to Luo Yunyang. Each of them stood quietly at the fringes of the abyss, surveying the surroundings. We will wait idly here. Based on our past experiences, a few mysterious underworld powerhouses will appear in this abyss each year, Jin Zan whispered to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded. He didn't have much interest in hunting down mysterious underworld powerhouses for merit points and exchanging treasures for these points. His body didn't like treasures, as he was at the helm of the Rising Sky Feather sect. Furthermore, even though he hadn't returned to Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, his status hadn't changed. Thus, Luo Yunyang could also gain considerable benefits through Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's means. Under Jin Zan's orders, the five of them quickly split the workload. Luo Yunyang simply wasn't interested in any of this. His workload was also the lightest, as Jin Zan had allocated the simplest job to the rookie. He was the tail. When the hunt was in progress, his job would be to rush in whenever there was a problem to try and solve it. Luo Yunyang didn't object to what was probably a dispensable option. His motive for joining this team was to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Jin Zan and the others were indeed veteran hunters. In a month, their team had hunted and slain 3 mysterious underworld powerhouses, and their spoils were rather considerable. Luo Yunyang hadn't even needed to make any moves so far. Although Jin Zan didn't say anything, the stern middle-aged man often had a look of disapproval on his face whenever he saw Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't care. He was already preparing to leave. Staying in Jin Zan's team any longer wouldn't be of much help to him. Brother Primeval, our loot was not too bad this time. The heads of 3 first-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerates can be exchanged for quite some resources. Jin Zan glanced at Luo Yunyang and said softly, "We did say that everything would be split equally amongst the team. However, brother, you also know that you haven't contributed at all. If we divided the spoils this way, the others would be unhappy, which would be a problem for our future cooperation. Therefore, I think that you should be more generous and take a little less than the regular allotment. This way, we will have a longer and more prosperous working partnership." Luo Yunyang simply didn't care about all these merits. However, upon hearing Jin Zan's concerned tone, he smirked. "I don't accept," he said icily. Jin Zan's smile froze. He had originally thought that Luo Yunyang wasn't too bad and had said all this in hopes of continuing this partnership. Although he was the team leader, he still couldn't resolve all the issues of the team with just words. Many times, everyone needed to negotiate. Jin Zan already knew that their 3 comrades intended to replace Luo Yunyang. This was the reason he had expressed his opinion. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually say such things. Although he was really displeased with what Luo Yunyang had said, Jin Zan mulled this over for a moment before relenting. "Brother Primeval, in that case, we can only go ahead with the stipulated arrangement. However, merely watching won't provide you with many benefits in the future." Luo Yunyang no longer had any intention of staying in this team. Therefore, he put on an unyielding front. "I just want to claim what rightfully belongs to me." Jin Zan shook his head and left. The exchange between them had caught the attention of the other 3, and the stern-looking man was now glaring angrily at Luo Yunyang. Clearly, he wasn't very happy with Luo Yunyang's display of greed. Boss Jin has really chosen the wrong person this time. The beautiful lady was exasperated. He really can't differentiate between good and bad. "Looks like we ought to find a replacement when we get back," the stern-looking man said. Jin Zan didn't say anything. Although he was still willing to work with Luo Yunyang's choice had made him very unhappy. As they were speaking, a faint flash of killing intent flickered across Luo Yunyang's eyes. When this killing intent appeared, a voice said, "You guys won't be going back." Although Luo Yunyang and the others could understand what these words were implying, this voice didn't belong to a human. Jin Zan and the other martialists all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had suddenly seen a tall, black mysterious underworld being oozing a powerful aura. Based on this aura, the cultivation base of this mysterious underworld being had to be at least at the 5th level Heavenly Venerate. 5th level Heavenly Venerate, one thought one realm. Although Jin Zan and the others had a tacit understanding when cooperating and claimed that they had a combat ability equivalent to a 5th level Heavenly Venerate, a vast gulf still existed. Damn, I have already waited a long time for you. Today shall be the day you all die. The large mysterious underworld Heavenly Venerate moved his arms and a surging black blaze formed many black lotus flowers that floated over in Luo Yunyang's direction. Every single one of these black lotus flowers contained a realm. As the black lotuses descended, the stern-looking man soared into the sky. He wanted to avoid being trapped in these black lotuses as soon as possible. This was already a life-and-death situation. Although they were all in a team, each of them could only rely on themselves to stay alive. After all, a 5th level Heavenly Venerate simply wasn't someone they could deal with. However, despite escaping for many miles, he suddenly discovered that his body was already in a black lotus flower. The thousands of miles he had escaped to hadn't changed the reality within the black lotus flower. The stern-looking man couldn't help being scared witless when he was caught in this situation. Although his comrades all unleashed their strongest techniques, unfortunately, they were still caught up in the realms formed by the black lotus flowers. When the black lotus flowers they were in shattered, death would await them. The only one amongst those 5 that didn't move was Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang watched the black lotus flowers enveloping him calmly. As the lotus was about to shatter, he suddenly drew his sword. Blood-red sword light sliced through the air. This sword strike didn't produce a very long sword gleam or a furious killing intent. However, it cut through the bindings of the black lotus flower and cut at the 5th level mysterious underworld Heavenly Venerate. The sword swept past the 5th level mysterious underworld Heavenly Venerate, cutting him in two. His soul and everything else were severed in half with that one slash. Beads of cold sweat broke on the foreheads of Jin Zan and the others as they watched Luo Yunyang slowly sheath his sword. Only now did they become aware of how powerful their team member actually was. If such a person joined their team, the team's fighting ability would be at least 10 times stronger. Sir. Jin Zan looked at Luo Yunyang fearfully. Luo Yunyang didn't have a favorable opinion of Jin Zan and the others, yet he had no intention of killing them either. He calmly met Jin Zan's gaze. What's the matter? That, we failed to recognize a formidable person. We really. Luo Yunyang didn't let Jin Zan finish. Alright, what you failed to see is none of my business. Now, you can continue dealing with your own affairs. You don't have to worry about me. Luo Yunyang paid no attention to Jin Zan and the others as he started strolling deeper into the abyss. We shall part here. Jin Zan and the others couldn't help but shudder as they heard his indifferent voice. They all knew that although they had fatefully crossed paths with this powerful being named Primeval, their days together had come to an end. The stern man's head was dripping with perspiration. Although Luo Yunyang didn't look at him, he still felt as if there was a sharp sword pressed against his back. Fortunately, this person hadn't pointed out his faults. In the future, no one is to randomly mention this great person. Got it. Jin Zan met the gaze of the stern-looking man before instructing the team. If we offend this great person, our lives. Jin Zan trailed off gloomily. The rest of the team members felt themselves shiver. Chapter 901. The Sealed Sky Falls. Luo Yunyang smirked as he watched a rapidly moving flying ship. Right now, he seemed like a hunter that had been lying in wait for a long time and was about to give the prey he had been stalking a mortal blow. The flying ship was huge and, based on its external form, it should be called a huge eagle rather than a flying ship. This was a ship formed by using mystic techniques and fusing a 6th level Heavenly Venerate primal chaotic dire beast with machinery. Not only did it have the combat strength of the 6th level Heavenly Venerate primal chaotic beast, but it was also equipped with the most advanced technological means. In the mysterious underworld race, this was a flying ship that not everyone could have. 99th Mysterious Demon, our spoils aren't too bad this time. I think we should probably return, a man with flickering dark green scales told the man sitting in the central position. 99th Mysterious Demon. In the mysterious underworld race, mysterious demons were ranked accordingly starting from 1st, 2nd, and so on. A title like 99th Mysterious Demon was really nothing. The person called 99th Mysterious Demon was a mysterious underworld being whose body was covered in dark purple scales. The 99th Mysterious Demon scoffed. When my brother hunted in the dual realm sky, he killed over 100 human race powerhouses and even slew a 7th-level heavenly venerate before he returned. Although I can't compare to my elder brother, how can I go back without even killing a 6th-level heavenly venerate? Are you guys trying to make me lose face, or are you prepared to disgrace my elder brother? The green-scaled mysterious underworld being was a 7th-level heavenly venerate and had a rather high status in the mysterious underworld race. However, right now, the 99th mysterious demon was someone he couldn't afford to offend. The 99th mysterious demon couldn't be offended because his older brother was the first mysterious demon. Due to the first mysterious demon's extraordinary status, no one dared say anything about the self-given title of the 99th mysterious demon, which wasn't official. He had come to the dual realm sky to gain experience with a 7th-level heavenly venerate and 4 6th-level heavenly venerates as bodyguards. Although he would bolster his reputation considerably this time, everyone knew that this was all because of his older brother. They might encounter a top human race powerhouse if they continued to wander. This was also why the 7th-level heavenly venerate had suggested leaving. The 7th-level heavenly venerate was really unhappy when he heard what the 99th mysterious demon had said. However, he controlled his anger. Naturally, this was because he couldn't afford to offend the first mysterious demon. I heard that my older brother and the others planned to. The 99th mysterious demon seemed to have realized that he had gone a little overboard while speaking to the 7th-level heavenly venerate, so he changed the topic. However, he had just opened his mouth when he suddenly realized that something had changed in the surrounding environment. This change was extremely sudden. It seemed as if the void they were in had suddenly moved to the middle of an ocean. A blood-red ocean. The 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate quickly shouted, "99th mysterious demon, come with me, sir." To reach the 7th-level heavenly venerate, this mysterious underworld being had gone through a lot in the past and thus had a wealth of experience. At this juncture, he made the most accurate decision as soon as he saw this anomaly. Such a situation wasn't something he could resolve on his own. Thus, he prepared to lead the 99th mysterious demon away as fast as possible. However, while he had this intention in mind, surging blood light had already gathered and formed a withered pagoda that sealed him in the center. Based on what the 7th-level heavenly venerate saw, this technique didn't exceed a 5th-level heavenly venerate's realm. However, the blood-colored pagoda that had formed possessed a strange power. He found it difficult to struggle in the face of this power. Although he used his sacred image, a huge blade filled with boundless killing intent, to cut at that pagoda, it wasn't very effective. As the blood-colored pagoda shrank, the 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate was already aware that he had encountered an entity that he would never surpass. The owner of this ship is the first mysterious demon's younger brother. If you hurt him in any way, then you will be hunted down. The 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate threatened. The first mysterious demon's fame would even make the people of the human race feel terror-stricken when they heard it. The first mysterious demon's younger brother. That isn't too bad. I heard that the first mysterious demon possesses quite some methods. How great would it be if I could kill him? A faint voice reverberated in the 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate's mind. The 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate felt his consciousness shuddering as his body turned to dust. Fortunately, as he was feeling dim, he suddenly sensed that he had actually appeared within the long river of space and time. Heavenly venerates could always create a body again as long as their spiritual mark wasn't extinguished and they remained in the long river of space and time. Immediately, the 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate walked out of the long river of space and time. Although he was still alive, his cultivation had declined a lot. However, he didn't care about any of this. The communication devices and everything else on his body had been completely destroyed, so the 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate immediately rushed towards a planet. Half an hour later, he finally contacted the first mysterious demon. "What did you say? My younger brother was ambushed." The first mysterious demon glared at the prostrated 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate from atop a black throne in a virtual realm. "Yes, my lord." The 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate's voice was trembling. I was helpless. I couldn't even make a single move before I was." The cold glare of the first mysterious demon intensified as he listened to the narration of the 7th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate. Then, he said icily, "Although you can't be blamed entirely, you still have to be punished since you escaped death. I shall remember this. However, If you save the 99th mysterious demon, then I can be lenient with you. The 7th level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate heaved a sigh of relief. He was only a bodyguard, so he simply had no power to stop the 99th mysterious demon from doing whatever he wanted. The fact that they had encountered such an overwhelming opponent wasn't his fault. Being able to escape with his life was already something worth rejoicing in. However, this reasoning was of no use. After all, the first mysterious demon had the power to decide his fate. You go on, I have my own arrangements. The first mysterious demon waved his hand and gestured at the 7th level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate to leave. The first mysterious demon was never an impetuous person. There was a slightly dim look in his eyes after the 7th level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate left. If what Keisha said is true, the person that conjured the blood-colored pagoda should have been a lot stronger than him. A hushed voice echoed in the virtual space the first mysterious demon was in. A black-scaled, beautiful mysterious underworld lady appeared in the virtual palace. The mysterious underworld race had always valued power and strength above all else. This lady's status within the mysterious underworld race could be considered extremely low. However, the lady was actually standing before the first mysterious demon and didn't even seem to have any intention of bowing. I have a feeling that this is a result of someone deliberately targeting you. The 6 eyes of the lady were glowing as she said gently, the defensive ability on this person's body is really powerful, so I am unable to see exactly who they are. Then, the lady eyed the first mysterious demon gravely. This should probably be a conspiracy. You have to be careful. The first mysterious demon's eyes glowed coldly as he scoffed. Although I don't know who is plotting against me, those damn humans will be taught an unforgettable lesson for trying this. Hee, I think the preparations for the sealed sky city should be almost done. It is probably time to set off. The lady immediately nodded. We were originally scheduled to set off in a few days. Now that your younger brother is in trouble, it would naturally be better to set off earlier. As the two of them conversed, the lady said in a serious tone, First mysterious demon, you have to remember that you are the first mysterious demon first and the 99th mysterious demon's older brother second. As soon as she said that, the lady disappeared like a breeze. On a drab gray planet, Luo Yunyang was waiting silently. Beside him was a flickering gold cage made of light. The 99th mysterious demon's power had already been sealed up by Luo Yunyang and trapped inside this cage. Although the 99th mysterious demon's mental state wasn't weak, Luo Yunyang had already gone through all the information in his mind. The first mysterious demon's cultivation had already reached the 8th level heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang wasn't too surprised by this information. What put pressure on him was that some time ago, the first mysterious demon had taken 3 moves in a match against a Yuan venerate yet hadn't been at a disadvantage. Although that match had happened mostly for the sake of swapping pointers, being on equal footing with a Yuan venerate already displayed how much the first mysterious demon's power had improved. Luo Yunyang had improved, but the first mysterious demon had been improving too. With that in mind, Luo Yunyang felt a little more eager to fight the first mysterious demon. Luo Yunyang frowned when his communication device rang. He had gotten this communication device in the sealed Sky City, so it hadn't really rung before. He opened the communication device and saw the message. The sealed Sky City has fallen. Chapter 902. Zonpin Sacred Hall. Luo Yunyang's heart fell when he saw the message that said the sealed Sky City had fallen. After coming to the Dual Realm Sky, Luo Yunyang had started to gain a good understanding of the sealed Sky City. Although his understanding of the sealed Sky City was unilateral, he knew that there were 2 Yuan Venerate Almighties at the helm of the sealed Sky City. The array within the sealed Sky City couldn't be breached easily either, even if 6 Yuan Venerates were to attack it together. The sealed Sky City was very important to the human race, so many people claimed that the sealed Sky City was actually an infallible city. However, this so-called infallible city had actually been breached and conquered. Luo Yunyang's first thought when he heard the news was that this was impossible. After all, this was the sealed Sky City. However, Luo Yunyang didn't think that this news was fake, as it had been sent directly to his personal communication device. Since ancient times, the human race and the mysterious underworld race martialists had always relied on their own strongholds to kill off one another. Now that the sealed Sky City, which was the only passage to the dual realm sky, had fallen, many heavenly venerates inside had lost their greatest support. Would they rip the void and leave? Luo Yunyang felt that this might not necessarily be good either, as the dual-realm sky had a special topography. Tearing through space there wasn't easy. Furthermore, the two races had countless prohibiting arrays to prevent the enemy from casually entering and leaving their race's territory on both sides of the dual-realm sky. The moment someone forcefully tore the void, that person would be like a fish jumping out of the water. They would be immediately killed. Terminating oneself in the dual-realm sky was a way to leave. However, they would experience a great decline in power and all the treasures on their body would also be given up. Therefore, this was something many heavenly venerates that went there were unwilling to do. Even Luo Yunyang himself wasn't willing to do so. Besides these two options, there was also one more option, finding a spatial tear within the dual-realm sky and leaving. This seemed like the safest option, yet it was also very difficult. Although the records mentioned that spatial cracks had always existed within the dual-realm sky, they were difficult to locate and most of them constantly shifted position. Naturally, this also increased the difficulty of leaving. Luo Yunyang didn't really panic much over the fall of the sealed sky city. Although the loss of the sealed sky city meant the loss of a strong backing, a special feature of the dual-realm sky would also give him great protection. It would be very difficult for Yuan Venerate Almighties to enter the dual-realm sky. Luo Yunyang didn't find out why it was difficult for Yuan Venerate Almighties to enter the dual-realm sky. However, he believed that all these ancient rules that were passed down shouldn't be wrong. The Yuan Venerate Almighty's inability to enter was probably an opportunity. While Luo Yunyang was thinking about all this, he suddenly felt the area around him darkening. 12 large flags unfurled in the wind. Each of these large flags had a different image, but all of them were pictures of Yuan underworldlings. The images of Yuan underworldlings on these 12 large flags weren't unfamiliar to Luo Yunyang. During his bout with the first mysterious demon, Luo Yunyang had already experienced how powerful these 12 Yuan underworldlings were. The 12 Yuan underworldlings on the 12 flags were more than 100 times stronger than the 12 Yuan underworldlings the first mysterious demon had produced back then. Each Yuan underworldling's might seemed to surpass a 9th-level heavenly venerate's might. Although the 12 large flags were only sealing up the void for now, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that if these 12 Yuan underworldlings attacked simultaneously, they would definitely use astounding power. Due to the presence of the 12 primordial Yuan underworldling flags, using the method of suicide to leave the dual-realm sky had basically become nothing more than an extravagant hope. The array formed by the 12 Yuan underworldling flags would definitely trap any heavenly venerate's consciousness if they tried to use the method of self-termination in a bid to leave this place. Weren't occupying the sealed sky city and using these 12 large flags to seal the dual-realm sky excessive methods? Would these methods really be used for the sake of killing the human race heavenly venerates there? Meanwhile, in an unknown space at Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the 3 Hall Masters, the Divine Elder, and a few other faintly discernible figures were seated alongside each other. Hall Masters, the sealed sky city was easily breached and occupied. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall should probably give us an explanation. A man with a bright, dazzling ring of light behind him said in an imperious tone. The 3 Hall Masters of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had always been high and mighty, but the man who was speaking seemed to be using a reproaching tone. The left Hall Master smiled grimly. The sealed sky city belongs to the whole human race. Our halls also dispatched a Yuan Venerate to oversee it. The sealed sky city's fast fall only proves one thing: there are traitors among the human race. However, losing the sealed sky city isn't that big of a deal. Even if we can't reclaim the sealed sky city for the time being, the level sky city we built can also withstand a mysterious underworld attack. The left Hall Master then said coldly, there aren't any positive signs from the 2 Yuan Venerates overseeing the sealed sky city. We don't have anyone to give you an explanation. There was clear killing intent laced in the left Hall Master's voice. The cold-looking man, who was furious, had an ugly look on his face. He was about to speak again when the old man standing by his side waved his hand gently. Enough, stop arguing. The old man was calm and there didn't seem to be any aura coming from his body. Just based on his appearance, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, both the left Hall Master and the cold man, who had been having a dispute, fell silent when he spoke. The old man ignored the left Hall Master and instead looked at the middle Hall Master. The sealed sky city must definitely be taken back as quickly as possible. The middle Hall Master replied calmly, Heavenly Elder, you know that this is impossible. The sealed sky city has a unique topography and countless arrays have been deployed by us. Even if we all went ahead, retaking the sealed sky city would take at least 10 years. Furthermore, a few of those primordial Yuan underworldlings will definitely be overseeing the sealed sky city now. There is a high possibility that an assault would end in failure. Thus, our main task shouldn't be to reclaim the sealed sky city but to weed out the mysterious underworld spies in our midst. Otherwise, we will suffer considerably. Although the loss of the sealed sky city puts us in a less desirable spot, I think that we can still afford to give the sealed sky city up. The middle hall master's words made everyone around ponder in silence. Finally, the old man spoke again. Since the middle master has said this, I can only speak honestly. The Zanpin Sacred Hall's goddess is currently gaining experience in the dual realm sky. This generation's goddess is really close to the Zanping sect. The Zanping sect's law-controlling primordial spirit has already fused with her. If she is lost, then... The old man didn't finish speaking, but the three hall masters sitting in a lotus position stood up at practically the same time. The left hall master was exasperated. Are all the members of the Zanping Sacred Hall idiots? Why did you let your goddess go to the dual realm sky for training? Don't you know that this is akin to voluntarily dangling a piece of meat in front of a wolf? As the left hall master said this, the divine elder, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the middle hall master and said, "The matter of the sealed sky city has already been investigated. It was a rebellion led by Lai Yun Palace of the Sky Cloud Great Cosmos. Lai Yun Palace was one of the three great powers overseeing the sealed sky city. Lai Yunzi of Lai Yun Palace was also a well-known figure amongst Yuan venerates. He used array formations that were already in the sealed sky city to enter in secret. Furthermore, three mysterious underworld Yuan venerates are hidden within Lai Yunzi's internal universe." The divine elder had briefly described the situation. However, everyone could see what had caused the sealed sky city to become this way. Most of the people present had met Lai Yunzi of Lai Yun Palace before. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lai Yunzi had already become one of the top characters of the human race. This entity had actually been a spy within the human race. How could they not feel their blood run cold at the thought? No wonder the icy-faced man started to speak resentfully, as though he had just recalled something. At the same time, the middle hall master spoke up. "Since this matter concerns the Zanpin sect, we have nothing to discuss. Gather the forces immediately. We have to retake the sealed sky city even if we all must personally make a move." Although the three hall masters of Hongmeng's sacred hall existed simultaneously, the real decision-maker was the middle hall master. As long as he made a decision, the other two wouldn't object. Unfortunately, it will be difficult to breach the sealed sky city in a short time even if we attack them with our full force, the right hall master said. I worry that this goddess will have fallen into the hands of the mysterious underworld race by the time we break the sealed sky city. The right hall master's worries weren't unfounded. After all, the mysterious underworld race had already made preparations beforehand. Who knew how long they had concealed themselves? The fact that they had control of roughly half a great cosmos meant that this scheme had been put in motion long ago. They couldn't allow themselves to spoil the ship for a hopworth of tar. Therefore, their best hope was to frantically search for the whereabouts of the Zanpin Sacred Hall's goddess within the dual realm sky. However, we can't just do nothing either. The middle hall master spoke before the old man could. While we muster up a full force assault, we can only hope that the goddess will hold out for some time. After all, the dual realm sky is an ancient, secret place. Yuan venerate entities can't enter, which gives the goddess some hope. Although the middle hall master had put it this way, everyone understood how uncertain and tiny this hope was. Chapter 903, A Sword Sweeps Through the Dual Realm Sky, Die. Thousands of mysterious underworld elite soldiers roared furiously. Every single one of them had a Universe 9 grade cultivation base. A gathering of so many elite troops could overwhelm any heavenly venerate below the 4th level. On top of that, there was a 5th level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate clad in black armor in the center. As he waved the flag in his hands, the blood of these elite troops gathered to form a giant 4-headed, 6-winged demonic specter. As this giant specter took to the air, countless nomological laws gathered to form 2 weapons in its hands. The various Yuan underworlding lords have already given the order to exterminate all humans in the dual realm sky. However, if you see this woman, capture her alive at all costs. Anyone that captures that woman will receive a massive reward. Let me say this, As long as you help me capture that woman, I will get every single one of you a heavenly venerate divine fruit. Then, you will all become heavenly venerates. The greatest hope of all these Universe 9 grade mysterious underworld troops was to become a heavenly venerate. If they became heavenly venerates, their status would soar. However, becoming a heavenly venerate was really difficult. If 1 out of 100 of them became a heavenly venerate, it would already be a very good result. Naturally, they had heard of heavenly venerate divine fruits. However, this sort of top divine fruit was only available to powerful and noble mysterious underworld beings. Insignificant individuals had no chance to taste it. Upon hearing the words of their leader, everyone got worked up and their morale soared. Move out. The black-armored heavenly venerate smiled while watching his fervent host. In his opinion, he had already achieved his objective, which had been to boost the morale of his subordinates. As he waved the flag in his hands, the giant specter in the void opened a palm. While the palm was opened, the black-armored mysterious underworld heavenly venerate and his subordinates all landed on the huge palm. Then, this large palm brought the thousands of mysterious underworld elites into the dual realm sky. Hee hee, mysterious underworld troops, we are mighty. The black-armored heavenly venerate said proudly as he stood at the highest point of the specter's palm. His pride was born of confidence. Ranks of troops similar to this host also advanced into the dual realm sky at the same time. They only had one objective: to wipe out all the human race heavenly venerates and then capture that unnamed woman. Although they didn't know what sort of person that woman was, they knew that they would be able to soar to greater heights as long as they captured her. The first mysterious demon stood high up, observing the troops entering the dual realm sky from above. A battalion of over 100 third-level heavenly venerates stood behind him like a dense, thick mountain. This team, which was entirely formed of heavenly venerate powerhouses, was the first mysterious demon's trump card. Their combined strength wouldn't be any weaker than a 9th-level heavenly venerate. The Zonpin Sacred Hall's lady must be found as quickly as possible, the first mysterious demon said softly, his tone sounding unquestionable. This is about Zonpin Gate's artifact spirit. As long as we capture her, one of the human race's ultimate treasures in the Zonpin Gate will be rendered useless. The lady that was selected by Zonpin Gate will also provide unimaginable cultivation benefits. As the first mysterious demon was speaking, he turned his gaze towards the boundless dual realm sky. Has the person who sees the 99th mysterious demon been found yet? A graceful mysterious underworld lady appeared by his side the moment he asked this. Not yet, she said solemnly. I have used many methods, yet I can't determine who it was. Either that person is very lucky, or he has many supreme treasures on his body that render me unable to determine his identity. Although the first mysterious demon wasn't very pleased with this answer, he knew that this lady had a special status. Even though she was helping him now, this didn't mean that he could treat her badly or humiliate her. Looks like a big fish has appeared in the dual realm sky. Ha ha ha, say, do you think he regrets it yet? The first mysterious demon pointed to the dual realm sky. This person provoked me in order to make a move on me. However, not only will he be unable to do so, but the dual realm sky will also become his eternal grave. You should all know the circumstances in the dual realm sky. Even Yuan venerates can't escape from the array formation of those 12 primeval Yuan underworldlings easily. If 10 million of our mysterious underworld troops entered, they would allow us to go through the dual realm sky like a sieve. I want to take a good look at this person when we capture him. The lady smiled faintly. Perhaps this is a big fish with ill fortune. He wanted to deal with you, yet he never expected that he would suffer like this. The first mysterious demon roared with laughter. The underworld shrine has said that a son of every era possesses boundless luck. Looks like I am the lucky son of this era. The lady didn't object to the first mysterious demon's somewhat unbridled claim. Instead, she paused for a moment before replying, perhaps you are right. You were able to gain that unrivaled opportunity on the primordial sacred battleground after all. Although you won't tell me what that opportunity was, I know that it was definitely one that will allow the mysterious underworld race's status to rise. At this point, the lady said earnestly, the person who split the opportunity equally with you has encountered huge difficulties, whereas you will be able to capture the goddess of Zonpin Sacred Hall. This seems like your inexorable destiny. Although the first mysterious demon wouldn't let these words get to his head, his eyes shone even brighter. You are right, I am the son of an era. Luo Yunyang exists merely to serve as my foil. The pleased first mysterious demon took another look around before ordering with a wave of his hand, "We should also set forth." At the first mysterious demon's order, a huge black warship appeared in the void. The warship operated by the first mysterious demon and the others descended towards the dual realm sky. In no time, the dual realm sky was filled with a thick murderous aura. Although the dual realm sky had been sealed so tightly, there were still some setups within it that allowed one to view the approximate situation inside. These setups wouldn't be of much use to observe small skirmishes. However, they were suitable for observing the strength and formations of the mysterious underworld race's troops. In Hongmeng's sacred hall, the 3 hall masters and the others were watching the projections. The atmosphere was very heavy as they saw the imposing warships and the giant specters. These specters and mysterious underworld troops were simply trash-like existences to them. If they wanted to, they could kill off all these beings with a mere thought. Unfortunately, despite the level of their cultivation base, it was still nearly impossible for them to cross over into the dual realm sky. After all, there were countless mysterious underworld powerhouses outside the sealed sky city. The existence of these powerhouses shattered all their hopes. How despicable. "They are actually mobilizing a big military force," the cold-looking man said through gritted teeth. He was a powerhouse of Zanpin's sacred hall, so he was aware of the importance of that goddess. Under the circumstances, the possibility of that goddess escaping was nearly zero. Thus, he was aggrieved and full of resentment. The 3 hall masters didn't pay attention, however, they looked slightly dim. Reporting, "Sirs, we have already more or less identified the human race powerhouses in the dual realm sky. There is a 9th level heavenly venerate, 4 8th level heavenly venerates, and 9 7th level heavenly venerates amongst them," Yuan Venerate White Crane said. Although this fighting strength wasn't weak, these people simply wouldn't stand a chance against the large force of the mysterious underworld race. "Sirs, besides the goddess, to our knowledge, there aren't any Zongzis from Hongmeng's sacred hall in the dual realm sky. Furthermore, there aren't any talented individuals from other great sects in the dual realm sky either." Therefore, the 3 hall masters were silent. They were pondering another problem. What should the human race do the moment the Zanping Gate encountered trouble? As an ultimate treasure of the human race, the Zanping Gate was of great importance. Without the boundless vitality of the Zanping Gate, the spiritual essence in the human race's 36 great cosmoses would rapidly wilt. The wilting spiritual essence would eventually cause the decline of the human race's power. This was a huge problem. Don't tell me that Zanping's sacred hall's goddess will really. As the cold-looking man was muttering to himself, he suddenly saw a blood-red sword light filled with killing intent sweep across 100,000 miles. As the sword light swept through, a gigantic lion-headed specter with a dragon's body was sliced in half. The blood-red sword light didn't stop after slicing through the gigantic specter. It continued and, in the blink of an eye, shattered the specter of a giant bull. That gloomy, cold man suddenly got worked up. He had seen hope. The 3 hall masters were also puzzled yet excited. They exchanged glances, asking the same question in their minds. Who was this? Chapter 904, Armed Suppression, Flee. The 4 members of Jin Zan's team ran frantically. The most important thing right now was to try and survive. The fall of the sealed sky city and the 12 primordial Yuan underworldling formation that covered the entire dual realm sky had struck fear in them. However, what made them really helpless were the majestic, powerful battalions that had arrived. Not only did these battalions have powerful commanders, but the conjured demonic specters also possessed immense strength. In the face of all these demonic specters, Jin Zan and the others felt like they had absolutely no way of retaliating. Run. The only thing they could do was run. Run as fast as they could. After fleeing 10,000 miles away, the 4 members of Jin Zan's team reconvened. However, they all had suffered severe injuries this time. Jin Zan was in a particularly bad condition, as he had lost an arm and an eye. The reason they had still been able to escape with their lives wasn't because their cultivation base was slightly higher or because this was a good hiding spot. It was because the demonic specters had left to chase after more powerful teams of the human race. Although this had allowed them to escape with their lives, it still made them feel doomed. "Boss, what should we do?" asked the only lady in the team. Normally, this lady had quite a high standing in the team. However, Jin Zan no longer had a good opinion about her. When they had been fleeing for their lives, the lady had actually tried to divert the attention on her to Jin Zan. Although Jin Zan knew why she had done so, he still couldn't forgive this woman, who had nearly caused him to lose his life. Jin Zan smiled grimly. I have no idea, it would be best if everyone escaped on their own. Jin Zan definitely wouldn't have said this in the past. However, the current situation had already put them in dire straits. I reckon that there are at least a few thousand people like us trapped inside because of this mysterious underworld race invasion. If we can make contact with them, perhaps. The person speaking was the team's deputy. However, he didn't get to finish, as Jin Zan cut him off unceremoniously. I know that there is a 9th-level heavenly venerate amongst the people trapped inside. But what would that achieve? I'm not looking down on that 9th-level heavenly venerate. However, I fear that he might be surrounded right now. If we try to join them, perhaps the next person to die will be one of us. The deputy's face turned unsightly when he heard Jin Zan's words. He glanced at Jin Zan and said in dissatisfaction, only death will await us if we scatter and flee in all directions. Jin Zan didn't get angry about his clearly provocative tone. Right now, his priority was to preserve his own life. As far as everything else was concerned, he no longer had any ideas. The reason he was with the team was because they had already gotten used to the existence of their team members. What sounded like a ghoul's wail came from all directions. Jin Zan and the others felt like their hearts were about to explode when they heard this wail. They didn't know what sort of attack this was, but their bodies were reminding them that they would die if they suffered such an attack. Even though he was very unwilling, Jin Zan could only use a precious teleportation seal of his to quickly teleport into the distance. Although the other 3 weren't too happy with Jin Zan, they still followed him away. 10 days later, Jin Zan and his team had already met up with many other human race martialists on a small gray mountain. Although more than 1,000 heavenly venerate martialists were gathered there, which was an extremely strong force, the martialists gathered were all rather frightened. After all, various gigantic specters were all around them. Every single one of these colossal specters was oozing with killing intent. Resisting wouldn't do. Anyone with just a tiny bit of intellect knew that resisting was akin to dying. Everything else aside, just the giant specters congealed by the countless mysterious underworld elites and top heavenly venerates were something they couldn't deal with. In the face of these demonic specters, most of them would be chopped down. Although Jin Zan's cultivation was decent and he had a reputation in the dual realm sky, he wasn't even qualified to participate in the discussion at the top of the mountain. The people that could be at the peak were all 6th-level heavenly venerates and higher beings. In the eyes of Jin Zan, they were all great beings. Unfortunately, these great beings couldn't come to a decision. As Jin Zan's mind was wandering, sounds of an argument came from above. Jin Zan looked annoyed when he heard this argument. He scoffed and prepared to use a technique to seal his ears when a figure suddenly appeared before him. Jin Zan thought he had seen wrongly when he first saw this figure. However, as he studied it properly with both eyes, he discovered that he hadn't been mistaken. That person, black robes, abundant killing intent, everything seemingly manifesting towards him. This was the great being that had parted ways with them to deal with his own problems. In the past, Jin Zan would have been hesitant about whether or not to greet this person. However, he didn't hesitate one bit before he walked over now. Greetings, sir. Although he knew the other party's name, Jin Zan didn't dare address him that way for the time being. Luo Yunyang was a little surprised to encounter Jin Zan. However, he realized that this wasn't that unexpected. After all, Jin Zan also frequently hunted in the dual realm sky. Jin Zan, is anything the matter? Luo Yunyang, who wasn't warm to Jin Zan, asked nonchalantly. Luo Yunyang's indifferent attitude was well within Jin Zan's expectations. If he had possessed Luo Yunyang's ability, perhaps he would have been even colder than Luo Yunyang was. Sir, may I ask whether you think there is a possibility of us escaping from this? Jin Zan forced out the question he wanted to ask. Deep down, Jin Zan already knew the answer. However, the reason he asked was because he was just unwilling to accept his own answer, or perhaps because he hoped for a better answer. I don't know about you. Luo Yunyang didn't have a favorable impression of him, but he harbored no ill will towards Jin Zan. Thus, he smiled slightly as he watched the giant demonic specters in the void. It was because of this smile that he had spoken a line of truth. This line was a truth that simply struck Jin Zan hard. Jin Zan felt a ball of fire raging in his heart as he saw Luo Yunyang smiling. He really felt like burning the fellow before him to a crisp. Unfortunately, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress this anger, as the person before him was someone most people couldn't hope to compare to. This was a death god. A death god that could exterminate him with just a sword. Sir, it is really dangerous for us. If you could look after a lowly person like me, I would be eternally grateful. Luo Yunyang put up a hand but didn't say anything. Jin Zan felt a lot more relieved. The other party hadn't said no. Perhaps when he encountered danger, this person would lend him a hand. If he helped him out, the probability of Jin Zan surviving would increase considerably. Those big shots are still arguing. This really is. Jin Zan looked towards the palace at the top of the mountain. This palace was a treasure one of the powerhouses carried with him. It had not been brought out to be used as a location for these powerhouses to discuss. Although this palace possessed powerful isolation arrays, these experts were so powerful that the isolation arrays crumbled continuously because of the argument taking place within. Naturally, the content of the argument was also leaked. Jin Zan believed that the individuals inside weren't oblivious to this situation. They just didn't have the time to worry about other people listening in. As Jin Zan was talking, a black warship slowly inched over. A large, imposing figure stood stably at the front of the warship. Although he wasn't moving, a pressure that felt like a crushing mountain killed off all the courage Jin Zan and the others had to try anything. Ha ha ha, I am the first mysterious demon. Greetings, Miss Floating Butterfly Goddess. A calm yet overbearing voice reverberated in the void. The human race heavenly venerates that heard this all looked at the first mysterious demon. Although most of them hadn't heard of the first mysterious demon, the aura emanating from him struck fear in their hearts. After a bout of silence, the palace used for the discussion suddenly lost its roof and walls. A tall, elegant, beautiful lady in flowing purple robes was quietly sitting in a lotus position on a high platform. She was an image of simplicity and grace, yet many people involuntarily had intense favorable opinions when they laid their eyes on her. You have even determined my name already, first mysterious demon. Looks like the spies in the human race have a considerable status. The lady in purple, who was the floating butterfly goddess, had a calm expression on her face, as though she felt no threat. The first mysterious demon threw his head back and roared with laughter. It doesn't matter what you say, goddess. You are already defeated, only death awaits your subordinates. We have limited time, so I would like to invite you to leave with me. Victory was within his grasp, so the first mysterious demon didn't notice the excited expression of someone among the crowd. Chapter 905. A sword of obliteration capturing the goddess of Zan Pin's sacred hall would render the artifact that bolstered the human race ineffective. Such good news was really delightful. The first mysterious demon reckoned his position in the entire mysterious underworld race would ascend to greater heights as long as he captured that goddess. His rising status would naturally lead to an increase in the resources allocated to him. Things that he could only dream of previously would enter his pocket in large quantities. Everything would become flawlessly perfect. As for the floating butterfly goddess, she was also a huge opportunity herself. The first mysterious demon was very satisfied with the progress in the last 10 days. More than half of the human race elites had died. The remainder were gathered at this location. All of them had been trapped and possessed no means of resistance without the support of the sealed sky city. The human race will never bend the knee. A tenacious voice reverberated throughout the void before he immediately saw a first-level human heavenly venerate glaring fiercely at him. The first mysterious demon totally disregarded the first-level heavenly venerate. In his opinion, apart from people who cultivated ancient mystic techniques, ordinary first-level heavenly venerates like the one before him were simply a joke. It could even be said that people who cultivated ancient mystic techniques had nothing to brag about in front of him. After all, his cultivation technique had far surpassed ordinary ancient mystic techniques. You'll just die if you don't yield. The first mysterious demon guffawed confidently as he swung his hand. In fact, all of you, with the exception of the floating butterfly goddess, are doomed. As for how you will die, ha ha, following his sinister laughter, a figure surrounded by 4 huge demonic specters appeared. Most of the people recognized that figure as Great Heavenly Venerate Houchen, a domineering figure in the dual realm sky. Not only did Great Heavenly Venerate Houchen possess an impressive cultivation base, but he also had tons of mystic techniques at his disposal. Some people had even hoped that he would appear to preside over the situation when everyone had gathered. After all, a 9th-level Heavenly Venerate could crush all other 8th-level Heavenly Venerates. However, nobody thought that the person they had placed all their hopes on would actually be in such a plight. Although they did not know what Great Heavenly Venerate Houchen had experienced, they were able to see based on his expression that he was definitely a captive. Kill me. Great Heavenly Venerate Houchen glared at the first mysterious demon with a pair of eyes that were longing for death as though it would be the greatest relief now. Ha ha, dying is easy. The first mysterious demon brandished his arm as the four beast-like specters dashed towards Great Heavenly Venerate Houchen, ripping him into four pieces in an instant. He was dead. This was a kind of death that couldn't be fixed by resurrection. After the four mysterious demons tore Great Heavenly Venerate Houchen up, all the Heavenly Venerates present saw that the memories and spiritual mark Great Heavenly Venerate Houchen had etched into the river of time and space had also crumbled. The floating butterfly goddess had been extremely calm all this while. She was considered extraordinary for being recognized by the Zanping Gate. She was a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate, but although she wasn't considered a high-level Martliest, her abilities were exceptional. The artifact essence of the Zanping Gate had provided her with many benefits. However, she felt that she was a bird whose wings had been clipped. She couldn't break free from this tight entanglement no matter how hard she struggled. She wouldn't have come here to gain experience if she had seen all this coming. Although there were many thoughts in her head, she still kept her cool. She knew that the first mysterious demon wanted to capture her, so she had to avoid falling into his hands no matter what it took. After thinking everything through in her head, the floating butterfly goddess raised her head and looked at the first mysterious demon. She felt like she was going to die filled with grievances and hence wanted to know why things had turned out this way. However, she saw a figure swing his sword at the first mysterious demon the moment she looked up. Although she wasn't familiar with that figure, expectations started to gather in her heart when she saw this figure make a move. She was very much looking forward to that move. Even though she knew that it would be absolutely futile for that person to make a move, she still wanted to see this move, this resistance. As these thoughts went through the floating butterfly goddess mind, a sword light was sent slashing towards the first mysterious demon. Not too many people paid attention to this slash at first. However, the instant the move was made, everyone, including mysterious underworld race elites, demonic specters, and human race martialists, had frozen looks on their faces. After all, they could sense the creation of nomological laws coming from that slash. Nomological laws filled with destructive intent were created. 12th sword, obliteration. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation had remained stagnant over the years, he was already capable of fully controlling the cultivation base given to him by Yuan Venerate Wanliu. At this moment in time, he could forcefully execute the 12th sword. Although it was still slightly weaker than when he had used it to slay Venerate Lord Yuan Yi, the difference wasn't very significant. Luo Yunyang wanted to destroy the first mysterious demon with one blow. Meanwhile, as the minor feather sword pointed towards the spaceship that the first mysterious demon was on, the destructive nomological laws immediately enveloped the entire spaceship. Ah! A mysterious underworld race Heavenly Venerate screamed in despair as if suddenly realizing something. Unfortunately, his body had already completely disappeared by the time he screamed. This obliteration was a nomological law. Furthermore, the technique controlled by Luo Yunyang was equivalent to a Yuan Venerate's attack. A Heavenly Venerate would have zero chances of resisting being enveloped by such a destructive nomological law. The moment the first Heavenly Venerate was destroyed, more than 300 third-level Heavenly Venerate on that large spaceship were also reduced to ashes. These 300 Heavenly Venerates were trusted followers of the first mysterious demon. Their combined strength would even make a 9th-level Heavenly Venerate flinch. Unfortunately, this group of Heavenly Venerates had been killed by a single sword move from Luo Yunyang before they could even react. Although the first mysterious demon had suffered a sneak attack, his reaction wasn't slow. He managed to conjure 12 huge Yuan underworlding projections around him the moment his subordinates died. Every single one of the 12 Yuan underworldlings was dozens of meters tall. They reacted with the 12 massive Yuan mysterious divine flags that were erected in the sky and were filled with a grandiose might. Unfortunately, although the 12 Yuan underworldling projections had the power to reverse time, they still weren't actual Yuan underworldlings. Furthermore, they had been conjured hastily, so the first mysterious demon only managed to use 30% of their power. As a result, they immediately collapsed and were turned into pieces by the destructive sword light as soon as they appeared. However, the appearance of these 12 Yuan underworldling projections had bought enough time for the first mysterious demon to throw out a fist as his scales shimmered. This fist, which was earth-shaking, seemed as though it could turn everything topsy-turvy. Although it could be said that the blow had reached a certain level and could now create nomological laws, it still hadn't exceeded the category of a heavenly venerate. Hence, the overbearing fist was still damaged by the power of obliteration when it collided with it. It was also at this moment that the first mysterious demon finally saw Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang still looked like the primeval underworld monarch, the first mysterious demon was able to sense Luo Yunyang's true identity. "It's you, Luo Yunyang. Why are you here? So you are the one who captured my younger brother." The first mysterious demon glared at Luo Yunyang in shock. He did not fear Luo Yunyang, yet Luo Yunyang had just executed a devastating move that he couldn't withstand. Luo Yunyang ignored the first mysterious demon's bellow, as the minor feather sword in his hands vibrated before the power of the 12th sword and surged towards the first mysterious demon like a raging tide. The first mysterious demon's body began to crumble. Among the mysterious underworld race, it could be said that the first mysterious demon had received the most protection, so his mysterious underworld body had been enhanced with countless treasures. Unfortunately, he encountered the 12th sword now. Against the might of the 12th sword, everything except for the nomological laws of a Yuan venerate would be destroyed. Hence, in no time, the body of the first mysterious demon was reduced by more than half, leaving only his head floating in the void. His head was also enveloped by Luo Yunyang's sword light. Although the memories and spiritual mark of the first mysterious demon were well hidden in the long river of time and space, he still felt that there would be no hope of resurrection if he were to really die now. Even though he was considered a genius in the mysterious underworld race, a dead genius was worthless. After a split moment of hesitation, his head suddenly exploded. As it crumbled, a dark magic mirror flew out of the mind of the first mysterious demon. The light of the mirror turned the surroundings into a huge range of ancient mountains, standing guard before the first mysterious demon's spirit consciousness. The first mysterious demon's spirit consciousness, which had turned into a black light, immediately zipped towards the outer sky of the dual realm sky. The ancient mountainous range collapsed rapidly, and even the black mirror began to darken. However, Luo Yunyang had become extremely anxious. After all, he had already seen the other half of the millstone that was imprinted in the mind of the first mysterious demon. It was the other half of the Great Obliteration millstone. This half of the millstone was extremely important to him. All his effort to come here would be wasted if he couldn't get hold of this half of the millstone. Therefore, he couldn't permit the first mysterious demon to run away. Chapter 906. Great Obliteration Millstone Recombined. Jin Zan was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was too strange. The domineering first mysterious demon that had arrived with an impressive force was, in his opinion, a deity that had descended from the heavens. He had never thought that the first mysterious demon would almost die before he could even display his full power. That's right, he had nearly died. The person who had done this was the primeval underworld monarch, who had been standing by his side. Jin Zan found it difficult to like this chap, who had bluntly said, "I don't care if you die or not. I won't die anyway." Although Jin Zan had made preparations to flee during this crisis, Luo Yunyang's words still managed to make him feel very uncomfortable. He felt very reluctant to follow Luo Yunyang. However, his rationality told him that he would live longer only if he followed this person. After a slight hesitation, Jin Zan finally bowed his head before this fate. Although he didn't want to, he eventually still chose to follow Luo Yunyang. If nothing else, he could live a little longer at the very least. However, just as he felt that everything was coming to an end, the first mysterious demon appeared and the person he didn't think too highly of suddenly made a move. Jin Zan wasn't optimistic about this sneak attack. After all, the first mysterious demon would have gotten ambushed way earlier if it was possible. However, he realized that he was utterly wrong when Luo Yunyang made his move. This person wasn't ordinary. On the contrary, he was outstanding. Jin Zan felt completely helpless when he saw the move executed by Luo Yunyang. It was a type of nomological law he had created by himself. According to Jin Zan's understanding, only a Yuan venerate could create nomological laws. However, this person had managed to do it. The way he had managed this was exceptional. Countless mysterious underworld race elites were killed by the sword light, and the first mysterious demon's body was also turned into ashes. It could be said that a single sword strike from that person had turned the entire situation around. Was this enough to kill the first mysterious demon? Jin Zan couldn't calm himself down, as he was still very excited. He wanted to take off and participate in the battle. However, he also knew that someone as insignificant as him couldn't take part in such a battle. If he did rush forward, he might not be able to support Luo Yunyang and might even cause Luo Yunyang to become passive. Jin Zan's emotions were stirred up, and the floating butterfly goddess felt the same way. Although her cultivation was not weak, the mysterious underworld race was led by the first mysterious demon. Thus, she couldn't play much of a role. However, everything was different now. If nothing else, the destruction of the first mysterious demon's body was enough to scare those tens of thousands of mysterious underworld troops into stiffness. Besides, the elite who had executed a technique that only a Yuan venerate could simply did not have to care about being ganged up on by the masses. After all, the number of opponents was no longer a factor an elite capable of displaying a Yuan venerate technique cared about. The floating butterfly goddess was staring closely at the location where the battle was taking place, as this was really a battle that would decide her fate. She had merely started to digest what the first mysterious demon had said. Who was Luo Yunyang? Luo Yunyang did not care what the others around him were thinking. His priority right now was to gain the other half of the millstone that belonged to the first mysterious demon. The only way to solve the issue with his body was to obtain this half of the millstone. Only by getting this half of the millstone would he be able to continue soaring up. He couldn't miss such an opportunity, as he did not know whether he would find such an opportunity again in the future if he missed this. Rise. With a bellow, a huge dark grayish bell emerged over the space on top of his body. The bell felt massive, but the sun, moon, and stars on the body of the bell seemed dim and overcast. Dang, dang, dang. Luo Yunyang executed the strongest attack of the chaotic Yuan sky bell technique without the slightest fear while he began to mouth the life-death resounding fate at the same time. The traceless bell wave shrouded the first mysterious demon immediately. Luo Yunyang's strength had already improved dramatically, and the power of the bell wave had also increased multifold. Without his body, the first mysterious demon's power had already been reduced by 90%. Hence, he was very fearful when he saw Luo Yunyang executing the traceless bell wave. He wasn't sure if he would still be able to revive himself from the long river of time and space if his spirit consciousness was shattered by the traceless bell wave. Even though he had boundless ambition and aspirations, it would all still amount to nothing if he could not be resurrected. As a dominant leader of a region, how could the first mysterious demon allow himself to die here? Hence, he made a decision the moment the traceless bell wave approached. A huge black giant millstone suddenly emerged as it enveloped the boundless sky. As it rotated, the bell wave, which had originally been heading towards the first mysterious demon, was silently ground into powder. However, although this black giant millstone looked extraordinary, it had also started to shrink during the collision with the traceless sound wave. The moment the traceless bell wave was shattered, the first mysterious demon's spirit consciousness also began to flee into the distance. Luo Yunyang was excited when he saw the giant millstone that appeared in the void. Although the first mysterious demon was about to escape into the void and avoid his pursuit, his goal had already been achieved. Whether or not the first mysterious demon had refined the millstone didn't pose a problem for Luo Yunyang. Hence, his body quickly landed above the giant millstone when it appeared. The black millstone inside Luo Yunyang also began to rotate and emit a ray of light to envelop the millstone left behind by the first mysterious demon. The two giant millstones made a complete whole to begin with. Hence, they couldn't wait to resonate with each other the moment they met. Although the giant millstone obtained by the first mysterious demon had been refined, it wasn't controlled by the first mysterious demon at the moment and, thanks to the attraction of Luo Yunyang's millstone, it was able to quickly enter Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang heaved a long sigh of relief when the millstone entered his body completely. He had entered the dual realm sky for hundreds of years and all his suffering during these years had been worth it just for today. The day had finally come. The first mysterious demon's spirit consciousness had escaped far away. It wasn't clear which technique he had executed, but his spirit consciousness had turned the size of a person as he stood on top of the head of a Yuan underworldling that looked like a giant skeletal beast. Luo Yunyang, I will not rest until I settle this score with you. The first mysterious demon sounded exasperated and bitter. This was very humiliating for him. This was supposed to be an easy battle that would end in the obliteration of his opponents. However, because of Luo Yunyang's appearance, a thoroughly shocking turnaround had occurred. He had lost the precious body that he had carefully polished for years and the precious millstone that was considered one of his most important trump cards. His reputation and ability would be questioned because of this battle. Come if you dare. Luo Yunyang looked at the first mysterious demon and spoke lightly, as there was no need for him to be concerned about the threats of the first mysterious demon. The first mysterious demon was livid as he watched Luo Yunyang's confident reaction. However, he knew very well that he would die if he really rushed down to fight with Luo Yunyang now. After all, the current situation already showed that it was nearly impossible to defeat Luo Yunyang by relying on his strength alone. Retreat. The first mysterious demon roared at the mysterious underworld race elites. In fact, the heavenly venerates of the mysterious underworld race had realized that things had gone south even before the first mysterious demon's command. Although the mysterious underworld race had control over the two exits of the dual realm sky, they would be defeated without a doubt if they faced Luo Yunyang inside. Hence, the troops that were conjuring those massive specters immediately scattered in all directions after receiving the command of the first mysterious demon. What they had to do now was save their lives and other people. Luo Yunyang did not pursue the mysterious underworld beings as he watched them flee. He did think about it, but he did not want to make any moves, as the great obliteration millstone had just merged into his body. Making any strenuous moves wouldn't benefit him at all. Hence, in an instant, most of the elites of the mysterious underworld race disappeared without a trace. Although the floating butterfly goddess wasn't happy that Luo Yunyang had allowed the elites of the mysterious underworld race to flee, she knew that she couldn't question Luo Yunyang. I am the floating butterfly of the Zanpin Sacred Hall. Unless I am mistaken, you must be Luo Yunyang, Zongzi of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The floating butterfly goddess smiled at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang gently nodded at the floating butterfly goddess and asked, "Is anything the matter?" "Brother Yunyang, the sealed sky city has now fallen into the hands of the mysterious underworld race. Although we are temporarily safe, we are still being sieged by the mysterious underworld race. As far as I know, although Yuan venerates cannot enter these two worlds, the hidden strength within the mysterious underworld race is enormous. They definitely aren't going to leave us alone here. I think it won't be long before they attack you again, Brother Luo. Do you have any good ideas?" Luo Yunyang shot a glance at the floating butterfly goddess. The floating butterfly goddess shook her head and said, "I don't have a good idea for the time being, but I think that at difficult times like this, we should work together to find a way to escape." Luo Yunyang glanced at the solemn floating butterfly goddess and shook his head gently. "Take your time to discuss among yourselves and let me know if there are any conclusions." Upon saying that, Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and took flight. Chapter 907. The Middle Hall Master's Order. Juzi Xuanming in Hongmeng Sacred Hall. The three hall masters and the divine elder were staring blankly at the image that was paused on the screen in front of them. The entire situation had really exceeded their expectations. They felt hopeful when they saw the two blood-red sword lights rise up. However, although they were quite hopeful, they still knew that it would be impossible for just a couple of elites to rescue the floating butterfly goddess. Therefore, even though they were hopeful that there were powerhouses in the two worlds, they still did not think that those heavenly venerate elites would be able to rescue the floating butterfly goddess successfully. The arrival of the first mysterious demon's mighty army had already dashed all their hopes, so much so that the three hall masters and other prominent figures had even started to discuss how the human race would deal with the mysterious underworld race once they no longer had the support of Zanpin Sacred Hall. They would still have to deal with it, even though it was difficult. However, just as they were mulling this over, the 12th sword that was filled with destructive intent suddenly ignited a small hope in their hearts again. The Sky Feather 13 swords might not be an impressive technique in their opinion, but the power of the 12th sword should be invincible in the dual realm sky. Thanks to Luo Yunyang's 12th sword, they hoped to temporarily keep the floating butterfly goddess safe. Indeed, just as they had thought, Luo Yunyang had managed to defeat the body of the first mysterious demon and also seize a treasure from him. They did not get to see the treasure clearly, so they did not care too much about it. However, they were surprised after determining Luo Yunyang's identity and soon got confused. How could Luo Yunyang be inside the dual realm sky? Although no one can say that Luo Yunyang's 12th sword makes him invincible in the dual realm sky, there are only a few people that can match him, the left hall master said. I think we should get him to protect the floating butterfly goddess this time. Before the left hall master could finish his sentence, the stern-looking man from Zanpin Sacred Hall, who had originally been somewhat at odds with the Left Hall Master, interrupted him. The Left Hall Master's words are very true. The floating butterfly goddess is of great importance and no accident must befall her. Hongmeng Sacred Hall must contact Luo Yunyang quickly and get him to ensure the safety of the floating butterfly goddess. The left and right hall master weren't on the best of terms with this person, so they frowned when they heard him speak in such a commanding tone. However, both of them understood the floating butterfly goddess' importance to the human race and hence didn't object. Find out why Luo Yunyang entered the dual realm sky. The middle hall master pondered for a moment before speaking out. Then, get the secret technique to contact Luo Yunyang and tell him that he has to keep the floating butterfly goddess safe for 100 days no matter what. 100 days sounded very easy to say, but both the left and right hall master couldn't help but frown when they heard this. They both knew that 100 days wouldn't pass easily. Although it was difficult for the Yuan venerates of the mysterious underworld race to enter the dual realm sky, this did not mean that there was no top-level heavenly venerate powerhouse among the mysterious underworld race. Although Luo Yunyang had received the legacy of Yuan venerate Wanliu, he was, after all, only a 5th-level heavenly venerate. However, no one dared to object to the orders of the middle hall master, not just because of his prestige, but also because this matter was of utmost importance for the entire human race. Sen Tianlong had been taken to a secret place in just 10 minutes. Sen Tianlong, who was clueless about what was going on, appeared rather excited when he saw the 3 hall masters again. He and Luo Yunyang had exchanged a secret communication technique before Luo Yunyang had entered the dual realm sky. This technique was mainly used to deal with emergencies. The communication technique was a piece of jade slip. Although there were mysterious divinely inscriptions carved on it, Sen Tianlong still couldn't discover the secrets even after studying the jade slip for a long time. He didn't know that the jade slip couldn't transmit messages into the dual realm sky but could send messages to the jade slip that was in the possession of the chaotic 4-origin beast clone. The chaotic 4-origin beast clone shared the same spirit consciousness with Luo Yunyang. They could sense what happened to each other as long as they did not attempt to hide from each other intentionally. The middle hall master took the jade slip and looked, as though he understood what was going on. Although Sen Tianlong did not understand the use of this jade slip, it wasn't powerful enough to hide its trick from the middle hall master. The middle hall master did not say anything when he realized that Luo Yunyang had left a clone behind. Instead, he activated the jade slip and hurriedly sent a message with it. Luo Yunyang's chaotic 4-origin beast clone frowned immediately upon receiving the message. He was making almost every effort possible to rid his body of the sword origin power in it. How could he have the time to care about the floating butterfly goddess? Hence, Luo Yunyang decided to go his own way and put his main focus on destroying the sword origin power in his own body. He wasn't going to care about anything else. Luo Yunyang continued to cultivate on his own after making up his mind, while the middle hall master guessed Luo Yunyang's intention after receiving no reply from him. Cultivators often thought only about themselves. Hence, the middle hall master felt that Luo Yunyang's reaction was rather normal. However, the floating butterfly goddess was too important. It would be a catastrophe for the human race if Zanpin's sacred hall lost its strength. Hence, the middle hall master sent a message through the jade slip again. The content of the message was firm, as though it was a command given to Luo Yunyang. The middle hall master would treat Luo Yunyang as a traitor of the entire human race if he did not protect the floating butterfly goddess wholeheartedly. However, Hongmeng Sacred Hall would definitely not be stingy with his reward once he completed this mission. Although Luo Yunyang had never seen the middle hall master, the bits and pieces of information he had heard during his time in Hongmeng Sacred Hall and the memories of Yuan Venerate Wanliu about the middle hall master made Luo Yunyang calm down to listen to the threatening command issued by the middle hall master. The status of a master in Hongmeng Sacred Hall ought to make Luo Yunyang think twice before acting. At the same time, Luo Yunyang's body was also at a critical juncture. Hence, he decided to send his clone over after a brief moment of hesitation. The primeval underworld monarch clone could transform into a myriad of things in the first place. Hence, it immediately assumed Luo Yunyang's appearance. Luo Yunyang was not worried about the difference in strength, as his attribute regulator could allow the primeval underworld monarch clone to be as strong as he was. After the place where his body was located was completely sealed from the outside world, the primeval underworld monarch clone took flight at once and flew towards the void. The floating butterfly goddess and the others weren't too far away. They wanted to leave, but after searching for a while, they realized that they had no way out. Therefore, they could only gather and hope that Luo Yunyang could rescue them from the mire. The floating butterfly goddess had become one of the leaders of the group, not only because of her own status, but also because of her excellent planning and controlling capabilities. Hence, a rudimentary small force had begun to form hurriedly. When Luo Yunyang flew to the area where the floating butterfly goddess and the others were located, an erratic voice that sounded like a ghoul began to reverberate crazily around that area. Many elite heavenly venerates clutched their chests tightly, as if they had suffered a major blow, when the voice was heard. Some of them even had frenzied looks filled with murderous intent on their faces. Luo Yunyang's brow furrowed in concern when he heard this sound. He was proficient in the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell and was no stranger to sound wave attacks. He almost felt that something unusual was happening to his mind when he heard this sound. The moment Luo Yunyang started pondering what had just happened, a massive figure that was thousands of miles away began to stride towards him. In a flash, the figure transformed into 9 figures in the void. When Luo Yunyang focused his attention again on the figure striding towards him, it turned into a single figure again strangely. 1, 9, 1, 9. While the figure constantly split in 9 and recomposed itself, Luo Yunyang's expression turned grave. He had discovered that these figures were extremely real, regardless of whether there was 1 or 9. The strength displayed by the unknown intruder was at the peak of the 9th level heavenly venerate in both cases. Luo Yunyang did not recognize the person that had appeared. However, if that person had appeared there, it meant that his cultivation definitely wasn't that of a Yuan venerate. Although Luo Yunyang was only a clone now, thanks to the help of his attribute regulator, the strength of his clone was no weaker than his own. Furthermore, his opponent wasn't a Yuan venerate. Are you Luo Yunyang? The figure that was constantly splitting and reforming had appeared before Luo Yunyang in the blink of an eye. He was a mysterious underworld being, one that looked extremely peaceful. However, although he had a faint smile on his face, this smile could easily make one tremble in fear. Luo Yunyang had a hunch that this mysterious underworld being was 100 times more terrifying than the first mysterious demon. You are Juzi Xuanming, the floating butterfly goddess exclaimed as her voice trembled in horror. Aren't you already dead? Why are you here? The floating butterfly goddess, who had been calm at first, now seemed to be shaking in fear as she looked at the figure. How can I be dead when the middle hall master has yet to die? That faint voice had an unquestionable tinge to it. Luo Yunyang went rigid as soon as he said this. The words, middle hall master, were huge to Luo Yunyang. However, Juzi Xuanming spoke as if he had a lot of issues with the middle hall master. What sort of person was the middle hall master, and who was this person who had so many issues with the middle hall master? Although he wasn't a Yuan venerate, at second glance, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that this person was probably more terrifying than an ordinary Yuan venerate. Chapter 908. The Mysterious Underworld's 9 Deadly Calamities, Supreme Tao Body, who is he? Although Luo Yunyang knew that it wasn't a good time to ask this question, he still couldn't help but ask the floating butterfly goddess. After all, Luo Yunyang would face Juzi Xuanming next. Although knowing the enemy might not necessarily lead to victory in the battle against Juzi Xuanming, knowing nothing made it even more likely that he would be defeated. He is Juzi Xuanming, a figure of the same era as the Middle Hall Master, the floating butterfly goddess said. He had a fight with the Middle Hall Master a long time ago. Although many people say that Juzi Xuanming was defeated by the Middle Hall Master during the contest, the Middle Hall Master has never admitted that he is better than Juzi Xuanming. Luo Yunyang tensed up when he heard what the floating butterfly goddess said. He hesitated for a moment before saying, so Juzi Xuanming should be a Yuan venerate. It should not be difficult for Juzi Xuanming to become a Yuan venerate. However, I heard that Juzi Xuanming cultivated a mysterious underworld race technique which is equivalent to the 12 Yuan mysterious sacred techniques. It is called the Mysterious Underworld 9 Calamities. The floating butterfly goddess appeared solemn, especially while she was talking about the Mysterious Underworld 9 Deadly Calamities, and continued to explain in a very formal manner. Every calamity of the Mysterious Underworld 9 Deadly Calamities has to be cultivated to the Yuan venerate level. Then, one has to use his body as soil and his spirit consciousness as a seed to grow out a new body. The new body has to be born from scratch every time, so the possibility of this cultivation technique failing is also very high. Once this cultivation technique is completed, one will be able to form a supreme Tao body. I heard that the middle hall master has praised this cultivation technique highly. The words of the floating butterfly goddess made Luo Yunyang even more solemn. If what the floating butterfly goddess had said was true, it would not be easy for him to beat Zhuzi Xuanming. Although Luo Yunyang was only a clone, he had also brought his sky feather sword along. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before swinging his sword directly at Zhuzi Xuanming when Zhuzi Xuanming's figure moved closer. 11th sword. Even though Luo Yunyang was only using the body formed by his primeval underworld monarch clone, he could still execute all types of techniques flawlessly, as he was using his own spirit consciousness. The reason the 11th sword was used instead of the 12th sword was because Luo Yunyang didn't want to unleash everything he had on his first move. After all, he didn't know what other trump cards Zhuzi Xuanming had, and revealing all of his own would be a very unwise action. Luo Yunyang was already very proficient in executing the silent extinguishing sword. Although the 11th sword hadn't reached its full potential, like it should when executed by a Yuan Venerate, the differences were very minute. The black sword light struck immediately at Zhuzi Xuanming when Luo Yunyang made his move. The human martialists that were hurriedly escaping stopped in their tracks when this sword move was executed. Although they all knew that this sword wouldn't do much to Zhuzi Xuanming, it should still be able to stop the momentum of Zhuzi Xuanming's pulverizing pressure. However, what happened next shocked them greatly. When all the human martialists saw the silent extinguishing sword get close to Zhuzi Xuanming, they were shocked to see that he did not have any intention of evading it. Not only did he not attempt to evade it, but he even moved forward in a strange fashion to meet the silent extinguishing sword move. The silent extinguishing sword was infused with a massive destructive intent, so anyone enveloped by it would simply experience desolation and destruction. Even so, Zhuzi Xuanming still strode forward as usual, as if the massive destructive force contained within the silent extinguishing sword had no effect on him at all. How is that possible? A 7th-level Heavenly Venerate elite exclaimed as he looked at the unperturbed Zhuzi Xuanming. If the arrival of Zhuzi Xuanming had already exerted huge pressure on everyone present, then the scene unfolding in front of them now had caused everyone to sink into extreme despair. The tens of thousands of mysterious underworld troops and the specters they had conjured were too inferior compared to the terrorizing Zhuzi Xuanming. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't taken Zhuzi Xuanming lightly, he had never expected this overwhelming strength. The 11th sword actually could not break the defense of Zhuzi Xuanming. The battle between Luo Yunyang and Zhuzi Xuanming was also broadcasted in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Although the picture quality wasn't very clear, everyone could still see what was going on. In fact, powerhouses like the 3 Hall Masters did not need to see a clear image to know what was happening. Zhuzi Xuanming has now gone through 9 calamities and will soon attain completion. The left Hall Master lamented. Even an ordinary Yuan Venerate cannot defeat him now. The old man and the middle-aged man from Zanpin's Sacred Hall had grim looks on their faces once again. Luo Yunyang's appearance had given them all some hope deep down. After all, the dual realm sky could isolate any Yuan Venerate. However, no one had expected that someone as strong as Zhuzi Xuanming would appear right after Luo Yunyang had rescued the floating butterfly goddess by defeating the first mysterious demon. Zhuzi Xuanming did kill an ordinary Yuan Venerate before. The middle hall master's voice reverberated through the void again. All of a sudden, the great hall turned silent again. Most of the people present knew that Luo Yunyang still had the 12th sword, but it probably wouldn't do anything to Zhuzi Xuanming. Unless Luo Yunyang could execute the 13th sword, do we have any other solutions? The old man from Zanpin's Sacred Hall asked anxiously. It's not that we don't have anyone comparable to Zhuzi Xuanming. However, that person can't enter the dual realm sky at all. The middle hall master watched Zhuzi Xuanming, who was approaching Luo Yunyang as he spoke in resignation. Both the left and right hall master were obviously confused, as they did not know who the middle hall master was referring to. The expression on the old man's face darkened once again. The situation was already out of Zanpin's Sacred Hall's control. Although the floating butterfly goddess had the guardians they had sent with her, these guardians wouldn't be able to take a hit from Zhuzi Xuanming. This sort of puny move might be enough to deal with youngsters like the first mysterious demon. Zhuzi Xuanming teased Luo Yunyang as he continued moving forward unhurriedly. Luo Yunyang's face stiffened with seriousness. He knew clearly that this opponent had to be the strongest he had faced ever since leaving the Da Alliance. The slightest mistake would cost him his life. Hence, Luo Yunyang gradually raised his sky feather sword when he saw Zhuzi Xuanming step forward. Then, He quickly adjusted all the attributes in his body. After the adjustment, the murderous intent seeping out of Luo Yunyang became extremely vigorous and ferocious. Zhuzi Xuanming obviously felt Luo Yunyang's surging intent, yet he did not take it seriously. Instead, he glanced at Luo Yunyang as if nothing had occurred and he had no intention of doing anything. Just as Zhuzi Xuanming took another step forward, Luo Yunyang, who was holding on to his sky feather sword, unleashed yet another sword move. This time, it wasn't the 12th sword. Close, yet worlds apart. This was the 13th sword technique. Close, yet worlds apart. Luo Yunyang had borrowed the power of Yuan Venerate Wanliu to execute close, yet worlds apart when he had been ambushed by a mysterious underworld race Yuan Venerate and relied on close, yet worlds apart to avoid dying. Unlike the previous time, the panorama horizon was used as an offensive attack this time. The sky feather sword appeared almost instantly beside Zhuzi Xuanming's neck when Luo Yunyang thrust his sword forward. Zhuzi Xuanming's neck would be severed as long as the sword passed through. It could be said that this sword was infused with a boundless amount of deadly intent. However, even in the face of such a terrifying sword, Zhuzi Xuanming did not look worried. He simply stretched out a finger instead of evading it. His finger gently tapped the void. Even though the finger was far away from Luo Yunyang's sword attack, it was still able to land on Luo Yunyang's sword light when it appeared. The nomological law of close, yet worlds apart did not cause the finger to stop. Both the sword light and the sky feather sword collapsed almost at the same time when the finger jabbed at the sword light. The same finger continued to move across the void without any intention of stopping after pausing for a mere moment. Then, it jabbed at Luo Yunyang's body. Although Luo Yunyang was unwilling to retreat, he had no other choice right now. He chose to retreat hurriedly upon facing the finger, which was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Suddenly, the finger approaching Luo Yunyang, who had retreated, multiplied into hundreds and thousands of fingers. Although the speed at which Luo Yunyang was retreating was very quick and the finger wasn't threatening enough, the human elites that were watching the battle crumbled one after the other when they came into contact with this finger. More than 500 heavenly venerates were killed instantly. The floating butterfly goddess trembled as she watched her companions perishing. She immediately flew into the air and retreated frantically once she heard Luo Yunyang's command to retreat. She didn't know if escaping would be of any use, but it was the only thing she could do at that moment. As soon as she escaped from the danger zone, traces of light shadows suddenly erupted forth from Zhuzi Xuanming's body. Body after body collapsed silently wherever the blood-colored light shadows landed. In the blink of an eye, only a few human elites were left. The gulf is too huge. Chapter 909. Unrivaled Zhuzi. The first mysterious demon stood on top of a Yuan underworldling flag and watched Zhuzi Xuanming running rampant. There was both delight and envy in his eyes. Indeed, it was envy. The first mysterious demon's heart was filled with envy for Zhuzi Xuanming's rampage. Although he knew about Zhuzi Xuanming's existence, the first mysterious demon hadn't really thought much of this ancient senior. After all, this being hadn't appeared in a long time. In his opinion, although the mysterious underworld 9 deadly calamities had a massive reputation, nobody had mastered it and it simply couldn't be compared with the 12 ancient Yuan underworld cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, he had never imagined that as he was being beaten up miserably by Luo Yunyang, the mysterious underworld race's patriarch would actually use such a move to get Zhuzi Xuanming to come out of seclusion. Back then, the first mysterious demon had heard the patriarch using the word, please, very clearly. The first mysterious demon had found it very astounding under the circumstances. He had never imagined that Zhuzi Xuanming would actually get the mysterious underworld patriarch to use the word, please. This also proved that this individual was worth begging. Luo Yunyang's 13th sword couldn't even match one finger of that being. Although the first mysterious demon believed that there were flaws in the 13th sword and Luo Yunyang seemed slightly weaker than when he had first launched the sneak attack, this still didn't change one cold hard truth. Zhuzi Xuanming had merely extended one finger to break Luo Yunyang's 13th sword. The first mysterious demon had been defeated by Luo Yunyang, yet Zhuzi Xuanming had just made Luo Yunyang cower with one move. The gulf between them was easy to imagine. Do I have to go back and recultivate the mysterious underworld 9 deadly calamities? This thought made the first mysterious demon restless, yet he really set his mind on this decision. It was not because the mysterious underworld 9 deadly calamities technique was very precious, but because too many people had died from cultivating this technique. Many top geniuses went through a lot of experiences but ultimately died because they weren't able to master it. These occurrences were really a pity. Amongst the Yuan venerates of the mysterious underworld race, top existences cultivated the 12 ancient Yuan underworldling techniques. The first mysterious demon's heart was in a bind, and Luo Yunyang's body had already become a streak of blood light that wrapped around the floating butterfly goddess before shooting off into the distance. Flee. Even though he was only a clone, Luo Yunyang's speed was still astonishing. He took the floating butterfly goddess and escaped over 1,000,000 miles away. The cultivation base of Juzi Xuanming was just too incredulous. Although Luo Yunyang had lost to Juzi Xuanming, deep down he wholeheartedly accepted this defeat. He had already unleashed the 13th sword that he had spent all these years comprehending, yet it was to no avail. Juzi Xuanming had just used one finger to break it. Although he knew that the technique unleashed by Juzi Xuanming was probably the highest level of the mysterious underworld 9 deadly calamities technique, it wasn't a big deal. What was most important was that in just a moment, Juzi Xuanming had prevented him from even lifting a hand to retaliate. The 13th sword hadn't harmed the opponent either. This was a clone, so the execution of the 13th sword wasn't as proficient. The power it contained wasn't close to the original. Due to all these unfavorable factors, the 13th sword Luo Yunyang was able to unleash now would only be half as powerful as the 13th sword his body could execute. Even so, Luo Yunyang knew that he was definitely no match for Juzi Xuanming. After all, Juzi Xuanming had been too relaxed and casual while dealing with the 13th sword. Ha ha ha, you still protected the fair sex, despite the circumstances. Not bad, young man. Juzi Xuanming mocked him. It's a pity that you only know how to take someone and flee. You do not know that my most adept technique isn't offensive but fast. You already can't compare to me offense-wise, yet you still want to compete with me in speed. You clearly have a death wish. As Juzi Xuanming said this, his body turned into a streak of blood light that chased after Luo Yunyang. The distance between the two of them started to shrink immediately. Luo Yunyang watched the approaching blood light and opened his attribute regulator without a moment's hesitation. Luo Yunyang. Power, 712, Speed, 416, Constitution, 756, Mind, 986, Bloodline, 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. Power, 451, Speed, 321, Mind, 541, Constitution, 614. Other than retaining the Mind attribute in his body, Luo Yunyang transferred all the other attributes into the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast clone before transferring it all to the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast Speed attribute. The figure of the Speed attribute became 2,343 yuan. This figure could be considered extremely terrifying. Even the majority of yuan venerates wouldn't be able to reach this level of speed. Let me go. Juzi Xuanming is really adept at speed. In the past, his speed injured the middle hall master seriously. The floating butterfly goddess's gentle voice was heard. Right now, the floating butterfly goddess seemed to be quite desperate. Luo Yunyang chuckled. It's all right, I too am fast. The floating butterfly goddess smiled slightly when she heard this. She believed that this young man was a little naive. How could his speed be comparable to Juzi Xuanming's speed? As the floating butterfly goddess was about to say something, she felt the light wrapping around her continuously pass through the void, traveling so fast that it looked like teleporting wasn't a big deal at the floating butterfly goddess cultivation base. However, she really didn't know how to describe Luo Yunyang's speed. It wasn't just the floating butterfly goddess. When Luo Yunyang chose to run, nobody in the space where Hong Meng's sacred hall was approved of it. After all, Juzi Xuanming's specialty was speed. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't slow, he was competing with Juzi Xuanming in terms of speed, so the outcome was already decided. However, when Luo Yunyang added all his attributes to his speed, the gap between him and Juzi Xuanming started to widen. How is that possible? The middle hall master stared at the map, which showed Luo Yunyang and Juzi Xuanming as though they were two light spots in the dual realm sky. He was someone who had experienced Juzi Xuanming's speed firsthand. Juzi Xuanming's speed was too fast. He was so quick that he made people feel desperate. During his bout with Juzi Xuanming, the middle hall master had held the upper hand against Juzi Xuanming. However, Juzi Xuanming had displayed his speed and the two of them had ended up in a stalemate. Naturally, the middle hall master wasn't too pleased with this outcome. However, even though he was displeased, he ultimately felt helpless. Now, everything seemed to have been reversed. Juzi Xuanming's strength exceeded Luo Yunyang's by far, but Luo Yunyang seemed to have the upper hand in this pursuit. The left and right hall master had strange looks on their faces as they watched the widening gap between the two light dots. They already had somewhat of an understanding of Juzi Xuanming, but this scene made them wonder if they had gotten it all wrong. How was this possible? Could the one in front be Juzi Xuanming? The left hall master jested. Naturally, the left hall master's vision wasn't wrong. The reason he was skeptical was because these circumstances were too strange. Luo Yunyang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief as he saw the gap between him and Juzi Xuanming widening. Juzi Xuanming's cultivation base was so overwhelming that it made Luo Yunyang feel like he had zero chance of retaliating. Without his attribute regulator, he wouldn't even have had a chance to run away. Juzi Xuanming's appearance made it seem as if everything was under his control. Although everyone cowered the moment he appeared, nobody could clearly see his appearance. After all, he was entirely wrapped inside a layer of light. I never imagined that there would actually be someone quicker than me beneath the Yuan Venerate level. However, do you know why I am Juzi Xuanming? Juzi Xuanming's tone was ice cold. He was clearly infuriated. Killing Luo Yunyang and capturing the goddess of Zanpin's sacred hall was an extremely important matter for the entire mysterious underworld race. The various patriarchs and almighties of the mysterious underworld race were observing the dual realm sky and Juzi Xuanming's performance. He couldn't care less about ordinary Yuan Venerate almighties, but he wouldn't dare ignore the supreme entities of the mysterious underworld race. Furthermore, this touched upon the name of Juzi Xuanming. As Juzi Xuanming said this, 9 blood-red shadows rushed out of his body. Each shadow was hundreds of meters tall, and they looked exactly like ordinary mysterious underworld beings. Although Luo Yunyang didn't look back, he had an ominous premonition when those 9 blood-red shadows appeared. His spiritual consciousness told him that what had appeared behind him were 9 individual sacred images. 9 sacred images that were different yet came from the same source. Where are you running to? As Luo Yunyang mulled over what countermeasures he might take, the 9 shadows soared upwards at practically the same time before instantly disappearing into the void. At that moment, Luo Yunyang realized that these 9 shadows weren't entirely chasing him. They were dispersing towards designated spots all over the huge dual realm sky. This dispersion was like 9 grains of sand dropping into the ocean, so they weren't of any use. However, Luo Yunyang realized that there was a deadly problem the instant they dispersed. The problem was that the scope of the 9 blood-red figures already covered the entire dual realm sky. A shadow would stop him regardless of where he went. Chapter 910, Universe Diagram Convergence Refining, Where are you going? By the time Luo Yunyang sensed Juzi Xuanming's intent, a blood-colored sacred image figure had already appeared in front of him. Juzi Xuanming had 9 huge sacred images that each contained a different nomological law power. None of them was inferior to the sacred image of an ordinary powerhouse, yet they were much stronger when their power was combined. Although there were still 1,000,000 miles between Luo Yunyang and that blood-colored sacred image, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye by both Luo Yunyang and Juzi Xuanming. Run! Without any delay, Luo Yunyang quickly changed direction. He knew that if he fought Juzi Xuanming head-on, the one dying would be him. Luo Yunyang didn't want to die. Thus, he would avoid facing Juzi Xuanming at all costs. Ha ha, Luo Yunyang, I have waited for you for a long time. A cold sinister voice echoed as yet another sacred image appeared 1,000,000 miles ahead of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang would basically be obstructed by that figure if he tried fleeing towards it. If he changed directions, he would be obstructed by other figures. This was like a formation. Juzi Xuanming was using this formation, exchanging his power for the superiority Luo Yunyang had in terms of space. I have waited for you for a long time. I have waited for you for a long time. As all these voices spoke, Luo Yunyang and the floating butterfly goddess found themselves surrounded from every direction. The floating butterfly goddess's expression was even calmer than before as she said gently, "You should be really proud of forcing Juzi Xuanming to use this great mystic technique. After all, that is Juzi Xuanming." Luo Yunyang didn't look back. However, a thought kept spinning through his mind. After a split moment of hesitation, Luo Yunyang made his decision. He had always hidden the other function of the attribute regulator very well. However, he could no longer care about it. "He can't catch me," Luo Yunyang said. The floating butterfly goddess didn't believe Luo Yunyang's words. However, His confident words and unperturbed attitude made her feel at ease. This feeling came suddenly, so from a rational angle, it wasn't trustworthy. Still, the floating butterfly goddess was willing to believe that everything he said was the truth. While all this was going through the floating butterfly goddess's mind, Luo Yunyang once again opened his attribute regulator. Both his attributes and Zhuzi Xuanming's attributes were displayed in his mind. Luo Yunyang was very familiar with his own attributes, yet he was thoroughly astonished when he saw Zhuzi Xuanming's attributes. Zhuzi Xuanming. Power, 1002, Speed, 1315, Constitution, 1056, Mind, 1245, Bloodline, 3 yuan and 90 fen. Venerates aside, Zhuzi Xuanming's attributes were the most insane he had ever seen. Zhuzi Xuanming had reached more than 1000 mind, power, speed, and constitution points. Based on Zhuzi Xuanming's display of speed, his speed definitely surpassed the 1315 figure that was shown by far. This meant that Zhuzi Xuanming could display even greater speed with this speed attribute as a base. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't able to figure all this out. What he could do now was slow him down. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang decreased the speed attribute of his own body and cloned to decrease Zhuzi Xuanming's speed attribute as well. This meant that Luo Yunyang's speed attribute decreased by 738 yuan and became 1606 yuan. This reduction meant that Luo Yunyang's speed fell considerably. However, Zhuzi Xuanming's reduction was more significant. After this reduction, his speed attribute became 577 yuan. Luo Yunyang wished to continue reducing it further, but the speed attributes could no longer be decreased. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't know why, he felt that this was already enough. Luo Yunyang changed direction again. The floating butterfly goddess, who was wrapped in Luo Yunyang's light, realized another startling truth. Luo Yunyang's speed was falling. Indeed, Luo Yunyang's speed had fallen by at least 30%. This was bad news. This man had spoken very confidently, so why had things turned out this way? Could they really fail to escape this time? Luo Yunyang, where are you going? I have already been waiting for a long time. One of Zhuzi Xuanming's sacred images flew upwards after detecting Luo Yunyang's change in direction. Although it was a sacred image, it looked like a real being. The sacred image turned into a streak of blood light and rushed towards Luo Yunyang. The spiritual consciousness of this sacred image was Zhuzi Xuanming's spiritual consciousness. In the beginning, Zhuzi Xuanming hadn't sensed any problems. However, Luo Yunyang didn't change directions anymore and continued charging ahead, making Zhuzi Xuanming feel that something wasn't right. What was this fellow up to? Could he have no way out? Was that why he was doing this? As Zhuzi Xuanming had this thought, he suddenly discovered that Luo Yunyang had slowed down considerably and had actually broken out of the sacred image's entrapment. This sacred image had only covered 2/3 of the distance. This meant that it couldn't stop Luo Yunyang. How could this be? Zhuzi Xuanming had steadfast faith in his own speed and control ability, but the current circumstances had caused the confidence he had to vanish completely. While Zhuzi Xuanming was puzzled, the people observing this chase were dumbfounded. The first mysterious demon, who was standing above the void sealed by the 12 primordial yuan underworldling flags, was particularly shocked. As he watched the slower Luo Yunyang and Zhuzi Xuanming, he had only one thought in his mind: were these two competing in laziness? They were competing about who was slower, who was lazier, who was. The first mysterious demon wondered whether he was going crazy as these thoughts went through his mind. He thoroughly respected senior Zhuzi Xuanming. However, as he observed Zhuzi Xuanming's current actions, he felt that he could no longer admire him. Although he hated Luo Yunyang to the core, this fellow had beaten him by relying on his own ability. The first mysterious demon respected Luo Yunyang for it. Now, the two people he respected weren't competing in terms of who was faster but were actually comparing who was slower. This was extremely unbearable for the first mysterious demon. Why were these powerful, capable beings using such a sick method to compete? What was even more unbearable was that Zhuzi Xuanming's formation for trapping Luo Yunyang had become a joke. Luo Yunyang, I have waited a long time for you. Although these words still came from the mouths of the sacred images, they felt like mockery. He and the entire mysterious underworld race were being mocked. The floating butterfly goddess was also astonished. After passing through the blockade of two sacred images, there was a look of disbelief on her face. Why weren't they able to escape the clutches of Zhuzi Xuanming when they were faster? They could now go through since their speed had decreased all of a sudden. Was Zhuzi Xuanming being lenient with Luo Yunyang? The floating butterfly goddess thought about this for a moment before quickly rejecting the notion. As someone who was involved in this situation, the floating butterfly goddess knew how important she was. She was extremely valuable not just to Zhuzi Xuanming, but to the entire mysterious underworld race. Someone like Zhuzi Xuanming couldn't possibly be lenient when it came to a matter of such importance. If Zhuzi Xuanming wasn't being lenient, then Luo Yunyang was using some sort of method. However, Luo Yunyang had been with her all along. How could he have used a technique? Furthermore, this method wasn't targeted at them. Even Zhuzi Xuanming, who was pursuing the two of them, had been affected. The floating butterfly goddess couldn't understand it, and neither could Zhuzi Xuanming. He was still using his maximum speed, but he could sense that his speed had fallen. Indeed, Luo Yunyang's speed was falling. However, his own speed had gone down even quicker. Despite trying to discover the source, Zhuzi Xuanming couldn't sense why his speed had fallen. Zhuzi Xuanming definitely would have sensed it if Luo Yunyang had used a technique or method, yet he hadn't felt anything whatsoever. After unsuccessfully failing to stop Luo Yunyang 10 consecutive times, Zhuzi Xuanming stopped trying to block off Luo Yunyang. If an entity like him had failed 10 times in succession, this was basically impossible. Continuing would be useless. Luo Yunyang, I don't know what sort of method you used, but I have to say that it makes me very uncomfortable. However, you are too naive if you think that you will escape my grasp just by relying on this method. Today, I shall show you how great the gulf between us is. The instant he said that, Zhuzi Xuanming's body glowed with bedazzling lights. In just a second, these lights illuminated the entire dual realm sky. Aren't you very good at escaping? Then I shall just make sure you have no path of escape. As he said this, Zhuzi Xuanming's body and the 9 sacred images moved their hands at the same time. An abstruse seal rapidly fused into the void of the dual realm sky. Luo Yunyang didn't know what method Zhuzi Xuanming had used. However, he had a feeling that this was an extraordinary skill. Universe Diagram Convergence Refining. This is Universe Diagram Convergence Refining. The floating butterfly goddess exclaimed. Chapter 911, Power of Zon Pin, Incessant Life Force Universe Diagram Convergence Refining. Luo Yunyang vaguely had some impression of this Universe Diagram Convergence Refining. It seemed like Universe Diagram Convergence Refining was a great mystic ability that could refine a large expanse of area into a diagram. It was fabled that a top Yuan Venerate could refine a great cosmos into a map. However, this was only hearsay. Nobody had actually seen this being done. During his past cultivation, Luo Yunyang had also seen a simple version of Universe Diagram Convergence Refining. Or rather, he had obtained some superficial knowledge of Universe Diagram Convergence Refining. For example, turning a river or a few mountain ranges into a diagram and using that as a method to deal with enemies. However, the difference between this and turning the entire dual realm sky into a diagram was just too vast. Many thoughts ran through Luo Yunyang's mind as he observed the 9 sacred images standing tall. He knew he should probably stop this great mystic ability from being used. However, even though Luo Yunyang knew what he had to do, he was simply unable to stop it. His ability was inferior to Zhuzi Xuanming's, and he had no idea how to stop this Universe Diagram Convergence Refining. Have you heard of Universe Diagram Convergence Refining? Luo Yunyang pondered this before asking the floating butterfly goddess this question. The floating butterfly goddess, who was now calmer than ever, said softly, I have studied this mystic ability before. Then do you know how we can stop the mystic ability that Zhuzi Xuanming is using? Luo Yunyang asked. The floating butterfly goddess answered bluntly, we simply have no way of stopping it, not only because of the ability, but because of Zhuzi Xuanming's cultivation base. Then, based on your experience, how long will this Universe Diagram Convergence Refining take? 10 days. The floating butterfly goddess looked around and gave him an answer. 10 days wasn't too long. 10 days was merely like a snap of the fingers for a top-notch powerhouse. Luo Yunyang frowned when he heard this limit. He would still need at least 21 days to grind away all the sword intent in his body. Meanwhile, Zhuzi Xuanming would only need 10 days to refine the entire dual realm sky into a diagram. This meant that it would be nearly impossible not to be captured by Zhuzi Xuanming. Luo Yunyang felt that the word, captured, was the most appropriate to describe his situation. At Hongmeng Sacred Hall, everyone, from the Middle Hall Master to the Zanpin Sacred Hall Elder, was looking dim. They naturally knew all about universe diagram convergence refining. Some of them could even use universe diagram convergence refining. It was exactly because they were familiar with universe diagram convergence refining that they felt so desperate. Indeed, they felt desperate. They would need at least 100 more days to breach the defenses of the sealed sky city, yet the floating butterfly goddess would become the captive of the mysterious underworld race in 10 days. It seemed as though there was no longer any meaning. Although they felt a lot of hope for Luo Yunyang, their disappointment was even greater as a result. "What do we do?" the stern-looking man said. He wasn't an impulsive fellow, but at this point in time, he no longer cared about the rules. He expressed his doubts directly. Nobody said anything. At the moment, most of them didn't know what to do either. Naturally, giving up was something none of them was willing to do. Furthermore, this concerned the floating butterfly goddess, which was far too important. Losing the Zanpin Gate would possibly make the human race weaker. At least half of the 36 great cosmoses would wither. The human race might not die without vital energy and spiritual essence. However, most humans wouldn't avoid degenerating easily. The human race had done so much to progress and evolve from its weak state. If they started to degenerate now, such an unbearable outcome was something they weren't willing to bear. After some hesitation, someone spoke. "There is no alternative. It wouldn't be of any use even if Luo Yunyang killed the floating butterfly goddess." The person who had spoken was the old man from Zanpin Sacred Hall. There was a dim look of sadness in his eyes as he looked at his comrades. One of them, the stern man with the cold light flickering behind him, was consumed by dense killing intent. He glared at the man and said in a reproaching tone, "It's all your fault. If you guys hadn't said that the goddess needed to train, she wouldn't have gone into the dual realm sky." The old man didn't justify himself to this criticism. He only smiled sadly at the stern man before turning to the Middle Hall Master. "Middle Hall Master, I think we have no choice but to make preparations." The Middle Hall Master nodded. "I feel the same way." After he said that, the Middle Hall Master pondered for a moment before saying resolutely, "Do you guys really want to give up on the Zanpin Gate?" The old man knew what the Middle Hall Master wanted to do. He also knew what the consequences would be once he gave his answer. However, after a slight pause, he still gave the Middle Hall Master a resolute answer. "Yes." The Middle Hall Master met the old man's gaze before he said solemnly, "I shall now order Luo Yunyang to think of a way to destroy the artifact spirit Zanpin Gate." "You are all crazy," the stern man exclaimed sharply. "That is the artifact spirit Zanpin Gate. Do you know what sort of consequences will be caused by these actions?" The Middle Hall Master didn't speak, whereas the old man said in resignation, "I know, but the consequences will be even worse if we don't do this. The moment the mysterious underworld race obtains the artifact spirit Zanpin Gate, they will have control over it. Do not think that I'm saying all this to scare you. Furthermore, we are not aware of the extent of the mysterious underworld race's power and what sort of hidden methods they possess." The old man's voice was calm, but there was firmness in it. The stern middle-aged man no longer opened his mouth to speak. Although he didn't approve of the old man's view, he had been persuaded by the old man's words. He knew very well that the moment the situation mentioned by the old man became reality, Zanpin Sacred Hall would basically be finished. Without the Zanpin Gate, Zanpin Sacred Hall wouldn't even be considered a sacred hall. The Middle Hall Master nodded. "Since this has been decided, I will inform Luo Yunyang to destroy the artifact spirit of Zanpin Sacred Hall and the goddess at all costs." After the old man nodded, the Middle Hall Master took out a jade talisman and quickly transmitted their decision to Luo Yunyang. The entire secret room fell completely silent. Luo Yunyang and the chaotic four-origin beast could relay information, so he was able to receive the Middle Hall Master's order very quickly. Luo Yunyang frowned when he saw this order. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with the floating butterfly goddess, the two of them had been escaping Juzi Xuanming's pursuit all this while. Thus, he felt a little unwilling to kill the floating butterfly goddess without saying a word. The floating butterfly goddess had been observing Luo Yunyang all this time. A few thoughts came to her mind when she saw Luo Yunyang go silent. After pondering for a bit, the floating butterfly goddess asked gently, "Did you receive an order to kill me?" The floating butterfly goddess had spoken calmly. Her unperturbed manner made it seem like she wasn't asking Luo Yunyang but confirming this. Luo Yunyang paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I have been ordered to kill you. I just knew it. The floating butterfly goddess smiled gently. If it were me giving orders on the outside, killing me would also be the best option. However, they also believe that you will be able to destroy the artifact spirit. Luo Yunyang didn't know what this artifact spirit the floating butterfly goddess was talking about was. Therefore, he didn't reply. The floating butterfly goddess didn't wait for his reply before she continued. That artifact spirit is joined with me. It would be best if you destroyed it in one go. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. Although I will be dying soon, you still have a small chance to live. Since you saved me, I shall give you a present. As the floating butterfly goddess spoke, she tapped her finger on her forehead. Instantly, black essence flew out of the space between her brows and rushed towards Luo Yunyang. Although it was just a bit of essence, the moment it flew out, Luo Yunyang felt his spiritual consciousness and his body's cultivation base rising rapidly. He had a feeling that his entire body was going through massive stimulation. The slowly revolving great obliteration millstone that was in his body doubled its speed when this energy came into contact with it. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he sensed this essence energy. He immediately grabbed it. What is this? Luo Yunyang asked the floating butterfly goddess. The floating butterfly goddess smiled as if nothing mattered. It's a strand of life force energy that forms within the Zanping Gate once in millions of years. Although it wouldn't effectively raise one's cultivation base, it has unimaginable benefits when it comes to breaking through barriers and raising one's potential. However, it wouldn't be of much use to me. Now, this strand of life force energy is yours. Luo Yunyang eyed the floating butterfly goddess as a deluge of thoughts went through his mind. Come with me. Perhaps we still have a slight chance of living. Chapter 912. Surging power, a slight chance to live. The odds weren't great, but the floating butterfly goddess had a strong will to live, so this slight chance of survival gave her a glimmer of hope. The reason she gave Luo Yunyang a strand of the life force energy formed within Zanping Gate was simple: she did not want it to go to waste. However, she had never expected Luo Yunyang to say that they both would have a slight chance to live. Although Juzi Xuanming saw Luo Yunyang and the floating butterfly goddess flying off together, he wasn't interested in making any moves. Instead, he was slowly refining the dual realm sky. His mission would be completed once he was able to refine it completely. If Luo Yunyang didn't escape from the dual realm sky, the floating butterfly goddess would have the same fate. Hence, he was just like a fisherman leisurely casting his net. What the heck are they trying to do? In Hongmeng Sacred Hall, the left hall master also saw Luo Yunyang take flight with the floating butterfly goddess and exclaimed in slight anguish. The left hall master had always been in charge of disciplinary matters in Hongmeng Sacred Hall. If there was one person that the disciples of Hongmeng Scared Hall feared the most, it would be without a doubt the left hall master. The middle hall master was also furious. He had already made a decision, and it was hard to change it. Luo Yunyang was simply out of control. However, the middle hall master was still a hall master after all. Hence, even though he looked somewhat more pissed than before, he still remained silent. The old man from Zanpin Sacred Hall was frowning too. What the old man had told the middle hall master wasn't just his opinion. It represented the opinion of the entire Zanpin Sacred Hall. The Hongmeng Sacred Hall Zongzi that had been entrusted with the important task of killing the floating butterfly goddess actually hadn't obeyed the command. Not only had he not taken action, but he had even tried to flee with their goddess in the dual realm sky. The entire situation made the old man very uncomfortable. Could this youngster have succumbed to the beauty of their goddess? Was that why he could not bear to kill her? If that were the case, middle hall master, is this the standard of the Hongmeng Sacred Hall Zongzi? I think he is simply a lecher. The stern-looking man said mockingly. Hongmeng Sacred Hall controlled the divine creation disc, while Zanpin Sacred Hall possessed the Zanpin Gate. There shouldn't be much difference between these two based on the two artifacts that they wielded. However, it was evident from the strength displayed that Hongmeng Sacred Hall was much stronger than Zanpin Sacred Hall. Some people even said that Zanpin Sacred Hall was simply a subsidiary of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. This infuriated the elites of Zanpin Sacred Hall very much. Hence, even though the two sides were allies on the surface, there was in fact plenty of dirty laundry that didn't see the light of day. Now, The supreme Zanping gate had started to show signs of damage, and even the goddess chosen by the artifact spirit was going to die. This was considered a huge loss for Zanpin's sacred hall. The stern-looking middle-aged man felt very suffocated. However, even if that was the case, no one present was inferior in terms of status to him. Hence, he could only continue holding his anger in. Nevertheless, Luo Yunyang's flight with the floating butterfly goddess had become an excuse for him to vent his frustration. The middle hall master's expression darkened instantly as the left hall master snapped back coldly. Yuan venerate Qinghua, we don't need you to evaluate Hong Meng's sacred hall's zongzi. The left hall master did not even bother using words, as numerous sword lights formed a disk of light behind him. Any one of these sword lights would be enough to obliterate an entire galaxy. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man knew that this wasn't a place where he could behave atrociously even if he was pissed. He would be getting the short end of the stick if he tried anything. He's just a lecher. Yuan venerate Qinghua backed off and stood behind the old man from Zanpin's sacred hall before he spat these words out. The elder from Zanpin's sacred hall did not like Yuan venerate Qinghua's meaningless actions, but Yuan venerate Qinghua was still his companion. If he completely ruined their reputation in Hong Meng's sacred hall, then... After a short moment, the old man finally said, "Middle hall master, time is running out. I think it's more important to finish our plan for now. After all, we cannot lose the Zanping gate." The middle hall master nodded before taking out the jade talisman hurriedly and issuing a command. His command was strict, as he absolutely could not allow Luo Yunyang to disobey his instructions. Shortly after the middle hall master completed this action, Luo Yunyang finally replied. Unfortunately, the content of the reply made the middle hall master's face stiffen up. This is not the end. This was Luo Yunyang's reply to the middle hall master's command. As a result, the middle hall master was extremely infuriated. The left hall master and the right hall master did not see Luo Yunyang's reply, but they could vaguely sense what Luo Yunyang had answered based on the look on the middle hall master's face. Thus, they also looked slightly dimmer. Although Hong Meng's sacred hall wouldn't care too much about the things happening in the outside world, their requirements for abiding rules were very stringent. The middle hall master was the master of Hong Meng's sacred hall, so his words were akin to orders. No one could ever defy them. Luo Yunyang, a mere zongzi, had actually dared to defy the middle hall master's order. This by itself was a challenge to the rules of Hong Meng's sacred hall. Middle hall master. The left hall master looked at the middle hall master gravely. The middle hall master gestured with his hands and said, "He told me that things haven't come to an end yet. It means that he still has some tricks up his sleeve." Tricks up his sleeve. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. Does he really think that he can improve all of a sudden and defeat Juzi Xuanming? The left hall master asked, sounding baffled, before continuing his barrage. He's behaving like a fool. Everyone in Hong Meng's sacred hall would tremble in fear whenever the left hall master got PSSED off. Both the right hall master and the old man from Zanpin's sacred hall stayed silent. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang had no chance of winning. Their judgment was based on their years of experience, which they firmly believed in. Give him some time. The middle hall master pondered this for a moment before speaking. As for us, all we can do now is keep attacking the dual realm sky with our full force. Luo Yunyang wasn't thinking about the reaction he would generate in Hong Meng's sacred hall. He merely brought the floating butterfly goddess along, and went ahead with his plan by rushing towards the location where he had been training in seclusion. In a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang arrived in the mountain that his body was cultivating in. After shooting a glance at the floating butterfly goddess, Luo Yunyang tapped her with his finger. The floating butterfly goddess was also a 5th level heavenly venerate, so she instantly reacted to Luo Yunyang's move. As if she had suddenly recalled something, she did not resist at all. The floating butterfly goddess's expression remained very calm when Luo Yunyang's finger tapped her body. Luo Yunyang did not pay attention to the floating butterfly goddess, as he immediately took her into his clone's internal universe after making sure she had fainted. Then, Luo Yunyang's clone entered the location where his body was situated. A jet-black millstone was rotating gradually outside Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness. The sword origin was slowly being ground down into fragments before being channeled rapidly into Luo Yunyang's internal universe with every rotation. These fragments of ground-up sword origin nourished and provided Luo Yunyang's internal universe with a massive amount of energy. Although the sword origin's grinding process wasn't even 1% completed, it had already given Luo Yunyang the foundation to break through to the 6th level of the Heavenly Venerate. He could break through and become a 6th level Heavenly Venerate anytime he wanted. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't ready to break through yet. He had received almost all of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's memories, so he was very clear-headed. The most important juncture of a Heavenly Venerate was the condensation of sacred images. A strong sacred image would create a deeper and better foundation when one advanced and became a Yuan Venerate. Not only would a weak sacred image fail to help one become a Yuan Venerate, but one might even fail to advance to an 8th level Heavenly Venerate forever. The condensation of a strong sacred image required a strong cultivation technique, nomological laws, as well as superior strength to support a powerful sacred image. Many powerhouses were reluctant when they formed their sacred images. Thus, because they lacked superior strength as a brace, they had no choice but to abandon some top-grade techniques. This was not because they did not want those techniques, but because condensing those techniques into sacred images without enough strength to support the process could result in failure to form sacred images and might also cause it to collapse. Luo Yunyang had plenty of cultivation techniques. Apart from the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique, he also had the top supreme scriptures of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. He already had plans for his sacred image, but he still needed a massive amount of energy regardless of which technique he was going to use. His body opened his eyes gently when his clone arrived, shot a glance at the clone, and chuckled. "Come out." The primeval underworld monarch did not respond. He simply snapped his fingers before this extremely pure life force energy flowed out of his body and rushed towards Luo Yunyang. The moment this wave of pure life force energy entered Luo Yunyang's body, his eyes started to glow with a strange splendor. A short while later, his body dazzled even brighter than before and the great obliteration millstone that had been rotating gradually in his mind started to speed up tenfold. Trails of sword origin were ground down into the purest form of power as they filled up the 5th level universe inside Luo Yunyang's body. When this energy started to accumulate, the power accumulating in Luo Yunyang's internal universe started transforming into a fluid that surged like crazy inside. At that moment, Luo Yunyang sensed that the time had come. Chapter 913. Three-Faced Sacred Image, 10 Pillars of Divine Lights. The condensation of a sacred image was a key moment for a Heavenly Venerate. Once a sacred image was condensed, it could not only be used by a Heavenly Venerate during a battle. It could also be used to absorb energy throughout the void. The stronger a sacred image or the void it was in was, the more energy the sacred image could absorb. Luo Yunyang had come up with a deducted sacred image in the 1,000 years he had spent training in seclusion. Thus, it came naturally to him now. Trails of great path nomological laws erupted forth from Luo Yunyang's body. All these were origin source laws that Luo Yunyang had managed to control throughout his years of cultivation. Every nomological law was connected to the origin source of heaven and earth, represented an extremely powerful secret technique, and was also the equivalent of a supreme cultivation technique. The condensation of sacred images could allow these origin source laws to improve greatly quality-wise. It might even push them to their limits. Condense. With that thought in mind, Luo Yunyang did not flinch as he conjured the 3 origin source laws he had decided on a long time ago and started condensing them. The 3 origin source laws were the top-notch nomological laws of the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique. Although Luo Yunyang cultivated various techniques, he still chose the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell as his go-to technique during the condensation of his sacred image. Although the life-death resounding fate and the samsara palm were just as powerful, Luo Yunyang still decided to give up on them. It wasn't that Luo Yunyang did not want to make his sacred image stronger. However, during his deduction, he had realized that while the 2 techniques had certain aspects that could complement each other, they would still clash against each other for the most part. Fusing 2 techniques that were at odds wasn't a good thing during the condensation of one's sacred image. Not only would this not increase his power, but it might even destabilize the sacred image and increase the possibility of it collapsing. However, just as the word, condense, left Luo Yunyang's mouth, all the nomological laws that seeped out of Luo Yunyang's body started to get entangled all of a sudden. What was going on? Luo Yunyang felt his scalp go numb when he sensed the surging energy condensing. He had never thought that he would encounter such a problem while condensing a sacred image. Although the energy in his body seemed boundless and his foundation was deep, the impact on him would still be unimaginable if the nomological laws within his sacred images continued to get entangled. After a while, a hint of fear crept into Luo Yunyang. However, he knew that worrying now wouldn't be helpful. What he could do now was remove the nomological laws that weren't necessary from his sacred images. However, just as Luo Yunyang conjured the technique from his body, he realized that all the techniques he had learned throughout the years had started to get activated at the same time and fuse rapidly together. Fusion. The techniques that were incompatible and couldn't be used together were actually flowing together like water. What was going on? Was this because of the strand of pure life force energy? Luo Yunyang did not think that he was the chosen one that could make all the nomological laws in his body submit willingly to him instantly. If he wasn't the chosen one, then the most plausible reason behind this would be the strand of pure life force energy he had obtained from the floating butterfly goddess. Although the pure life force energy provided him with a lot of benefits by allowing him to crush all the sword intent in his body faster than it would normally take, just that alone wouldn't have made it so important. However, this wasn't the time to question the floating butterfly goddess, as she was still unconscious from the blow. After focusing his mind on condensing his sacred image, Luo Yunyang quickly entered a trance. The origin source laws continued to entangle with one another like weaving dragons, forming what could be described as a wreath that floated atop Luo Yunyang's head. About 15 minutes later, the wreath that was gradually changing had turned into a very ancient, unadorned bell. The massive bell was earth-shaking, and even the two characters carved on its body were clear and distinct. While that was happening, a bronze pillar of light that was hundreds of meters thick fell from the sky above the dual sky realm, heading straight towards the massive bell on top of Luo Yunyang's head. The sacred image could communicate with the void, which possessed the same energy as its nomological laws. Once the sacred image was formed, this void would cast down a peculiar divine light. Not only would the light nourish and provide ample supplemental effect to the energy of the sacred image, but it could also allow the communication between the sacred image and the void to become much tighter. The first mysterious demon was still standing in the void. Although he knew that there was nothing there for him even if he stayed, he still couldn't force himself to leave. He wanted to watch Juzi Xuanming capture Luo Yunyang. He wanted to personally witness the look of despair in Luo Yunyang's eyes. More importantly, he wanted to retrieve the Great Obliteration Millstone from Juzi Xuanming. He could only recover what he had lost by taking back the Great Obliteration Millstone. Although Juzi Xuanming might not return it, the chances of it happening would dwindle if he left this place. Sacred Image Divine Light. The first mysterious demon looked on coldly as the light pillar tore through the sky and descended. The only person in the dual sky realm that could break through to the 7th level heavenly venerate right now was undoubtedly Luo Yunyang. After all, most of the other humans had already died. As for the floating butterfly goddess, although she was alive, her cultivation was lacking. Wasn't it rumored that Luo Yunyang's cultivation had stagnated for the past 1,000 years after absorbing Yuan venerate Wanliu's energy? What was going on here? However, the doubt in his heart instantly turned to faint delight. 6 pillars of light from 6 different voids had entered his sacred images when he had condensed them. The strongest sacred image had been condensed by the ancient 12 Yuan underworldling technique before reinstating the might of the ancient mysterious ancestor. Only a handful of people in the history of the mysterious underworld race had condensed 6 Yuan underworldlings as sacred images. The first mysterious demon was one of these exceptional people. Hence, this was always something that the first mysterious demon could be rightfully proud of. It's just a single sacred image divine light. Although it looks stronger than each and every one of my sacred image divine lights, it is still a lot weaker than the combination of my 6 divine lights. Juzi Xuanming, who had used the universe diagram convergence refining, also saw this. His extremely calm expression was a stark contrast to the first mysterious demon's grouchy dissatisfaction. It seemed as if this was all insignificant to him. He continued to refine the universe diagram convergence at his own pace, quietly awaiting to reap his reward. In Hongmeng's sacred hall, the middle hall master and the divine elder were the only ones left to oversee the situation. The two of them also saw the descending sacred image divine light. I know that Luo Yunyang chap is not simple. This sort of challenge is not going to stop him, the divine elder said casually. The middle hall master was also quite familiar with Luo Yunyang's situation. I know about Luo Yunyang's situation. However, I never thought that he could forcefully break down the energy left behind by Yuan Venerate and even manage to advance by condensing his sacred image. While the power displayed by the sacred image isn't weak, it isn't that strong either. The divine elder grinned. I think Luo Yunyang shouldn't be so weak. After all, he infused himself with most of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's power. If an ordinary heavenly Venerate were to receive it, even condensing a sacred image would be a very tough task. Suddenly, another sacred image divine light descended from the void and headed towards Luo Yunyang's location while the two of them were still conversing. Although the dual sky realm was covered by 12 primordial Yuan underworldling flags, it wouldn't be very beneficial to use the 12 primordial Yuan underworldling flags to oppose the sacred image divine light. After all, it might damage the flags. The new sacred image divine light seemed weaker, but the razor-sharp energy infused in it felt greater than the first. In other words, the might of the second sacred image divine light wasn't inferior to the first. The first mysterious demon looked a little pale when he saw the second sacred image divine light. Luo Yunyang's first sacred image divine light wasn't better than the combination of his 6 sacred image divine lights. However, when the second sacred image divine light appeared, the first mysterious demon felt like his 6 sacred image divine lights were a tad inferior. It seemed like the first mysterious demon wasn't treated with any respect, as various pillars of light began to fall from the void towards Luo Yunyang's location. 4 pillars, 5 pillars. The void in the dual sky realm only calmed down after the 10th sacred image divine light completed its descent. After the coverage of the 10th sacred image divine light, a figure with 3 faces and 6 pairs of limbs emerged from the void in the area Luo Yunyang was in. The sacred image with the 3 faces and 6 pairs of limbs overlooked its surroundings. Although all 3 faces looked exactly the same, anyone would feel that the 3 of them were sort of different if they looked at them. The first face was as unadorned as eternity, the second face was tyrannical and overwhelming, and the last face looked largely unchanged but felt totally different every time one looked at it. However, the items in their hands were extraordinary compared to the 3 faces, which seemed like they represented different times. The face that was tyrannical and overwhelming held a massive bell, and the unadorned face held a longsword on its left hand and an 18-story gold pagoda on its right. As for the last face, which was constantly changing, its left hand was dragging a millstone that was about a foot wide. Although the sacred image was only a projection, its appearance still sent a wave of overwhelming dominance toward anyone who saw it. Chapter 914. The Strongest Clash. The mysterious 9 Calamity Lord Juzi Xuanming wasn't too concerned about Luo Yunyang condensing his sacred image. In his opinion, even though Luo Yunyang attracted many phenomenal occurrences, they weren't that big of a deal. Hence, he had been refining the dual sky realm into a diagram calmly all this time. Refining the dual sky realm into a diagram took a toll on him. However, once he was able to successfully refine it, he would receive a sizable benefit. Juzi Xuanming felt very threatened when the second sacred image appeared. This threat was enough to make him feel a sense of urgency. An urgency to kill Luo Yunyang. Juzi Xuanming also increased the speed at which he was conjuring his technique the moment Luo Yunyang finished forming his sacred image. Thanks to this increase in speed, the dual sky realm, which had already shrunk by 2/3 of its original size, suddenly shrank at a rate that was 10 times faster. The dual sky realm transformed into a massive diagram that was tens of thousands of meters long in the blink of an eye, and everything within the dual sky realm was reflected in the massive diagram. Both Luo Yunyang and his sacred image were also in the massive map, and he felt a huge restrictive force acting on him the instant the massive map took shape. Luo Yunyang felt as if he was going to become part of the map when the restrictive force appeared. The sword intent left behind by Yuan Venerate Wanliu had been completely crushed. The emergence of the 6th level and 7th level universes also spread out the solidified energy within his body completely. Luo Yunyang wasn't in the mood to care about the changes that had happened to him. He knew that the most important thing now was to escape from the dual sky realm diagram that was almost complete. Luo Yunyang glared at Juzi Xuanming, who wasn't too far from him now that he had come out. Juzi Xuanming, you've already missed the best time to capture me. We should just leave this place now. A cold glimmer flickered across Juzi Xuanming's eyes. He had a bad premonition when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. Luo Yunyang's mannerisms also made the uncomfortable feeling in Juzi Xuanming's heart intensify. However, Juzi Xuanming felt that he was being overly cautious. Although Luo Yunyang seemed extraordinary, he was still only a 7th level heavenly venerate. On the other hand, he had undergone 9 different calamities and attained peak achievements in his past resurrection himself. Even an ordinary Yuan Venerate could not do anything to him, so why should he be afraid of Luo Yunyang? The dual sky realm diagram was almost complete, so everything would be under his control once the diagram took shape. Zhuzi Xuanming sneered coldly, "That's shameless boasting. Today, I'll turn you into a puppet of this diagram." Zhuzi Xuanming executed a series of hand seals immediately, conjuring a chain made of nomological laws out of nowhere. The chain flew at Luo Yunyang in an attempt to capture him. Luo Yunyang maintained his composure while facing the chain that had suddenly appeared. He smirked lightly before the sacred image that had condensed above his head leapt into the air and took flight. The three-faced sacred image swung its sword suddenly, unleashing close, yet worlds apart right away. Close, yet worlds apart was Yuan Venerate Wanliu's 13th sword technique. In the past, Luo Yunyang had relied on this technique to escape death when a mysterious underworld race Yuan Venerate had tried to hunt him down. At the time, Luo Yunyang had been able to execute close, yet worlds apart because he had been supported by Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Although Luo Yunyang could still execute close, yet worlds apart after Yuan Venerate Wanliu's death, it was broken by Zhuzi Xuanming's finger. Close, yet worlds apart wasn't weak. It was just that Luo Yunyang's execution was incomplete. It could even be said that close, yet worlds apart had a very huge flaw when executed by Luo Yunyang. However, the panorama horizon executed by the sacred image was flawlessly complete. Even Yuan Venerate Wanliu couldn't have executed it better if he had been alive. The chains that would have reached Luo Yunyang stopped silently in their tracks. They seemed to be extending towards Luo Yunyang, but unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried to extend, it was still difficult to approach Luo Yunyang. This was close, yet worlds apart. The battle between Luo Yunyang and Zhuzi Xuanming drew the attention of many people. Both the Middle Hall Master and the first mysterious demon were looking closely at the battle too. The Middle Hall Master's eyes lit up when he saw Luo Yunyang's sacred image executing close, yet worlds apart. He was the top-level existence among all Yuan Venerates, so the Middle Hall Master's vision was far better than the vision of average folks. Luo Yunyang's sacred image intimidated him greatly, and the execution of close, yet worlds apart had reached the level of a Yuan Venerate. Although Zhuzi Xuanming was very strong, this did not mean that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be putting up a fight. The first mysterious demon looked on enviously. He was jealous of Luo Yunyang because Luo Yunyang's actions had totally blown him away. In the first mysterious demon's opinion, he would be completely helpless against Luo Yunyang's move. Luo Yunyang had only activated one of the three faces of the sacred image. Would he be able to beat Luo Yunyang if all three faces were activated? The first mysterious demon was a prideful person. However, his pride had currently taken a huge beating from Luo Yunyang and Zhuzi Xuanming. Not bad, Zhuzi Xuanming sneered as he looked at the three-faced sacred image. But you'll need more than this technique to escape from me. Zhuzi Xuanming smirked as he added, your sacred image is pretty interesting, but it doesn't mean you can be audacious. The 9 blood-colored sacred images that stood in the void began to move simultaneously right after Zhuzi Xuanming spoke. In a snap of a finger, all 9 sacred images disappeared completely before reappearing mysteriously and surrounding Luo Yunyang's three-faced sacred image. The 9 blood-colored sacred images did not seem like they were holding on to weapons, but their palms looked razor-sharp, as though they could slice apart anything that came their way. Their bodies were constantly moving through various voids. Although they seemed to be in the same void, only those who were surrounded by the 9 blood-colored sacred images could feel the dreadfulness of the sacred images. Swoosh! The 9 blood-colored sacred images let out a devilish, fanatic sound. When they almost reached Luo Yunyang's sacred image, the tyrannical face that was holding on to the massive bell emitted a deafening bell chime. The bell, which was formed by a 7th-level universe, almost appeared substantial, and when it chimed, bell waves rippled through the void in all directions. The blood-colored sacred images that could tear through the void retreated hurriedly when the bell wave was heard. Some of the blood-colored sacred images even began to crumble after receiving the attack of the bell wave. Just as the 9 blood-colored sacred images were retreating, the massive bell that had rung was suddenly pushed out. The bell pushed through the void and landed heavily on one of the sacred images, pulverizing it into powder instantly. Zhuzi Xuanming continued to observe the battle in an extremely calm manner. The outcome of this battle was rather insignificant to him. After all, he was merely probing Luo Yunyang. He wanted to make Luo Yunyang fully display all the power the 3-era sacred image possessed. Although Luo Yunyang's performance had already exceeded Zhuzi Xuanming's expectations, Zhuzi Xuanming's expression remained very composed. The power of your sacred image has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, the more it exceeds my expectations, the more I have to keep you here. Zhuzi Xuanming glared at Luo Yunyang after retracting his blood-colored sacred images. Although that old man kept saying that the woman from Zanpin Sacred Hall is extremely important, I believe that you are even more important than her. Now, I'll give you a taste of my sacred image, mysterious Nine Calamity Lord. Zhuzi Xuanming uttered the name of his sacred image maniacally. Trails of blood-red light beams shot out of his body shortly when he said this, in a strange nine-headed sacred image that was 100 meters tall and had 50 arms appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. A wave of energy that seemed boundless suddenly swooped in from all directions when that sacred image appeared. The space around the sacred image, which was boiling, provided Zhuzi Xuanming with energy. While Luo Yunyang's three-faced sacred image awed anyone that looked at it, the mysterious Nine Calamity Lord gave off an incomparably eerie, frightening, and crazy feeling. Luo Yunyang looked at the arms that were spread out around the 9 heads in a semicircle and noticed that there were 54 blood-red beads in the arms of the sacred image. Luo Yunyang felt that each and every bead was like a world itself. Not only did those beads contain an astronomical amount of power, but they also seemed no weaker than Luo Yunyang's massive bell. Go! It seemed as though Zhuzi Xuanming had sensed Luo Yunyang staring at the beads on his sacred image as he yelled out his command. The 54 blood-red beads transformed instantly into a blood-red long whip that lashed towards Luo Yunyang mightily. Chapter 915. Dauphin Sky Mark, Obliteration Mill. Thanks to the support of the 4 blood-red gems, Luo Yunyang felt as though this whip was the pinnacle of might, even though it looked simple. As this lash came down, Luo Yunyang felt that both he and his sacred image had already been completely enveloped by the lash of the whip. Moving his body was already extremely tough, so escaping was out of the question. Right now, the only thing Luo Yunyang could do was resist. The past eternal sacred image that was floating above his head once again waved the sword in its hand and close, yet worlds apart was executed. One could say that Luo Yunyang's use of close, yet worlds apart had brought decent results previously. However, as the whip lashed down heavily now, the technique of close, yet worlds apart wasn't the least bit useful. It merely broke through the fetters in just a moment and flew towards Luo Yunyang's head. Countless streaks of blood light spread all around. Was close, yet worlds apart useless? This was the first time Luo Yunyang had experienced such a situation while using the sacred image. As the treasured whip full of killing intent descended, the pagoda in the other hand of the eternal sacred image suddenly flew up. The 18-story pagoda instantly swelled up 100 times and blocked off the blood-red whip. Whip and pagoda ultimately collided in the void. In just an instant, cracks started to appear on the pagoda. However, even though the whip had smashed Luo Yunyang's 18-story pagoda, it was thrown back by the force of the pagoda. The clash between the two sacred images looked very simple, as if there were no variations whatsoever. Any martialist below the galaxy grade would find this clash rather ordinary if they were watching it. However, anyone that had reached the universe grade could sense how terrifying the offense and defense of these two were. The power of nomological laws was already contained within the weapons wielded by the sacred images. Even a high-level heavenly venerate wouldn't be able to hold their own against such powerful attacks. The 54 arms and 54 eyes of the 9 underworld king's sacred images above Zhuzi Xuanming's head were all radiating with a bright, bloody glow. Not too bad. One more time. Zhuzi Xuanming snickered and those 54 hands moved out at the same time. Every hand seal formed was different. However, as each hand made a move, it seemed as if a supreme nomological law contained in the sky and earth was being drawn out. This meant that, in just an instant, the 54 palms had drawn out 54 nomological powers contained in the sky and earth. Furthermore, as each arm made a seal, a void would appear behind the arm. The voids were virtually the same. These voids were compatible with the hand seals and provided grand power. As the 54 hand seals converged, a golden red fist mark appeared in the void. This fist mark was extremely vast, broad, and mighty. As it came rushing towards him, a sense of fear welled in his heart. The Dauphin Sky Mark. Although this was his first time seeing this move, Luo Yunyang clearly sensed the name of the move the moment he saw it. Dauphin Sky Mark. Blood-red engravings flashed on the Dauphin Sky Mark. Although Luo Yunyang seemed to understand what these engravings were, he found it difficult to comprehend their true intent. Luo Yunyang didn't understand the origin of the Dauphin Sky Mark, but he knew this attack was probably one of Zhuzi Xuanming's true methods. Although the 13th sword was powerful, it probably wouldn't be able to stop the Dauphin Sky Mark. Thus, Luo Yunyang immediately used the giant bell that was being propped up by the sacred image and sent it to meet the Dauphin Sky Mark head-on. Although this huge bell was only formed by Luo Yunyang's chaotic Yuan Sky Bell cultivation technique, the 7 layers of universe powers in combination with Yuan Venerate Wanliu's additional power made it look really corporeal. As Luo Yunyang used it, the huge bell sparkled continuously with rays of law. In just an instant, sacred mountains and seas were inscribed on it, as well as vast lands. With the rise of Luo Yunyang's cultivation base, some methods of the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique that were hard to utilize had already become a child's play for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was now utilizing the top-notch defensive method of the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique. Although Luo Yunyang was only displaying a portion of his might, this still wasn't something most people could compare with. When the blood-red Dauphin Sky Mark struck the huge bronze sky bell heavily, massive bell waves echoed from the huge bell. These bell waves wouldn't hurt Luo Yunyang, but the waves continued and moved towards Zhuzi Xuanming. Zhuzi Xuanming looked slightly astonished when he saw the onrushing bell wave. Clearly, he hadn't imagined that Luo Yunyang could actually use such a method. The turbulent bell waves couldn't be considered inferior to the Dauphin Sky Mark in terms of might. Even though Zhuzi Xuanming's cultivation base was insane, he still found it difficult to react quickly after having just unleashed the Dauphin Sky Mark. Scarlet ripples flowed out of the blood-red gems in each of the 54 arms as the bell wave arrived. These ripples formed a sea of blood that enveloped Zhuzi Xuanming. Boom! As the bell wave struck, the sea of blood shattered and Zhuzi Xuanming's body was sent flying backward. Cracks started to appear in each of the blood-colored gems in the 54 arms. This was the sorriest state Zhuzi Xuanming had ever been in. This would definitely be a good opportunity. Luo Yunyang really wanted to use this opportunity, but unfortunately, he too had been injured considerably. The sacred image of that ancient bell was riddled with cracks after the Dauphin Sky Seal struck it. Although the cracks looked shallow, there were at least 300 of them. This made Luo Yunyang feel that the giant ancient bell he had condensed might crumble at any moment. Furthermore, even though the majority of the bell waves had swept towards Zhuzi Xuanming, there were still some that had flowed over to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's evasion skills might be good, yet some of the power of the bell wave had still struck his body. The dual realm sky, which was like a diagram, looked as though it could be shattered or smashed. Some huge spatial cracks even seemed like they were on the verge of collapsing. If Luo Yunyang charged through those spatial cracks now, he would definitely be able to escape the dual realm sky space. However, Luo Yunyang didn't escape, not because he didn't want to, but because he had no better option now. As the first mysterious demon watched the dire situation below him, most of his haughtiness disappeared. He hadn't really accepted Zhuzi Xuanming, but he had to admit that he and Zhuzi Xuanming were grades apart when it came to their cultivation base. This gulf wasn't ordinary. Zhuzi Xuanming eyed Luo Yunyang with a strange gaze. His Dauphin Sky Mark had always been able to conquer everything before him. Even some Yuan Venerates would suffer if he used his Dauphin Sky Mark. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't at a disadvantage while clashing with it. It also wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Luo Yunyang had made Zhuzi Xuanming suffer. Zhuzi Xuanming didn't reckon that he could suffer at the hands of others. However, he felt thoroughly unhappy about being at a slight disadvantage due to Luo Yunyang. Thus, after glaring icily at Luo Yunyang, his 54 arms once again prepared to form hand seals. It was very clear that Zhuzi Xuanming was preparing to attack again. This time, his attack definitely wouldn't be minor. Zhuzi Xuanming, take this move. Luo Yunyang immediately used his giant millstone sacred image against Zhuzi Xuanming. The black obliteration millstone flew towards Zhuzi Xuanming. The large millstone wasn't the great obliteration millstone Luo Yunyang had gotten from the sacred battlefield. Although the two of them were very similar, this one was merely a projection of the actual great obliteration millstone. Naturally, Luo Yunyang had the Great Obliteration Millstone's cultivation technique because he had obtained the completed Great Obliteration Millstone. One could say that the Great Obliteration Millstone that had appeared complemented Luo Yunyang's immeasurable future divine scripture very well. Thus, Luo Yunyang had used this giant millstone right away. The millstone split and separated into top and bottom, yet it was still like a cage that spanned thousands of miles, trapping Zhuzi Xuanming and his sacred images within it. The millstone revolved slowly. Juzi Xuanming, who had been calm all this time, suddenly looked slightly grave. In just a moment, a bloody seal flooded all around Juzi Xuanming. Juzi Xuanming was currently relying on the overwhelming power within his body to resist Luo Yunyang's black millstone. Although this millstone wasn't the original, it still had the support of the original Great Obliteration millstone and was definitely amongst Luo Yunyang's top treasures. Even though the black millstone wasn't revolving that quickly, everyone could still sense the predicament Juzi Xuanming was in. Juzi Xuanming wanted to fly away the moment this millstone surrounded him. However, he found it difficult to break through the two sides of the millstone even though he was very powerful. Thus, he couldn't escape either. Luo Yunyang had a look of complete concentration on his face as the distance between the two halves of the millstone started to shrink. The distance between the two halves of the millstone had become only a few hundred meters, and all of Juzi Xuanming's sacred images were already within it. It seemed as if Juzi Xuanming was on the brink of a crisis. Chapter 916. Juzi's clone. Good luck. What's going on with Juzi Xuanming? That bunch of old fogies claim that he is a rare, unrivaled genius. How can he not be able to defeat Luo Yunyang? The first mysterious demon said, sounding exasperated. Although he was above the 12 Yuan underworldling flags, he was able to communicate with his aides through a virtual realm because the entire dual realm sky was under the control of the mysterious underworld race. The object of all this grumbling was the fifth mysterious demon. Given the first mysterious demon's strength, all the mysterious underworld beings selected to become mysterious demons would basically follow the first mysterious demon or become his opponents and fall. Although many people weren't happy with this, no big shots of the mysterious underworld race came out to stop this due to the first mysterious demon's innate talent. Deep down, the fifth mysterious demon was a little disgusted by the first mysterious demon's anxious display. However, he kept all this disdain inside. He wouldn't say anything, as he wasn't willing to lose his status. He was still too far behind compared to the first mysterious demon. Even though Luo Yunyang had broken the first mysterious demon's physical body, the gulf between him and the first mysterious demon was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Right now, he could only assume the status of an attendant to deal with the first mysterious demon. Even though it was difficult to bear the first mysterious demon at times, he still treated the fifth mysterious demon quite decently. Thus, the fifth mysterious demon was willing to keep pace with the first mysterious demon for now. Boss, could Juzi Xuanming still be keeping some cards up his sleeves? The fifth mysterious demon said after pondering for a moment. Cards up his sleeves. I really do hope he still has a few other tricks, but do you think that he really has any more? The first mysterious demon watched from above the battered Juzi Xuanming and cried out. Damn, I'm left with half a life. After that lamentation, the first mysterious demon sighed. What a pity. It was a pity that he possessed one half of the Great Obliteration millstone. He had originally thought that he would be unstoppable once he got the full millstone. However, this millstone was already in Luo Yunyang's hands. This was intolerable. Simply intolerable. If Luo Yunyang hadn't destroyed his physical body and made him apprehensive, the first mysterious demon would have already charged over and fought with Luo Yunyang to death. Boss, Luo Yunyang's sacred image is very special. Based on what I know about the records concerning the mysterious underworld race's sacred images, this grade of sacred image is definitely on par with your 12 Yuan underworldling's sacred image. The fifth mysterious demon went on. Even if Juzi Xuanming failed, our tribe would definitely dispatch other top individuals over. The first mysterious demon snorted. Although he knew that the fifth mysterious demon was speaking the truth, he didn't really like listening to it. Hearing the truth like this was making him feel even more vexed. He looked closely at Juzi Xuanming, who was within the large millstone, and discovered that even though Juzi Xuanming was in a desperate position, he didn't seem the least bit fazed. The more talented one was, the more afraid of death one would be. This saying existed for a reason. Take the first mysterious demon for example. Although he was decisive and firm when it came to fighting and killing, he would only advance without looking back when his own fate wasn't at risk. However, once something concerned his life and death, he would feel afraid. In the first mysterious demon's opinion, he was a genius that countless legends would be written about. Therefore, he couldn't afford to die. Are there any really impressive people besides Juzi Xuanming in our race? Don't tell me that Yuan venerate beings would be dispatched. The first mysterious demon simply didn't show the fifth mysterious demon any respect. Instead, he mocked his random laments. Although the fifth mysterious demon was really pissed deep down, he still held it in. While the two of them were talking, they saw that the space Juzi Xuanming had created between the two halves of the millstone was already down to little more than a meter. Once this millstone recomposed itself, Juzi Xuanming would surely die. At Hongmeng's sacred hall, the middle hall master and the divine elder were also watching the huge revolving millstone quietly. Although they still couldn't tell the origin of Luo Yunyang's huge millstone, they could sense how powerful it was. Juzi Xuanming shouldn't be this weak. The middle hall master frowned as he spoke doubtfully. The middle hall master's status in Hongmeng's sacred hall was extremely high, so even the divine elder only felt respect for him. The divine elder coughed lightly. I also believe that Juzi Xuanming shouldn't be this weak. However, given the current situation, while the giant millstone revolved once more, it seemed as though only Juzi Xuanming could be seen. His head would be ground and Juzi Xuanming, who bragged about being a future pillar of the mysterious underworld race, would cease to exist. Although Juzi Xuanming hadn't broken through the Yuan Venerate realm all these years, people feared him even more because of this. However, this terrifying person was actually nearing the end of his life. For the middle hall master and the others, this was simply something great that would fall from the sky and land on their laps. However, the middle hall master and the others had the same doubt in their minds. Was Luo Yunyang really at such a powerful level? Luo Yunyang controlled the millstone while his mind was at work. Although he didn't feel that he was inferior, he wasn't blinded by arrogance either. Juzi Xuanming's inability to do anything while being trapped between the projection of the Great Obliteration millstone should be normal, but Luo Yunyang still felt that something didn't seem right. How could Juzi Xuanming not have any way of hitting back? The Dauphin Sky Mark unleashed by Juzi Xuanming might have seemed powerful and overwhelming, but Luo Yunyang felt that it still couldn't be used as a trump card by Juzi Xuanming. Luo Yunyang had no way to prove this. It was only intuition. However, he absolutely trusted his own intuition. As Luo Yunyang watched the revolving millstone gravely, the floating butterfly goddess, who had been knocked out and stored within Luo Yunyang's internal universe, woke up. Luo Yunyang was already much less guarded against the floating butterfly goddess. Thus, upon seeing her waking up, he let her fly out of his internal universe. The floating butterfly goddess had been willingly knocked out by Luo Yunyang. Deep down, she knew that everyone had their own secrets and people who discovered other people's secrets wouldn't end up well. She also knew that her life was in Luo Yunyang's hands, so she had smartly chosen to be knocked out. In her heart, the floating butterfly goddess believed that Luo Yunyang would definitely do something extraordinary. However, when she saw the circumstances right before her now, she still felt flabbergasted. What she saw right now was far beyond what she could have expected. Juzi Xuanming, who she reckoned was unbeatable below the Yuan Venerate level, was now trapped within two halves of a millstone. Only his head could be currently seen. You defeated Juzi Xuanming." The floating butterfly goddess's voice was a mixture of pleasant surprise and disbelief. Luo Yunyang shook his head. "I think that this fellow couldn't have been defeated so easily, but I am sure it will be difficult for him to escape. This current predicament, take a look. Do you think he is hiding any techniques?" The floating butterfly goddess immediately focused her gaze on Juzi Xuanming when she heard Luo Yunyang's worried reply. She too didn't dare believe that Juzi Xuanming would be killed by Luo Yunyang just like this. Although Luo Yunyang had displayed a great deal of strength, killing Juzi Xuanming like this seemed a little too simple. If Juzi Xuanming only had this much ability, then his grand reputation must have been false. The floating butterfly goddess scrutinized the scene meticulously. However, she couldn't see any way Juzi Xuanming could free himself. As the floating butterfly goddess was pondering this, cracking sounds rang out through the void. These sounds echoed in succession. In just a moment, the floating butterfly goddess discovered that countless cracks had appeared in the space of the dual-realm sky they were in. These large cracks were thousands of feet long and wide. Even the small ones were several hundred meters long. All these cracks made it seem as though the dual-realm sky could crumble and fall down at any moment. The floating butterfly goddess looked shocked when she saw these cracks. Hold it. Although she had always been polite to Luo Yunyang because of the position they were in, given the urgent situation, she couldn't care less about formalities. Luo Yunyang understood what the floating butterfly goddess meant the moment she shouted. Suddenly, more and more cracks appeared on the dual-realm sky. The only thought anyone watching the dual-realm sky could have was that the dual-realm sky was going to collapse. It could even be said that the space of the dual realm sky had already started to break. Ha ha ha, it is already too late. When I used universe diagram convergence refining, it combined with this clone of mine. As long as my clone crumbles, the dual realm sky will collapse as well, Zhuzi Xuanming said proudly from within the millstone. Although the dual realm sky is a cage, it is also a layer that protects you all. Once the dual realm sky collapses, you shall face the Yuan venerates of the mysterious underworld race. I can only wish you all the best from here on. Only a tiny part of Zhuzi Xuanming's body remained. With a laugh, Zhuzi Xuanming's voice rang out. Luo Yunyang, if you can escape this, then perhaps you shall be worthy of fighting with my main body. I hope that you can do it. At these words, the last part of Zhuzi Xuanming's body was crushed. At the same time, the dual realm sky started to collapse violently. This was just Zhuzi Xuanming's clone. How can that be? The floating butterfly goddess's voice was shaking. Luo Yunyang paid no attention to the floating butterfly goddess's unrest. Right now, our priority is how we are going to escape back to the human race's territory. We are in big trouble without the dual realm sky. Chapter 917. Where all the forces are deep in the boundless underworld land, a mysterious underworld statue that had been around for many years started to sway ever so slightly. This mysterious underworld statue was modeled and looked as if it had experienced a lot. Now, before so many people, the statue that shouldn't even be moving had actually started to shake. Many people felt that this sort of thing shouldn't happen, yet it was truly happening. Interesting, a clone of mine is actually being destroyed. A faint voice reverberated. As this voice rang out, the mysterious underworld statue seemed to turn into the master of the boundless underworld land. However, these changes appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In just a moment, everything had returned to the way it had been. It seemed as if nothing had happened. In an instant, over 10 spirit consciousness arrived from all directions. One of them asked respectfully, "What are your instructions, Dark Lord?" All of you should take note of Luo Yunyang. Let me know if he escapes from the dual realm sky. After acknowledging the sacred image of the entity known as Bright Dark Lord, everything once again returned to a strangely peaceful state. The powerful spirit consciousness that had come flowing in also vanished without a trace. Naturally, Luo Yunyang didn't know that Zhuzi Xuanming's main body was observing him from a place far, far away. At the moment, there was only one thing on his mind: how to escape to the human race's territory by using his maximum speed. Although the dual realm sky was a cage, it was also a suit of armor. Even though the clone of Zhuzi Xuanming had ultimately given up trying to stop Luo Yunyang, in fact, he had already done everything. As long as his body was shattered, the dual realm sky that had already been refined into a diagram would collapse. Once the dual realm sky collapsed, Luo Yunyang would lose his greatest protection. The dual realm sky restricted Yuan venerate almighties, yet it could have been refined into a diagram by Zhuzi Xuanming's great mystic ability before ultimately crumbling. This all seemed like a well-thought-out ploy created by Zhuzi Xuanming. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang simply wasn't in the mood to think about such a scheme. Right now, his priority was to escape as quickly as possible. Fleeing this place immediately was paramount. Let's go. With a thought, Luo Yunyang wrapped up the floating butterfly goddess in a ray of light before shooting off in the direction of the sealed sky city. The sealed sky city was like a gateway. However, because of the collapse of the dual realm sky, there would be many more variables. As long as Luo Yunyang could find a path that led into the human race's territory, then he and the floating butterfly goddess would be safe. Where are you running off to? The first mysterious demon's heart was filled with resentment when he saw the fleeing Luo Yunyang. He absolutely couldn't permit Luo Yunyang to escape right now. His hands formed seals as he shouted. The huge primordial Yuan underworldling figure floating at his back came crashing at Luo Yunyang like a massive mountain. Although the body of this primordial Yuan underworldling was formed by the convening 12 primordial Yuan underworldling flags, the arrays within the Yuan underworldling flags were extremely profound to begin with, and each flag contained a drop of primordial Yuan underworldling blood. Therefore, each Yuan underworldling flag that was being used would have the might of a peak 9th level heavenly venerate. Although Luo Yunyang didn't really think much of this single onrushing Yuan underworldling embodiment, he also knew that wasting too much time and effort on this Yuan underworldling embodiment wouldn't be good. It actually could stop his escape. Therefore, Luo Yunyang simply ignored this attack. Instead, he immediately used his maximum speed and shot off into the distance. The first mysterious demon watched his attack amount to nothing. However, he wasn't willing to let Luo Yunyang run away so freely. His hands gestured and yet 5 more Yuan underworldling shadows rushed over at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang could sense the strength of these 5 Yuan underworldlings. He wouldn't have any hope of escaping if he was encircled by these 6 Yuan underworldlings. Luo Yunyang soared higher and vanished completely in an instant. He was currently using his own great mystic ability for speed, as well as to convert his other attributes to speed by using his attribute regulator. You will die here. Amidst a maniacal shout, a 9th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate powerhouse rushed towards Luo Yunyang from a distance. This mysterious underworld powerhouse's scales were a dull gold color. From a distance, it seemed as if this person was clad in golden armor. The moment he rushed over, a giant hammer sacred image the size of a mountain peak came crashing at Luo Yunyang. The first mysterious demon had a look of loathing on his face when he saw the mysterious underworld powerhouse that had appeared. This mysterious underworld powerhouse was doing exactly the same thing he was, yet the first mysterious demon wasn't pleased. In his opinion, victory was already in his grasp, so he wouldn't be too happy if someone snatched it away. Go! Luo Yunyang saw that it was already difficult for him to avoid this and thus conjured up his giant bell sacred image and sent it in the direction of the 9th-level mysterious underworld powerhouse. The 9th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate was no weakling, but it seemed like he had chosen the wrong opponent. As Luo Yunyang's chaotic Yuan sky bell pummeled towards him, his giant hammer sacred image shattered immediately. He instinctively wanted to retreat upon sensing that things weren't looking good. However, even though he had made the right decision, Luo Yunyang didn't give him a chance. The massive bell sacred image struck his body hard even before he had a chance to speak. Dang! With a soft chiming sound, the 9th-level heavenly venerate's consciousness was shattered. His memories and spiritual mark within the long river of space and time also broke into pieces instantly. Luo Yunyang didn't really care much about killing a 9th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate in an instant. However, he had already completely mastered Yuan venerate Wanliu's sword origin, which was handed down, so it would be a massive failure if he couldn't kill an ordinary 9th-level heavenly venerate. After killing that 9th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate, Luo Yunyang didn't even slow down. Instead, he continued to move in the direction of the sealed sky city. The sealed sky city also seemed to have heard that Luo Yunyang was heading in that direction. Countless mysterious underworld powerhouses came from all directions in a bid to surround Luo Yunyang. The cultivation bases of these mysterious underworld powerhouses ranged from the Universe 8 grade to the peak heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang had a grave look on his face as he saw this big number of mysterious underworld beings. Even though there were a lot of mysterious underworld beings here, they weren't overwhelmingly strong. Under ordinary circumstances, Luo Yunyang would definitely have gone all out and killed a lot of them. However, what he needed right now was time. Although all the people before him were there to be killed, Luo Yunyang would have to spend some time to do this, and what he lacked the most right now was time. Don't let Luo Yunyang escape. Anyone that stops Luo Yunyang will get a sky-level merit record. As a mysterious underworld being shouted, the others had already started to prepare everything they could. Some of them were conjuring up their greatest powers, ready to strike at the figure of Luo Yunyang, who was charging over at them. The silhouette of Luo Yunyang started to slow down. This was not because Luo Yunyang made a deliberate effort to do so, but because those attacks blotted out the sky. This was just insane. Luo Yunyang knew that everyone around him was his biggest obstacle while he was rushing out. However, it was already too late for him to change direction. Without any hesitation, his spirit consciousness struck the chaotic Yuan sky bell. In just an instant, that acute bell wave caused countless mysterious underworld powerhouses to shatter in the void. Luo Yunyang didn't know how many mysterious underworld powerhouses had died, but he still continued charging ahead. In his opinion, the more people rushed out, the lower his chance of avoiding being hunted by Yuan venerates would be. The first mysterious demon was unfazed upon seeing his comrades die. He knew that he wouldn't be able to stop Luo Yunyang either. Hold him, our powerhouses are going to arrive soon. 5 Yuan venerates will definitely slaughter Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang knew that this shout was just meant to inspire the mysterious underworld beings, he was aware that he wouldn't escape if 5 Yuan venerates really came. In just an instant, Luo Yunyang had already flown over 100 miles. At the moment, People had started to issue challenges against Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who didn't care about these challenges, struck the huge bell continuously. Wherever he went, mysterious underworld elites crumbled instantly. 1,000,000 miles, 2,000,000 miles. As Luo Yunyang traversed further and further, the distance between him and the sealed sky city decreased. No Yuan venerates had appeared, so Luo Yunyang believed that he had routed everyone before him. However, he knew very well that this was merely the appetizer of this battle. The real fight was merely starting. Just as Luo Yunyang struck down a mysterious underworld race powerhouse obstructing him once more, someone suddenly said, "Advancing is retreating. Come over." Luo Yunyang felt his consciousness swaying the moment he heard this. Although he was still rapidly escaping, he had a feeling that his speed was being forced to slow down considerably. Just as Luo Yunyang prepared to change method, he saw a tall and large mysterious underworld Yuan venerate walking over to him unhurriedly. "Luo Yunyang, surrender. It is time for you to die," the Yuan venerate said when he saw Luo Yunyang. Chapter 918. Outside the sealed sky city, this is bad. The left hall master said hoarsely as he watched the dual realm sky that had already disappeared. He was currently leading Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's top elites in besieging the sealed sky city. Both he and the powerhouses that were attacking were filled with resentment. Or rather, it should be said that they were livid. The sealed sky city had been built by the human race, yet the city had now become a fortress that was stopping them. The left hall master was all too familiar with the various offensive methods of the sealed sky city. Some of them had even been personally created and equipped by the left hall master. However, these methods were now being used to deal with him. These attacks were overwhelming, so he had no choice but to back off time after time. Everyone was really sullen at this point in time. However, even though they were sullen, they still had to put all their effort into the attack. All sorts of mystic abilities were being unleashed generously, and cracks had also started to appear in the face of this forceful power. The main objective of the left hall master and the others was to breach the sealed sky city and allow Luo Yunyang and the floating butterfly goddess, who were within the dual realm sky, to return safely. However, while they were locked in battle with the mysterious underworld race Yuan venerates stationed in the sealed sky city, they saw the changes happening to the dual realm sky. First, the dual realm sky had become a huge diagram. Then, the dual realm sky, which was situated behind the sealed sky city, collapsed. When the dual realm sky was turned into a picture scroll, there still weren't any holes between the dual realm sky and the sealed sky city. However, as that huge diagram crumbled, the sealed sky city was no longer the only passage out of the dual realm sky. 4 spatial cracks led to the dual realm sky, which was no longer sealed and had already become a space without any vitality. The left hall master wasn't delighted when he saw these spatial cracks. Instead, he was shocked. Without the confines of the dual realm sky, they could enter the dual realm sky freely. Unfortunately, the Yuan venerates of the mysterious underworld race could do the same. "Quick, go rescue Luo Yunyang," the left hall master shouted. Then, the right hall master, Yuan venerate White Crane, and the others took flight and rushed over to a spatial tear. They just needed to enter the spatial tier. Considering the level of their cultivation base, 1,000,000 miles could be crossed in an instant. However, as they were rushing towards that spatial tear, a loud roar echoed from within another spatial tear. "Brother left, long time no see. It's time we reminisce about old times." The person speaking had a divine incarcerate appearance. His body was thousands of meters tall and he looked like a mountain as he blocked the way ahead. The left hall master recognized this divine incarcerate powerhouse. In the past, this person had gone all out against him. The left hall master snorted when he saw this pleased-looking fellow. His hands moved quickly and purple lightning started to gather in them. The divine incarcerate powerhouse roared with laughter when he saw the left hall master's actions. "You can create third-level nomological laws. Looks like you have closed that gap considerably. Unfortunately, you still aren't the middle hall master and you can't." This delighted laughter made the left hall master furrow his brows even more. He knew that, given this divine incarcerate's behavior, this person was trying to incite disharmony between him and the middle hall master. However, even though he understood, he still felt displeased deep down. As the left hall master clashed with this divine incarcerate powerhouse, the right hall master and the Yuan venerate also encountered their own opponents. The stern-looking, Middle-aged man from Zanping's sacred hall waved his glimmering blade as he tangled with a six-armed mysterious underworld being that wielded a hammer in each hand. The two of them were both Yuan venerate powerhouses. They could create laws and, although their focus was different, their fight was just as ferocious. Left Hall Master, it is no use getting angry. We are just here to stall you for half an hour. Ha ha ha, how about we sit down and properly reminiscence about old times? It would definitely be better than going all out. The Left Hall Master huffed. The previous clash had let him know that this old adversary from the divine incarcerate race had improved considerably. Even though his own progress had been great, he still didn't have any clear advantages compared to this person. If things weren't so urgent, the Left Hall Master wouldn't tangle with this guy in an all-out fight. In Hongmeng's sacred hall, the Middle Hall Master's expression turned even graver as he watched the Left Hall Master and the others, who were engaged in combat, through the void. The dual realm sky had been destroyed and whatever methods Hongmeng's sacred hall had used to observe the dual realm sky were basically gone. They already had no hope of seeing Luo Yunyang. However, the Middle Hall Master could roughly guess what Luo Yunyang and the floating butterfly goddess were about to face. As the Middle Hall Master got to his feet slowly, the Divine Elder spoke. "Sir, don't tell me you are going personally to pick him up." The Middle Hall Master nodded. "Even if I were to go, the odds of rescuing the two of them would be extremely low. However, I definitely have to go this time." As he spoke, the Middle Hall Master waved his arm. An ancient, withered sword appeared in his hand. At first glance, the sword looked strange, as it was hexagonal and each side of it was carved with different inscriptions. The Divine Elder sighed when he saw the Middle Hall Master take out the sword. "I'm not saying that you can't go, but I believe that you wouldn't be of much help even if you did go. I fear that someone would already be waiting within the void for you." The Middle Hall Master chuckled. "You are right. However, if I don't go, Luo Yunyang and the floating butterfly goddess won't even have the slightest chance of surviving." As he said that, the Middle Hall Master disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared outside the sealed sky city. The Middle Hall Master only stopped there because someone was obstructing his progress. "Go back." The person obstructing the Middle Hall Master was a mysterious underworld powerhouse entirely covered in golden scales. In his arms was a golden spear that glittered with a cold glow. The Middle Hall Master, who was familiar with this person, eyed that spear and shook his head. "I have already arrived. Can I go back? This game of chess will result in certain defeat for you guys. This young fella is really good at wasting time." That is why he managed to gain a slight glimmer of hope. The mysterious underworld powerhouse added unhurriedly. However, he encountered Juzi Xuanming's clone. The Middle Hall Master met the gaze of this mysterious underworld powerhouse and said, "Juzi Xuanming is not too bad. In the beginning, even I didn't expect this to be a clone." The mysterious underworld powerhouse laughed. "The human race hasn't produced a genius in many years. When Juzi Xuanming breaks through to the Yuan Venerate, all of you will get buried. Do you remember my earlier suggestion? It's still on the table. As long as you are willing, I can ask that Supreme Being to allow you to experience reincarnation." The Middle Hall Master glanced at the golden-clad mysterious underworld powerhouse and said indifferently, "If you are willing, I too can allow you to be reincarnated." The two of them suddenly fell silent. Both of them knew that they wouldn't be able to convince each other. However, the two of them didn't make any moves either. They were standing together, so this was basically a mutual suppression. This suppression wasn't just limited to them. Outside the sealed sky city, many silhouettes had descended from all over the place. Some of them fought fiercely the moment they saw their counterparts, while others shot burning glares yet had no intention of making a move. A number of them even chatted like friends, just like the Middle Hall Master and the golden-armored mysterious underworld being were doing. However, as these people gathered, the heaven and earth laws in the surroundings of the sealed sky city became even crazier. This was akin to an honest person experiencing a great deal of pressure. This pressure was very difficult to endure, so the person in question would become extremely crazed. The Middle Hall Master and the golden-armored mysterious underworld continued to chat as if they were the closest of old friends who were catching up. "Heh, I couldn't tell that so many people from the human race came this time. Even your allies have been mobilized. It's a pity that we have more people." The golden-scaled mysterious underworld powerhouse spoke with a hint of haughtiness in his voice. The Middle Hall Master replied casually, "We have come here just to give Luo Yunyang a chance." The golden-armored powerhouse nodded. He looked at the middle hall master and said, "Naturally, we won't make any moves since you are all here. However, I can tell you one thing. There are 4 Yuan venerates in the shattered space of the dual realm sky. Of course, they are merely Yuan venerates at the initial stages." The middle hall master sighed and said with a trace of helplessness, "Fate is predetermined. What do we have to say?" Naturally, Luo Yunyang was oblivious to the situation outside the sealed sky city. Right now, he was within the laws of a Yuan venerate. Although Luo Yunyang could already tap into his surroundings, the surrounding laws changed drastically while he was facing this Yuan venerate. Advancing was retreating. These words were nomological laws that reversed space. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't greatly affected by these words, it would still be very difficult for him to escape. Now, Luo Yunyang was facing this Yuan venerate, who was using some form of reversing law. "So you are Luo Yunyang." The Yuan venerate's sleeves flapped in the breeze. Based on this person's external appearance, he had to be from the human race. Numerous thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind as he spoke. "I understand why the sealed sky city crumbled after seeing you." Trash. Chapter 919. 3 combined as one. Lai Yunzi had a murderous gleam in his eyes. Lai Yunzi was considered someone who wielded great power and influence in his great cosmos. He also had his own special place when it came to discussing official matters with Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Now, this youngster from Hongmeng's Sacred Hall who had no sense of propriety had called him trash. This was simply intolerable. His status in the mysterious underworld race wasn't in any way inferior compared to his status in the human race. In fact, it had even risen. He had also been granted many of the items that he had yearned dearly for. Even so, nobody was allowed to uncover the scar in the depths of his heart. "To hell with you, you vile being," Lai Yunzi said icily as he brandished his palms. A large, purple sky-splitting palm blasted out toward Luo Yunyang. This attack might seem ordinary, yet as the palm came down on him, Luo Yunyang felt like he had already entered another void. This was a realm where all the laws were entirely under Lai Yunzi's control. Luo Yunyang felt slightly inconvenienced by the current situation. After all, he had already far surpassed ordinary 9th-level heavenly venerates in terms of power. He sneered as the sacred image above his head flew forth. The sword was waved and close, yet worlds apart was unleashed. 2 different nomological laws belonging to Lai Yunzi and Luo Yunyang collided in the void. Lai Yunzi's eyes lit up when he sensed the power within the close, yet worlds apart technique. He knew Luo Yunyang was extraordinary, but he had never imagined that this person could actually match his blow. "Not bad. At least you have gained some of Yuan Venerate Wanliu's knowledge. However, Yuan Venerate Wanliu is no match for me, and neither is a kid like you. Today, I shall show you the difference between you and an actual Yuan Venerate." A long violet spear had appeared in his hands. 3 cloud-splitting strikes. First strike, all things die. Boundless electricity gathered at the tip of the violet spear before being shot out. Wherever the spear pointed, destruction ensued. The floating butterfly goddess was a well-known figure amongst 5th-level heavenly venerates. However, as she stood by Luo Yunyang's side, she was well aware that she simply wouldn't be able to retaliate. The floating butterfly goddess had always been aware of the vast gulf between Yuan venerates and heavenly venerates. However, this was the moment when she was the most aware of it. "If I were to face Lai Yunzi, I'm afraid my body would be shattered with just a mere thought from him. Can Luo Yunyang deal with this?" As the floating butterfly goddess was extremely worried about Luo Yunyang's 3-faced sacred image moved. The sacred image with the huge bell moved. The huge bell chimed soundlessly and a massive bell wave rippled out and actually formed a boundary. When the overwhelming all things die technique entered the range of the vast bell waves, its power was reduced to half. Then, the pagoda being wielded by the 3-faced sacred image flew forth. Most of the time, this pagoda had been mainly used as a defensive treasure. However, this time, Luo Yunyang was using it to smash someone brutally. Boom, boom, boom. The golden pagoda and the violet spear expended in the void. A frenzied power deflected the violet spear away, but cracks had started to appear on Luo Yunyang's golden pagoda. Luo Yunyang still appeared calm, yet his face was tense. While this exchange seemed to reach a stalemate, Luo Yunyang was well aware that there was still a gulf in terms of power between him and Lai Yunzi. If this fight continued, Luo Yunyang would have no way of winning even if he didn't fall right away. "Not too bad. Take my next move." 3 cloud-splitting strikes. Second strike, universal collapse. Lai Yunzi's eyes glowed as he floated in the void like a god of war. While he shouted, the violet light of the spear shimmered. Space itself started to crumble wherever the spear pointed. This power also belonged to a Yuan venerates power of nomological laws. As the spear pointed at him, Luo Yunyang felt like his body was about to crumble. Cracks started to appear on his sacred images. Dang, dang, dang. Luo Yunyang rang the chaotic Yuan sky bell even more vigorously. He wanted to use these bell waves to expel the effects of this crumbling law. Luo Yunyang, it's no use. My universal collapse can ignore any defense, Lai Yunzi said leisurely as he glanced at the cracks that had started to appear on Luo Yunyang's body. Ignore any defense. As Luo Yunyang pondered this remark, he replied icily, you are just talking big. If your universal collapse really bypassed any defenses, then the 3 Hall Masters wouldn't be in charge of the human race. How come I've never heard you challenge the 3 Hall Masters? Lai Yunzi's face tightened when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. Although he had already betrayed the human race, deep down, he still felt reverence for the 3 Hall Masters. It wasn't that he didn't want to challenge the 3 Hall Masters, but rather that he didn't dare. The stuff he had said about the universal collapse was only half true. It wasn't true that nobody would be able to withstand it. If the opponent Lai Yunzi faced had a higher level of creating laws, the universal collapse would be blocked. As the bell chimed, the sacred image Luo Yunyang was using suddenly tossed out the black millstone. The millstone expanded rapidly and finally turned into 2 mountains that met the violet spear head-on. If the sacred image formed by condensing the Great Obliteration millstone really depicted 2 mountains, they would instantly be shattered by the nomological laws created by Lai Yunzi the moment the violet spear got near the sacred image. Unfortunately, they contained the cultivation technique of the Great Obliteration millstone, so even the universal collapse only caused some cracks to appear on them. Nevertheless, the huge millstone continued to smash down and cracks appeared on Lai Yunzi's violet spear. Luo Yunyang's huge millstone, on the other hand, had split into 4 segments and started falling towards Luo Yunyang's sacred image. Go, go, go. Only this thought was in Luo Yunyang's mind at the moment. After taking Lai Yunzi's second strike, he felt his 7th level internal universe surging frantically. Vast power had already caused a crack to run through the 7th level universe. Take this move. Although Luo Yunyang had already decided to go, he knew that if he fled in such a pathetic manner, then Lai Yunzi would definitely pursue him to the very end. If it came to that, it would be very difficult even if Luo Yunyang hid away. Thus, Luo Yunyang chose to unleash a strike back at Lai Yunzi. The 6 arms of Luo Yunyang's sacred image swayed at practically the same time. The chaotic Yuan sky bell that it dragged, as well as the millstone, sword and pagoda, were all unleashed by Luo Yunyang simultaneously. Lai Yunzi watched coldly as Luo Yunyang attacked. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang was simply just like a cornered beast taking a stand. Although he had many sorts of sacred images, Lai Yunzi felt as though they were flashy but hollow on the inside. All these sacred images might look decent, but they were in fact lacking cohesive strength. This sort of attack was nearly empty. However, Lai Yunzi had just smirked when the long sword, giant bell, pagoda, and divine millstone actually gathered strangely. In Lai Yunzi's opinion, these 4 weapons had been inharmonious right from the start. However, they were now completely in sync and had been combined as if they were not different in any way. A strange huge sword with 3 faces appeared in the void this time. An ancient bell flickered on one of its faces, as though it was capable of tearing the sky and earth apart. The 18-story pagoda flashed with boundless eternity intent on the other side. Meanwhile, the giant millstone seemed to revolve slowly amidst all the glowing lights. As the 3-faced sword appeared, Luo Yunyang immediately sensed that the power of Luo Yunyang's attack had increased 100-fold. No, the increase was probably greater than 100 times. Lai Yunzi had sensed that the sacred image weapons condensed by Luo Yunyang weren't ordinary. However, the weapons of the 3 divine scriptures had been combined, and the intent of past, present, and future created an unceasing, uninterrupted might. This power was overwhelming. It was unstoppable. A deluge of thoughts was going through Lai Yunzi's mind. Although he speculated that he might not definitely lose if he moved head-on against it, the consequences of facing it directly would be kind of unbearable. Immediately, he acted like a streak of lightning and backed away frantically. Unfortunately, even though his retreating speed was quick, the speed of Luo Yunyang's huge sword seemed to have transcended time and space as it appeared at the position where Lai Yunzi was retreating. These variations made Lai Yunzi even more apprehensive. Just as the three-edged sword once again approached him, Lai Yunzi's body immediately turned into 100 streaks of light that scattered in all directions. In the end, Lai Yunzi still chose to evade this move. He was facing a Yuan Venerate and forcing him to flee. This outcome would definitely make any heavenly Venerate go crazy. Luo Yunyang wrapped the floating butterfly goddess in the ray of light and sped in the direction of the sealed sky city the moment Lai Yunzi chose to evade his attack. Although he wasn't aware of the circumstances of the sealed sky city at the moment, Luo Yunyang knew that the sealed sky city was the only path that would lead him and the floating butterfly goddess to survival. As Luo Yunyang's figure vanished rapidly, Lai Yunzi reappeared in the void and stared venomously in the direction Luo Yunyang had run off to. He was well aware that he had disgraced himself completely. He was the one who had surrendered, so his position in the mysterious underworld race was awkward. This situation could result in his position being called into question. You think you can cheat death just because you escaped my grasp? Heh. 5 mysterious underworld Yuan Venerates lay ahead. I don't believe that you alone can escape from their hands. Lai Yunzi muttered to himself before saying icily, Luo Yunyang, even a rare genius like you won't escape such a calamity. Even if you survive this, you won't be able to escape your ultimate death. You are nothing but an insignificant ant. Only I, Lai Yunzi, can survive. Chapter 920. 5 Chi's. The starry sky outside the sealed sky city was lit up by sword chi and weapon lights. That day, the sealed sky city had inevitably become the focal point of countless almighties. It had also become a crucial juncture for many tribes and races. Thundering booms and vast lightning flashes ripped through void after void. Torrential waves of blood flowed as countless armor-clad soldiers besieged. If the walls of the sealed sky city hadn't been thick enough, if the array formations over the sealed sky city hadn't been sufficiently strong, if. Despite these many ifs, the Middle Hall Master and the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse were completely relaxed. There wasn't barbecued meat around, but there was wine. Top-quality wine from their 2 races. 2 coarse-looking cups were being held by the Middle Hall Master and the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse. Over 10 human and mysterious underworld powerhouses stood around them. Although they glared angrily at one another, they didn't make any moves because they hadn't received such an order from the Middle Hall Master or the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse. Ha. 3 techniques combined as one. Seems like this youngster has already gotten that strand of pure life force energy from Zanping's sacred hall. From where they were, Luo Yunyang and Lai Yunzi's battle could be seen clearly. The golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse had spoken up with a hint of admiration in his tone. The Middle Hall Master looked slightly pleased for a moment. However, his pleasure was quickly replaced by a downcast mood. He understood the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse, just like the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse understood him. The fact that this person was actually laughing about this signified a problem. It meant that the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse probably still had a fallback, a backup plan that definitely wouldn't fail. Meanwhile, the outside of the sealed sky city seemed to be really bustling. Even the 3 hall masters had armed themselves and gone into battle. However, the Middle Hall Master was well aware that the actual battle that concerned the human race's future rested in Luo Yunyang's hands right now. If Luo Yunyang could bring the floating butterfly goddess back, then everything would be fine. However, if Luo Yunyang didn't bring the floating butterfly goddess, then everything would fail even if they managed to retake the sealed sky city. Zanping Gate was a really important treasure of the human race, and the human race's fortune was tied to it. Any problem that occurred would be a huge obstacle. Lai Yunzi was just a contemptible buffoon. While it wasn't easy for Luo Yunyang to defeat him in one move, it wasn't a big deal compared to the calamity he would be facing soon. Who are the 5 mysterious underworld Yuan Venerates that will be trying to stop Luo Yunyang next? The Middle Hall Master suddenly asked the guffawing golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse. The golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse didn't look surprised as he met the Middle Hall Master's gaze and said nonchalantly, "Looks like this has made you rather uneasy." Without waiting for the Middle Hall Master to speak, he added, "It's the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers." The Middle Hall Master's expression turned even more unsightly. Right now, he couldn't even bring himself to hatch any of the plans he had been scheming. The Middle Hall Master had encountered the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers before. If he were to encounter these 5 mysterious underworld Yuan venerates now, a simple wave of his hexagonal sword would instantly turn them to dust. Unfortunately, he was facing the golden armored mysterious underworld powerhouse instead of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. You actually sent the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Isn't this too? The middle hall master's tone was questioning. However, the golden armored mysterious underworld powerhouse flashed a faint smile at him. The middle hall master could tell that the golden armored mysterious underworld powerhouse believed that everything was under his control. This made the middle hall master extremely uncomfortable. However, he couldn't think of any other plans either. What? The 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers? This. An old man standing beside the middle hall master lambasted. How could you actually employ such means against a junior that has yet to become a Yuan venerate? This is too much. After reaching the cultivation level of a Yuan venerate, even though these people were mortal enemies, they could still sit down calmly and talk even amid an all-out war. That junior hasn't yet become a Yuan venerate, but he isn't any weaker than a newly ascended Yuan venerate. Furthermore, we have always advocated sparing no effort in dealing with problems. Dispatching the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers isn't wrong, said a middle-aged mysterious underworld being with a slight smile. This was the smile of a victor. As soon as that middle-aged mysterious underworld being spoke, the image formed from clothes showed that Luo Yunyang had actually come to a sudden stop. He eyed the mountains ahead of him and said, "Since you have already come, wouldn't hiding like this affect all your reputations?" Thunderous laughter echoed throughout the mountainous area as Luo Yunyang said that. Ha ha ha. Hiding. This is the first time the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers hear someone tell us this. A tall, large green mysterious underworld man walked forward slowly. The scales on his body seemed to have some sort of natural, veined markings. The moment he walked out, it seemed as if a path linking through his body appeared. Luo Yunyang's face stiffened when he saw this mysterious underworld Yuan venerate. However, he wasn't afraid by any means. Luo Yunyang frowned as he looked at the other positions. He did not frown because the other 4 mysterious underworld powerhouses looked the same as the mysterious underworld powerhouse in front of him. He frowned because even though they looked the same, each of them had scales of a different color. Gold, brown, black, red, green. 5 different colors, 5 Yuan venerates. Although they had different colors, the fact that they were standing together made it seem as though they were the same person wearing different clothing. Luo Yunyang glanced at these 5 mysterious underworld Yuan venerates and sensed that they definitely weren't easy to deal with. As Luo Yunyang's gaze turned to these 5 mysterious underworld beings, the floating butterfly goddess also saw the 5 Yuan venerates. She exclaimed in shock, "Impossible." Luo Yunyang knew that the floating butterfly goddess's knowledge and experience were far superior compared to his own. Although he was a Zongzi of Hongmeng Sacred Hall, his knowledge regarding the powerhouses of various races was still lacking compared to the floating butterfly goddess. They are the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. As if sensing Luo Yunyang's intent, the floating butterfly goddess enunciated every word. These 5 mysterious, underworld Yuan venerates can basically be considered an individual being. The floating butterfly goddess's voice was shaky. According to the records I have browsed in the Zonpin Sacred Hall archives, the mysterious underworld race unearthed a bronzed coffin in a sacred underworld lane. It was rumored that the coffin contained a mysterious underworld almighty from an ancient time. The mysterious underworld race is different from the human race. Even if a body is dead, they can use special means to inherit the bloodline power left behind by top-notch powerhouses. It is said that the mysterious underworld race spared no effort to open the bronze coffin but didn't find the almighty's physical body they had been hoping for. Or perhaps it should be said that the physical body they had hoped for had long dissipated in the coffin. All that was left in the coffin was 5 inharmonious essence Qi. The mysterious underworld race almighties made a decision to pour these 5 different types of essence Qi in the mysterious underworld sacred womb, hoping that it could absorb the essence Qi left behind by this almighty and produce a being that could reach the standards of Juzi Xuanming. Unfortunately, these 5 types of essence Qi were already inharmonious and incompatible within the coffin. Things were still the same in the sacred womb. Ultimately, the sacred womb split into 5 and produced the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings. Although the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings have all become Yuan venerates, it is difficult for them to progress further because they each specialize in one type of origin source law. However, when these 5 join forces, all ordinary Yuan venerates are simply no match for them. Many years ago, the right hall master encountered these 5 and tried to capture them. However, he wasn't able to break their defenses and he had to let them go in the end. Although these 5 Yuan venerates wouldn't reach the peak, they were unrivaled entities in this cultivation grade. Luo Yunyang felt his heart turning numb when he heard the floating butterfly goddess's introduction. As he contemplated this, the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings had already surrounded him. The one who spoke was the green mysterious underworld being once again. You have probably just heard about our origins. Therefore, I feel that your best choice right now is to give up and surrender. How could Luo Yunyang be willing to surrender without a fight? Just as he prepared to make the first strike, 5 colored lights flew forth from above the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings. These lights were simply the nomological laws they controlled. Our nomological laws are very simple. Enjoy them, the green mysterious underworld being teased him. As the green mysterious underworld being spoke, the 5 colored lights formed a halo in the void that spun rapidly towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang felt like he was trapped in a huge swamp as the halo spun around him. That massive attraction force made it difficult for him to even move. The 5-colored halo of light revolved continuously while the restrictive force became much stronger. Chapter 921. Above the Yuan venerate 5 different colored lights swiveled continuously in the void. Even the granules within each type of light seemed dense and heavy. While these lights seemed to be moving slowly, they seemed to multiply. Luo Yunyang felt his skin and flesh tightening. He was well aware that if this tightening sensation was allowed to continue, then his body would be destroyed. All sorts of thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind. He rapidly pondered over what sorts of techniques might be useful under the circumstances. Unfortunately, although these cultivation techniques might be powerful, Luo Yunyang realized that no matter how he utilized them, he still wouldn't be able to break out of the entrapment of these 5 types of lights. This move of the 5 Qi mysterious brothers could be described as simple, yet this simplicity was difficult to decode. A fine crack had emerged on the floating butterfly goddess' porcelain white forehead. This crack was tiny and looked just like a red dot. The red dot made her look even more charming. It's still my fault for implicating you this time. The guilt-ridden floating butterfly goddess glanced at Luo Yunyang and said, if it had not been for me, the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers might not have been mobilized. There are also power disparities between Yuan venerates. This is based on the differentiation between how strong and weak their powers of law creation are. In reality, the majority of Yuan venerates can only create 3 types of laws or even less. Luo Yunyang's interest was piqued even though the pressure he was experiencing was becoming increasingly unbearable. Oh, does this mean that Yuan venerates also have a grading system like the first and second level? The floating butterfly goddess's heart felt somewhat timid as she gazed at Luo Yunyang. Given the cultivation of her mind, spending periods of time with a guy wouldn't faze her at all. The cultivation technique of Zanping's Sacred Hall didn't just contain boundless vitality, it also contained a sense of detachment. This sort of detachment made the floating butterfly goddess not speak encouragingly to most normal people. However, she really felt a slight change in her thoughts now. If this sort of change had happened in the past, she would have gotten frightened. However, this unusual shift in her thinking made her excited now. Your way of thinking is too simple, the floating butterfly goddess said softly. To be honest, this sort of grading system wouldn't be wrong. However, Yuan venerates aren't as simple as that. According to the records of the Zanping Sacred Hall archives, there are basically 3 types of a Yuan venerate. Taishi Yuan venerate, Taichu Yuan venerate, and Tai Yuan venerate. 1. Taishi, Taichu, and Tai are part of the 5 phases of the universal creation according to Taoism. All the Yuan venerates we encounter now are basically Taishi Yuan venerates. Taishi Yuan venerate, Taichu Yuan venerate, Tai Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang felt more enlightened when he heard the titles of these 3 Yuan venerates. He then asked the floating butterfly goddess, besides these 3, are there any cultivation boundaries above the Yuan venerate? The floating butterfly goddess was rather enjoying this conversation with Luo Yunyang. Although the 2 of them were in a dangerous predicament, she couldn't help but feel that they shared some unknown but intimate bond. She smiled gently upon seeing Luo Yunyang's interest. I do not know about that. I have seen 4 words above the Zanping gate. I reckon that these 4 words should probably be the boundary that comes after. The floating butterfly goddess lowered her voice somewhat at this point. The 4 words above the Zanping gate spell out, Gong Yuan Zibao. Gong Yuan Zibao. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen these words amongst the fragments of the world-shaking sky bell. However, they had been on different fragments, so Luo Yunyang hadn't been able to confirm the 4 words had been Gong Yuan Zi Bao. Instead, he had read it as Yuan Gong Zi Bao at the time. After hearing the floating butterfly goddess say this, Luo Yunyang could determine that these 4 words should probably be Gong Yuan Zi Bao. Are the 3 hall masters of Hongmeng's sacred hall Tai Yuan venerates? Luo Yunyang asked the floating butterfly goddess while withstanding the heavy pressure on his body. The floating butterfly goddess wanted to laugh, but this massive pressure was making it difficult to even move her lips. No, the 3 hall masters are all Taichu Yuan venerates. However, it is said that the middle hall master can already create 6 nomological laws and is within range of becoming a Tai Yuan venerate. If the middle hall master had become a Tai Yuan venerate, we would have been able to escape already. It's a pity that the middle hall master has been stuck at the last step for God knows how many years. The middle hall master was actually at the peak of Taichu Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang's admiration and respect for the middle hall master grew stronger. The 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers are only Taishi Yuan venerates, but the combined strength of their law creation is comparable to the Taichu Yuan venerate level. Therefore, we really are at our wits' end. If the combined strength of the 5 of them was comparable to a Taichu Yuan venerate, then how powerful would the primordial underworld ancestor that these 5 were derived from be? Luo Yunyang vaguely felt that he had already encountered a corner of this world. Although this corner wasn't all that big, some of the things within it had thoroughly shocked him. However, while Luo Yunyang had so many thoughts in his mind, he suddenly thought about what the floating butterfly goddess had just said. Her words made his eyes light up and an idea popped into his head. Ha ha ha, I've got it, Luo Yunyang chortled happily. What have you thought of? The floating butterfly goddess subconsciously had Luo Yunyang on her mind as her heart pounded. She felt a sense of infatuation while watching Luo Yunyang's confident smile. This feeling was sudden, yet it really tugged at her heartstrings. I have thought of a way we can return. How dumb of me, I can't believe I forgot that they are actually 5 people, Luo Yunyang said delightedly as he watched the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. The floating butterfly goddess eyed the cheerful Luo Yunyang and smiled gently. They were 5 right from the start. Ha ha ha, 5 people, it is great that there are 5 of them. Feeling like he had just escaped a narrow death, Luo Yunyang hugged the floating butterfly goddess and tried to twirl around in the void. After all, this was a narrow escape. Unfortunately, the excited Luo Yunyang forgot that he was surrounded by the qi of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Even though he could hug the floating butterfly goddess, twirling was beyond what he was capable of doing under the current circumstances. He still can act like this at such a time. This youngster seems like he is really decent. The golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse, who was watching the image with the middle hall master, said with a smile. If he is willing to become a part of our mysterious underworld race, I can give him that opportunity and let these lovebirds keep their lives. The middle hall master's face darkened. He didn't take kindly to this remark. Furthermore, there were also 2 Zanpin sacred hall powerhouses beside him with dark expressions. Although they all knew that they were really helpless, the unpleasantness they felt couldn't just dissolve like this. Their goddess coming back while this young fellow died at the hands of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers wouldn't be too much of a problem. The floating butterfly goddess had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would be like this. She flushed upon sensing the manliness oozing out of Luo Yunyang. Although she knew that this sort of thing wasn't beneficial for her, she rather enjoyed the feeling. While she was experiencing this unprecedented happiness, the floating butterfly goddess's gaze lingered on Luo Yunyang for just a short moment and her entire body shuddered, as if her heart had been set ablaze from an arrow shot by Luo Yunyang. As soon as he calmed down, Luo Yunyang also became aware of the awkward situation he had caused. As he felt embarrassed and didn't know how to explain himself, the floating butterfly goddess's voice rang out gently by his ear. I am glad. Luo Yunyang, who originally hadn't thought anything of it, suddenly felt as if everything around him had come to a standstill when he heard these words. He knew that trying to explain anything now was already unnecessary. Ha ha ha, you're being so lovey-dovey. Too bad you won't be lovebirds in this lifetime because the only path for you is death, kid. However, we will take you away, little lady. This means that, amongst the 2 of you, the little lady will live on, whereas you will have to die. Luo Yunyang glared at the green mysterious underworld being who was laughing his head off. Don't get ahead of yourself. Listen to me, 5 pieces of trash like you alone wouldn't be enough to kill me. Both of us shall return and all the mysterious underworld race's plans will just be a waste of time. The 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers were prideful individuals. Although they were merely ordinary Taichu Yuan venerates, their combined strength could reach the level of a Taishi Yuan venerate. In their eyes, Luo Yunyang was merely a lamb raised for slaughter. Although this fellow was in their hands and didn't seem to have any way of struggling, his words were unbridled. The 5 of them couldn't help but find it laughable. Brat, if you are able to escape, the 5 of us will immediately get as far away from you as possible the moment we encounter you in the future. He, I'm just afraid that you simply don't have this type of ability. The green mysterious underworld Yuan venerate spoke again in that goading tone. That was merely the warm-up. Now, we shall grind you to dust and see whether you can continue talking. The 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers formed hand seals together and the light rings of 5 different colors instantly became more powerful and resplendent. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang's eyes started to glow with eager anticipation. Chapter 922, 5 Elements -1 Dang. Dang, dang. The chiming of bells in Hong Meng's sacred hall echoed continuously throughout the void like a knell. The Hong Meng sacred hall zongzis who heard the bell quickly gathered on a square outside the hall. Greetings, Divine Elder. The people that had gathered were slightly puzzled when they saw the Divine Elder rather than the familiar faces of Yuan Venerate Baihei and the other Yuan Venerates. However, they still knew how to act even though they were slightly confused. Xuantian Zhaoxing was as enthralling as ever thanks to the aura of vitality he exuded. His cultivation base had reached the 8th level Heavenly Venerate, and he had an overwhelming sacred image of 10,000 dragons that had been condensed. Li Juyu and the rest, who weren't as good as Xuantian Zhaoxing, had cultivation bases at the peak of the 7th level Heavenly Venerate. It could be said that all of them had the potential to become big shots. Today, you are all here mainly to learn. The Divine Elder sounded indifferent. We'll take a look at how the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers fight. The Divine Elder's tone was dull, but it was implicitly unquestionable as well. His status was very special, so even Xuantian Zhaoxing treated him very respectfully. Most people had never heard of the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers before, except for Li Juyu, whose expression stiffened when she heard the name. Her eyes flickered with murderous intent and profound calm. Zongzi, who stood beside her, felt his body tremble involuntarily for a moment. He had always vaguely liked Li Juyu. Although these feelings were well concealed by his calm surface demeanor, his heart actually burned passionately. However, Li Juyu's sky-high murderous intent had instantly destroyed any longing that profound calm Zongzi had felt. What's wrong? Xuantian Zhaoxing asked in a rare gentle tone as he turned towards Li Juyu. Li Juyu was not willing to speak at first. However, when she saw that it was Xuantian Zhaoxing who had asked the question, she mulled it over for a moment before replying, I just thought of some sad memories. My grandfather died in the hands of the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers. Xuantian Zhaoxing responded, although the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers are very powerful, I'll make sure that we kill them with our hands one day. A screen appeared in the void silently while Xuantian Zhaoxing was speaking. Many people immediately noticed 5 colored halos of light on this screen. Although they weren't physically in the battlefield, all of them could still sense the huge force affecting their bodies when they saw the 5 halos. A tall man spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw the 5 colored halos. 5-element Shengji, the top genius of the 5-element Great Cosmos, was fabled to possess the 5-element divine blood and was considered a powerhouse regardless of his cultivation base or constitution. Although he couldn't enter the Hong Meng Heaven roll, he still ranked 6th on the Hong Meng Earth roll. Even though this person did not have outstanding prestige, his silent but hard-working ethic was what people remembered him for. Unfortunately, he had succumbed and coughed out a mouthful of blood when the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers appeared on the screen. Everyone present found it rather shocking. Your cultivation technique is too similar to the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers' cultivation technique. However, they are much stronger than you, the Divine Elder said faintly to 5-element Shengji. Go back and rest if you can't hold out any longer. Thank you, Divine Elder. I wish to try comprehending more of this. The 5-element Shengji cupped his fist as he answered the Divine Elder respectfully. The Divine Elder coughed gently and replied, It's your decision if you insist. Their conversation was interrupted when someone exclaimed, It's Luo Yunyang. Why is he there? The person pointed at Luo Yunyang, who was on the screen, in disbelief. Many people soon shifted their attention quickly to the screen, which was showing Luo Yunyang being enveloped by the 5 colored light halos. Besides seeing Luo Yunyang clearly, they could even sense his current cultivation. He was a 7th level heavenly venerate. Although half of their group had already reached that cultivation stage, seeing Luo Yunyang possess this cultivation base was a little unbelievable. After all, they had heard that Luo Yunyang's cultivation had reached a point of stagnation due to the circumstances during the great battle at the Rising Sky Feather Sect. It is indeed Luo Yunyang that you are seeing. He is currently in the ruins of the Dual Sky Realm. The Divine Elder sounded as emotionless as ever. I didn't bring you guys here to reminisce about the past. Zhuantian Zhaoxing and the rest began to analyze Luo Yunyang's situation after hearing the Divine Elder's words. They also saw the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers that were standing near the light halos. The light halos of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers are too profound. I'll never be able to decipher them. Someone finally voiced his opinion after carefully examining the situation. Zhuantian Zhaoxing and the others were also watching the scene closely. Unfortunately, they couldn't detect any flaws in those 5 halos. Or rather, they all believed that they would definitely perish if they landed inside a halo. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall wasn't asking them to think of any good moves by gathering them there. Instead, this was a lesson to make them comprehend things by using an analogy. Hopefully, this situation would enlighten them. However, Luo Yunyang, almost everyone had the same thought when they saw Luo Yunyang and the floating butterfly goddess. Both of them were going to die for sure. However, just as some of them felt that the pair of them were unfortunate, they realized that Luo Yunyang had picked the floating butterfly goddess up. What a worthless **CK. How could Luo Yunyang do this at such a time? Someone said enviously. Li Juyu didn't say anything, yet she did not think that what Luo Yunyang was doing was wrong. From the look of things, Luo Yunyang was hopeless and time was running out for him. Basically, he was free to do whatever he wanted with the little remaining time he had left. However, everyone heard the conversation between Luo Yunyang and the green mysterious underworld being as Li Juyu had these thoughts. Zhuantian Zhaoxing wasn't always friendly with Luo Yunyang. He couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing Luo Yunyang actually acting in such a manner. It's meaningless to speak in this way. He might even make the mysterious underworld race underestimate the human race. People might think that the human race is all talk. Zhuantian Zhaoxing's words weren't pleasant to hear, but none of the other 20 or so Hongmeng's Sacred Hall disciples objected. This wasn't because they agreed with what Zhuantian Zhaoxing had said, but because most of them couldn't afford to offend him. While Zhuantian Zhaoxing was speaking, the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse outside the sealed sky city turned to the middle hall master. He might be able to escape alive if his cultivation is as impressive as his ability to talk. The middle hall master did not respond. He remained silent even though he believed that Luo Yunyang's words were unnecessary at a time like this. While the middle hall master was silent, the halo conjured by the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers became more realistic than ever and surged crazily. Luo Yunyang actually felt like his skin was peeling off due to the intense radiation of the 5 Qi halo. However, he wasn't desperate. One could even see that he was smiling. He turned towards the floating butterfly goddess, who was being tightly embraced by him, and smiled. It's about time. We can leave now. Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator, displaying not only his own attributes but also those of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. They aren't a single person. This was the only thought Luo Yunyang had in his mind right now. Luo Yunyang. Power, 1321, Speed, 1298, Constitution, 1421, Mind, 1612, Bloodline, 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast, Power, 451, Speed, 321, Mind, 541, Constitution, 614. Luo Yunyang's cultivation had improved greatly ever since he had condensed his sacred image. Although the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers were Yuan venerates, most of their attributes were weaker than Luo Yunyang's, except for their mind attributes. There was also a notable feature that stood out about the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Their cultivation bases were exactly the same. All their attributes were also the same. Luo Yunyang might even have thought that he was looking at just one person's attributes if the attribute regulator had not displayed the names of those 5. Power, 1021, Speed, 1198. Constitution, 1324. Mind, 1656. The attributes of the five brothers weren't considered very high among Yuan venerates. However, all five of them were in a similar state. Furthermore, all of them had different elements. This information was enough to show how scary the five brothers were. Luo Yunyang made a decision almost as soon as he saw the attributes of the five brothers. Instantly, he started to cancel out the attributes of the green mysterious underworld being with his own attributes. The attributes of the green wood mysterious underworld being finally bottomed out along with the cancellation of various attributes. However, this wasn't pleasant for Luo Yunyang. Although he had the various attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast, losing such a large amount of attributes in mere moments still made his body feel like it was going to collapse. The halos that were spinning gradually suddenly began to sink as Luo Yunyang started feeling awful. The moment that happened, the four other halos exploded with a deafening rumble, sending waves of energy surging towards their surroundings and tunneling at Luo Yunyang and the five Qi mysterious underworld brothers indiscriminately. Luo Yunyang had prepared for this sort of crazed explosion long ago, but the five Qi mysterious underworld brothers had not expected it at all. All five of them were right in the epicenter of the explosion caused by the energies when the five-colored nomological laws burst. Chapter 923, Reversal, How? Both the golden-armored mysterious underworld powerhouse and the middle hall master burst out in disbelief when the five elements exploded. They couldn't contain their disbelief. Although this tide of five elements wouldn't inflict much damage on them, it was still a surging tide. They could sense a huge energy within it. This was something that none of them could underestimate. How is this possible? The Divine Elder sounded despondent, and so did Xuantian Zhaoxing and everyone else. Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others believed that it should be impossible. However, the impossible had just happened. It had happened vividly before their eyes. This can't be true, right? Xuantian Zhaoxing's voice trembled as he watched the screen, which was going blurry. Five-element Shengji's voice was even more frantic than everyone else's voices. How is that possible? How can a five-element force full of vitality collapse? No, this shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have. It could be said that five-element Shengji was very confident in his control over five-element laws. He did not believe that the five-element nomological laws that he was so proud of could collapse in such a manner. The five Qi mysterious underworld brothers would never make such a substandard error. This sort of mistake would be unforgivable if it was really made. However, no one paid attention to five-element Shengji's cry, as most of them were looking at the Divine Elder. They all hoped that the Divine Elder could give them an explanation. The Divine Elder had a composed expression on his face, but he had no idea what exactly was going on. If he had been the one facing the five Qi mysterious underworld brothers, he would have utilized his own boundless divine force to handle them. He believed that he could beat the crap out of the five brothers as long as he truly wanted to. However, he had never expected that someone like Luo Yunyang would be able to escape the combined attacks of the five Qi mysterious underworld brothers. The Divine Elder was actually sure that Luo Yunyang would die the moment he encountered the five Qi mysterious underworld brothers. He believed that he couldn't be rescued even if the middle hall master went all out to save him. However, as the Divine Elder had pitied Luo Yunyang, the impossible had happened. That indestructible colored halo of Qi was actually collapsing and the massive surging nomological law tide had even caused the Divine Elder to go rigid. The five Qi mysterious underworld brothers that were wrapped by the surging energy had to be suffering greatly. However, Luo Yunyang might not necessarily be having a better time. Nevertheless, this was still a good turn of events for the human race, as it implied that Luo Yunyang could suppress the five Qi mysterious underworld brothers to the extent that they couldn't retaliate at all. Luo Yunyang might have to pay a huge price for doing this. Hence, one could say that neither side had won. What is going on? The green mysterious underworld being bellowed as he felt his internal organs burning like a furnace. The mighty energy of the nomological laws had surged into his body, causing an unbearable feeling to spread throughout his special body. He did not know why he had suffered such a severe injury or why the five-colored halos, which had been working perfectly, had collapsed. However, the green mysterious underworld being had a vague feeling that the problem seemed to originate from his body when the five-colored halos collapsed. Unfortunately, he just couldn't connect the dots, as he hadn't done anything. How could he have been the cause of the problem? This was just ridiculous. The turbulent five-element nomological laws had caused his body to crack and his combat ability to plummet. However, he now felt a burning hatred for Luo Yunyang. He did not know why things had turned out like this, but he was certain that Luo Yunyang was the most suspicious person around. This wouldn't have happened if Luo Yunyang hadn't made a move. I should escape first. The green mysterious underworld being consolidated his thoughts and retreated quickly. He intended to escape the surging tide of nomological laws at once. However, just as he was about to retreat, someone laughed out loud. "Where are you going? Are you trying to escape?" These words made the greenwood mysterious underworld being shiver. Before he could react, a huge bell had struck his body heavily. The massive bell was bronze and made of refined internal universe energy. Under normal circumstances, the green mysterious underworld being would have been able to shatter the bronze bell with brute force. However, he was having difficulty using his internal powers and he couldn't unleash his own creation laws, as they were entangled with 4 other nomological laws. In other words, the third brother of the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers had become a captive. Although he was unwilling to put up with this, he simply couldn't escape from the confines of Luo Yunyang's massive bell just by relying on his own strength. "What's happening?" The thick earth mysterious underworld being roared in rage, as he had sensed that the greenwood mysterious underworld being had disappeared after the nomological law tide had subsided. The other 3 mysterious underworld beings didn't seem very pleased either. It was hard for them to accept this turn of events, seeing as this should have been a surefire victory for them right from the start. Luo Yunyang must have used some unknown trick. The mysterious underworld being with a completely black physical body asked anxiously, "Where is Greenwood? Has anyone seen Greenwood?" The 5 Chi mysterious underworld beings were considered a single entity to begin with, so they were closer to one another than other mysterious underworld beings. Although they were not pleased with the Greenwood mysterious underworld being, they were still anxious when they realized that he had gone missing. They had been completely careless during this battle. The outcome should have already been set in stone, yet things had suddenly been turned on their head and they were now missing a member. "Is Greenwood dead?" The Blackwater mysterious underworld being asked impatiently. "We would definitely sense it if Greenwood was dead. Hurry up, we need to chase after Luo Yunyang. Greenwood might be in his hands," the leader of the 5, the thick earth mysterious underworld being, said urgently. Their purpose for hunting down Luo Yunyang was now to save their brother. Luo Yunyang was fleeing frantically. He had used his attribute regulator to activate the mighty tide of the nomological laws. Even though he had been prepared for it, the backlash had still shaken his internal universe. Cracks were currently forming in his first internal universe. "You captured Greenwood. The other 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers will not let this go." The floating butterfly goddess wasn't significantly hurt, as she was under the protection of Luo Yunyang. Hence, she seemed very calm at the moment. "Let this go. I'm the one who will not let this matter rest," Luo Yunyang said as he continued to escape with the floating butterfly goddess wrapped up in his lights. "They nearly caused us to die here. By capturing only the Greenwood mysterious underworld being, I'm already letting them off too lightly." Despite saying this, Luo Yunyang was well aware that there was a considerable gap in strength between him and the 5 Chi mysterious underworld beings. He might not survive if he tried to capture the other 4 Chi mysterious underworld beings. Luo Yunyang rushed madly in the direction of the sealed sky city. Nothing mattered anymore. He did not know that fights had already broken out in the sealed sky city, but he knew that getting to the sealed sky city would give him a glimmer of hope. Luo Yunyang's speed was astonishing, as all his attributes had been converted to speed. It was almost impossible for the Greenwood mysterious underworld being, who was already wasted, to pose any threat to Luo Yunyang. The 4 other brothers were pursuing him with all their might, but they too had suffered significant injuries. Thus, they wouldn't go all out to chase after Luo Yunyang. A short while later, the sealed sky city came into view and Luo Yunyang spotted various spatial tiers. There were both large and small spatial tiers around. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang chose the smallest spatial tier available and made his way towards it. This small spatial tier wasn't much of an obstacle for Luo Yunyang, who dashed out of it in the blink of an eye. The sealed sky city was right behind him. He had traversed past the sealed sky city, which was supposed to act as a moat, by using the spatial tier. This had actually happened thanks to Juzi Xuanming. If that fellow hadn't destroyed the dual sky realm, Luo Yunyang would have gone through the sealed sky city before returning to the human tribe's territory. That would be a tough task even though he possessed extraordinary ability. Yunyang, we're back. Ha ha, we're finally back, the floating butterfly goddess exclaimed ecstatically. She had already discarded her goddess-like poise and grabbed Luo Yunyang's hand. This experience had been a total nightmare for the floating butterfly goddess. She had actually believed that she would never be able to return to Zanpin's sacred hall when they had encountered the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Now, everything had changed. However, just as Luo Yunyang was prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed many powerful auras heading straight for him. The weakest of those auras was even stronger than any of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Although Luo Yunyang had never fought against them before, he knew that he wasn't a match for any of them. This was terrifying. What was going on? Had he just escaped a tiger's den only to land in a dragon's pool? The 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers were nothing compared to the approaching auras. As Luo Yunyang was in a state of shock, someone said, "Luo Yunyang, you're impressive. You can come out now." Then, Luo Yunyang saw the middle hall master and the others. Actually, Luo Yunyang hadn't recognized the middle hall master, as he had only seen the left hall master before. The left hall master gave Luo Yunyang a faint nod, lauding his narrow escape. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to speak, someone who was behind the group shouted out loud, "My lords, please stop him. He captured our brother." Chapter 924. Still just a kid, the golden armored powerhouse knew that things weren't looking good when he saw Luo Yunyang and the floating butterfly goddess arrive. Although he could still go all out and risk it, his chances of success were very slim. After all, the middle hall master's cultivation base was not any weaker than his own. The two of them could end up in a deadlock, and the same could happen to the others. Furthermore, he had come to a tacit understanding with the middle hall master right from the start, so he could only concede right now. However, as he was about to smile and accept his defeat, a flustered, desperate voice wiped the smile off his face. The 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. No, the 4 Qi mysterious underworld brothers had actually rushed over. There had been 5 different colors of mysterious underworld beings originally, but now there were only 4. The golden armored powerhouse cared very much about the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Although they were only Taishi Yuan venerates, their strength when they joined forces was comparable to a Taichu Yuan venerate. This alone was enough to make them very important. Furthermore, they had absorbed the power of an ancient mysterious underworld, which had given them a strong foundation. They might even improve greatly in the future. What happened? The golden armored mysterious underworld being asked the thick earth mysterious underworld being, who led the pack. The majority of the mysterious underworld elites also shifted their attention onto the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers, as this was the first time they were seeing them in such a sorry state. "My lord, my brother has been captured by him." The thick earth mysterious underworld being no longer cared about losing face. He knew that things were as critical as they could get. Luo Yunyang had reunited with his human race reinforcements, so they would really become the 4 Qi mysterious underworld brothers if they did not save their brother. One of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers had been captured. Almost everyone turned to look at Luo Yunyang after hearing what the thick earth mysterious underworld being had said. Many of them felt that Luo Yunyang was simply too impressive. Escaping from the grasp of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers was already a nearly unachievable feat for ordinary Taishi Yuan venerates. However, he wasn't even a Yuan venerate. While breaking out of the impenetrable encirclement of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers, he had also captured one of them. How crazy was that? Some mysterious underworld elites shot looks of contempt at the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Besides blaming the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers for allowing Luo Yunyang to escape, they also blamed them for losing one of their own. How utterly shameful. The golden armored mysterious underworld powerhouse did not chide the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers, as this wasn't the right time for that. Instead, he looked at the 4 nervous brothers and pondered. Deep down, he knew that he had to demand the release of the Greenwood mysterious underworld no matter what. Otherwise, losing one of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers would affect the mysterious underworld race's strength. Is the Greenwood mysterious underworld being in your hands? The golden armored powerhouse glared icily at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had loosened up completely after getting behind the middle hall master. Thus, although the golden armored powerhouse's death stare was intimidating, he wasn't afraid of it. He had been obliged to shoulder everything back in the dual sky realm. Now, However, he didn't have to bear everything on his own. Sure enough, the Middle Hall Master answered before Luo Yunyang could. Golden Mysterious Lord, if there's anything you want, talk to me instead. He's just a kid, intimating a kid like this isn't nice. Luo Yunyang felt his cheeks flush as he felt slightly embarrassed about being called a kid. On second thought, he was indeed a kid compared to the Middle Hall Master, who must have lived for eons. Since he had already been labeled a kid, he automatically took a step back and hid behind the Middle Hall Master before glancing back at the mysterious underworld race powerhouse called the Golden Mysterious Lord with puppy eyes. The Golden Mysterious Lord was also aware of the situation. The advantage that they held had been flipped on its head. The Golden Mysterious Lord would have simply let the matter slide if this had been about an ordinary Yuan Venerate. However, he couldn't stand aside and do nothing considering the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld brothers' worth. Alright, he is a kid. You ask him then, did he capture one of the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld brothers? The Golden Mysterious Lord placed emphasis on the word, kid, to show that he obviously disagreed with labeling Luo Yunyang that way. The Middle Hall Master was well aware of what the Golden Mysterious Lord's thoughts were as he turned leisurely and shot a casual glance over at Luo Yunyang. This little kid had silently resolved a crisis that could have cost the survival of the human race and captured an important member of the mysterious underworld race at the final moment. His actions had definitely glorified the Middle Hall Master. He was very fortunate to have such a subordinate, so he was pleased about it. After sinking in euphoria for a moment, he asked Luo Yunyang, Yunyang, did you capture one of the brothers? Don't be afraid, all of us are here. Speak the truth loudly. Luo Yunyang felt a little depressed deep down. Although it was alright for the Middle Hall Master to call him a kid based on the difference between their age and power, how could he really be treated as a kid? After some slightly silent grousing, Luo Yunyang responded, Hall Master, I saw Green Wood, who is one of the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld brothers, get heavily injured and lie in the void. He was on the verge of death, so I hurriedly brought him back in order to save his life. The Golden Mysterious Lord's expression turned very ugly. He could feel an indescribable rage building up in his chest and suffocating him. That's utter rubbish. You obviously injured my brother, yet now you are acting as if you are a kind soul. Tell me what exactly you used to break the 5-element mountain's nomological laws. The fire-red mysterious underworld being, who was one of the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld brothers, was a hot-tempered chap. Thus, he was already fuming over their failure. Luo Yunyang had obviously injured his brother, yet he had the audacity to act like he was worried and even call himself a kid. This was really hard to tolerate. Hence, the fire-red mysterious underworld being immediately voiced his displeasure. Unfortunately, after he said his piece, he realized that many of his people were glaring contemptuously at him. Even his 3 brothers were shooting him warning stares. Only then did he realize that he had said the wrong thing. The fact that his brother had been captured by Luo Yunyang was completely disgraceful. Saying such a thing out loud was akin to throwing their dignity on the ground and stomping on it. Ha ha, one should lose graciously. Golden Mysterious Lord, I think that you are not someone who treats defeat with bad grace. The Middle Hall Master eyed the Golden Mysterious Lord and gently wriggled the hexagon longsword in his hand. The Golden Mysterious Lord's face tightened as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Middle Hall Master, I must take back Green Wood of the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld brothers. If the human race chooses not to return him, then war shall be the only answer. The Golden Mysterious Lord mentioned war in absolute seriousness. The Middle Hall Master and the others had solemn expressions on their faces when they heard the word, war, as well. They all knew that the war the Golden Mysterious Lord had mentioned wouldn't just involve the group of them engaging in a battle. In fact, such a situation wouldn't be considered an all-out war. The human race and the mysterious underworld race would definitely have an all-out war. The higher-ups of the human race and the mysterious underworld race had known for many years that this would happen someday. However, both sides were not fully confident about winning, so they had been making preparations. Hence, this war had been delayed time and time again. The Golden Mysterious Lord was one of the higher-ups of the mysterious underworld race, and his status wasn't lower compared to the Middle Hall Masters. If he declared war, then it would be inevitable. After hesitating for a split moment, the Middle Hall Master responded faintly, I would welcome a war. 2 of the most important figures around were unwilling to take a step back, making the atmosphere around the sealed sky city reach a standstill. The hexagon spear of the golden mysterious lord had been raised up. Many people were aware that when this long spear danced, a great battle between two massive races would begin. At that moment, Luo Yunyang suddenly sensed that someone was speaking to the golden mysterious lord. Although he did not know who that person was or what had changed, he could sense that this person had a higher status than the golden mysterious lord. "I can take a step back," the golden mysterious lord mumbled after drawing a deep breath. "Greenwood must be returned to us. We're willing to give the Sealed Sky City in exchange." The Sealed Sky City was the human tribe's most important city on the outskirts of the Dual Sky Realm. Although the Dual Sky Realm had been destroyed, the position of the Sealed Sky City was still very important. The Middle Hall Master did not want to have an acrimonious falling out this time either. He did not know what the mysterious underworld race was waiting for, but the human race's ultimate trump card was not ready yet. The chances of them winning if an all-out war broke out wouldn't be high. Hence, after pondering this for a moment, the Middle Hall Master answered, "The Sealed Sky City belongs to the human race in the first place. It's not very nice of you to take our stuff and trade it for your mysterious underworld race elite." The Middle Hall Master continued before the golden mysterious lord could speak. "Greenwood was captured by Luo Yunyang. I think it would be better to negotiate with him if you want to take Greenwood back. After all, I can't simply meddle with his affairs and take complete charge of all his decisions." The golden mysterious lord glared at the Middle Hall Master before turning his attention to Luo Yunyang. He hated Luo Yunyang to the core, as a great scheme of the mysterious underworld race had been ruined by this brat. "Luo Yunyang, what are your conditions for releasing Greenwood?" The golden mysterious lord's tone was clearly impatient. Chapter 925. How greedy, Yunyang, you don't have to be courteous now. The golden mysterious lord is loaded. You don't have to help him scrimp. It would be very rude of you to look down on the golden mysterious lord in this way. The Middle Hall Master spoke bluntly without any attempt to hide his opinion. Luo Yunyang definitely had no intention of going easy on the golden mysterious lord. There weren't many things he desired now, but every single one of those things was extraordinary. "Thank you for your advice, Middle Hall Master. I'm still young and I would have carelessly offended the golden mysterious lord by looking down on him." Luo Yunyang replied courteously, as if he was very afraid. In fact, only he knew exactly how afraid he was. The golden mysterious lord was not pleased with the way the Middle Hall Master had encouraged Luo Yunyang, but he knew that he had to bow before them since he was at a disadvantage. After all, one of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings was in their hands. This was akin to losing a Tai Chi Yuan Venerate. The mysterious underworld race's strength would be greatly impacted if they lost one of them. "What do you want? Speak your mind," the golden mysterious lord snapped. "I hope you don't test my limits." Many different thoughts ran rampant in Luo Yunyang's head, as few things could tempt people at his cultivation level. Furthermore, the items he desperately needed were extraordinary. 9 Sky Divine Clay. Luo Yunyang thought about the items he needed before speaking his mind. The 9 Sky Divine Clay was a precious treasure that could glue the fragments of the world-shaking sky bell back together. Although it was hard to restore the world-shaking sky bell completely, this treasure could still allow the sky bell to display a sizable amount of its original powers. Luo Yunyang had attempted to find this during the years he had spent in the Sky Feather sect, but unfortunately, there was no news whatsoever about the 9 Sky Divine Clay in the human race's territories. According to Luo Yunyang's estimation, its value had to be sky-high. Hence, an insignificant person like him wouldn't be able to obtain it even if it could be found in the human race. "You're good at this. Alright, how about this? I'll give you a precious Taishi treasure and you'll release the Greenwood mysterious underworld being." The golden mysterious lord rebutted somewhat angrily. Luo Yunyang could guess that the golden mysterious lord possessed the 9 Sky Divine Clay. However, the value of the 9 Sky Divine Clay was probably too high, so he couldn't bear to give it up. After seeing the power of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings, Luo Yunyang had become totally obsessed with improving his strength. He had been able to defeat the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings with the help of his attribute regulator this time. However, he might not be so lucky in the future. A martialist's cultivation was his greatest assurance after all. 5 cubic squares of 9 Sky Divine Clay, 10 pieces of Hong Meng's sacred fruit, 20 pounds of mysterious Yang Dao tea and mysterious underworld purple gold. Luo Yunyang ignored the golden mysterious lord's flustered, exasperated, chiding as he mentioned more than 30 different types of precious treasures. The golden mysterious lord's face was a little dark, and it looked like he couldn't wait to strangle Luo Yunyang to death. In his opinion, the items demanded by Luo Yunyang were too much in exchange for the greenwood mysterious underworld being. After all, those items were top-notch treasures. One of them could even be used to create a Yuan underworlding. While it might be true that the mysterious underworld race was loaded, Luo Yunyang shouldn't demand what he wanted at will. The golden mysterious lord huffed. Do you really think it is possible to get everything you want? Do you mean that I've requested a tad less than I should? That all this doesn't match the status of the greenwood mysterious underworld being? Alright, I'll add some more things in that case. Luo Yunyang shifted his gaze to the middle hall master. Hall master, is there anything you need? We can add it if you want. I can't think of anything else. The middle hall master smiled faintly. He had dealt with the golden mysterious lord for a long time, but this was actually the first time he had seen the golden mysterious lord in utter discomfort. Thus, he was elated. There's nothing I want. You have a long list already. The middle hall master turned to the golden mysterious lord and added, we should remain gracious even if we can't close the deal. What's the matter with you? Why are you getting all violent with a kid? I can take Greenwood away if you don't want him. If you think it's better to declare war against us, I'm all for it. Ha ha ha. The other 4 brothers of the 5 Chi mysterious underworld being were glaring at Luo Yunyang fiercely. They couldn't wait to swallow him whole. However, even though they weren't weak, this wasn't a place where they had the right to speak. Brat, don't go too far. After exchanging a glance with him, the thick earth mysterious underworld being threatened him. Luo Yunyang did not have a good impression of the thick earth mysterious underworld being. He merely listened to the empty threat and grinned without responding. The thick earth mysterious underworld being felt as though he had stubbed his toe. His face flushed red and he couldn't say anything. Alright, everyone back down. The golden mysterious lord knew that the thick earth mysterious underworld being was having trouble keeping his temper in check, but this still made him very unhappy. I have a small jar of 9 sky divine clay. I can give that to you. However, you can dream on about getting everything else. The golden mysterious lord's tone was firm, yet Luo Yunyang could still sense some hesitation in it. Although the greenwood mysterious underworld being was only a Taishi Yuan venerate, the power of nomological laws gathered by the 5 brothers was comparable to a Taichu Yuan venerate. A Taichu Yuan venerate was equally important to both the mysterious underworld race and the human race. No way, Luo Yunyang responded in an equally firm manner. The golden mysterious lord glared at Luo Yunyang's straight face while a deadly aura emanated from his body. Although this sort of action wasn't very useful regarding this negotiation, he just couldn't help himself. He was the majestic golden mysterious lord, yet he was actually being threatened by a heavenly venerate from the human race in a manner that pissed him off greatly. He had an impulse to give up on the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers. However, his rationality told him that the cohesion of the mysterious underworld race would be irreversibly damaged as a result. I will throw in 3 more Hong Meng sacred fruits. The golden mysterious lord said through gritted teeth. 3 Hong Meng sacred fruits. Anyone that ate such a fruit would become a heavenly venerate, so this was a considerably rare treasure in the world. If one had some, they could save years of painful cultivation and become a genius. For many years, the Hong Meng sacred fruit of the mysterious underworld race had never left their race. Now, the golden mysterious lord was actually prepared to offer 3 in exchange for the greenwood mysterious underworld being. Luo Yunyang shook his head and said, forget it. I'm not going to deal with you. Although it will be hard to tame the greenwood mysterious underworld being, I believe that the greenwood chi I will get after obliterating his entire body should bring me a lot of benefits. Luo Yunyang placed emphasis on the greenwood chi. The rest of the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers were itching to devour Luo Yunyang when they heard that. The 5 Chi they had obtained from the ancient bronze coffins were their entire lives. How could they contain their anger upon hearing that Luo Yunyang was going to meddle with this? However, what infuriated them the most was the black millstone sacred image's appearance in the void while Luo Yunyang spoke. The greenwood mysterious underworld being was sandwiched between the millstone. As the millstone rotated gradually, one could see cracks appearing on the wood-green mysterious underworld being's body. Brothers, save me. Although the greenwood mysterious underworld being was being restricted, his mouth could still move. Upon seeing that he was on the chopping board, he couldn't care less about his face any longer, so he begged his brothers for help. All the elites of the mysterious underworld race were fuming. When was the last time they had suffered such humiliation? Although no one dared to make any moves without being instructed by the golden mysterious lord, the murderous intent that had dissipated originally suddenly covered the entire sealed sky city again. The elites of the human race were also prepared. They were not pleased either. Although it seemed like they were the ones taking the initiative this time, the situation in the sealed sky city caused them a lot of distress. After all, countless human race elites had been buried in the sealed sky city during the huge battle. They were sullen, yet they could only stomach this. When Luo Yunyang had captured the green wood of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld beings, he had merely recovered some of their dignity for them. Although it was rather insignificant, it was still very important to them. Luo Yunyang was the key figure in helping them regain their lost dignity. Thus, they would never allow any harm to befall him. Therefore, when the elites of the mysterious underworld race showed their intention to kill him, they directed their aura toward their opponents. Heaven would fall and earth would tear apart once they made their move. Although the Middle Hall Master had never expected Luo Yunyang to make such a daring move, he knew that there was no room for backing off after Luo Yunyang voiced his conditions. Hence, after mulling this over for a moment, he also locked his intent on the Golden Mysterious Lord. The Golden Mysterious Lord was weighing his options quickly in his mind. He knew that something he did not want would definitely happen if he did not handle this properly. 1 jar of 9 sky divine clay and 3 Hong Meng sacred fruits. I'll top this off with a defensive Taishi treasure. This is all the ransom that I can offer. We'll go to war if you don't accept it. Luo Yunyang felt that things had played out close to how he wanted. However, he wasn't the decision maker, as the Middle Hall Master was the one with the authority to make decisions. The Middle Hall Master, who could sense Luo Yunyang's gaze, was very satisfied with Luo Yunyang's attitude. Hence, after hesitating for a moment, he replied, "All right, I agree." Then, the state of mutual hostility between them loosened up immediately. Chapter 926. Merits deserving of a reward, Luo Yunyang. I vow to take revenge. Someone's roaring voice echoed through the sky outside of the massive sealed sky city. The person in question was the Greenwood mysterious being. He had gone out for glory and ended up getting embarrassed and causing his reputation to fall drastically. Instead of capturing Luo Yunyang, he had been captured by Luo Yunyang. God knew what would have awaited him if the Golden Mysterious Lord had not saved him. Although he had eventually been rescued, a fire was still burning in his heart. A fire that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although the Golden Mysterious Lord didn't say anything, the other powerhouses of the mysterious underworld race, especially the elites who had been insulted by the 5 brothers, began to watch them with provocative gazes. Or rather, they were watching the 5 brothers with complete disdain that was even beneath contempt. Being looked down upon did not sit well with the Greenwood mysterious being, so this made him very sullen. Thus, he let out his emotions and bellowed ferociously when he left the sealed sky city. This outburst of emotions represented his determination and was his way of venting his frustration. It even salvaged some of his dignity. However, what surprised him after his outburst was Luo Yunyang's voice, which replied from within the walls of the sealed sky city. "You're welcome to seek me out multiple times. The treasure I got in exchange for you this time still isn't enough." Luo Yunyang's tone was serious, but the Greenwood mysterious being nearly coughed out blood after listening to Luo Yunyang's mockery. "This was too much. Let me go, or I'm going to kill him right now." The Greenwood mysterious being glared in exasperation at the figure who stood pridefully on the walls of the sealed sky city. Thick Earth and the other brothers were holding him tightly. They all knew Impulse was the devil, and they had to hold Greenwood back. The many powerhouses of the human race who had gathered in the sealed sky city would not hesitate to kill Greenwood if he dared charge into the sealed sky city. The reason Greenwood was so agitated was because he didn't want to rush forward recklessly. However, he had to act like he was fuming in order to save himself some face. "Third brother, revenge is a dish best served cold. Now get back over here," Thick Earth chided. The other 3 brothers were also trying to convince Greenwood. In the end, he left after acting like he had listened to his brothers to get out of an embarrassing situation. "Can't you just let them leave without any further embarrassment? After all, the Greenwood mysterious being has already been thoroughly disgraced after being captured by you." Yuan Venerate White Crane proposed. His attitude while he was speaking to Luo Yunyang changed greatly. Yuan Venerate White Crane had treated Luo Yunyang like a kid in the past. Now, however, Yuan Venerate White Crane regarded Luo Yunyang as someone of the same status. This was because of Luo Yunyang's cultivation base. In Yuan Venerate White Crane's opinion, Luo Yunyang already possessed the qualifications to stand alongside him by defeating Lai Yunzi and rescuing the floating butterfly goddess, who had seemed destined to fall into the hands of the mysterious underworld race. Luo Yunyang could sense Yuan Venerate White Crane's good intentions. Thus, he replied with a chuckle, "Yuan Venerate, although you make sense, those 5 CKS almost forced me into a dead end. If I had not had a treasure that could suppress the 5 brothers, I would have died at their hands. Furthermore, I knew they wouldn't dare come over. I just wanted to add some fuel to the fire." Luo Yunyang's banter made Yuan Venerate White Crane chortle heartily. He didn't ask Luo Yunyang what sort of technique he had used to quell the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. After all, martialists at their level basically had their own secrets. Even the closest friends would need to give each other some space. "Yunyang, do you know that the higher-ups are currently talking about you? Your largest accomplishment this time wasn't capturing Green Wood, but bringing the floating butterfly goddess back. You actually brought her back completely unscathed. I'm afraid you're not aware of this, but bringing the floating butterfly goddess back is an unimaginable merit for the entire human race." Luo Yunyang was astonished when he saw Yuan Venerate White Crane's serious expression. Although he knew he had done something great, he hadn't expected this. After all, he had merely saved a person. The importance of the floating butterfly goddess is much greater than you or me. Yuan Venerate White Crane lamented. "Brother, this is a rare opportunity, so you must be prepared. It will be of great help to your strength and future array formations if you make a good choice." As Luo Yunyang listened attentively to Yuan Venerate White Crane, his expectations grew. This opportunity had to be sizable if Yuan Venerate White Crane was describing it in such a manner. While they were having this conversation, the Middle Hall Master and 4 other seemingly magnificent powerhouses with awe-inspiring might were each seated on one of the 5 huge thrones in a huge palace in the Sealed Sky City. Although the Middle Hall Master was sitting on a slightly larger throne, the difference was minute. This time, Zonpin's Sacred Hall must pay the price for its actions. The simple-looking man glared at the Zonpin Sacred Hall martialist with a silver light halo behind him. A deep scar could be seen on the arms of the stern middle-aged man from Zonpin Sacred Hall, and fresh black blood was gushing out of the blade scar. "Yuan Venerate Kangming, you are asking Zonpin Sacred Hall to reflect on this. Are you trying to say that Daqian's Sacred Hall had no part in this? Lai Yunzi is one of Daqian's Sacred Hall's extended disciples. If it hadn't been for him, our goddess would not have had to go through this." The words of the stern man were razor-sharp and menacing. Daqian's Sacred Hall should be the one giving us an explanation for this matter. Daqian's Sacred Hall's Yuan Venerate Kangming completely disregarded the stern man's words and scoffed. "You and your B*LL shit. Even though Lai Yunzi is a peripheral member of Daqian's Sacred Hall, you put someone whose safety concerns the entire human race in a dangerous position." A look of dissatisfaction appeared on the Middle Hall Master's face as he listened to the accusations of both Daqian's Sacred Hall and Zonpin's Sacred Hall. Obviously, the Middle Hall Master disliked this form of denunciation. "All right, stop it, all of us are somewhat to blame for this matter." The Middle Hall Master turned to look at the man on his left, who seemed shrouded in darkness, and said, "After this, Dark Hall has to perform a proper investigation. We must discover the traitors among our own people." "Yes." The man shrouded in darkness agreed at once. The Middle Hall Master turned to his right to face a woman who looked like a war goddess and said, "The Sealed Sky City suffered a devastating loss this time. Without the dual sky realm acting as a barrier, the times ahead will only get more dangerous. Battle Hall also has to make some preparations." The woman responded firmly, "Battle Hall will definitely get the job done." The Middle Hall Master nodded slightly. Although he wasn't very satisfied with the attitude of the 2 halls, he could only do so much for now. Although Hongmeng's Sacred Hall nominally led the entire human race, the 5 sacred halls were actually independent of one another. Nevertheless, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was always the strongest, so it seemed like the Middle Hall Master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall lorded over everything. However, in reality, the 4 other halls weren't much weaker than Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. "Well then, the decision has been made. We should now talk about Luo Yunyang's reward." He rescued the floating butterfly goddess and contributed greatly to the human race this time around. The middle hall master turned to look at the stern man from Zonpin's sacred hall before he added, I think Zonpin's sacred hall should know best. The stern man was clearly annoyed, but he eventually nodded and replied, yes, Zonpin's sacred hall will remember his effort forever. The middle master hall, who did not mind these lackluster words, grinned and said, great effort begets great rewards. Furthermore, I think everyone would be unhappy if such a great effort was not rewarded properly. Yuan Venerate Kangming of Daqian's sacred hall snorted in response, clearly showing his annoyance with the middle hall master's manners. However, he couldn't find a good reason to object either. Luo Yunyang's effort was simply too great to ignore. After all, if something had happened to the Zonpin Gate, it would have been a big deal. The human race's territory would have shrunk rapidly and many people would have perished in the catastrophes that would have ensued. What sort of reward do you have in mind? Cut the crap and speak your mind. The woman from Battle Hall sounded impatient. Anyone that could be impatient with the middle hall master was an extraordinary person, but it seemed like the middle hall master had long gotten used to this sort of attitude. What I meant is that, shouldn't we open up the sacred soul sky and let Luo Yunyang enter at once? The middle hall master sounded a little unsure when he made this suggestion. Obviously, the sacred soul sky was not an ordinary place. No way, I refuse, Yuan Venerate Kangming protested in anger. Although Luo Yunyang's efforts were meritorious, they weren't meritorious enough to allow him to enter the sacred soul sky. All the sacred souls in the sacred soul sky possess the human tribe's supreme combat capabilities. You should know what those sacred souls represent. I'm against using this as a reward for Luo Yunyang. I'd be fine even if you gave him half of a great cosmos as a reward. However, don't even think about the sacred soul sky. The woman from Battle Hall sounded off immediately, forget about it. The middle hall master had known that there would be objections to his suggestion, but he had not expected the objections to be so intense. He hadn't been so sure about this suggestion at first. However, after listening to the fierce objections of these two, he felt that he needed to do his best and fight for Luo Yunyang. Chapter 927, Inextinguishable Souls, Existent Mystic Abilities, Why can't this be taken into consideration? The middle hall master asked coldly. Is Luo Yunyang's effort not enough? He turned to look at the stern man from Zonpin's sacred hall and said, you represent Zonpin's sacred hall. Say something. Is Luo Yunyang's effort insufficient? The stern man hadn't said anything during the discussion, as he knew what he would be getting into if he spoke up. However, he knew that he could no longer hide after hearing what the middle hall master had said and thus replied, Luo Yunyang's effort is definitely enough. I think Yuan Venerate Kangming and Yuan Venerate xianxia are afraid that Luo Yunyang might not have sufficient natural endowment and might waste the sacred souls. The stern man's words were ambiguous. This was really just a way to declare his stance. However, the middle hall master was prepared, as he immediately interrupted the stern man. So you're saying that the effort Luo Yunyang has provided is enough for him to enter the sacred soul sky, right? Upon seeing the middle hall master holding on to this issue so aggressively, the stern man realized that there was no way for him to avoid the question anymore. Thus, he responded decisively, I am on the same page as the middle hall master. Zonpin's sacred hall supports Luo Yunyang based on his efforts. However, we're worried about Luo Yunyang's potential and aptitude. The middle hall master interrupted the stern man before he could finish his sentence. All of you are worried about his cultivation base, which is understandable. However, I believe that you have seen Luo Yunyang's cultivation. Not only did he defeat Lai Yunzi while only at the level of a heavenly venerate, but he also matched up very well against the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers, who are the equivalent of a Taichu Yuan venerate together, and even managed to capture one of them. Even if you don't consider this aptitude glorious and shocking, he should still be considered a rare gem amongst us. It could even be said that he is the most talented disciple the human race has produced in the last few thousand years. How is he not qualified to enter the sacred soul sky? The middle hall master was slightly agitated as he continued his barrage. His efforts are huge. Nothing can surpass his effort in averting our downfall. Luo Yunyang's actions have saved our race from falling. It will be very disappointing news if we keep such disciples out of the sacred soul sky. Furthermore, I won't be the only one who's disappointed. Yuan Venerate Kangming went silent. He had said that Luo Yunyang's qualifications were not enough, but to put it bluntly, this was just an excuse. The main reason was the new genius that Daqian's sacred hall had just nurtured. Although the cultivation base of the new genius was only at the 9th level heavenly venerate, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through and become a Yuan venerate. Based on the rules in the past, Yuan venerate Kangming believed that this disciple of his had the biggest chance of entering the sacred soul sky. Thus, it was only natural that he would object to the middle hall master's fight to reward Luo Yunyang by letting him enter the sacred soul sky. After all, the sacred soul sky opened only once in every epoch. Hence, he couldn't give way at all. After exchanging a glance with Yuan venerate xianxia of Battle Hall, he responded in a deeper tone, Middle Hall Master. Credit is credit, but the sacred soul sky is something else. You can't confuse the two. We will not discount Luo Yunyang's credit this time and will not be stingy with resources and cultivation techniques as a reward. However, the opportunity to enter the sacred soul sky still has to be in line with the rules of our human race. If you break the rules this time, anyone that contributed enough will want to enter the sacred soul sky in the future. When that happens, our human race will no longer be able to persevere its high-end combat power. Yuan venerate xianxia also had similar intentions for Battle Hall, as they never lacked any talented individuals. Furthermore, the most powerful competitor of the sacred soul sky was a generational genius from Battle Hall. If Luo Yunyang was given the opportunity, Battle Hall would lose this opportunity. Although Luo Yunyang's contribution was significant, in Yuan venerate xianxia's opinion, Luo Yunyang's cultivation might not be stronger than the generational genius from Battle Hall. While Luo Yunyang's credit was considerable, this had been just an accident. Rewarding him was a must, but it couldn't come at the expense of giving something that couldn't be given away so mindlessly. I agree with Yuan venerate Kangming's opinion. My Battle Hall is willing to provide treasures, including Taishi treasures, if Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and Zanpin's Sacred Hall can't come up with the rewards, Yuan venerate xianxia said firmly. A Taishi treasure wasn't a common sight in the human tribe. Not even a Taishi Yuan venerate would possess a Taishi treasure. Although Yuan venerate xianxia's discourse sounded extremely generous, it was laden with ulterior motives. This was also the greatest setback to the Middle Hall Master's proposal. Both Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and Zanpin's Sacred Hall were able to provide those treasures as a reward. They didn't need Battle Hall to offer those treasures. Plus, they wouldn't embarrass themselves over such a matter. The Middle Hall Master's expression stiffened. Although he had known right from the start that this wasn't going to be easy, he had never expected it to be this tough. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall wouldn't be stingy after what Luo Yunyang had gone through. However, the Sacred Soul Sky was the ultimate treasure of the entire human tribe, and all 5 sacred halls had to fight for a place to enter it. One could brag that their disciple was a once-in-a-millennium genius, while others could say that their disciples had boundless potential or were late bloomers. Luo Yunyang's situation had strengthened the Middle Hall Master's fighting spirit greatly and made him ignore the aggressiveness of Yuan venerate xianxia. Instead, he continued to look at the stern man from Zanpin's Sacred Hall. I'll ask again, does Zanpin's Sacred Hall have any objections to Luo Yunyang entering the Sacred Soul Sky? The stern man was a person with a strong personality. Given his temperament, he should have flipped a table in anger. However, he did not dare do so now. After all, Luo Yunyang had just rescued their goddess. It would be a huge blow for his prestige in Zanpin's Sacred Hall if he opposed Luo Yunyang right now. Furthermore, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall would not treat them nicely anymore if anything were to happen in the future. We do not object. The stern man finally voiced his opinion. Not objecting didn't mean that he agreed to it. Everyone present could understand what the stern man actually meant, as he had been forced to make such a choice. The Middle Hall Master scoffed at the reply, feeling very unhappy with the man's decision. However, he couldn't coerce the stern man too harshly, as the two of them had a similar status. After listening to all your opinions, objections, and approval, I think that Luo Yunyang's efforts are definitely sufficient for entering the Sacred Soul Sky. The voice of the powerhouse from Dark Hall was calming, yet it was filled with unquestionable strength. In that case, why don't we give that youngster a chance? Let him enter the Sacred Soul Sky without bringing in a Sacred Soul Stone. Enter the Sacred Soul Sky without a Sacred Soul Stone. This suggestion made everyone tense up. The Sacred Soul Sky was the location where traces of souls belonging to great deceased almighties of the human race resided. Those savage souls had no will but still possessed supreme mystic abilities. One could capture a savage soul by using a compatible sacred soul stone and obtain the supreme mystic abilities left behind in the savage souls by those ancient almighties. Those souls were savage, so the mystic abilities left behind were usually very minuscule. However, the almighties that had left them behind had been on the verge of dying when they had done so. Hence, the abilities they had left behind were the strongest abilities they had possessed. It could be said that capturing a sacred soul from the sacred soul sky was akin to having a technique that could save a Yuan venerate's life. Although those sacred souls had no will, it was still very difficult to capture them. Even a Yuan venerate would need a sacred soul stone. A single sacred soul stone would need one epoch to develop, which made it extremely precious. As a result, the competition for a place to enter the sacred soul sky became intense. Furthermore, the environment inside the sacred soul sky was special. The sacred souls might collapse due to excessive disturbance if there were too many people inside. Hence, the quota for entering the sacred soul sky had become extremely precious due to those reasons. If Luo Yunyang was not given a sacred soul stone to enter the sacred soul sky, it would be up to fate whether he captured a sacred soul. Dark Hall's suggestion instantly made the eyes of Yuan venerate Kangming and the others light up. They wouldn't dispute the reward for such great merit as long as Luo Yunyang did not receive a sacred soul stone. The stern man from Zanpin Sacred Hall smirked when he heard the suggestion. Although he felt that the suggestion was a little unfair to Luo Yunyang, he wasn't willing to part with the quota of the sacred soul sky. Hence, after Yuan venerate Kangming and everyone else agreed in unison, he responded, "This quota is only part of the reward. Zanpin Sacred Hall will definitely send another share to express its gratitude." Although the Middle Hall Master wasn't happy with the suggestion of the man from Dark Hall, he knew this was the only way out of the situation. Zanpin Sacred Hall's actions made him feel slightly comforted. Great, in that case, it's settled. After half a day, Yuan venerate Kangming and the others left hastily. Only the Middle Hall Master strolled out casually with a wide smile. Yuan venerate White Crane greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Middle Hall Master. All right, skip the formalities." The Middle Hall Master raised his arm and gestured. "Luo Yunyang, you did pretty well this time. Not only did you save the human race from a major crisis, but you even improved the reputation of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The Left Hall Master, the Right Hall Master, and I have already talked over this. For your efforts and credit, we'll grant you early access to train for 100 years at the Divine Creation Disc. In addition, you can choose any treasure in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Tianzi Treasure Vault." Yuan venerate White Crane was flabbergasted. Every treasure inside Tianzi Treasure Vault was not inferior to a Taishi treasure. He had only entered the Tianzi Treasure Vault once throughout the years, and that was when he had just ascended to a Yuan venerate. Although he had made a lot of contributions after that, he had never gotten to enter Tianzi Treasure Vault again. "Please be prepared, the Sacred Soul Sky will be open for you in 3 years, the Middle Hall Master eventually announced after thinking for a moment. Chapter 928, Glorious Return in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Xuantian Zhaoxing stood quietly in his residence with a grim expression. This grim expression hadn't been caused by the difficulties he had encountered, but by a person. A person who was about to return. Ever since Luo Yunyang had encountered some problems in the Sky Feather sect, Xuantian Zhaoxing had become the #1 Zongzi of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall once again. It could be said that the bulk of the resources of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had revolved around him. After 1,000 years of vicissitudes, and just as Xuantian Zhaoxing thought that Luo Yunyang wasn't going to return, everything changed. That earth-shaking battle against Lai Yunzi had taken place. Luo Yunyang had escaped from the deadly clutches of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers and even captured one of them. These glaring accomplishments had totally eclipsed Xuantian Zhaoxing. Although they had never fought against each other before, he knew that he wasn't Luo Yunyang's match. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and Luo Yunyang. "I'll catch up with him. I must catch up with him." A voice screamed in Xuantian Zhaoxing's heart. His goal was to become a Yuan venerate. However, this goal had become rather easy for Luo Yunyang to achieve. Luo Yunyang could already match up against a Yuan venerate. Indeed, part of the reason was because he had absorbed the power of Yuan venerate Wanliu, but Xuantian Zhaoxing himself wouldn't have dared to absorb that sort of energy even if it had been given to him. Taking in that energy was akin to seeking death for a heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang had paid a hefty price, and it could even be said that this had caused Luo Yunyang to fall into a state of stagnation for the past 1,000 years. Luo Yunyang could endure this process, but could he, Xuantian Zhaoxing, also endure such stillness? Countless thoughts entered Xuantian Zhaoxing's mind before a soft voice was heard. Xuantian Zhaoxing turned when he heard the voice and saw profound calm Zongzi looking at him hesitantly. Xuantian Zhaoxing had a pretty good relationship with profound calm Zongzi. Although in Xuantian Zhaoxing's opinion, profound calm Zongzi seemed to have a rather ordinary aptitude, he was still considered a hard-working fellow. "What's the matter?" Xuantian Zhaoxing asked profound calm Zongzi with a smile. "The Divine Elder has instructed us to welcome Luo Yunyang upon his return." Profound calm Zongzi was slightly hesitant as he looked at Xuantian Zhaoxing before speaking his mind. He knew that Xuantian Zhaoxing wouldn't be comfortable learning the news, but he believed that Xuantian Zhaoxing would not be easily defeated by a few words given his cultivation. Xuantian Zhaoxing nodded without emotion. "Got it." The Divine Elder's instructions were absolute in Hongmeng's sacred hall. Even the 7 great sacred emissaries wouldn't dare to disobey the Divine Elder, let alone these Zongzis. Profound calm Zongzi mulled this over for a second before speaking to Xuantian Zhaoxing again. "If you don't want to be there, I can apply for leave on your behalf. I'll just say you're at a critical juncture of your training." Xuantian Zhaoxing smiled and said, "I don't want to make you lie on my behalf. Furthermore, the Divine Elder will not buy that easily. It is expected of us to welcome Luo Yunyang upon his return. After all, he brought glory to Hongmeng's sacred hall." After saying that, Xuantian Zhaoxing strode towards the nearby plaza. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at Xuantian Zhaoxing when he stepped into the plaza. Some people looked delighted, while others seemed to pity him. Xuantian Zhaoxing, who did not care about the looks these people were giving him, shot a glance at Li Juyu before walking towards his own spot. Li Juyu, profound calm Zongzi, and the rest nodded gently when they saw Xuantian Zhaoxing standing calmly at his position. Then, they shifted their attention to the transportation portal that was situated in the Great Hall. According to the Divine Elder, Luo Yunyang would be arriving soon. The simple pattern on the teleportation portal was lit up with specks of light. As those light spots illuminated brighter, Luo Yunyang's outline started to appear outside of the portal. "Greetings, Chief Yunyang." Led by Xuantian Zhaoxing, all the Zongzis of Hongmeng's sacred hall greeted Luo Yunyang the moment he came through the transportation portal. Chief Shengji. Although Xuantian Zhaoxing had been the strongest person in Hongmeng's sacred hall for a long time, he hadn't widened the gap between him and the others, so not everyone had accepted him entirely. As a result, the title of Chief Shengji hadn't been bestowed on him either. Luo Yunyang had battled against a Yuan Venerate in the Dual Sky Realm and even captured Yuan Venerate Green Wood of the mysterious underworld race. None of the Shengjis in Hongmeng's sacred hall could compare to these accomplishments. Naturally, Luo Yunyang's appointment as Chief Shengji was only to be expected. Luo Yunyang looked at Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others and suddenly understood why the Middle Hall Master had asked him to enter the transportation portal first. He also knew very well about the Middle Hall Master's intentions. There were 2 important points. One of them was to establish his own status. The second one was to motivate Xuantian Zhaoxing and everyone else. In other words, he was like a whip that lashed ferociously at Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others. No need for formalities. Luo Yunyang wasn't polite or proud of himself. He merely responded indifferently. After all, he had always disregarded such things. Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others were also observing Luo Yunyang. Although they did not show any dissatisfaction when they paid their respects, deep down, they felt a tinge of desire. A desire to improve and surpass Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang can do it, so can I. The Middle Hall Master, Yuan Venerate White Crane, and the rest also emerged from the transportation portal. The Middle Hall Master saw the looks on the faces of Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others. He was pleased with the arrangements he had made. "Yunyang, follow me, I'll take you to Tianzi Treasure Vault." Yuan Venerate White Crane, who noticed the Middle Hall Master's gesture, quickly approached Luo Yunyang. The eyes of Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others felt like they were burning when the words, "Tianzi Treasure Vault," were said. Naturally, they knew what was hidden in the treasure vault. However, they had only heard rumors about Tianzi Treasure Vault. They had never entered it themselves before. To them, the greatest reward for becoming a Yuan Venerate was to choose a treasure in Tianzi Treasure Vault. Their ultimate dream had been achieved by Luo Yunyang effortlessly. This disparity was unbearable for them. Luo Yunyang didn't even care about these looks of envy, even though he knew that Yuan Venerate White Crane had announced this on purpose. He was extremely confident in himself and he believed that the likes of Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others could no longer catch up with him. To put it bluntly, he was already on a different starting line than Xuantian Zhaoxing and the rest. He had left his former companions far behind. After passing through a series of seals, Luo Yunyang finally reached the front of a building that looked like an ordinary stone house. If this stone house had been in a city, it would have looked simple and crude. However, in a location heavily protected by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, its value was totally different. This is Tianzi Treasure Vault. Yuan Venerate White Crane looked at the irregular stone house and shook his head. Back when I first came here, I thought that Tianzi Treasure Vault was too shabby. Luo Yunyang chuckled, as he also had the same thought upon arriving. Tianzi Treasure Vault was indeed very different from what he had imagined. Yunyang, don't judge the treasure vault by its appearance. It actually contains plenty of awesome items. I heard that the greatest function of this stone house is its ability to block out the glow of treasures. You have to rely on your luck when you head in to pick your item. Yuan Venerate White Crane pondered for a moment before adding, let me give you a piece of advice. Your offensive and defensive capabilities are rather decent, so I suggest you find a treasure that improves your speed. After all, speed can save your life, especially in many critical and dangerous situations. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate White Crane and nodded. He too had a plan. If he couldn't get a treasure that made his heart skip a beat, then a treasure that could increase his speed would be his next choice. A hole suddenly appeared in the stone house that had originally seemed doorless when Yuan Venerate White Crane incorporated a token engraved with patterns into the house. When Luo Yunyang stepped through the entrance, he felt like he had entered a small warehouse. On the 2 rows of racks, which weren't very large, were hundreds of different items in various shapes and sizes. Offensive weapons, such as swords and halberds, occupied the majority of the space. Luo Yunyang had the Sky Feather Sword and the World-Shaking Bell, so he wasn't lacking offensive items. The World-Shaking Bell and the 18-level Pagoda were also defensively sufficient, so Luo Yunyang was not very interested in defensive treasures. After browsing for a bit, he reached a rack used to store speed treasures. These treasures did not emit any glow. Even his mind powers couldn't determine anything based on them. Luo Yunyang knew this was because of the special matter in the stone house that could hide a treasure's glow as well as its uses. Then, he saw a pair of shabby earthy yellow boots. Luo Yunyang glanced at the boots and lost interest immediately. In fact, Luo Yunyang's speed was already amazing, but it would be a pity for him to give up on such a rare opportunity. Hence, he chose a treasure that could improve his speed. After looking away from the yellow boots, he found himself staring at an old battle chariot that looked like a toy. The battle chariot was made of bronze and, although it did not emit any divine light, it looked incredibly imposing. Luo Yunyang felt an inexplicable sense of liking for the bronze battle chariot when he saw it. However, before he could make a decision, he felt his heart thumping all of a sudden. Chapter 929, Twin Quake Wings. The bronze battle chariot could act as an offensive means and crush everything around it. It could also act defensively and seal its surroundings. Furthermore, he could simply use it as a means of transport to vanish without a trace. Although the bronze chariot wasn't a top-level treasure, it should at least be a Taishi treasure based on the fact that it was in Tianzi Treasure Vault. A single Taishi treasure that encompassed both offensive and defensive means could improve Luo Yunyang's strength significantly. However, his thumping heart made him put down the battle chariot, which he had been about to select. Although he did not know why his heart thumped harder than usual, he knew that the item that had caused him to feel such a sensation had to be extraordinary. By following his intuition, he took a couple of steps and approached a simple rack made of stone. The rack was very plain, and 4 or 5 inconspicuous wings were resting on it. The wings were only the size of a palm, but Luo Yunyang knew that each of these wings could be of great help by tearing through the void and instantly traveling millions of miles away as long as it was controlled by him. What made Luo Yunyang's heart beat faster was a pair of jet black wings that seemed crudely crafted from a piece of pig iron. An intimate feeling filled Luo Yunyang's heart when he picked the wings up. However, although he felt extremely close to these wings, he couldn't sense exactly what these wings, which he had an incomparable sense of connection to, were. After pondering for a second, Luo Yunyang picked up the wings and walked out of Tianzi Treasure Vault. Although he was very confident that his choice wouldn't be wrong, he also knew that there would be risks involved in any choice he made. On the upside, choosing this item wasn't that important. After all, he had already condensed his sacred image and even obtained the Great Obliteration Millstone. His cultivation would improve rapidly once he completely grasped the Great Obliteration Millstone. Furthermore, he had obtained some 9 sky divine clay. Luo Yunyang felt that his cultivation would rise to greater heights if he could patch the fragments of the world-shaking bell together. Yunyang, what did you choose? Yuan Venerate White Crane was waiting outside for Luo Yunyang. Although he had many things to handle, he couldn't be careless, as Tianzi treasure vault was really important. Furthermore, Yuan Venerate White Crane also believed that waiting for Luo Yunyang was worth it given his current status. After Luo Yunyang was out of the confines of the treasure vault's restrictions, he focused on the pair of wings. Although he didn't care too much about the gains and losses of his choice, who wouldn't want to obtain a good treasure? Unfortunately, the wings did not change much after leaving the treasure vault, let alone tint the sky with divine light. I chose a pair of wings. I realized that I was significantly slower when I fought against Juzi Xuanming. Luo Yunyang waved the wings in his hand and smiled while speaking to Yuan Venerate White Crane. Yuan Venerate White Crane had been smiling at first too. However, his expression turned for the worse the moment he saw the pair of wings. Yunyang, why did you choose this? Yuan Venerate White Crane chided him when he saw the wings in his hand. Luo Yunyang noticed Yuan Venerate White Crane's expression and realized that Yuan Venerate White Crane had to know about this pair of wings. When he was about to ask him about them, Yuan Venerate White Crane interrupted him. Let's go. We'll swap them for another pair. However, the stone house that had been open closed all of a sudden. Although the stone house felt like it could easily be broken open at any time, Yuan Venerate White Crane still looked disappointed. Yunyang, you made the wrong choice. Although these wings have an impressive origin, they lack a technique that can control them. Even a Yuan Venerate could only utilize a small portion of this pair of wings. According to the Middle Hall Master's estimations, a Yuan Venerate can only use up to 10% of their power. Hence, this pair of wings is a rather worthless thing to most people. You should seek out the Middle Hall Master and ask him to exchange them for you. At the same time, Luo Yunyang's hands, which were holding the pair of wings, suddenly felt a surge of heat coming from them. Information entered his mind in an instant. At that moment, Luo Yunyang realized why the wings had produced such a sensation in his mind. This pair of wings, which were called Twin Quake Wings, was a treasure obtained by an elite of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall from the final sacred battlefield. The reason it was reacting to Luo Yunyang wasn't because of Luo Yunyang's amazing capabilities, but because the Twin Quake Wings used to be a treasure that belonged to Yuan Emperor Shaking Sky. Due to some unknown reason, the wings hadn't been left behind along with the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell. Instead, they had been brought back from the final sacred battlefield by the human race's elites. A technique called 8-Wind Thunder technique was required to control this pair of wings. However, this technique hadn't been left behind along with the wings. Luo Yunyang had found the 8-Wind Thunder technique within the imparted memories and information left behind by Yuan Emperor Shaking Sky, which he had gained from the primordial sacred ground. He had studied the 8-Wind Thunder technique before, but it had been too exhausting and had not improved his speed much. Thus, he had tossed it aside and forgotten all about it. Now, the Twin Quake Wings instantly alleviated Luo Yunyang's understanding of the 8-Wind Thunder technique significantly. Thank you, Yuan Venerate. The moment I saw it, I felt that this pair of wings had been brought to me by fate, so I took it. Luo Yunyang smiled at the anxious Yuan Venerate White Crane and added, everything depends greatly on fate. Since this pair of wings was fated to be with me, maybe I can still obtain the technique to control it. Yuan Venerate White Crane watched Luo Yunyang's expression but did not accept what Luo Yunyang had said. How could all the good things in the world be monopolized by Luo Yunyang that easily? However, he still smiled politely and replied, anyway, you are going to get a huge reward this time. Even if there is a problem with the Twin Quake Wings, it will be a small loss for you. Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate White Crane continued discussing the Twin Quake Wings a little before he told Luo Yunyang, Yunyang, after you return, you'd better enter seclusion for a few more days. These treasures are not very useful to you. The truly good stuff lies in the sacred soul sky. Unfortunately, you will only be able to obtain a sacred soul by using a sacred soul stone if you have a Yuan Venerate cultivation. After listening to Yuan Venerate White Crane, Luo Yunyang responded, "This time, I must obtain something in the sacred soul sky even if I do not have a sacred soul stone. Otherwise, I'll let down the middle hall master and waste his effort." Yuan Venerate White Crane noticed the serious look on Luo Yunyang's face and wanted to speak, but in the end, he just smiled and didn't say a word. After separating from Yuan Venerate White Crane, Luo Yunyang returned to his cave abode. Obtaining a piece of treasure belonging to Yuan Emperor Shaking Sky had made Luo Yunyang happy, but not being able to share his joy with anyone didn't feel too good. Although Yuan Venerate White Crane's judgment about the twin quake wings was wrong, one thing he had said was true: Luo Yunyang, who had just ascended, really needed to enter seclusion and consolidate his cultivation. After all, he hadn't condensed his sacred image in a very long time. He also needed to practice using the twin quake wings. Hence, Luo Yunyang began training in seclusion after communicating with his chaotic four-origin clone. In Longland Great Cosmos, the Long family patriarch was icily staring at a massive screen that nearly covered half of the sky before him. The flickering screen was playing the scene of Luo Yunyang threatening the golden mysterious lord. "Greetings, patriarch." A few elites from the Long family greeted their patriarch respectfully when they saw the mess in front of them. The Long family patriarch gestured by raising his arms. "All right, if you have time to waste by greeting me, why not spend this time training?" Among the people who were reprimanded bluntly by the Long family patriarch were 2 8th-level heavenly venerates and 4 7th-level heavenly venerates. However, they could only frown and listen to his nasty comments. You should all be aware of Luo Yunyang's situation. His current cultivation isn't weaker than a Yuan venerate's, and he has already become a great nemesis of the Long family. The Long family patriarch added agitatedly, "Tell me, what should our family do?" The elite heavenly venerates of the Long family naturally knew about Luo Yunyang's prestige. Some of them had even seen Luo Yunyang defeat Lai Yunzi. The Long family had already begun to sharpen its swords when they had determined that Luo Yunyang had been having a hard time improving his cultivation base. They were just waiting for one Yuanwei to end before choosing a day to kill Luo Yunyang and his companions once and for all. As their victory was approaching, they had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would take the dual sky realm by storm. He had not only defeated Lai Yunzi, but also escaped with one of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers. Or rather, he had captured one of the 5 Qi mysterious underworld brothers alive. Luo Yunyang already possessed the strength to challenge a Yuan venerate. Although the Long family wasn't weak, they still did not have 2 Yuan venerates. Hence, the distraught Long family patriarch had gathered the elite members of their families to have a meeting. No one from the Long family dared to utter a word in the face of the deadly stare of the Long family patriarch. They did not have any good ideas to begin with, as martialists at Luo Yunyang's level of cultivation weren't people that they could deal with. "Are all of you mute? In the past, you made a ruckus during meetings. Why have you all shut up now that I'm asking for your opinion?" The Long family patriarch slammed his palms heavily on the table, crushing the black jade table instantly. The Long family's first-rate elites lowered their heads even more, feeling even more afraid of making a sound. Scram! The Long family patriarch howled in rage. He no longer had any scruples about those juniors, as Luo Yunyang's ascent had made him feel extremely unnerved. Chapter 930. Return to Pure Sun. On a small mountain located within Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, Profound Calm Zongzi was silently practicing his sword technique. Although his cultivation technique was the present Buddha divine scripture, there was also a sword technique recorded in the scripture. However, the sword technique wasn't too famous. Profound Calm Zongzi cultivated the sword technique as a form of relaxation. Every time he reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would use it to adjust his state of mind. "Not bad," someone commented after the last technique was executed and the sword light dissipated. Profound Calm Zongzi was startled. Although he was focused on his sword technique, this didn't mean that he wasn't aware of his surroundings. Furthermore, his state of mind and senses were very sharp while he was practicing his sword technique. However, he actually hadn't sensed the arrival of the other party, which really surprised him. Upon instinctively looking in the direction the voice had come from, he saw Luo Yunyang floating high in the sky. Profound Calm Zongzi was so relieved after seeing Luo Yunyang that a smile formed on his face. "Greetings, senior brother Yunyang." Although he was shocked, he still greeted him respectfully. He was very surprised by Luo Yunyang's appearance. According to his estimation, Luo Yunyang would need at least 3 years of consolidation after condensing his sacred image. However, only a year had passed and Luo Yunyang had appeared in front of him. This made him feel really surprised. Luo Yunyang stood calmly in the distance, looking at profound calm Zongzi, who was smiling wide, as he said gently, "I did not expect junior brother Profound to have such a deep interest in the sword path. It seems that we can talk with each other in the future. I just happened to practice a few moves when my heart is distraught. How can I be compared to you, senior brother?" Profound calm Zongzi wasn't being modest. He was only telling the truth. He had never thought of using his sword technique to deal with any opponents, not because he was modest, but because he knew that his sword technique wasn't capable enough to be used in a fight. Luo Yunyang smiled gently, "I've managed to gain plenty of insight during my training in seclusion, but I also feel that I'm lacking in several areas. Hence, I hope junior brother can accompany me to the Three-Era Supreme sect so I can take a look at the scriptures left behind in the sect." Luo Yunyang smiled brilliantly, but profound calm Zongzi felt very uncomfortable upon seeing that smile. He knew that Luo Yunyang's current cultivation was comparable to a Yuan Venerate, so although his sect was helmed by Yuan Venerates, it would be impossible for them to stop Luo Yunyang there. However, if Luo Yunyang were to enter the Three-Era Supreme sect, profound calm Zongzi made a decision after exploring his options. Luo Yunyang would definitely soar to greater heights in the future, so it would be disastrous if the Three-Era Supreme sect were to oppose him. This might be a good opportunity to resolve the grudges between them and Luo Yunyang if he took the initiative to visit the Three-Era Supreme sect with him. Although the Three-Era Supreme sect had always been unyielding and unafraid of anything, this didn't mean that the Three-Era Supreme sect would hope to make an enemy out of a strong opponent. Speaking of this, senior brother, you were originally from the Three-Era Supreme sect too. Although there have been some misunderstandings with the sect, I believe that these misunderstandings can be eliminated easily if you are willing. Profound calm Zongzi laughed out loud and added, "But you want to return to the sect and consult the scriptures. This is a rather rare opportunity for the Three-Era Supreme sect." "Ha ha ha, I will do it, but you must know that I'm not the one making the decision, senior brother. I'll ask master for permission, but I think that there shouldn't be any problem." Luo Yunyang nodded with a smile at profound calm Zongzi. "In that case, thank you, junior brother Profound." 10 days later, Luo Yunyang returned to the Pure Sun Great Cosmos with the aid of the transportation portal. He had stayed in the Pure Sun Great Cosmos for nearly 100 years before. Hence, he felt incomparably familiar with everything there. Although this place didn't feel like home to Luo Yunyang, like the Da Alliance did, he still felt warm and fuzzy about being able to sense the familiar nomological laws within the Pure Sun Great Cosmos again. Luo Yunyang had never returned to the Pure Sun Great Cosmos ever since he had left the last time. However, his state of mind had undergone major changes compared to when he had first arrived here. He might have felt fearful and uncertain after arriving in the Pure Sun Great Cosmos before, but he was feeling like a huge dragon that overlooked the entire Great Cosmos now. Originally, Luo Yunyang had planned to go directly to the Three-Era Supreme sect. However, the familiar feeling of the Pure Sun Great Cosmos made him subconsciously head towards another city. Back in the Glazed Titan sect, Luo Yunyang hadn't spent all his time cultivating. He had visited many cities while searching for items that could aid his cultivation. Sometimes, he had even spent an extended period of time in some of those cities. The quaint city, which was bustling with people, still felt a little lazy, and many things seemed to have not changed much compared to 1,000 years ago. As Luo Yunyang casually watched the commoners that went on with their busy lives, a touch of sentiment welled in his heart. He casually entered a restaurant and ordered a few fine dishes while having a drink. 1,000 years had passed in a jiffy. While Luo Yunyang was lost deep in melancholy, a loud pounding noise echoed in his ears. Luo Yunyang, who was immersed in his feelings, was a little upset. However, as he was about to teach a lesson to the person who had knocked on the table, he heard someone cry angrily, "This is too much. This is clearly bullying." The Glazed Titan sect is also one of the subsidiaries of the Three-Era Supreme sect. How can we endure such unfairness? The Glazed Titan sect, Luo Yunyang had almost forgotten that name, which suddenly brought back so many memories. It could be said that the Glazed Titan sect was the place where Luo Yunyang had trained the longest besides the Rising Sky Feather sect. However, the Glazed Titan sect had become a memory after he had left the Pure Sun Great Cosmos with the Eternal Divine Pestle. This time, Luo Yunyang had never even thought about the Glazed Titan sect before coming over to the Three-Era Supreme sect. Although he had left the Glazed Titan sect with pretty good memories, things that belonged in the past should remain in the past in his opinion. Junior brother, sit down. Another voice snapped. The ancestral master will handle this. We do not have to cause more trouble. The agitated voice spoke again. The ancestral master is handling it. Shouldn't we do something about it? Obviously, Tuoba Bazong was taking liberties with senior brother Chen's wife, and senior brother Chen took action because he was mad. Now, senior brother Chen has provoked the Tuoba family. Isn't the truth being completely distorted? How unreasonable is that? Isn't this because the Tuoba family has a 9th level heavenly venerate? The senior brother, who had always been calm, was getting a little irritated while listening to this. Thus, he said unpleasantly, enough. The ancestral master has given an order. She will handle this matter well. After saying that, the senior brother added coldly, you don't have to poke your nose into this matter. It has nothing to do with you. Don't sprout nonsense. Remember that useless talk isn't capable of killing. Senior brother, although I respect you, I really don't agree with your attitude when it comes to submitting to humiliation. If the Glazed Titan sect has to endure such things, then there's no point in our sect being honest. After he said that, a series of thumping sounds were heard from the stairs and a tall, very angry man came flying down the flight of stairs from the floor above. Luo Yunyang looked at the angry man and shook his head. He really had no intention of paying attention to such matters. However, as he watched, the man who had rushed down from the floor above was suddenly blasted away by a punch and sent flying close to Luo Yunyang. Although the restaurant looked ordinary, there were also some array formations in place. Hence, the damage to the restaurant wasn't significant, even though the tall man had landed heavily. Tuoba Yi, you're too much. A grim-looking man came down hurriedly and spoke angrily upon seeing his junior brother lying on the floor. The man called Tuoba Yi was roughly 30 years old, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the universe grade. Hence, his aura felt much stronger than the cold man's aura. He glared at the grim man disdainfully. Too much, so what? Tuoba Yi glared icily at the cold man. Could the Glazed Titan sect dare start a war with my family? The man's arrogant attitude showed total contempt for the grim man as well as the Glazed Titan sect. The grim man's eyes were burning with rage, but he took a deep breath and said, Tuoba Yi, I'm afraid you're not in a position to decide if your family should declare war against the Glazed Titan sect. I can't decide, but at least I won't act like that female ancestral master of yours, who wags her tail like a dog and begs for pity. Do you know that your ancestral master invited a few old friends over to calm the Tuoba family down? My family's patriarch is really generous and kind and heard the plea of your ancestral master. However, Brother Chen shall serve our family as a lowly servant. For 100 years, Tuoba Yi's words were like a razor-sharp blade piercing the tall man who was on the floor. His eyes were enraged as he scoffed. BLL shit, you'll know soon enough whether this is B*LL shit. Hee hee, you're such a bad-tempered person. Seems like I have to teach you a lesson or two. Upon saying that, Tuoba Yi glanced around and smirked. Hee hee, I'm not afraid to tell you that the head of my family has been recently lacking a concubine and is intending to marry Yu Feiyan of the Glazed Titan sect. We will be a family next time we meet. Chapter 931. Leaving a sword, Tuoba Yi, shut your trap. The grim-looking Glazed Titan disciple was fuming. Yu Feiyan was like a dreamy goddess for many disciples of the Glazed Titan sect. Even this particular disciple, who was a formidable disciple of the Glazed Titan sect, was very fond of Yu Feiyan. The thought of his beloved goddess becoming someone else's concubine immediately sent his emotions into a turmoil and caused him to lose his calm, collected rationale. Shut up, just because you asked me to. Ha ha, don't you have an elder called Yu Kaming? He was the one that spoke rudely and got smacked till he lost all his teeth. Tuoba Yi mocked him. Now, I want to. What did you say? Luo Yunyang, who was sitting quietly, asked icily. Strong martialists preyed on the weak, and Luo Yunyang had seen plenty of such cases. Although he had a relationship with the Glazed Titan sect, he had already discarded those sentiments after leaving the pure Sun Great Cosmos. Hence, he hadn't cared too much when the Glazed Titan disciple had clashed against Tuoba Yi. However, Luo Yunyang couldn't sit still after hearing that Tuoba Yi had beaten up Yu Kaming. Luo Yunyang did not really have a relationship with too many people in the Glazed Titan sect, but Yu Kaming was one of the few people he had been close to. This senior brother was genuine and honest, and he had even persuaded Luo Yunyang to drop his cultivation of the glass flame technique. However, Luo Yunyang had crafted plans of his own back then and hence ignored his senior brother's kind warnings. Luo Yunyang had taken off after taking the eternal divine pestle from the Three-Era Supreme sect and had not had time to bid farewell to his senior brother. Time had flown by, and 1,000 years had passed ever since. A wave of anger surged within Luo Yunyang when he discovered that his senior brother had been beaten up and lost all his teeth. "Didn't you hear what I said? Are your ears damaged?" Tuo Baiyi had always been surly and unreasonable. Furthermore, he had no impression of Luo Yunyang, so he naturally didn't fear him. Of course, the fact that Luo Yunyang's cultivation was too high for Tuo Baiyi to sense anything also played a part. Luo Yunyang smirked but did not have any time to waste on Tuo Baiyi. With a mere thought, a glazed figure illuminated the void and waved its hand, sending a palm towards Tuo Baiyi. The palm was so powerful that it gave off a feeling that was hard to resist. When Luo Yunyang executed the palm, Tuo Baiyi felt like his consciousness was being controlled and he couldn't retaliate in any way. The massive palm landed and smashed Tuo Baiyi to the ground. He wanted to get up, but unfortunately, he couldn't muster up any strength no matter how hard he struggled. This was an expert beyond what he could have imagined. This was the only thought in Tuo Baiyi's mind. He was bitter yet fearful at the same time. The two disciples of the Glazed Titan sect stared at Luo Yunyang in surprise. Although this was the first time they had seen the formidable technique executed by Luo Yunyang, they found it familiar as they were witnessing it. Glazed Titan. The grim-looking senior brother greeted him excitedly without any hesitation. Junior Qin Longquan pays his respects to you, senior. May I ask if the move you just used was the Glazed Titan sect's glass flame technique? That's right, it was the glass flame technique. Luo Yunyang met Qin Longquan's gaze and replied, I know what you're going to say. I have a talisman here. Take it and make a trip to the Tuoba family. Get the entire family to offer an apology and kill Tuo Baiyi and that other brat you were all talking about. Leave Yu Luli to handle everything else. After he said that, Luo Yunyang made a grabbing motion towards the void and a bronze short sword appeared in his hand. The style of the short sword resembled the sky feather sword, and it contained a trace of aura that belonged to Luo Yunyang. Qin Longquan took the short sword from Luo Yunyang with both hands. Although he did not recognize the short sword, he knew that based on Luo Yunyang's cultivation, this item would be able to solve a lot of problems. Thank you, senior. Qin Longquan hesitated for a moment before speaking out. Can you let me know your name? It would be good if I could answer when the elders asked. Luo Yunyang glanced at Qin Longquan hesitantly before saying, Take this sword to Yu Luli if she asks. She'll immediately know who I am. Then, Luo Yunyang took a step and vanished completely into the void. In his opinion, it was fate that he had met Qin Longquan. However, he wouldn't spare any more effort to deal with the rest of the matters pertaining to the Glazed Titan sect. Qin Longquan and his fiery-tempered junior brother felt as if they were in a daze when they saw Tuo Baiyi lying on the ground like a ragdoll. They had been furious about how their sect had been treated yet helpless while facing Tuo Baiyi. However, the person they had barely caught a glimpse of had now left, and they were in possession of a short sword. A short sword that could act as a keepsake. Senior brother, do you think this keepsake will work? The fiery-tempered junior brother asked nervously. Yes, why wouldn't it? Qin Longquan took a deep breath before adding, I don't think that senior would lie to us. Okay, let's get to the Tuoba family. I hope we can make it in time. Qin Longquan took flight immediately and flew in the direction of the Tuoba family. Qin Longquan and his junior brother were very familiar with the base of the Tuoba family. After all, they hated every member of the Tuoba family to the very core. They had already arrived at the residence of the Tuoba family 15 minutes later. However, they were immediately stopped by the disciples of the Tuoba family just outside the gates. You two are disciples of the Glazed Titan sect. Scram, this isn't a place for you. Bugger off right now. The Tuoba family had always looked down on the Glazed Titan sect. Even the few galaxy-grade disciples who stood guard at the mountain gate yelled arrogantly at Qin Longquan and his younger brother. Qin Longquan glared back coldly. His cultivation was already at the peak celestial domain grade, so it was extremely humiliating that those galaxy-grade martialists had berated him and looked down on him. However, he knew that it was really not the right time for him to lose his temper. After mulling it over for a moment, Qin Longquan responded, I have come to the Tuoba family under the orders of a senior. You will be the one suffering if you offend the senior by delaying this matter. Qin Longquan's words immediately changed the attitude of the guards. They looked down on the glazed titan sect, but if Qin Longquan was telling the truth, then the few of them really couldn't offend such a person. After they exchanged sideways glances, a lanky disciple replied, very well. Since you put it this way, I'll let you pass for once. However, don't blame us for ill treatment if we find out that you're lying. Qin Longquan knew that he had to show he wasn't afraid now. After all, their ability to enter the Tuoba family residence might be affected as a result. In just 15 minutes, 2 figures could be seen flying in from a distance. The 2 figures, which were like lightning, instantly appeared in front of Qin Longquan. One of the figures was a woman wearing a yellow garment, whose skin was as smooth as jade. Qin Longquan knew that she was the top female disciple of this generation of the glazed titan sect, Yu Feiyan. Qin Longquan felt his heart clench slightly when he saw Yu Feiyan frowning. Standing beside Yu Feiyan was a frivolous man. He sneered and said, the glazed titan sect has mediocre strength, yet they are so great at telling lies. Tisk tisk, a senior's order. Was it one of the glazed titan sect elders that asked you two to deliver a message? Qin Longquan was stunned, as he didn't know the identity of the senior. However, judging from the moves executed, the person in question should be an elder of his sect. While he pondered this, the man chuckled and said, just go in since you're here. We're going to become a family in the future anyway. The Tuoba family won't punish you even if these are merely empty boastful words. After all, I know what both of you are thinking. Junior sister Yu, no, concubine Yu should also be aware of it. Yu Feiyan was angered by the comment but she endured it and didn't say anything. Yu Feiyan did not respond to this man. Instead, she landed beside Qin Longquan and used voice transmission. Why are the two of you here to cause trouble? Do you know that you're only making things difficult for the sect master? Qin Longquan, who was upset about being blamed, still kept his cool and replied, Junior sister, we really met a senior who asked us to bring this talisman here. Senior, ha ha ha, you two even brought a talisman. I'm so scared, the man joked. Unfortunately, you can't get a hold of the 3-era Supreme Sect's top seal, the 3-era Earthshaking seal. If you do, the Tuoba family will never make things difficult for you guys again. I will even apologize and see all of you off respectfully. Yu Feiyan's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth and stayed silent. Qin Longquan, on the other hand, gripped the short sword even more tightly. A worrying thought filled his mind. Was the talisman going to work? Chapter 932. An ancient family equal to emperors. Qin Longquan didn't understand how he was able to walk into this magnificent hall. All his thoughts were a complete mess. What would happen if the talisman didn't work or if no one recognized it? However, while Qin Longquan was worrying, he slowly realized that nobody was focused on him. Qin Longquan finally calmed down while his attention shifted to the scene in front of him. What, Sect Master Yu looks down on me, Tuoba Jun, and my family? A middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s said. He had a handsome face and gave off an air of elegance. However, everyone who knew Tuoba Jun knew that the head of the Tuoba family was a dangerous person. The people in the most danger were those he took in as concubines. Although no one knew why the concubines taken in by Tuoba Jun went missing, everyone knew he had taken in more than a dozen concubines in the last 1,000 years. Nobody knew where the concubines that disappeared went. Some people said that they were dead, while others said that they would have been better off dead. Some people even said that those concubines had become the cauldron of Tuoba Jun's cultivation. The day of success would be the day the cauldron shattered. Yu Luli thought about all this to herself. Although 1,000 years had passed, time hadn't left any traces on her face. However, her aura had also improved much more than before thanks to her experiences and improvements cultivation-wise. What she wanted very much to do right now was throw that plate of fruit right in Tuoba Jun's face. Trash. He was a total piece of trash. However, even though that was what she wanted, she still maintained her smile, as she couldn't afford to offend the Tuoba family. She did have the support of the 3-era Supreme Sect, but after Luo Yunyang's incident, the Glazed Titan Sect was no longer favored by the 3-era Supreme Sect. While the big shots of the 3-era Supreme Sect would not dare to do anything to her because they were afraid of opposition from the subsidiary sects, they continued to suppress the Glazed Titan Sect in secret. Due to this suppression, the strength and reputation of the Glazed Titan sect suffered. Without Yu Luli's painstaking efforts to maintain the sect, the Glazed Titan sect would have already been completely dissolved. After drawing a deep breath, Yu Luli looked at the man sitting beside her and gestured for help with her pitiful eyes. This man couldn't be considered good-looking given his chubby face and despicable smile. However, his cultivation was already halfway to the heavenly venerate, and he was rather confident when he spoke. Brother Tuoba, Yu Feiyan is a disciple painfully nurtured by the Glazed Titan sect. She also vowed not to ever marry. You're the head of the Tuoba family, but you can't force her against her will. The man's words decided Yu Feiyan's life. This chubby man felt that he had already given quite a bit of leeway. Tuoba Jun smirked sinisterly while gazing at the chubby man. Old bear, you will only be recognized if I treat you with respect. If I don't, do you think you're significant compared to my family? Therefore, you don't have to stand up for a lot of things. You have to consider if you're able to shoulder the responsibility. Tuoba Jun's words were mild, but the true meaning behind his words was like a heavy slap across the chubby man's face. The chubby man's smile froze instantly. Although he very much wanted to thrash Tuoba Jun's handsome face, he knew that he wasn't capable of doing so. Furthermore, he was in the Tuoba family's domain, so he wouldn't be able to walk out alive if he dared act recklessly. After forcing a smile, the chubby man never spoke again. In fact, he had already decided not to speak up again. Although Yu Luli's expression had not changed, her heart had sunk to the bottom. She knew that her greatest trump card had just been played. There was no room for bargaining anymore. However, no matter what, it was impossible for her to give away her beloved disciple as a gift. The martialists from the Glazed Titan sect that sat around Yu Luli were looking very sad as well. They were also reluctant, but they did not have any other choice. While the hall sank into silence, Yu Feiyan stepped forward and said, I am willing to become a concubine of the Tuoba family. Please consent to it, sect master. The sides of Tuoba Jun's mouth curled upwards. He wasn't too surprised by Yu Feiyan's reaction, but he enjoyed seeing people submit to him. Feiyan, the matter still hasn't. Yu Feiyan interrupted before Yu Luli could complete her sentence. I have always admired the Tuoba family's patriarch. It's a blessing to have such an opportunity. Sect master, please grant this disciple her wish. Yu Feiyan's words caused many Glazed Titan sect disciples to clench their fists tightly. They watched the goddess like Yu Feiyan with fire raging in their hearts. They all wished that they could burn the entire Tuoba family into ashes. Sect master, I have something to say. Qin Longchuan cast aside all his worries and took a bold step forward before saying loudly, I am here to present the decree of a senior. This senior has ordered the Tuoba family to apologize to the Glazed Titan sect and punish the disciples that have caused trouble. Qin Longchuan felt his mind relaxing considerably after saying this. He immediately presented the talisman that looked like a short sword when he finished speaking. Tuoba Jun was stunned for a moment after listening to what Qin Longchuan had said. However, he sneered when he saw the short sword talisman. Yu Luli's expression was full of worry and anger. She was worried about the safety of Qin Longchuan and angry that her trustworthy disciple would actually act so recklessly. Would a random talisman fool the patriarch of the Tuoba family? This was really childish. Not only would it fail, but it would also make the situation worse. Oh, this senior is really powerful. Bring his talisman over. I want to see exactly who this person is. Tuoba Jun grabbed Qin Longchuan and got hold of the talisman right away. In his opinion, this talisman was definitely a joke. One that would allow him to deal another blow to the Glazed Titan sect. The bad feeling in Qin Longchuan's heart intensified before Tuoba Jun even spoke. He knew that what he had been worried about was finally upon them. However, he had no means of retaliating under the circumstances. The only thing he could do was resign himself to this fate. Just as he started feeling downcast, an extremely penetrating sword intent erupted forth from the talisman that he was holding very tightly. The sword intent instantly covered the entire main hall of the Tuoba family. Even Tuoba Jun felt his entire body get suppressed by the majestic sword intent. All the other disciples of the Tuoba family were frozen in the void. Tuoba Jun finally realized that he had found his match. He intended to beg for mercy, but the boundless energy was oppressing him to the extent that he couldn't open his mouth to speak. Amid that crazy suppression, a body sealed for eons by various treasures within the Tuoba family residence began to move slightly. After some changes occurred to the body's fingers, an invisible palm appeared and started rushing towards the sword intent emanated by this talisman. Tuoba Jun sighed in relief upon seeing the mighty palm that was filled with energy. He was very confident in his ancestor and believed that things would be easy once his ancestor took action. However, when the palm arrived to meet the sword intent, which was already boundless, became even more powerful. In an instant, a strong destructive force had covered the entire palm. The palm was shattered and the martialist that came out of the seal also realized something. This is the Sky Feather Sword's 12th sword. But you're not Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Who are you? A figure also emerged from the boundless sword intent just as this elder martialist spoke. A figure that looked utterly savage. The elder from the Tuoba family did not recognize the figure, but Yu Luli was able to. She was shocked. Luo Yunyang. You're really Luo Yunyang. The figure that stood in the sword light smiled faintly at Yu Luli and replied, "It's me. Sect Master, it's been a while." Yu Luli felt her heart twitch a little when she saw Luo Yunyang. She forced herself to endure the impulse and said, "You flatter me by calling me Sect Master. You're Hongmeng Sacred Hall Shengji, so I wouldn't dare allow you to call me that." Yu Luli's tone was slightly ironic, but this was her way of showing her admiration. A deep admiration that welled from the bottom of her heart. Luo Yunyang smiled at Yu Luli before turning towards Tuoba Jun. "Since you thought my decree was fake, I will leave you something to remember me by for the rest of your life." Luo Yunyang, don't go too far. The Tuoba family is an ancient family. We're considered equals even when facing an emperor of ancient times. My family can agree to your request, but you cannot hurt my family's disciples. The person that had blocked Luo Yunyang spoke at the same time. His voice wasn't loud, but his words were domineering. However, before he could finish, the 12th sword, which was filled with murderous intent, had already encircled Tuoba Jun. Tuoba Jun vanished completely in an instant. Chapter 933, Ancient Six Families. Bell of welcoming the 12th sword had inherited Yuan Venerate Wanliu's greatest killing intent. Although Luo Yunyang's current cultivation wasn't as strong as Yuan Venerate Wanliu's, he wasn't any weaker than Yuan Venerate Wanliu in terms of executing the 12th sword after condensing his sacred image. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang's 12th sword was a tad better than Yuan Venerate Wanliu's. The talisman that Luo Yunyang gave Qin Longchuan could communicate with him at any time, so there was no difference between this 12th sword and the one executed by him personally. Tuoba Jun's cultivation was quite impressive, as it had already reached the Heavenly Venerate. Therefore, even the Three-Era Supreme sect was unwilling to offend him. However, it was still unfortunate that he had encountered Luo Yunyang. To top it off, Luo Yunyang had used the talisman to eavesdrop and knew everything he had been saying. Tuoba Jun was dead. Both Yu Luli and the servant disciples of the Tuoba family were stunned. They had never thought that this situation would turn out this way. The chubby man that followed Yu Luli was sweating profusely. He had finally realized the seriousness of the matter. This was not just about offending a disciple of the Tuoba family. The head of the Tuoba family had been killed. As an ancient family with deep roots, how could the Tuoba family swallow such a grievance? Based on the chubby man's way of thought and his understanding of the Tuoba family, he knew that things were going to get problematic. While he had always had a soft spot for Yu Luli, he did not have the courage to go all out just for a woman. Sect Master Yu, this. While Yu Luli felt extremely carefree at the moment, she too was more worried. She was the Glazed Titan sect's master. Not everything could be determined based on her likes and dislikes. She had to consider what kind of impact such a sudden change would have on the Glazed Titan sect. A figure replaced the transparent palm and appeared in the hall. His eyes stared at the short sword that was still exuding majestic killing intent. Luo Yunyang, don't you think you've gone overboard? The old man sounded angry. The short sword whistled while the sword light flickered and enveloped the elder immediately. The disciples of the Tuoba family, who could recognize the elder, were all agitated. Some of them even shouted, "Ancestor, please avenge the patriarch. The patriarch died miserably. Ancestor, you must avenge our family head. Ancestor, the Tuoba family has never suffered such humiliation before. You must uphold justice for us." All sorts of cries were heard. Some Tuoba family martialists were even teary-eyed. Although not all of them were trusted subordinates of Tuoba Jun, they were still very sad that Tuoba Jun had died in such a manner. However, the ancestor did not care about these juniors, as Luo Yunyang's short sword made him feel very threatened. Although he was close to becoming a Yuan Venerate, he could still feel the terrifying oppressiveness coming from Luo Yunyang's sword light. He believed that this short sword would definitely attack him at once if he dared to make a move. He still valued his life very much. As for avenging Tuoba Jun, didn't people say that revenge was a dish best served cold? The Tuoba family has to give me a good explanation. A cold, stern voice echoed throughout the great hall. The eyes of the Tuoba family elites, who felt indignant, flushed red. They had never imagined that Luo Yunyang, who had killed their patriarch, would be unscrupulous enough to ask the Tuoba family to give him an explanation. Don't you think you're asking too much? The ancestor of the Tuoba family pondered this for a moment before speaking in a calm fashion. Peace. This was an inevitable choice the ancestor of the Tuoba family had to make. He knew that he would be receiving the short end of the stick if he moved forcibly against Luo Yunyang. Your family took liberties with the wife of a glazed Titan sect disciple and even forced one of their disciples to become a concubine. How brazen. Thus, I killed insolent Tuoba Jun to hold the Tuoba family accountable. How impudent the Tuoba family is. I think there's no need for you to exist. When this sentence was spoken, the unadorned short sword sent out boundless sword light that wrapped around the ancestor of the Tuoba family. The Tuoba family's ancestor had an ugly look on his face. He had never thought that his questioning would incite Luo Yunyang's desire to kill. Even though he was unwilling to accept this fact in his heart, his cultivation was indeed inferior to Luo Yunyang's, so he could only resist by raising his voice. Luo Yunyang, the Tuoba family is one of the most ancient families. We are a subsidiary of the ancient six families. You'll become the enemy of the ancient six families if you obliterate my family. The ancestor started to speak more quickly. I'll investigate this properly and give you a good explanation. The ancestor of the Tuoba family had originally wanted to propose other conditions. However, after sensing Luo Yunyang's desire to kill, he decided that his family being accountable to Luo Yunyang would be the best course of action. Outside the Three-Era Supreme Sect, Luo Yunyang eyed the three towering, majestic mountains silently while his eyes took in the extraordinary splendor. Although his talisman was wreaking havoc in the Tuoba family, his original self was very relaxed. He suddenly had a faint impression after hearing the ancestor of the Tuoba family mention the ancient six families. It wasn't a deep impression, as he must have heard about it randomly somewhere else. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to ignore the thought and directly eliminate the entire Tuoba family, his communication device rang. Yunyang, let the issue with the Tuoba family rest for now. Yuan Venerate White Crane, who was on the other end, sounded as though he was trying to negotiate. Luo Yunyang had a pretty good relationship with Yuan Venerate White Crane and had always respected him. Now that Yuan Venerate White Crane actually pled so hurriedly for the Tuoba family, Luo Yunyang responded, "It's just a trivial matter, but they're really cocky and I don't like it. Even Hongmeng's Sacred Hall is not very willing to provoke the subsidiaries of the ancient six families. Hence, they're used to being impudent." Clear loathing could be heard in Yuan Venerate White Crane's voice as he said, "However, they have considerable strength. Yunyang, keep your temper in check before we have an acrimonious falling out with them. After all, you have already killed one of their clan elders." Luo Yunyang chuckled after listening to Yuan Venerate White Crane. "Since you pleaded for them, I'll let them off this time. Boy, don't take your undeserved benefits for granted." Yuan Venerate White Crane drew a deep breath before adding, "Yunyang, your cultivation now is comparable to a Yuan Venerate's, so you can go anywhere you want. However, as a senior, I still have to give you a warning. This world is much more complex than we think it is. Take the human race for example. Although it seems like Hongmeng's Sacred Hall rules over everything, there might be a hidden powerhouse somewhere, or even people we can't afford to offend out there. Each of the ancient six families is extraordinary. Who knows what sort of people are hidden within the secrecy of those families?" Luo Yunyang could sense the disappointment in Yuan Venerate White Crane's tone. He had never expected him to be involved with the ancient six families just because of a trivial matter. Are the ancient six families very formidable? No one knows about their origins. I heard that it was stated in a record found in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall that every great era has ancient six families. Ancient six families existed in every great era. This record shocked Luo Yunyang greatly. He knew very well that if that was the case, then the ancient six families would really have a very deep foundation. "Thank you, Yuan Venerate White Crane. I know what to do next." After ending his call with Yuan Venerate White Crane, Luo Yunyang activated a trace of his spirit consciousness to control the short sword talisman and conveyed the order he had given Qin Longquan to the ancestor of the Tuoba family. Although the ancestor of the Tuoba family, who was enveloped by sword intent, was unwilling, he still agreed to Luo Yunyang's conditions. Afterward, everything went extremely smooth. The cultivation of the Tuoba family's direct bloodline, which had incited the incident, was stripped off on the spot. Everyone else involved was also severely punished by the ancestor of the Tuoba family. Yu Luli led her disciples out of the Tuoba family like victors. Yu Feiyan and the rest were very happy, but Yu Luli had a somewhat grave expression on her face. She knew that they would be at odds with the Tuoba family forever from now on. She did not know what would happen in the future if there were such circumstances again. Luli, you don't have to think too much about it. I believe the ancient six families should be wary of Luo Yunyang too, since he can also suppress the Tuoba family. Ha, maybe this incident will be forgotten in the future. The chubby man tried to console Yu Luli. Yu Luli simply sighed, let's just hope so. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed from the void. Yu Luli immediately stiffened when she heard this sound. This is the bell of welcoming. It will only sound when the Three-Era Supreme Sect is welcoming an important guest. Who has arrived in the Three-Era Supreme Sect? Yu Luli was very clear about the rules of the Three-Era Supreme Sect as its subordinate. Brother Wei, I will definitely return the favor in the future. However, I have no choice but to leave now since that bell has sounded. Please understand, Brother Wei. Yu Luli cupped her fist hastily before bringing her disciples along and heading for the Three-Era Supreme Sect. The chubby man listened to the bell chimes and mumbled to himself, to think that I heard actually 49 chimes. Who is important enough to warrant such a grand welcome by the Three-Era Supreme Sect? Chapter 934. Surpassed, Sky Origin Zongzi, Sect Master instructed me to inform you that you have to attend no matter what. Sky Origin's cultivation base had entered the universe 6th grade. His status in the sect had also improved significantly thanks to his current cultivation base. Some people even said that Sky Origin Zongzi could become the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master if his cultivation reached the peak universe grade. The current Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master had also started to hand over some of his authority to Sky Origin Zongzi. Although Sky Origin Zongzi was much weaker than Profound Calm Zongzi, he could still be considered a formidable figure in the current Three-Era Supreme Sect. At least, in the opinion of the ordinary Three-Era Supreme Sect disciples, Sky Origin Zongzi was one of the powerhouses. However, at the moment, Sky Origin Zongzi had an awkward look on his flushed face. Didn't you convey my intention to Sect Master? Sky Origin Zongzi snapped coldly. I'm referring to my master. There were 3 Sect Masters in the Three-Era Supreme Sect, and all 3 of them were supreme figures inside the sect. However, there were still some differences among the 3 Sect Masters. For example, when Sky Origin Zongzi mentioned his Sect Master, he specifically added a reference. The one I asked for instructions was Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master, the calm man said, although I act boldly sometimes, I would never dare falsify instructions given by the Sect Masters. Sky Origin Zongzi burned with rage as he glared at the middle-aged man. If death stares could kill, the middle-aged man would have died long ago. However, that man was as calm and motionless as a rock, which was extremely infuriating yet made Sky Origin Zongzi feel helpless. Tell Master that I've experienced chi deviation in my cultivation and I cannot move an inch for the next 10 days. Sky Origin Zongzi finally chose to compromise as he sighed softly in disappointment. Only he knew what he was disappointed about. The calm man cast a sideways glance at Sky Origin Zongzi before replying faintly, I can't lie to any of the Sect Masters. I know you can't, and I don't need you to lie because it's the truth. I'll give you a reasonable explanation. The calm man was shocked upon hearing that. He had never thought that this Zongzi would go to such lengths just to avoid that person. Things would be difficult if that was really the case. After mulling this over for a moment, the calm man responded helplessly, in that case, I'll report to Sect Master. No need for that. A cold voice reverberated from the void before the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master came walking over. The calm man hurriedly paid his respects upon seeing the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master. Sky Origin Zongzi also greeted him, but his actions felt rather awkward. Leave us. The Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master shot a stern glance at the calm man before he instructed him. Only Sky Origin Zongzi and the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master were left in the room after the calm man left respectfully. Suddenly, A tight slap landed across Sky Origin Zongzi's face. He had no means of stopping the slap whatsoever. Although he did not caress his face, there was a slight hint of fear on it. This was the first time in so many years that the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master had hit him. His master hadn't hit him even when Luo Yunyang had taken away the Eternal Divine Pestle. However, he had just slapped him across the face. Do you feel wronged? Do you think I shouldn't have hit you? The Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master asked. Sky Origin Zongzi did not respond, but his expression said it all. I did not hit you when Luo Yunyang ran away with the Eternal Divine Pestle because it wasn't your fault. We couldn't even capture Luo Yunyang, so we couldn't blame a junior like you for that, the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master said faintly. We're still responsible for that matter. However, the reason I hit you now is because you can't adapt to the circumstances. The Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master's voice became even more incisive. Luo Yunyang wreaked havoc in the Three-Era Supreme Sect and eventually left unscathed. Do you know who is being disgraced? Let me tell you, it's not you, it is us. However, Luo Yunyang has become the best among all of the Hongmeng Sacred Hall Zongzis now, and he is comparable to a Yuan Venerate. Even though we have grievances, we can only hold them in our hearts. Got that? Besides holding back our emotions, we also need to welcome him with smiles. As soon as he said that, the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master calmed down a little. You have to remember that you are no longer at the same level as him. You are too far away. So far away that you and I will never be able to catch up. Thus, we'll treat him in a humble manner and swallow our anger. If we do not provoke him, he will not try to cause us trouble. Do you understand? Sky Origin Zongzi, who was breathing heavily, did not respond immediately. However, his master's words kept being repeated in his head. You are no longer at the same level as him. These words rang out loudly in his head, instantly waking him up from his obsession. I understand. Sky Origin Zongzi took a deep breath before speaking seriously. The Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master noticed that his disciple's expression had calmed down, so he nodded his head slightly. 15 minutes later, Sky Origin Zongzi and the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master reached a passageway in between the three sacred mountains. This passageway was called Welcoming Passage. Usually, the Three-Era Supreme Sect would send disciples of different status to welcome distinguished guests here. Now, apart from the three sect masters, 8 heavenly venerates were also standing on both sides of the passageway. Although Sky Origin Zongzi was a Zongzi, he had only seen 2 out of the 8 heavenly venerates that were present. He was also very respectful when he greeted the 2 heavenly venerates. The 2 heavenly venerates he greeted had slightly worried looks on their faces. Someone was looking over at him. Although he did not look back, Sky Origin Zongzi could sense who it was. After some hesitation, Sky Origin Zongzi raised his head. He felt that he really did not have to fret too much right now. The disparity between him and Luo Yunyang was so great that it was beyond his control. Rather than not accepting it and becoming a laughing stock, it would be better to stand aside graciously. When the sound of the bell chimed, Luo Yunyang appeared at the entrance of the passageway. Sky Origin Zongzi took a close look at him. Luo Yunyang's appearance was largely the same, but Sky Origin Zongzi could sense that the aura exuded by Luo Yunyang was vastly greater and stronger than his own. Sky Origin Zongzi couldn't find words to describe this deep, vast aura, but he knew that the distance in power between him and Luo Yunyang was too huge. The uncomfortable feeling he had also vanished completely. While Sky Origin Zongzi was feeling this way, someone said, under the orders of Ancestor Yuan Venerate 3-Era, the entire 3-Era Supreme Sect welcomes Shengji Luo Yunyang. Sky Origin Zongzi recognized the familiar voice of Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master, who was making the announcement. A figure whose words bore enormous weight was greeting Luo Yunyang respectfully. Led by Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master, the 8 heavenly venerates and all the 3-Era Supreme Sect disciples paid their respects deferentially. They showed deep respect that welled from the bottom of their hearts. This greeting made any uncomfortable sentiments Sky Origin Zongzi had disappear completely. All his awkwardness and unwillingness also vanished in thin air. Luo Yunyang did not notice Sky Origin Zongzi as he turned to look at the heavenly venerates that greeted him. Out of the 8 heavenly venerates, the one with the highest cultivation was an 8th level heavenly venerate. However, Luo Yunyang felt that there was a considerable gap between him and this person based on his aura. He raised his arms and gestured. Thank you for going to this trouble. Yunyang Zongzi, our patriarch is already waiting in Supreme Hall, Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master said softly. Luo Yunyang smiled at Buddha Sacred Mountain Sect Master. Thank you for receiving me, Seker Master. Let's head over. We shouldn't make Yuan Venerate 3 Era wait for us. Like a revered superstar, Luo Yunyang once again ascended Buddha's sacred mountain. He sensed that Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect Master still seemed the same, but his mental state was vastly different than before. The only person worthy of Luo Yunyang's attention on Eternal Sacred Mountain was Yuan Venerate 3 Era, who stood outside of the humongous Supreme Hall. Yuan Venerate 3 Era, whose tall physique resembled a huge mountain, chortled heartily the moment he saw Luo Yunyang. You defeated Lai Yunzi and captured the Greenwood mysterious underworld being alive. I've long looked forward to seeing you, young brother. Sure enough, it's better to see you with my own eyes than listen to the news. Luo Yunyang smiled gently while Yuan Venerate 3 Era was speaking. I might have troubled you, Yuan Venerate 3 Era, by visiting this time. Ha ha ha, what is there to be troubled about? It's the 3 Era Supreme Sect's honor to be able to receive you, Yunyang. Yuan Venerate 3 Era's welcome was enthusiastic. Let's go. We'll discuss cultivation for 10 days before letting you view the 3 Era Supreme Sect scriptures. Chapter 935. 3 Eras as One, Unrivaled Fists Atop a Mountain Peak. Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate 3 Era sat on 2 mats talking about cultivation. The two of them were basically discussing the 3 Era Supreme techniques of the 3 Era Supreme Sect. Although Luo Yunyang was very familiar with the 3 different techniques, he was still able to achieve a better understanding after being enlightened by Yuan Venerate 3 Era. For example, he learned about utilizing the 3 Era bodies to fight different battles as well as how to merge the 3 Era bodies into one. However, what really benefited Luo Yunyang the most was the explanation of Yuan Venerate 3 Era about the origin of the 3 Era Supreme Scripture. Luo Yunyang had stopped over in the pure Sun Great Cosmos for more than 100 years, and most of the time he had spent there he had been in the 3 Era Supreme Sect subsidiary, the Glazed Titan Sect. It could be said that Luo Yunyang knew quite a bit about the history of the 3 Era Supreme Sect, including many legends about the 3 Era Supreme Scripture. The most accepted thing to say was that the old patriarch of the 3 Era Supreme Sect had managed to achieve enlightenment one day and created 3 different supreme techniques. Achieved enlightenment in one day? Although my master's cultivation was very strong, it was still very difficult for him to create such top-notch techniques in a short time. Yuan Venerate 3 Era, who had obviously heard of such legends, scoffed at those rumors. Of course, the people that were spreading these tales were usually disciples. He hadn't reacted this way because he was magnanimous, but because he saw Luo Yunyang as someone with a similar status as him. Hence, he found the rumors created by his juniors ridiculous. Luo Yunyang asked the patriarch to explain. He merely looked on silently at Yuan Venerate 3 Era and waited for him to continue. Hongmeng Sacred Hall would leave behind a shrine for every top-notch technique. The 3 Era Supreme Sect techniques should rank among the best. However, if you were to compare my rankings with other Yuan Venerates, I would rank 100th at most. One might even say that I rank even lower than that. Yuan Venerate 3 Era's calming voice suddenly sounded a tad emotional. Brother Yunyang, do you know what the ranking of my master was amongst Yuan Venerates before he passed away? 4th. Yuan Venerate 3 Era seemed slightly worked up while he was talking about the ranking of his master. Although my master was a Taichu Yuan Venerate, he was able to rank 4th. You can imagine how strong that old man was. Although Luo Yunyang did not know how strong the strongest Yuan Venerate was, he could feel that Yuan Venerate 3 Era's master was very powerful based on these words. Brother Yunyang, do you know why my master was that powerful? And why I am only able to remain in the 3 Era Supreme Sect even though I inherited his legacy? Yuan Venerate 3 Era appeared to be confiding in Luo Yunyang with sincerity as he added, because my master managed to obtain a sacred soul back then. He obtained a sacred soul that carried a technique of the 3 Era Supreme Sect. I heard from my master that the sacred soul he obtained had a significant flaw in the 3 Era Supreme Sect's technique. Hence, it was hard for it to blossom into its fullest potential. Yunyang, if you have the chance to enter the sacred soul sky in the future, it would be best to find the sacred soul that contains the 3 Era Supreme Scripture. You'll be able to head to the pinnacle if you can achieve that. Sacred soul. Luo Yunyang had not expected that all 3 techniques of the 3 Era Supreme Sect would come from the sacred soul. He still had some precautions against Yuan Venerate 3 Era, yet after listening to this, he felt that Yuan Venerate III era had no reason to lie to him. He had an opportunity to enter the sacred soul sky, but not many people knew about this. Furthermore, according to the rules of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, this information wouldn't be spread. The possibility of Yuan Venerate III era knowing about this wasn't huge. As Luo Yunyang thought to himself, Yuan Venerate III era shifted the conversation to cultivation. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang entered a small scripture hall in the Three Era Supreme sect. Only heavenly venerate elites of the Three Era Supreme sect could enter this scripture hall. Luo Yunyang flipped through the scriptures of the Three Era Supreme sect, which were basically offensive techniques that could complement the three types of techniques. In fact, these techniques were not very beneficial to improving Luo Yunyang's offensive techniques until they became much stronger. Luo Yunyang's thoughts began to spin harder after he read most of the scriptures. He was thinking about the conversation that he'd had with Yuan Venerate III era towards the end of their discussion. The strongest technique in the Three Era scripture is 3 eras is 1. However, everyone follows a different path after 3 eras is 1. Any ordinary person would think that this was gibberish. However, these words were able to stir up Luo Yunyang's emotions. Luo Yunyang's three-faced sacred image could sweep everything before it and was seemingly invincible. However, the 3 Era sacred image also had a considerable flaw. For example, during 3 Era as 1, he could congregate the power of all 3 sacred images into a single fist, but the punch would be unable to display a comparable amount of power to a punch executed individually by each of the 3-faced sacred images. For example, the sacred image that wielded the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell was considered the strongest, but when Luo Yunyang executed 3 eras as 1, that power would still be based on the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell. However, the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell repelled the power of the other 2 sacred images. If Luo Yunyang were to base his power on the other 2 sacred images, the power of the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell would act in reprisal, which would affect Luo Yunyang's cultivation adversely. Everyone would follow a different path. Luo Yunyang's current cultivation was a lot stronger than the cultivation of those sect masters. Although he couldn't create his own nomological law, he could still break the nomological laws created by Taishi Yuan Venerates with his strength. Should he put everything into the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell or? Luo Yunyang went through the scriptures in the tiny scripture hall initially. However, towards the end, he started to meditate silently. Thanks to Luo Yunyang's status, no one in the Three Era Supreme sect would dare to disturb him, even though he was meditating there. Yuan Venerate III era did not interrupt Luo Yunyang when he found out that Luo Yunyang was at a critical juncture. He even asked the disciples of the Three Era Supreme sect not to alarm him. Luo Yunyang had left a huge impact on the disciples of the entire Three Era Supreme sect when he had first entered. Many disciples even trained vigorously in seclusion because of Luo Yunyang. Many of them had been spurred on by him. However, over time, the members of the Three Era Supreme sect started to forget Luo Yunyang's incident. This wasn't because the disciples were forgetful. The main reason was that, as a disciple of the Three Era Supreme sect had mentioned, this person was just like a god. He was high and mighty, so common folk could only look up at him. 2 years passed. Discussions about Luo Yunyang among the disciples of the Three Era Supreme sect had started to lessen. Some people even felt that the powerhouse who had come into their sect to learn techniques had already left. In the beginning, many people were not convinced. However, gradually, the people that believed this increased. That day, Sky Origin Zongzi was guiding his disciples. Although he had not taken over the position of the Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master, he had started to groom his own disciples because of his cultivation base. If nothing else, one of his disciples would inherit his position in the future and become the Zongzi of Eternal Sacred Mountain. Sky Origin Zongzi did not pay attention to whether Luo Yunyang had left or not because he knew that this person was way ahead of him. There was no way he could compare to Luo Yunyang on any terms. Hence, he paid less attention to Luo Yunyang. After all, they were at different levels. Remember, if you want to cultivate, you must achieve the optimum result. Sky Origin Zongzi said sternly while his disciple nodded. As Sky Origin Zongzi felt unsatisfied with his disciple, he suddenly sensed a huge pressure coming down from the sacred mountain. He felt like his entire body was going to explode in the face of this immense pressure. Something major has happened. Although Yuanzhang Zongzi did not know what had happened, the pulverizing pressure that forced him to his knees made him feel terrified. He felt as if his entire body was being pulverized by this pressure. The pressure felt extremely overwhelming and contained a tenacity that could obliterate anything in its path. It was also penetrating and incisive. When all these sensations converged, they formed a tyrannical sensation that felt like it could shatter and suppress everything. In fact, even though the person who had sent out this aura didn't make any moves, the heavenly venerates that were near him were all close to collapsing. Sky Origin Zongzi wasn't a foolish man. He forcibly supported his body for a moment before he understood that there was actually only one person who could do this. Luo Yunyang. The only person who was capable of doing this was Luo Yunyang. You don't have to be afraid. Yuan Venerate 3 Era walked over. He shot a glance at the aura that engulfed the sky and flicked his arms, causing an invisible barrier to form around the mountain peak where Luo Yunyang was located 10,000 miles away. If this situation had to be described, it would mean that the space was already forcefully separated from the space where Sky Origin Zongzi and the others were situated. Cracks were developing on the void, but a surge of energy rapidly repaired those cracks. Many eyes were on the mountain when a figure suddenly emerged from it. As soon as that person walked out, the overwhelming atmosphere vanished completely. Congratulations, Yunyang, you really did soar to greater heights this time. Yuan Venerate 3 Era flew over and congratulated him. Chapter 936. Sacred Soul Sky Luo Yunyang walked out of the 3 Era Supreme Sect accompanied by Yuan Venerate 3 Era. This time, Luo Yunyang asked the 3 Era Supreme Sect not to hold a fancy send-off. As much as Luo Yunyang adored the feeling of being received with an impressive welcome and being adored by the crowd, he knew that things should not be done excessively or more dramatically than necessary. Brother Yunyang, your fist intent has been accomplished. I'm looking forward to your impressive technique. Yuan Venerate 3 Era was beaming as he teased him slightly. Luo Yunyang grinned, thank you for your encouragement, Yuan Venerate 3 Era. I also hope that I'll be able to execute this fist strike soon. Yuan Venerate 3 Era chuckled at Luo Yunyang's response. According to my estimations, you should be able to execute that technique very soon. The two of them arrived at the foot whilst talking. After they bade each other farewell, Luo Yunyang took flight and left. Yuan Venerate 3 Era watched Luo Yunyang with a complex look in his eyes. His expression was a mixture of admiration, envy, and jealousy. That was right, there was even a trace of jealousy in his expression. He's finally gone. A heavenly venerate in long robes strolled over with a relaxed look on his face. Yuan Venerate 3 Era glanced at the heavenly venerate and gestured with his hands. Junior brother, don't gossip behind someone's back. Beware of the trouble your words might invite. The heavenly venerate in the long robes laughed this off. What is there to be afraid of about this senior brother? Furthermore, he has no intention of becoming enemies with us. He also returned the eternal divine pestle. The heavenly venerate handed the eternal divine pestle over as he said that. Yuan Venerate 3 Era's eyes lit up when he saw the eternal divine pestle. Since Luo Yunyang has returned the eternal divine pestle, this means that he no longer intends to harp on his past grievances with the 3 Era Supreme Sect. Relay my orders. No one is allowed to cause any trouble for the Glazed Titan Sect in the future. Although Yuan Venerate 3 Era didn't really pay attention to anything, all that had happened in the 3 Era Supreme Sect still couldn't escape his eyes. The heavenly venerate acknowledged this immediately. I'll relay your orders right away. Yuan Venerate 3 Era sighed gently after seeing that heavenly venerate leave with the eternal divine pestle. Then, he also vanished completely into the void. Luo Yunyang didn't care what decision Yuan Venerate 3 Era made. He was still indulging in the enlightenment he had achieved over the past 2 years. Tyranny Fist. This was the name Yuan Venerate 3 Era had given to the technique that Luo Yunyang was creating. However, the name was only partially correct. Luo Yunyang was going to name the fist technique that he was creating Supreme Tyranny Fist. He had been conceiving the idea of this fist technique for a while but still hadn't been able to execute it until now. That's right, it was still lacking something and hence couldn't be executed. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't in a hurry. After all, this was the most suitable technique for him and he had largely completed most of it. The best thing would be to let nature take its course. Luo Yunyang had been ready and would have come out of his seclusion even if Yuan Venerate White Crane had not contacted him, as he felt that he had already reached the pinnacle of his comprehension. There wouldn't be many more benefits for him if he continued to meditate. Yuan Venerate White Crane had already been waiting for a long time in Hongmeng's sacred hall. He smiled when he saw Luo Yunyang come over. Yunyang, it seems like you gained quite a bit from your training this time. Luo Yunyang exchanged a few conventional greetings with Yuan Venerate White Crane before asking, "Are you going to accompany me to the sacred soul sky this time?" Yuan Venerate White Crane appeared slightly awkward when he asked this question. How should I put it? When it comes to a major event like entering the sacred soul sky, you will need at least 3 hall masters to go with you. However, the 3 hall masters have been rather busy these past few days. Therefore, in the end, I'm the only one going with you. Before we leave, the middle hall master has a message for you. He says you should just consider the sacred soul sky an experience and treat it like normal. Of course, the middle hall master also wants you to make some preparations on your own. When the quota for entering the sacred soul sky officially opens, you'll be able to have some kind of advantage. Luo Yunyang could understand the underlying meaning of Yuan Venerate White Crane's words. He meant that the 3 hall masters weren't hopeful about Luo Yunyang capturing a sacred soul this time. Hence, they wouldn't even see him off. However, Luo Yunyang knew that it was useless to express his determination verbally. After all, he could only prove it with his true ability. Hence, he returned Yuan Venerate White Crane's smile and replied, "Then I'll thank the hall masters for their concern." The two of them were familiar with each other, so Luo Yunyang casually spoke to Yuan Venerate White Crane for a while before boarding Yuan Venerate White Crane's spaceship. The speed of his spaceship was very fast, yet even so, it still took the spaceship 3 full days to arrive at the destination. "Yunyang, I can only take you till this point. Hold on to this token well." After exiting the spaceship, Yuan Venerate White Crane pointed at a mountain peak tucked among the stars in the distance and said, "You'll be able to enter the sacred soul sky when you reach that mountain." Luo Yunyang sensed the uncertainty in Yuan Venerate White Crane's tone. He scrutinized Yuan Venerate White Crane carefully before asking, "Are you really sure about that?" Yuan Venerate White Crane raised his hands and said, "I'm not too sure about this, as I've never entered the sacred soul sky either. I just passed on exactly what the middle hall master told me, so don't blame me if it's wrong, okay? These are the middle hall master's orders." Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate White Crane, who acted like he was just following orders, and felt that things seemed a little too unreliable. However, regardless of what he was thinking, Luo Yunyang still took the token and strode toward the mountain. The mountain peak in the starry sky looked extremely barren. Luo Yunyang scanned the small mountain peak at least 3 times when he heard Yuan Venerate White Crane mention it. Unfortunately, he found nothing. If Luo Yunyang had to describe it, he would say that this small mountain peak was just an ordinary mountain peak without any mysticism. Luo Yunyang arrived at the peak of the small mountain with a few steps. The token, which had originally not had any luster, began to illuminate faintly when he reached the peak. The light coming from the token glowed brighter and eventually enveloped his entire body. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to use his mind to scout out his surroundings, he discovered that the small mountain peak had disappeared. He realized that he had arrived outside a rundown gate. Or rather, a gate archway. Unfortunately, all the pillars of the archway had been broken. Even the carved jade plaque made of white jade on the archway had only one remaining word. All the other characters had become holes that were about a foot wide. Sky. Luo Yunyang felt strange when he saw that word. He felt that the fist intent that was being conceptualized had actually been pulled out by that word. The feeling was so mysterious that it caused him to have an impatient impulse. It was this feeling that moved Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to take a seat and try comprehending this word, he heard a voice say, "You can remain in the sacred soul sky for 10 days with that token. Whether you get the favor of the sacred souls will depend on your ability. After 10 days, you will automatically be sent out of the sacred soul sky." This voice broke Luo Yunyang's chain of thought, so he was rather annoyed by it. He glanced at his surroundings and realized that there was no one around him. Not even a shadow could be seen. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yunyang glanced at the word, "sky," again. However, it had already become an ordinary word without any divine glow and no longer drew out the fist intent brewing deep down. Not willing to give up, Luo Yunyang continued to stare at the word. However, the results were the same. 15 minutes later, Luo Yunyang decided to give up. He expected to see a wasteland after stepping across the shattered plaque. However, he realized that he had been very wrong upon entering the sacred soul sky. Ahead of him were massive palaces that radiated divine light, palaces bathed in golden luster, palaces shrouded by dense mist, and palaces that emitted purple chi from miles away. There were countless palaces, every single one of them different. Every palace exuded an extraordinary divine force. Luo Yunyang stared at the palaces and mumbled to himself. Could every palace contain a sacred soul? He definitely wouldn't be able to affirm his theory merely by looking at them. Hence, he took to the sky and flew towards those palaces. He wanted to see exactly what was in them. A short while later, Luo Yunyang arrived outside one of the palaces. When he studied the exterior, he saw a group of fairies in purple robes dancing lightly and gracefully while a large figure was sitting in a lotus position in the main hall. The figure seemed to sense Luo Yunyang too. His eyes, which had initially been following the dance, suddenly turned towards Luo Yunyang. That gaze made Luo Yunyang feel as if his surroundings had been caught up in a thunderstorm. The figure staring at him seemed to wield lightning and thunder. Luo Yunyang immediately thought to himself, the purple-robed figure is so darn strong. Could he be one of the sacred souls? As Luo Yunyang thought about it, the purple palace and the dancing ladies disappeared completely. It seemed as if they had never existed before. Chapter 937. Real or fake? It was nearly impossible to sense the flow of time in the sacred soul sky. However, Luo Yunyang knew that time was slipping away. He had already entered the sacred soul sky 5 days ago but gained nothing. Practically every palace had a sacred soul that was residing within it. However, whenever Luo Yunyang prepared to make a move, the palace and the people in it would disappear completely. This situation made Luo Yunyang realize that these palaces did not exist at all in the sacred soul sky. The dancing fairies and the guards wearing golden armor were all fake. The purple chi that stretched for miles and miles and the treasure vaults were just illusions conjured by the sacred souls that no longer had any consciousness. Although the sacred souls had no memories, they still retained their habits, which made them continue to enjoy the way of life they'd once had. For example, they held banquets for a large number of guests and gatherings for many friends, and countless disciples were listening to a sutra. Scriptures resonated throughout this space systematically like a morning bell. However, Luo Yunyang could not understand what these scriptures were at all. They should be useful for his cultivation, yet the scriptures that echoed in the void were merely a small portion. Maybe, everything that was happening before his eyes was also part of the memories belonging to the sacred souls. According to what the middle hall master had told him, every sacred soul had been extremely strong during its lifetime. Otherwise, it would have been very hard to leave behind their sacred soul. Although there wasn't any consciousness left in the sacred souls, all of them had the strongest techniques that had been left behind. It could be said that fusing with a sacred soul was akin to obtaining the sacred soul's strongest technique. However, one would need to first capture a sacred soul in order to fuse with it. In the history of the human race, capturing a sacred soul required a sacred soul stone. Although it couldn't be said that using a sacred soul stone to capture a sacred soul was a surefire means, the success rate was much higher that way. In terms of probability, the stronger the sacred soul was, the lower the chances of it being captured were. In many cases, a sacred soul caused a sacred soul stone to burst. More importantly, Luo Yunyang did not even have a sacred soul stone right now. After failing time and time again, he set his sights on 2 places. One was the sacred mountain that he was on, which dazzled with a golden radiance, and the other was a palace in the distance, where countless almighties were listening to a lecture. On the golden sacred mountain, the sound of sutras being chanted was like an undulating dragon's roar. Although he knew that the martialists seated there were illusions, Luo Yunyang still felt that they were extremely powerful. Even though he knew that they were very likely illusions formed from memory, he still felt that they were very lifelike. However, the reason he selected these 2 places wasn't because they were the most powerful, but because he felt that these 2 places were the most suitable for him. In the middle of the golden sacred mountain were 3 towering golden bodies. One seemed like it wouldn't disappear for eternity, the middle one was shining gloriously, and the last appeared faintly discernible and its appearance was constantly changing. Luo Yunyang felt that these 3 figures were the most suitable for his sacred image the moment he saw them. Since the sacred soul had conjured the 3 golden bodies, this should be the origin of 3 great scriptures of the 3-era supreme sect. That ancient palace, where many almighties were listening to a sutra, was Luo Yunyang's backup option. There were also 3 figures with varying appearances sitting in that ancient palace. One looked like a teenager, another like a middle-aged man, and the last one like an aged man. However, Luo Yunyang could sense an aura similar to his sacred image coming from their bodies. Unfortunately, even though they were used to achieve the same goal, Luo Yunyang still felt that the three golden bodies on the golden sacred mountain were more suitable for him. He did not have a good plan for capturing a sacred soul. In fact, there weren't any good ideas in the whole Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Without a sacred soul stone, the chances of capturing a sacred soul were very slim. The only thing Luo Yunyang could do was try and use various methods. After 5 days of experience, he had concluded that although some methods were not really useful, they were still better than recklessly trying his luck as he had before. Go! Luo Yunyang stood 1,000 miles away from the golden sacred mountain and made his move. The chaotic Yuan sky bell towered over the sky and covered the huge sacred mountain. When the bronze chaotic Yuan sky bell contacted the golden sacred mountain, the three golden figures sitting on the mountain peak made their moves at the same time. Behind them, the individuals Luo Yunyang had determined were the powerful martialists evolved from the memory of the sacred soul also made their moves. They all struck with their left hands. Their execution was very simple, as if they were only blasting out with their left fists. However, the moment this strike was unleashed, almost all their energies gathered on the bodies of the three huge golden figures. Eventually, all the energies converged on the huge golden figures and formed a golden palm that encompassed this boundless amount of energy as it smacked against the 7th-level chaotic Yuan sky bell that Luo Yunyang had condensed. The echoing chiming of the bell could be heard a million miles away. Then, cracks started to appear on the bronze body of the bell. The chaotic Yuan sky bell wasn't shattered. Instead, it was sent flying by the mighty palm. That palm felt like it was capable of shattering heaven and earth with its domineering might. Luo Yunyang had a feeling that this was what he had always been silently conceiving when he saw the palm. He was already at a bottleneck. He actually felt that he had reached a dead end. However, everything suddenly became clear now. A smile crept onto his face as he looked at the massive golden sacred mountain that was still standing in the sacred soul sky. As this smile lingered for a moment, Luo Yunyang threw a punch. Although his punch was also ordinary, when he moved his fist, it felt as if the punch contained the endless heaven and earth and countless techniques that had fused into one. When the punch was sent out, a surging boundless fist mark that contained at least 10 different nomological laws flew over at the golden sacred mountain. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't used his attribute regulator for this punch, it was already at its peak. A peak that encompassed the three eras, the chaotic Yuan sky bell technique, the great obliteration millstone, and various other top-level techniques. His cultivation would take a great leap forward as long as he was able to make the most of this peak. The golden sacred mountain dissipated along with the high-level martialists. When everything had completely disappeared, Luo Yunyang finally saw a lifeless pile of rubble. That dazzling golden radiance, those thousands of martialists. Everything had disappeared completely after Luo Yunyang's punch. Luo Yunyang was extremely satisfied with his punch. Although he believed that he could have completed the punch he had conceived without receiving the hint from the three golden figures on the sacred mountain, he felt that it would be difficult for him to improve the power of his punch even if he had a long time. After this punch, the surroundings became completely silent and many gazes from all directions were now fixed on Luo Yunyang. Where's the sacred soul? Luo Yunyang sobered up quickly and began to scan his surroundings. There was no longer any trace of the golden sacred mountain, the three golden figures, or the many martialists. It was as if the sacred soul had completely vanished. Although Luo Yunyang had a strong mind power, it was still tough to use his mind power to search the sacred soul sky. Furthermore, the sacred soul was very strong. Hence, Luo Yunyang failed to detect anything despite searching for a bit. He reckoned that he had wasted another day. He finally understood a little why Dark Hall's suggestion would be accepted by the other halls. This suggestion simply had no possibility of success. The reason the Middle Hall Master would accept such a suggestion should be because he planned to let Luo Yunyang come in and familiarize himself with the situation. After failing to find the golden sacred mountain, Luo Yunyang shifted his focus to the treasure hall that was filled with countless almighties who were listening to a sutra. Although using the three incarnations of youth, middle age, and old age to correspond with the three-era technique wasn't as suitable as the three golden figures, Luo Yunyang had no other choice. Beggars couldn't be choosers. He executed the chaotic Yuan sky bell in a similar fashion this time. However, unlike the previous occasion, he executed it with even more precision now. For example, the black great obliteration millstone complemented the chaotic yuan sky bell the moment it was executed, and the 18-story pagoda was also used simultaneously with the chaotic yuan sky bell. However, the three figures gathered and turned into a ball of green air that delayed the chaotic yuan sky bell sacred image for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Being unable to do anything despite seeing two really suitable sacred souls right before him was really depressing. As Luo Yunyang was pondering whether to seek out other solutions, he incidentally turned his head and realized that a golden sacred mountain had appeared within the palaces. The scenery of the golden sacred mountain was the same as before, and there were absolutely no changes. Luo Yunyang gritted his teeth as he sensed the provocation of this sacred soul. Again, Luo Yunyang gritted his teeth and continued trying to capture the sacred soul of that golden sacred mountain. However, he failed painfully each time. Once, twice, thrice. Chapter 938. Sacred Movements. Yuan Venerate White Crane stood on a small star, overlooking all the changes in the surrounding sky. For him, 10 days were merely like the blink of an eye. Who is it? Hiding sneakily around me is not a wise decision. Yuan Venerate White Crane finally shouted towards the void after being silent for quite some time. Ha ha, Yuan Venerate White Crane, long time no see. You must be waiting for that xianxia of yours, Luo Yunyang. A towering figure emerged. Yuan Venerate White Crane frowned when he saw the person. This person's cultivation was similar to his own, and Yuan Venerate White Crane knew him very well. He was an emissary of Daqian's Sacred Hall. It could be said that his status was no different from Yuan Venerate White Crane's. Yuan Venerate White Crane might have greeted this person with smiles if they had met elsewhere. However, he was really unwilling to see that person at the moment. Oh, Yuan Venerate Tianshu. It's been a long time. Yuan Venerate White Crane cupped his fists and greeted Yuan Venerate Tianshu. However, his greeting wasn't warm. Yuan Venerate Tianshu, who definitely sensed the indifference coming from Yuan Venerate White Crane, guffawed. Yuan Venerate White Crane, you seem like you didn't want to see me here, but I had to come anyway. After all, no one has gone inside the sacred soul sky in a while. Maybe your xianxia can really capture a sacred soul. Even though our sacred hall is unable to stop this, we have to take a look ourselves. After all, the sacred soul sky doesn't belong solely to Hongmeng's sacred hall. Yuan Venerate White Crane took a sideways glance after hearing this and saw three figures emerging from the void. There were both men and women amongst this group, and they had a similar cultivation base to Yuan Venerate White Crane. They also had a similar status to Yuan Venerate White Crane, as all of them were emissaries of various sacred halls. Naturally, Yuan Venerate White Crane understood the purpose of their arrival. Yuan Venerate Tianshu is right. We too have a share of the sacred soul sky. We want to know what Luo Yunyang will obtain from it, a handsome man from Battle Sacred Hall said in an unquestionable tone. Yuan Venerate White Crane was rather wary of Battle Sacred Hall. After all, besides being very strong, their disciples, all the way to their Yuan Venerates, were exceptionally skilled in battle. Although Yuan Venerate White Crane didn't feel inferior to them, it wouldn't be good to engage in battle against them for no reason. Furthermore, it was obvious that the four other sacred halls had made a pact. It wouldn't benefit him if he engaged in a conflict with them. Everyone definitely has the right to do so. Upon saying that, Yuan Venerate White Crane shut his eyes and did not pay attention to those people anymore. He silently cursed the actions of the four sacred halls. It was rather upsetting that Luo Yunyang's huge contribution would be inappropriately handled by them. He was well aware of the four sacred halls' intentions, but he felt that the four sacred halls had twisted the facts around. Yuan Venerate White Crane, your xianxia is going to come out in a short while. I just took a look at the sacred soul lamp illuminating the sacred soul sky and discovered that there are still 100 sacred soul lamps, said a lady from Zonpin Sacred Hall. Her voice was gentle, but Yuan Venerate White Crane felt really unhappy upon hearing what she said. Seems like Zonpin Sacred Hall really gained a lot in the dual realm sky. Yuan Venerate White Crane knew that his words weren't going to affect anything, but he still couldn't stop himself from criticizing. Although Zonpin Sacred Hall's female Yuan Venerate wasn't happy with that, she fell silent after Yuan Venerate White Crane spoke. After all, the incident that had happened in the dual realm sky had been the greatest blow to Zonpin Sacred Hall. Yuan Venerate Tianshu chuckled and said, "What are we rushing for? There's still a while to go before that xianxia comes out. We can ask him when he exits. I'm hoping that Yunyang Shengji is able to obtain a sacred soul. This way, he wouldn't let down the middle hall master, who fought so hard for this opportunity. These words would have seemed perfectly fine if Yuan Venerate White Crane had said them. However, when Yuan Venerate Tianshu uttered them, they felt somewhat filthy. This guy was simply sowing discord. Yuan Venerate White Crane glared at this group before turning his eyes to the small mountain peak. Although they couldn't go over, they were sure that Luo Yunyang would come out of that place. It seemed like there was really no hope of him obtaining a sacred soul. Luo Yunyang knew that this was his last chance while he was facing the golden sacred mountain. However, he no longer intended to seize his opportunity. Capturing a sacred soul was so difficult that Luo Yunyang had given up on the idea of capturing one. He had exhausted all his techniques, but every method had failed. The sacred soul was incorporeal and traceless, and capturing one was a really tough ask. Luo Yunyang set his sights on the massive golden sacred mountain once again as he listened to the chanting sutra. He looked slightly disappointed as he watched the three huge figures shimmering in golden luster. Although his tyranny punch was very strong and accomplished, he knew what he truly needed. I wonder if this sacred soul has any attributes. This idea came to his mind as Luo Yunyang was randomly brainstorming. The attribute regulator could display the attributes of various objects. It was unknown if the sacred soul had any attributes. If it did, then was it possible to capture the sacred soul by adjusting its attributes? He was immediately delighted when this idea popped up. His attribute regulator had rarely let him down throughout all these years. This time, he remained very hopeful. When he opened the attribute regulator, the attributes of the sacred soul on the golden sacred mountain were reflected in his mind. Power, 0 speed, 0 mind, 0 constitution, 0. Luo Yunyang felt like crumbling when he saw all the zeros displayed. He could have accepted it if there had been 0 power, speed, and constitution. However, even the mind attribute included 0 points. How could this be? All the sacred souls in the sacred soul sky could conjure different scenes and had even retaliated when Luo Yunyang had executed his chaotic Yuan sky bell against the three golden figures. The strike had almost punctured Luo Yunyang's chaotic Yuan sky bell. How was it possible to do this and not have any power attributes? Luo Yunyang wondered whether his attribute regulator was broken when he saw all the zeros. You have 3 minutes left. Please be prepared. The machine voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's ears. 3 minutes. It seemed like these 3 minutes were going to be wasted. While Luo Yunyang felt regret after finally being able to throw a punch, he also felt that coming to the sacred soul sky had been the right thing to do. What now? Should I just waste the last 3 minutes? After pondering this for a moment, Luo Yunyang suddenly thought of a crazy idea. He couldn't care less, so he just lowered his various attributes. Although he did not know if this would do anything, he still tried to lower his attributes. However, the moment he attempted to lower them, he realized that the attributes of the sacred soul of the golden sacred mountain were still at 0, even though his own attributes were being reduced by dozens. In other words, Luo Yunyang's actions were fruitless. His time was running out, and it really seemed like he was going to return empty-handed. Although he was rather reluctant, he knew that he had to accept this fact. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to leave, another idea popped up. Would it be possible to add an attribute for both him and the sacred soul? Luo Yunyang casually added one attribute to both his and the sacred soul's mind attributes. The increase in Luo Yunyang's mind attribute was insignificant, but the mind attribute of the sacred soul turned into 1 instantly. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up the moment that happened. He suddenly felt that his opportunity had arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yunyang rapidly added 1 point to his constitution, power, and other attributes. The corresponding attributes of the sacred soul also increased by 1 point. Power, 1 speed, 1 mind, 1 constitution, 1. Although Luo Yunyang did not understand why a sacred soul without a physical body would have a constitution, this did not prevent him from making a move. He threw a punch almost instantly towards the golden sacred mountain. The 3 golden figures on the mountain retaliated once more. Although their power attributes had increased by 1, this was a rather insignificant improvement to their offensive power. In an instant, the sacred mountain collapsed and everything was reduced to nothing. This was exactly what had happened before. However, Luo Yunyang sensed an aura that was trying to escape as the sacred mountain collapsed. He hadn't been able to sense this aura in the past because it was incorporeal. However, Luo Yunyang could locate it clearly now. It had power, mind, and speed. Where do you think you are going? Luo Yunyang shouted before he conjured the chaotic Yuan sky bell and sent it crashing towards the aura. When the massive bell struck, Luo Yunyang felt his body get enveloped by a surge of energy before being transported out of the sacred soul sky in an instant. Chapter 939, Paragon Sacred Soul, Thousand Era Imperial Purposes. Yuan Venerate White Crane, Yuan Venerate Tianshu, and the others had already lost interest in small talk. They waited quietly for Luo Yunyang's return. Although Yuan Venerate Tianshu and the others were rather convinced that Luo Yunyang wouldn't obtain a sacred soul, they still didn't dare say their opinions were right until the last moment. Even though there were so many similar previous cases, the person who had entered to try and get a sacred soul this time was Luo Yunyang, who had achieved a great deal of unimaginable feats. A ray of light flashed and Luo Yunyang appeared on the small mountain once again. Yuan Venerate White Crane and the other 4 representatives looked at Luo Yunyang. They wanted to check his expression to determine if he had obtained anything. However, they were surprised to see that Luo Yunyang's expression was constantly changing. Luo Yunyang appeared a little grim at the beginning, but then seemed slightly delighted. These changes were rather confusing, as they did not know if Luo Yunyang had gotten anything or returned empty-handed. Yunyang, how do you feel? Yuan Venerate White Crane flew over without much apprehension. Luo Yunyang smiled. It's really tough. Yuan Venerate White Crane vaguely felt that he understood. He knew that Luo Yunyang had probably failed. However, in his opinion, Luo Yunyang's failure wasn't something out of the ordinary. After all, it was impossible for him to capture a sacred soul without a sacred soul stone. It would have been really surprising if he had succeeded. Ha, this will give you some insight into the sacred soul sky so that you will save a lot of precious time when it officially opens, Yuan Venerate White Crane said with a smile. Therefore, I think that you shouldn't count this as a loss. Yes, young people should go through more things and accumulate more experiences. Yuan Venerate Tianshu strode over to Luo Yunyang with the smile of an indulgent senior. Luo Yunyang was annoyed with Yuan Venerate Tianshu's arrogant attitude. He really didn't want to waste his time on Yuan Venerate Tianshu. Otherwise, he would have definitely taught that guy a lesson. Stop pretending when it's so obvious. Come, let's return to Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Yuan Venerate White Crane was also annoyed with Yuan Venerate Tianshu but knew that this wasn't the right time for a complete fallout. Hence, he quickly reached Luo Yunyang's side. After Yuan Venerate White Crane and Luo Yunyang left, Yuan Venerate Tianshu chuckled. I knew this kid wouldn't get anything. Coming here was simply a waste of time for us. The 3 others agreed with Yuan Venerate Tianshu. Even though they had been slightly worried when Luo Yunyang had come out of the sacred soul sky, this worrisome feeling was completely gone now. Luo Yunyang hadn't obtained anything in the sacred soul sky. As they bade farewell and were about to leave, the woman from Battle Sacred Hall mumbled, "Shall we go to the spot of the sacred soul lamp to take a look?" Sacred soul lamps were a method used by the 5 sacred halls to monitor the sacred souls. A sacred soul lamp would not be extinguished if the sacred soul was still in the sacred soul sky. Yuan Venerate Tianshu frowned when he heard that. He had already made a decision, yet someone else had dared suggest otherwise. She was simply doubting his judgment. If anyone else had questioned him, Yuan Venerate Tianshu wouldn't have shown mercy. He would have called the person out. However, it was the Battle Sacred Hall's Yuan Venerate that had spoken out. Hence, he didn't dare to vent his anger. After all, he felt that all martialists of Battle Sacred Hall were lunatics. He definitely didn't want to fight with a lunatic. Alright, we'll go take a look so that all of you can feel at ease. Yuan Venerate Tianshu wanted to call out the female Yuan Venerate from Battle Sacred Hall, but he decided to be cautious and suppressed his inner fire instead. Calling out the female Yuan Venerate might infuriate her. There would be more cons than pros if that were to happen. Phrasing it differently allowed him to express his displeasure in a subtle way that was also a snide shot at the female Yuan Venerate. The female Yuan Venerate was silent, as though she had not understood Yuan Venerate Tianshu's sarcasm. Yuan Venerate Tianshu was feeling despondent and helpless about the situation. He knew that the most direct method of venting his anger would be to duke it out with the female Yuan Venerate from Battle Sacred Hall. However, he was afraid that he wasn't a match for the female Yuan Venerate. Ha, there is no problem with the 64 sky-level sacred souls. There's nothing wrong with the 36 top-level sacred souls either. Didn't I say so? Somebody was just overthinking. Yuan Venerate Tianshu chuckled after shooting a quick glance at the burning sacred soul lamps. A Yuan Venerate spirit consciousness could scan over 1,000,000 miles in an instant. However, they were unable to use their spirit consciousness in the location where the sacred soul lamps were situated. Using their spiritual consciousness might affect the sacred souls, and there was even the possibility of being devoured by the sacred soul. Thus, they could only use their eyes to observe the sacred soul lamps. The female heavenly venerate from Battle Sacred Hall, who wasn't angered by Yuan Venerate Tianshu's unbridled comments, flashed him a faint smile and got ready to leave. After all, her main goal had been to observe if any sacred souls had been lost. She had zero intention of bickering or getting into a fight with Yuan Venerate Tianshu. However, just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly realized that the uppermost row, which held 6 sacred soul lamps, now contained 5. How was this possible? The female Yuan Venerate thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her and turned towards the uppermost row again. Yuan Venerate Tianshu scoffed when he saw these actions. He hadn't been particularly pleased with the female Yuan Venerate to begin with. Thus, he was even more infuriated now. Hee, you're really worried. You even looked at the Paragon's sacred souls. Shut your mouth. I'll kill you if you speak again. A thunderous voice erupted from the female Yuan Venerate. Yuan Venerate Tianshu thought he was hallucinating when this happened. However, he realized that something was wrong when he saw the shocked expressions of his companions. Yuan Venerate Tianshu looked at the uppermost row, which held 6 sacred soul lamps, and discovered that one was missing. They had intentionally checked out this place, where the sacred soul lamps were stored, and taken a good look at the sacred soul lamps. There had been definitely 6 lamps on the uppermost row. A lamp has been extinguished. It was one of the best grade. Sacred soul lamps. How can that be? This shouldn't have happened. Yuan Venerate Tianshu was unwilling to accept this fact. No one answered Yuan Venerate Tianshu, as they were also trying to figure out what exactly had happened. Did Luo Yunyang say that he didn't obtain a sacred soul? The female Yuan Venerate glanced at the Yuan Venerate from Dark Sacred Hall as she asked this question. The Yuan Venerate from Dark Sacred Hall pondered this for a moment before replying, no, he didn't. He only mentioned that the sacred souls in the sacred soul sky were very difficult to capture. The fact that they are difficult to catch doesn't mean that he did not capture any. It seems like we underestimated that youngster. No, everyone has underestimated that youngster. The female Yuan Venerate flew off into the distance after saying that. What are you going to do? Although Yuan Venerate Tianshu wasn't on great terms with that female Yuan Venerate, he still needed someone to discuss with right now. Thus, he didn't care about the conflict between them as he asked this question anxiously. What am I going to do? Report this matter back, of course. Do you think there's anything else we can do now? A bead of sweat dripped down Yuan Venerate Tianshu's forehead as he watched the female Yuan Venerate fly off. He had come here on orders. While he might not be that severely punished if he reported his silly assumption, he definitely wouldn't be let off lightly either. Yuan Venerate Tianshu took a look at the sacred soul lamps before leaving as well. Yuan Venerate White Crane stared blankly at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. His voice was shaking as he said, You really fused with that sacred soul? That's right, just as I felt that I was going to return disappointed, I managed to capture that sacred soul in a baffling manner. Luo Yunyang grinned. Although he had a good relationship with Yuan Venerate White Crane, he would never expose his attribute regulator. Hence, he decided to say that he did not know how he had managed to capture the sacred soul. He wouldn't have to think about whether Yuan Venerate White Crane or the others believed him. Ha ha ha, I can't imagine the look on Yuan Venerate Tianshu's face if he knew that you obtained a sacred soul. Yuan Venerate White Crane was delighted. What technique did that sacred soul leave behind for you? Yuan Venerate White Crane realized that he had crossed the line with his question and hurriedly gestured with his hand. Yunyang, I shouldn't have asked. I'm just so excited that it slipped my mind. Luo Yunyang looked at Yuan Venerate White Crane, who seemed calm, and smiled. This is not a big secret. I obtained a set of offensive skills called Thousand Era Imperial Purposes. Thousand Era Imperial Purposes. Yuan Venerate White Crane pondered this. Unfortunately, there was nothing that reminded him of the Thousand Era Imperial Purposes. Being able to obtain a sacred soul is already an impressive victory for you. Yunyang, you'll have the opportunity to capture an even stronger sacred soul with the sacred soul stone next time. Luo Yunyang smiled as he listened to Yuan Venerate White Crane's explanation. He too had only just found out about the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes for the first time. However, the sacred soul had completely fused with him, so he had full control of the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes, which did not disappoint Luo Yunyang at all. According to Luo Yunyang's estimation, the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes was 10 or perhaps even 100 times stronger than the punch he had created. One could say that this chapter 939, Paragon Sacred Soul, Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes Yuan Venerate White Crane, Yuan Venerate Tianshu, and the others had already lost interest in. Small talk. They waited quietly for Luo Yunyang's return. Although Yuan Venerate Tianshu and the others were rather convinced that Luo Yunyang wouldn't obtain a sacred soul, they still didn't dare say their opinions were right until the last moment. Even though there were so many similar previous cases, the person who had entered to try and get a sacred soul this time was Luo Yunyang, who had achieved a great deal of unimaginable feats. A ray of light flashed and Luo Yunyang appeared on the small mountain once again. Yuan Venerate White Crane and the other 4 representatives looked at Luo Yunyang. They wanted to check his expression to determine if he had obtained anything. However, they were surprised to see that Luo Yunyang's expression was constantly changing. Luo Yunyang appeared a little grim at the beginning, but then seemed slightly delighted. These changes were rather confusing, as they did not know if Luo Yunyang had gotten anything or returned empty-handed. Yunyang, how do you feel? Yuan Venerate White Crane flew over without much apprehension. Luo Yunyang smiled. It's really tough. Yuan Venerate White Crane vaguely felt that he understood. He knew that Luo Yunyang had probably failed. However, in his opinion, Luo Yunyang's failure wasn't something out of the ordinary. After all, it was impossible for him to capture a sacred soul without a sacred soul stone. It would have been really surprising if he had succeeded. Ha, this will give you some insight into the sacred soul sky so that you will save a lot of precious time when it officially opens, Yuan Venerate White Crane said with a smile. Therefore, I think that you shouldn't count this as a loss. Yes, young people should go through more things and accumulate more experiences. Yuan Venerate Tianshu strode over to Luo Yunyang with the smile of an indulgent senior. Luo Yunyang was annoyed with Yuan Venerate Tianshu's arrogant attitude. He really didn't want to waste his time on Yuan Venerate Tianshu. Otherwise, he would have definitely taught that guy a lesson. Stop pretending when it's so obvious. Come, let's return to Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Yuan Venerate White Crane was also annoyed with Yuan Venerate Tianshu but knew that this wasn't the right time for a complete fallout. Hence, he quickly reached Luo Yunyang's side. After Yuan Venerate White Crane and Luo Yunyang left, Yuan Venerate Tianshu chuckled. I knew this kid wouldn't get anything. Coming here was simply a waste of time for us. The 3 others agreed with Yuan Venerate Tianshu. Even though they had been slightly worried when Luo Yunyang had come out of the Sacred Soul Sky, this worrisome feeling was completely gone now. Luo Yunyang hadn't obtained anything in the Sacred Soul Sky. As they bade farewell and were about to leave, the woman from Battle Sacred Hall mumbled, "Shall we go to the spot of the Sacred Soul Lamp to take a look?" Sacred Soul Lamps were a method used by the 5 sacred halls to monitor the sacred souls. A Sacred Soul Lamp would not be extinguished if the sacred soul was still in the Sacred Soul Sky. Yuan Venerate Tianshu frowned when he heard that. He had already made a decision, yet someone else had dared suggest otherwise. She was simply doubting his judgment. If anyone else had questioned him, Yuan Venerate Tianshu wouldn't have shown mercy. He would have called the person out. However, it was the Battle Sacred Hall's Yuan Venerate that had spoken out. Hence, he didn't dare to vent his anger. After all, he felt that all martialists of Battle Sacred Hall were lunatics. He definitely didn't want to fight with a lunatic. Alright, we'll go take a look so that all of you can feel at ease. Yuan Venerate Tianshu wanted to call out the female Yuan Venerate from Battle Sacred Hall, but he decided to be cautious and suppressed his inner fire instead. Calling out the female Yuan Venerate might infuriate her. There would be more cons than pros if that were to happen. Phrasing it differently allowed him to express his displeasure in a subtle way that was also a snide shot at the female Yuan Venerate. The female Yuan Venerate was silent, as though she had not understood Yuan Venerate Tianshu's sarcasm. Yuan Venerate Tianshu was feeling despondent and helpless about the situation. He knew that the most direct method of venting his anger would be to duke it out with the female Yuan Venerate from Battle Sacred Hall. However, He was afraid that he wasn't a match for the female Yuan Venerate. Ha ha, there is no problem with the 64 sky-level sacred souls. There's nothing wrong with the 36 top-level sacred souls either. Didn't I say so? Somebody was just overthinking. Yuan Venerate Tianshu chuckled after shooting a quick glance at the burning sacred soul lamps. A Yuan Venerate spirit consciousness could scan over 1,000,000 miles in an instant. However, they were unable to use their spirit consciousness in the location where the sacred soul lamps were situated. Using their spiritual consciousness might affect the sacred souls, and there was even the possibility of being devoured by the sacred soul. Thus, they could only use their eyes to observe the sacred soul lamps. The female heavenly Venerate from Battle Sacred Hall, who wasn't angered by Yuan Venerate Tianshu's unbridled comments, flashed him a faint smile and got ready to leave. After all, her main goal had been to observe if any sacred souls had been lost. She had zero intention of bickering or getting into a fight with Yuan Venerate Tianshu. However, just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly realized that the uppermost row, which held 6 sacred soul lamps, now contained 5. How was this possible? The female Yuan Venerate thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her and turned towards the uppermost row again. Yuan Venerate Tianshu scoffed when he saw these actions. He hadn't been particularly pleased with the female Yuan Venerate to begin with. Thus, he was even more infuriated now. Hee, you're really worried. You even looked at the Paragon's sacred souls. Shut your mouth. I'll kill you if you speak again. A thunderous voice erupted from the female Yuan Venerate. Yuan Venerate Tianshu thought he was hallucinating when this happened. However, he realized that something was wrong when he saw the shocked expressions of his companions. Yuan Venerate Tianshu looked at the uppermost row, which held 6 sacred soul lamps, and discovered that one was missing. They had intentionally checked out this place, where the sacred soul lamps were stored, and taken a good look at the sacred soul lamps. There had been definitely 6 lamps on the uppermost row. A lamp has been extinguished. It was one of the best grade sacred soul lamps. How can that be? This shouldn't have happened. Yuan Venerate Tianshu was unwilling to accept this fact. No one answered Yuan Venerate Tianshu, as they were also trying to figure out what exactly had happened. Did Luo Yunyang say that he didn't obtain a sacred soul? The female Yuan Venerate glanced at the Yuan Venerate from Dark Sacred Hall as she asked this question. The Yuan Venerate from Dark Sacred Hall pondered this for a moment before replying, no, he didn't. He only mentioned that the sacred souls in the sacred soul sky were very difficult to capture. The fact that they are difficult to catch doesn't mean that he did not capture any. It seems like we underestimated that youngster. No, everyone has underestimated that youngster. The female Yuan Venerate flew off into the distance after saying that. What are you going to do? Although Yuan Venerate Tianshu wasn't on great terms with that female Yuan Venerate, he still needed someone to discuss with right now. Thus, he didn't care about the conflict between them as he asked this question anxiously. What am I going to do? Report this matter back, of course. Do you think there's anything else we can do now? A bead of sweat dripped down Yuan Venerate Tianshu's forehead as he watched the female Yuan Venerate fly off. He had come here on orders. While he might not be that severely punished if he reported his silly assumption, he definitely wouldn't be let off lightly either. Yuan Venerate Tianshu took a look at the sacred soul lamps before leaving as well. Yuan Venerate White Crane stared blankly at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. His voice was shaking as he said, You really fused with that sacred soul. That's right, just as I felt that I was going to return disappointed, I managed to capture that sacred soul in a baffling manner. Luo Yunyang grinned. Although he had a good relationship with Yuan Venerate White Crane, he would never expose his attribute regulator. Hence, he decided to say that he did not know how he had managed to capture the sacred soul. He wouldn't have to think about whether Yuan Venerate White Crane or the others believed him. Ha ha ha, I can't imagine the look on Yuan Venerate Tianshu's face if he knew that you obtained a sacred soul. Yuan Venerate White Crane was delighted. What technique did that sacred soul leave behind for you? Yuan Venerate White Crane realized that he had crossed the line with his question and hurriedly gestured with his hand. Yunyang, I shouldn't have asked. I'm just so excited that it slipped my mind. Luo Yunyang looked at Yuan Venerate White Crane, who seemed calm, and smiled. This is not a big secret. I obtained a set of offensive skills called Thousand Era Imperial Purposes. Thousand Era Imperial Purposes. Yuan Venerate White Crane pondered this. Unfortunately, there was nothing that reminded him of the Thousand Era Imperial Purposes. Hee, Being able to obtain a sacred soul is already an impressive victory for you. Yunyang, you'll have the opportunity to capture an even stronger sacred soul with the sacred soul stone next time. Luo Yunyang smiled as he listened to Yuan Venerate White Crane's explanation. He too had only just found out about the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes for the first time. However, the sacred soul had completely fused with him, so he had full control of the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes, which did not disappoint Luo Yunyang at all. According to Luo Yunyang's estimation, the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes was 10 or perhaps even 100 times stronger than the punch he had created. One could say that this was the most suitable technique for him. I am very satisfied with my gains this time, Luo Yunyang said with a smile, was the most suitable technique for him. I am very satisfied with my gains this time, Luo Yunyang said with a smile. Chapter 940, Divine Union Void, Transformations. Luo Yunyang cultivated in seclusion after returning from the Sacred Soul Sky. Although the integration of the Sacred Soul had allowed the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes to reach a peak stage, he still had to familiarize himself with it. At the very least, he could not be unfamiliar with executing it. He did not train in seclusion for too long this time. In half a year, Luo Yunyang had finished his seclusive training. He was very delighted with the might of the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes. Unfortunately, even though the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes was very powerful, it required a lot of energy and strength to execute it well. Given Luo Yunyang's current cultivation, he could only execute the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes thrice. However, all 3 times were rather satisfactory for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang decided to visit Yuan Venerate White Crane after leaving his residence. Yuan Venerate White Crane had a complex look on his face when he saw Luo Yunyang. Yunyang, I always thought that I valued you highly. However, I think I have been underestimating you. Yuan Venerate White Crane lamented. Luo Yunyang smiled. It seems like what I've gained from the Sacred Soul Sky wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad? You gained a Paragon Sacred Soul. Yuan Venerate White Crane said fiercely. Did you know that there are only 6 Paragon Sacred Souls in the entire Sacred Soul Sky? Each of them represents a top powerhouse in their own time and era. Yuan Venerate White Crane then added, the 3 Hall Masters have made their decision. From now on, you'll no longer be bound as a Shengji of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. He would no longer be bound as a Shengji. This meant that he could do anything and everything he wanted. Luo Yunyang smiled when he heard that. Really? Of course. Yuan Venerate White Crane gestured with his hand. You can remain in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall to train if you want. We won't stop you if you head out and venture on your own for a while. Training inside Hongmeng's Sacred Hall wasn't a bad choice, but the techniques in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall were no longer useful to Luo Yunyang. He had already surpassed the Sky Feather 13 swords, so the only thing that was useful to him in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was the Divine Creation Disc. However, he hadn't really digested the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes completely and hence was not in the mood to comprehend the Divine Creation Disc. After all, it wouldn't be that beneficial to him. Instead, it might even waste other better opportunities. All right then, I'll venture outside on my own. After bidding farewell to Yuan Venerate White Crane, Luo Yunyang transported himself and returned to the void where the Da Alliance was located. The void was the same as it had been before. As far as the environment was concerned, Luo Yunyang felt like the old days when he had arrived in this void. However, compared to the great cosmos that Luo Yunyang had been to, as well as Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the amount of spirit essence here was rather sparse. If Luo Yunyang could be considered capable of being an important figure in an entire great cosmos, then one could say that he was entirely capable of controlling the entire void that he was now in. If he wanted, Luo Yunyang could turn the entire void into ashes with a mere thought. The Divine Union Void where the Da Alliance was based remained largely unchanged. Although the human tribe continued to become stronger and had replaced the demigod tribe as one of the 4 major forces, the alliance between the Bug Race, the Machine Empire, and the Purgatory also remained powerful. The alliance they had formed to deal with the human tribe was still extremely strong. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness entered the Milky Way galaxy while all sorts of information regarding the human tribe quickly entered his mind. Although there were still familiar traces of the Milky Way's human tribe, there was basically no one that Luo Yunyang still had ties with here. Even though this was the homeland of the Milky Way's human tribe, it was just a void after all. Besides the fact that it lacked spirit essence, the origin source laws here were also inferior to those in a great cosmos. There were unavoidable disadvantages here, regardless of whether they were related to cultivation or other aspects. The human tribe actually had 2 heavenly venerates now, and one of them was someone Luo Yunyang didn't know. However, Luo Yunyang did not intend to do anything about the 2 heavenly venerates. There were also some great opportunities that would allow people to become heavenly venerates directly in this void, just like the tribulation platform in the Tianyan void. However, this sort of heavenly venerates exhausted their potential and could only be first-level heavenly venerates. These heavenly venerates could only be cannon fodder in the primordial sacred battleground. The other races each had 1 heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang didn't recognize any of them either. In the past, all heavenly venerates in this void had been imprinted with a Kong Tuo seal by Luo Yunyang. However, after the Long family's domineering invasion and the opening of the primordial sacred battleground, it had become increasingly difficult for Luo Yunyang to contact those heavenly venerates. Although the fate of these heavenly venerates was unknown, according to Luo Yunyang's estimations, those heavenly venerates must have met their own end. Now, the heavenly venerates formed in this void were of little use to Luo Yunyang. He could completely ignore the existence of those heavenly venerates. Luo Yunyang no longer cared about the divine union void after some careful consideration. Letting the void function according to its rules was actually a pretty option. Rather than destroying the 3 races, it would be better to give the human tribe some opponents that would force it to strive unremittingly. As for everything else, Luo Yunyang was no longer interested. As his interest was waning, Luo Yunyang was preparing to head off to the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos and the Rising Sky Feather Sect. Although it wasn't in the Divine Union Void, it could be said that it was the only place that could give Luo Yunyang a sense of home. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to step away, a thought appeared in his mind. Back when he had been in the Divine Union Void, he had once entered a bug race queen's hive to cultivate. At the time, he had made considerable improvements strength-wise. However, when it came to strength improvement, young Bubbles had left the warmest, most lasting impression on him back then. He wondered how that small bug, who loved to talk and would always tell him everything, was doing. Although they hadn't met in years, Luo Yunyang still remembered the aura of Bubbles. In an instant, his spirit consciousness covered the entire bug race's territory. Nothing. Luo Yunyang couldn't find anything despite expanding his mind powers across the entire void. Could Bubbles have died during a calamity? Luo Yunyang felt pain at the thought. While he hadn't really cared about matters in the Divine Union Void before, he now actually looked forward to such matters. Luo Yunyang activated his spirit consciousness instantly, sending a wave of boundless energy that brought the first-level heavenly venerate of the bug race and all other universe-grade elites over to him. The heavenly venerate of the bug race was a bug queen who was meditating. She got even angrier for a moment when she sensed Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness. After all, it was disrespectful to do this to her. This was a provocation to both her and the bug race. Such a provocation often led to an all-out war. However, just as she fumed with anger, she could sense that she had totally no resistance against the massive force that had shrouded her. In just a moment, the bug queen's attitude had turned from rage to extreme fear. It seemed as if she was oblivious to everything happening outside. She didn't know who had captured her, but it was someone she had no way of resisting. Just as she was wondering how to escape, she heard someone asking, "Who are you? How dare you act against juniors like us? Our Paragon Bug Queen will not let you do as you wish." The Paragon Bug Queen had an impulse to strangle whoever had said that. She could forgive her subordinate's ignorance when it came to this situation, but this person was actually causing her trouble. "Ha ha, Our Highness is here. You're going to die." The person's eyes lit up when he saw the Paragon Bug Queen and shouted at Luo Yunyang. The Paragon Bug Queen didn't dare try anything. When she realized that her limbs were finally free from the restrictions, she hurriedly greeted him. "Greetings, my lord, I'm Bai Xinyue of the bug race." She was a little confused about how to address Luo Yunyang. Hence, she chose to address him as a lord. The subordinate who had threatened Luo Yunyang fell silent upon seeing the Paragon Bug Queen acting this way. Luo Yunyang ignored that subordinate completely and nodded at the Paragon Bug Queen. "Skip the formalities. I've brought all of you here because I have some questions." His tone became mildly gentle at this point. "You may all raise your heads." Only then did the Paragon Bug Queen dare to look up. Although Luo Yunyang appeared peaceful, The aura exuded by him was like a mountain crushing her until she couldn't breathe. You are Luo Yunyang. No, you're Lord Luo Yunyang. The Paragon Bug Queen suddenly came to a realization. Luo Yunyang, who wasn't too surprised that the Paragon Bug Queen had recognized him, replied, "Yes, I'm Luo Yunyang. Do you know me? My lord, your power and might dominated everything in the past. I'm just an insignificant individual, but of course I know who you are." The Paragon Bug Queen fawned over him respectfully. "All right, I have gathered all of you here to ask something. Is there a bug queen called Bubbles in the bug race?" Luo Yunyang asked the Paragon Bug Queen. The Paragon Bug Queen quickly ran this name through her mind. However, she really couldn't think of anyone named Bubbles. While she panicked and started to sweat profusely due to her inability to answer, someone replied, "Lord Yunyang, is the bubbles you're looking for the bubbles that came from the sky worm nest?" Chapter 941, Descent on Longland Great Cosmos. Luo Yunyang turned his attention to the bug race elite that had spoken. That elite did not belong to the same bloodline as a bug queen. He was a 3-meter tall, black-scaled sky battle bug monarch with 3 giant tails. This sort of sky battle bug monarch would generally be the guard of a bug queen. Luo Yunyang wasn't very familiar with this kind of sky battle bug monarch, as he had never fought against one before. "Yes, Bubbles from the sky worm nest." Luo Yunyang eyed the sky battle bug monarch. "Where is Bubbles?" The sky battle bug monarch's 3rd-level heavenly venerate cultivation was insignificant before Luo Yunyang. He replied in a trembling voice, "My lord, Her Highness Bubbles was abducted by the Long family. I heard that they took her to Longland Great Cosmos." Longland Great Cosmos. There was a cold glare in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he heard about the Long family. How could he ever forget having to flee from the Long family elites? Back then, even the Long family patriarch had tried to deal with him personally. If he hadn't obtained the Eon Martial token or become one of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Xianxis, he, along with the entire Milky Way's human tribe, would have been obliterated by the Long family. How could this kind of grudge be forgotten? Luo Yunyang would never forget this. The reason he hadn't made a move was because he had always felt that his cultivation wasn't strong enough to allow him to kill the Long family patriarch yet. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and 4 other sacred halls wouldn't care if a conflict occurred between 2 Yuan venerates due to a personal grudge. However, Luo Yunyang was a Xiangji of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and was still considered to be under their protection. If he waged war against the Long family, then both he and the entire Milky Way's human tribe would no longer be protected by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The protection of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had been very important to Luo Yunyang in the past. He still valued it after his return from the Dual Realm Sky. However, Luo Yunyang was very confident in himself after obtaining the inheritance of the Sacred Soul. Murderous intent engulfed the entire Divine Union Void in an instant. All martialists above the galaxy grade in the Divine Union Void could sense this intent and they all felt helpless because of it. Within the Machine Empire's territory, a few universe-grade martialists were reporting to their heavenly venerate, who sat on his high throne. However, as this wave of murderous intent swept past them, all of them suddenly prostrated on the ground, not daring to resist in the slightest. The 2 human tribe heavenly venerates were also prostrating on the ground in their palaces. They had just discussed the attack on the Machine Empire through the virtual void. However, this thought was now completely eradicated from their minds. All the martialists in the purgatory who were engaging in battle did not dare attack. The only heavenly venerate in the purgatory prostrated on the ground and prayed. "My lord," the bug queen could sense the fear of her subordinates. Even though she knew that this wasn't a good time to speak, she still mustered up the courage to speak to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who was jolted by the bug queen's call, nodded at her before retracting his terrifying spirit consciousness. However, the fear these bug race elites felt for Luo Yunyang had already increased greatly. This person was simply too terrifying. Why did the Long family take Bubbles away? Luo Yunyang turned towards the sky battle bug monarch as he asked this question. "My lord, the Long family mentioned that they were selecting people with good potential to nurture when they left. Her Majesty Bubbles was a bug queen from the sky worm nest and was considered one of the very best among the bug race. Hence, she was selected." The sky battle bug monarch's voice trembled as he continued to speak. "I was a servant for Her Majesty Bubbles at the time. I wanted to follow her into Longland Great Cosmos, but the person who made the selection did not want me. Luo Yunyang was a little touched when he saw the slight reluctance on the Sky Battle Bug Monarch's face. Although the Sky Battle Bug Monarch wasn't strong, Luo Yunyang could still sense his loyalty to Bubbles. The memories awakening in the Sky Worm Nest and the 1,000 years he had spent there constantly revolved in his mind. Luo Yunyang had already regarded Bubbles as his sister. Hence, after seeing that the Sky Battle Bug Monarch was so loyal to her, he asked, "Are you willing to follow me to look for Bubbles?" "Yes, why wouldn't I?" The Sky Battle Bug Monarch started getting emotional. "I would have gone to Longland Great Cosmos if it wasn't for my weak cultivation." "Alright, go make some preparations. We'll set off in a bit." Luo Yunyang waved his hands before turning towards the Paragon Bug Queen. Although the Paragon Bug Queen felt that Luo Yunyang wouldn't take her life, she felt extremely uncomfortable being around someone who could easily decide her fate. Thus, she felt her heart jump to her throat when Luo Yunyang turned towards her. She could sense that this was the moment her fate would be decided. She would die if that person wasn't in a good mood. "All of you may return," Luo Yunyang instructed after making eye contact with the Paragon Bug Queen. Even though the Paragon Bug Queen had reckoned that Luo Yunyang was going to say that, she still felt immensely relieved when these words were actually uttered. "Thank you, my lord." Upon saying this, the Paragon Bug Queen hurriedly brought her subordinates with her and returned to her nest. Luo Yunyang had never been to Longland Great Cosmos, but that wasn't going to stop him. Although the small silvery tower had been broken, he could rip apart the void anytime he wanted to and enter any great cosmos. "Let's go." Luo Yunyang gestured at the Sky Battle Bug Monarch before his figure disappeared completely from the Divine Union Void. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang arrived at the outskirts of Longland Great Cosmos. Longland Great Cosmos was largely similar to other great cosmoses and had a vast extent of land at its core. While Luo Yunyang did not deliberately express the fact that he was coming to Longland Great Cosmos, he also didn't hide it. Searching for someone within a great cosmos was difficult, even with the cultivation base of a Yuan Venerate. "My lord, this is Longland Great Cosmos?" The Sky Battle Bug Monarch asked in disbelief after he was released from Luo Yunyang's internal universe. He had been inside Luo Yunyang's internal universe for the past 10 days, but Luo Yunyang hadn't isolated him from the things that were happening outside. Hence, he could see what was going on. "Indeed, this is Longland Great Cosmos." Luo Yunyang smiled at the Sky Battle Bug Monarch. The Sky Battle Bug Monarch had a lot of wild guesses regarding Longland Great Cosmos, but he realized that his previous guesses had been very childish upon seeing it with his own eyes. Childish was indeed the only appropriate word to describe his imagination. With that thought in mind, he started to feel worried. He was worried about how they were going to look for Her Highness Bubbles. This lord could cover the entire Divine Union Void with a mere thought. However, the nomological laws here were more powerful and complete, and the space was many times larger than in the Divine Union Void. Could Luo Yunyang find Her Highness Bubbles here? "My lord, how should we go about looking for Her Highness Bubbles? Should we first head to the Long family?" The Sky Battle Bug Monarch suggested cautiously. Luo Yunyang waved off the suggestion. "There's no need. We'll begin our search now." Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness had already started to spread across the massive Longland Great Cosmos. Although Luo Yunyang was not too familiar with Longland Great Cosmos, he understood the situation in the entire cosmos when he successfully scoured through the mind of a heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness started to head in the direction of the Long family. In a secret realm of the Long family, a Long family elite was guiding his juniors through their training. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness swept past him just as he was warning his juniors not to disgrace the Long family. Actually, Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness had intruded into the Long family's secret realm, so the heavenly venerate elite of the Long family couldn't resist it at all. "Sir, this is a secret realm of our family. You're openly declaring war against us by doing this," an elder of the Long family shouted frantically. However, his voice echoed only for a moment. Then, he no longer made any more sounds. The elder wanted to resist, but the more he resisted, the greater the pressure he experienced from Luo Yunyang's power was. Eventually, the elder's body started to crack, and he had no choice but to lower his prideful head. Luo Yunyang expanded his spirit consciousness again as his search of the Long family became even more outrageous. After the Long family elites were suppressed in succession, people all around the massive Longland Great Cosmos started to pay attention. The Long family had always been an influential force in the Longland Great Cosmos. However, a much more ferocious dragon had appeared and was behaving tyrannically now. Who was this person and why had he acted in such an overbearing manner? Would the Long family retaliate with an even stronger counterattack? Everyone, from Yuan Venerate Almighties to ordinary galaxy-grade martialists, was looking forward to seeing what the spirit consciousness that had invaded the Long family would do next. They were looking forward to witnessing the clash between the powerhouse that had landed in Longland Great Cosmos and the old patriarch of the Long family. Chapter 942, A Weakling's Counterattack. As the number 1 family in Longland Great Cosmos, the Long family was prosperous and included many elites. The Long family had eyes and ears throughout the entire Longland Great Cosmos, and any signs of disturbance or trouble would be reported to them, let alone Luo Yunyang's outrageous attack against the Long family. The head of the Long family was a 9th-level heavenly venerate. In terms of seniority, he was only the great-grandson of the Long family's patriarch. However, his talent had allowed him to become a 9th-level heavenly venerate, and the title of the family head had been conferred on him. Although he was unable to control the children of the Long family's patriarch, he was the representative of the Long family in the entire Longland Great Cosmos. When Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness enveloped the entire Longland Great Cosmos, the head of the Long family sensed it immediately, and his first reaction to this intrusion was anger. Indeed, it was anger. The Long family was the top power in Longland Great Cosmos. Although they could not annex other powers, the Long family still believed that Longland Great Cosmos was exclusively theirs. Anyone who dared to make any audacious moves without the consent of the Long family in Longland Great Cosmos would be grossly disrespecting them. Therefore, the head of the Long family was prepared to take action right away. However, when he found out that Luo Yunyang was behind this, he was even more pissed yet hesitant. He was no stranger to Luo Yunyang's impudent actions. After all, the Long family had gone after Luo Yunyang quite fervently in the past. The genius of the Long family had also been defeated by Luo Yunyang during the competition for a spot in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. After Luo Yunyang had entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, a rumor had started to spread in the Long family that he and the Long family would have an all-out war one day. Although many people had suggested that Luo Yunyang be dealt with in advance, the Long family didn't dare do anything because of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. In the Rising Sky Feather sect, Luo Yunyang had been ambushed by a group of Yuan venerates of the mysterious underworld race, and his cultivation base had stagnated as a result. Hence, the Long family had begun to rub its fists in glee as it waited for the day when Luo Yunyang would lose his status as a xianxia of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. However, they hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang's cultivation base would skyrocket once more in the dual realm sky. After learning that Luo Yunyang had defeated Lai Yunzi, the Long family had started making various preparations for Luo Yunyang's revenge. However, they estimated that Luo Yunyang would return to take revenge most likely only after he became a Yuan venerate. After all, when Luo Yunyang became a Yuan venerate, he would be more confident in taking revenge against the Long family. In order to cope with this situation, the Long family had started to accumulate more resources for the head of the family, in hopes that he would ascend and become a Yuan venerate. They had also started to build stronger relations with the other sacred halls. For example, Daqian's Sacred Hall. The head of the Long family believed that the possibility of him becoming a Yuan venerate had increased with the help of Daqian's Sacred Hall. However, Luo Yunyang had arrived before he had even taken a step forward. His arrival meant a declaration of war against the Long family. This declaration of war was a very good opportunity for the Long family. However, although Long Zetian was the head of the Long family, he couldn't be the one making decisions about such matters. Hence, he sought out the Long family patriarch to ask him to call the shots when Luo Yunyang invaded their territory. Contrary to what the Long family had thought, the Long family patriarch appeared to be enchanted as he listened to the beautiful tune of a zither played by an alluring woman. He seemed to be rather relaxed. The woman playing the zither was a 7th-level heavenly venerate. Although she could be considered a top-level individual even in Longland Great Cosmos, she was merely a concubine of the Long family patriarch and would come and go as he ordered. Even though Long Zetian knew that he should not show any emotion, he couldn't help but sneak a peek at the woman, whom he had felt affection for since many years ago. This complicated glance contained a secret intent. The woman continued to play the zither indifferently, as though she hadn't noticed Long Zetian's complicated look. "Greetings, Patriarch." Long Zetian put on a game face before greeting the Long family patriarch respectfully. You are a 9th-level heavenly venerate and the head of our family. How can you look so anxious? The Long family patriarch said in a slightly reprimanding fashion. As a 9th-level heavenly venerate and the head of the Long family, Long Zetian was already a person of great authority in the eyes of many people. However, he could now only reply respectfully, I lost my composure indeed. Thank you for your lesson, patriarch. Isn't just Luo Yunyang coming over? Will the sky fall because of him? The Long family patriarch remarked casually. Long Zetian knew that Luo Yunyang's audacious arrival wouldn't escape the ears of the Long family patriarch. The Long family patriarch had even heard the news before he had. The reason he had come wasn't just to show respect to his patriarch, but also because he did not understand the patriarch's plan. Patriarch, the relationship between Luo Yunyang and the Long family is beyond reconciliation. Now, he has a cultivation base no weaker than a Yuan venerates. We should have made plans earlier. Long Zetian felt his surroundings tremble suddenly as he spoke. The place where the Long family's patriarch was located was also the center of the Long family. Thus, this shaking motion meant that the Long family's territory had been invaded. The invasion of the Long family's territory was like a huge club swinging and battering Long Zetian's mental state. He had already forgotten the last time the Long family had been invaded. The Long family's reputation held great weight throughout the entire Longland Great Cosmos. Some people even said that Longland Great Cosmos belonged to the Long family. No one would even consider invading the Long family. Long Zetian said angrily, Patriarch, Luo Yunyang is really too much. Is that so? He felt aggrieved at how our family treated him. It is pretty normal that he would come to pay us back. The Long family patriarch sounded completely relaxed, as if everything that had happened was supposed to happen. Long Zetian nearly thought his ears were playing a trick on him. In his opinion, the patriarch was a tyrannical, vengeful person who would never tolerate anyone that dared to challenge his authority. Long Zetian wondered if the patriarch was suffering from a mental disorder. After all, he acted as if being invaded blatantly was not a big deal. We have to meet our friend Luo Yunyang since he has visited our family. Otherwise, people will say that we lack manners. The Long family patriarch disappeared from this domain as he spoke. Long Zetian couldn't react in time. As he was getting ready to follow the patriarch, he heard a powerful note leave the zither. This note instantly broke Long Zetian's train of thought. He suddenly reached a higher level of understanding. The patriarch wasn't giving in. Doing things this way would show weakness to the enemy. Once Luo Yunyang pushed his luck too far, a devastating counterattack would await him. The possibility of Luo Yunyang surviving such a blow was extremely low. After all, Long Zetian knew that his patriarch, who was a Yuan venerate that dominated Longland Great Cosmos, was definitely not going to be as gentle as he had said he would be. Thank you. Long Zetian mumbled these two words before leaving. The elegant woman was still playing the zither gently, but the faint discernible sounds of the zither were now filled with a glaring intent to kill. A fatal blow. Can it really deal a fatal blow? The woman sounded a little doubtful, but there was a hint of anticipation in her voice. Ha ha ha, Yunyang Shengji has come to my cosmos. This has really brightened up Longland Great Cosmos. Long Zetian heard the patriarch speak in a flattering fashion as he flew over the Long family's territory. These words confirmed Long Zetian's suspicions. He knew that the patriarch wasn't someone that yielded easily. It seemed like his preparations had already been completed based on the way he was speaking to Luo Yunyang. He would step back and exercise forbearance until it was no longer tolerable before unleashing the fatal blow. By then, even Hongmeng's Sacred Hall wouldn't be able to say anything about it. While Luo Yunyang could defeat a Taishi Yuan venerate like Lai Yunzi, Long Zetian also knew that the patriarch would definitely have some tricks up his sleeves. Otherwise, the Long family patriarch would never have been so accommodating. Luo Yunyang glanced at the smiling Long family patriarch and sensed a difference in him. He knew that his feud with the Long family would never be resolved by mere words. Both of them were well aware of this. The Long family patriarch definitely wasn't a weak person either, as he had dominated the entire Longland Great Cosmos for many years. He was deliberately showing weakness by acting in such a manner. In other words, he was pretending to be a victim. The corners of Luo Yunyang's mouth curled into a grin. I'm brightening up your place. I think I am brightening up Longland Great Cosmos, but the Long family is probably quaking in fear. These words were rude, and his forceful, overbearing attitude was way too much. The Long family patriarch's eyes glinted coldly for a moment, but he immediately smiled and replied, Yunyang Shengji, there have been some misunderstandings in certain areas, but our family is indeed sorry. I'm asking you to give the Long family a chance to compensate you. As long as you need anything, Yunyang Shengji, our family will not be stingy. As a Yuan Venerate Almighty, the Long family patriarch's stance had already reached the bottom line. If Luo Yunyang continued to press on, it would mean that he had no sense of propriety and was too unforgiving. Misunderstandings? Do you think those really were misunderstandings? Luo Yunyang sneered. Old Long family patriarch, you are just trying to act pitiful. Stop your tricks and stop acting stupid, or you'll get struck by thunder. Trying to retaliate by acting weak would first require you to have the capability of mounting a counterattack. Otherwise, it would just be a big joke. Chapter 943. Arrogance. The Long family patriarch felt at ease while hearing Luo Yunyang's razor-sharp words. Yes, he felt at ease. Although all the things being said were directed at him, the Long family patriarch was cool with it. After all, the more arrogantly Luo Yunyang acted, the better it would be for him. He was more afraid of Luo Yunyang hiding ill intentions behind a friendly smile like a smooth, slimy loach. Brother Yunyang, I have lived somewhat longer than you, so I can explain to you some of the ways of the world. The Long family patriarch was smiling wide just like a gentleman as he told Luo Yunyang in an indulgent manner, it's better to squash enmity than keep it burning. My family had some enmity with you in the past because there's no concord without discord. The Long family is willing to compensate you this time. As the Long family patriarch spoke, someone else interjected. The Long family patriarch is right. It's really better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. Both the Long family and young brother Yunyang are elites of the human race. Ha ha, now that our race finds itself at a critical juncture when impending war against the mysterious underworld race looms, both brother Yunyang and brother Long should view the current circumstances with greater importance than whatever enmity there is between them. I think brother Long should compensate brother Luo a little more so we can all drop this matter. Am I right? As this was said, a Yuan Venerate wearing long white robes strolled over casually. He nodded at the Long family patriarch before smiling at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had sensed the existence of 3 Yuan Venerates in the Longland Great Cosmos. The person who had just spoken was one of them. Luo Yunyang glanced at the speaker and hesitated for a bit. How shall I address you, sir? I'm Yinchu, sect master of the Sky Mark sect, the speaker said proudly. Even though he knew that his cultivation might not necessarily triumph over Luo Yunyang's, he was still a Yuan Venerate. Anyone who could become a Yuan Venerate naturally had their own pride. Luo Yunyang nodded at Yuan Venerate Yinchu. Yuan Venerate Yinchu, would you be able to accept it as a misunderstanding if I destroyed the Sky Mark sect now and said that I am willing to compensate you for it? If you can accept that, then how about we go about doing it right now? Yuan Venerate Yinchu's face stiffened at once. He had been entrusted by the Long family patriarch to act as a peacemaker this time around. He had imagined that it would be a simple matter if he used his title. However, he had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually not show him any respect whatsoever. Moreover, this fellow's reaction didn't seem rational. He had made a menacing threat right off the bat. He would destroy his sect and compensate him. Yuan Venerate Yinchu was no fool. How could he accept that? However, he felt tongue-tied. He did not know how to reply after recalling what he had said previously. The Long family patriarch, who could see the predicament Yuan Venerate Yinchu was in, couldn't help staring at his compatriot disdainfully. It was rather stupid of him to be caught by a single sentence said by Luo Yunyang. As he was thinking of how to reply, someone interrupted. Luo Yunyang, stop grappling with your word sophistry. Brother Long used to have a conflict with you because you hadn't made a reputation for yourself. Now, we are all Yuan Venerates. Why do you have to fuss over every little thing that happened back then and make yourself a laughing stock? These words, which were sharp and piercing, felt irrational. If Luo Yunyang felt unhappy with what Yuan Venerate Yinchu had said, then he would be absolutely disgusted with whoever this other person was. He glared at the Yuan Venerate who had stepped forward and said indifferently, "This is my feud with the Long family. It's none of your business." The Yuan Venerate that had stepped forward was an old man in black robes. His thin lips made him look menacing, and he gave off a rather grim vibe. Of course, anyone that could become a Yuan Venerate would be no fool. He definitely had his reasons for stepping out and supporting the Long family patriarch. While he had heard of Luo Yunyang's accomplishments, he didn't think too highly of Luo Yunyang. At this point in time, he was actually looking down on Luo Yunyang arrogantly. However, while he made it seem like he held a moral high ground to suppress Luo Yunyang's momentum, he had never expected to get such a reply from Luo Yunyang. None of his business. This person had been accustomed to being a lofty figure ever since becoming a Yuan Venerate. He could easily dominate a region with just words, and nobody would dare to question his decision regardless of whether it was right or wrong. However, now that he had been entrusted by the Long family patriarch to act as a mediator between him and a junior, he unexpectedly felt like a fool. He felt as though he was going to explode in rage after hearing Luo Yunyang say this. He knew that he would become a laughing stock if he did not come up with a proper response. Junior, that is too much. Yuan Venerate Xuansu said icily, Longland Great Cosmos is not a place where a junior like you can act with such impudence. If it weren't for Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, I definitely wouldn't let you leave Longland Great Cosmos alive. However, I still have to teach you a lesson on behalf of the 3 Hall Masters, even though they aren't here. You insolent brat. A turbulent surge of aura began to congregate behind Yuan Venerate Xuansu as he spoke. A Yuan Venerate could create nomological laws, and their level of nomological laws could distinguish them between Taishi Yuan Venerates, Taichu Yuan Venerates, and Tai Yuan Venerates. Due to Yuan Venerate Xuansu's imposing aura, the atmosphere around Luo Yunyang and the others had begun to change rapidly. Clearly, Yuan Venerate Xuansu was trying to strike first and gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, Yuan Venerate Xuansu was only an initial stage Taishi Yuan Venerate. Thus, his nomological laws weren't too effective against Luo Yunyang. The Long family patriarch smirked when Yuan Venerate Xuansu made a move, but he hurriedly pretended to intervene. Yuan Venerate Xuansu, please stop for a moment. I have something to say. Although Yuan Venerate Xuansu looked fierce and was about to make his move, he was actually complaining deep down. In his opinion, a mediator shouldn't take action because someone didn't agree with their opinion. Even though he felt that he could suppress Luo Yunyang, he wouldn't be able to take Luo Yunyang down, and he was unwilling to do anything that would result in him and Luo Yunyang becoming enemies. Thus, he quickly took this way out when the Long family patriarch intervened. I would not have stopped if it weren't for Brother Long. He did not wait for a response from Luo Yunyang before he backed off quickly. Yunyang Shengji, the Long family really caused you significant losses in the Divine Union Void. In order to express how sorry we are, I am willing to compensate you with 10 cosmoses and 100 voids. What do you think? Of course, if you think these places are too barren, my family still has plenty of resources in Longland Great Cosmos. As long as you want to, I am willing to give you 1/6 of the territory that belongs to Longland Great Cosmos. The riches of Longland Great Cosmos weren't something an ordinary void or universe could compare with. It was really generous of the Long family patriarch to give out 1/6 of this territory in one shot. Luo Yunyang, who felt a newfound level of respect for the Long family patriarch after seeing these concessions, was smiling. As the saying goes, great men know when to yield. The Long family patriarch was indeed impressive. After all, he could act in any way he wanted to. He clearly knew that the Long family's enmity with Luo Yunyang was already difficult to mediate, yet he had still offered generous terms. What could be his motive? Did he want to occupy the so-called moral high ground? This made Luo Yunyang more aware that the Long family patriarch was brewing something absolutely tremendous. If Luo Yunyang hadn't gained what he had gotten in the dual realm sky and become confident, he might have temporarily chosen to accept the truce offer before getting even with the Long family at a later time. Several ideas went through Luo Yunyang's mind. Your conditions sound great, but why didn't you give me a chance to live back when your family came after me and forced me to my wit's end? Did I offend the Long family? More than half of the human tribe of the Divine Union was wiped out because of the arrival of your family. Did they offend the Long family? Now, you actually offered to compensate me because I came here. If compensation was effective, then there wouldn't be any need for justice in the world, right? Luo Yunyang's killing intent intensified toward the end of his words, and he glared icily at the Long family patriarch. Today, I want your family to pay the price for what happened that day. Although the Long family patriarch grimaced, he was actually delighted deep down. Brother Yunyang, this is all a misunderstanding. I will punish the children who caused trouble in the past. Young brother, why do you have to be adamant about such a small matter? The Long family patriarch feigned innocence and gestured with his hand. However, Luo Yunyang could sense that he was pleased. Luo Yunyang was aware of the intent behind this act. However, he had come up with his own idea, so he cooperated and participated in this act. Aren't you going to continue pretending? I'll render your act completely ineffective. All your schemes and tricks will be nothing in the face of absolute power. I couldn't handle your move back then. Today, you shall deal with mine first. Luo Yunyang's sacred image appeared behind him as he spoke. When the sky feather sword in his hand was swung, the long sword in the hands of the three-faced sacred image did the same. 12th sword, obliteration. Luo Yunyang did not harbor too much hope about his move, but he had a feeling that the Long family patriarch would give him a surprise. A pleasant surprise. Brother Yunyang, why are you doing this? The Long family patriarch retreated when he saw Luo Yunyang wielding his sword. However, as he was retreating, the Long family's ancestral home was exposed to Luo Yunyang's sword and a wave of killing intent passed over the family's ancestral home in an instant. Chapter 944. Grand scheme in the ancestral land of the Long family. Countless younger generations of the Long family were watching the scene unfolding. This situation was very unsettling for many of the younger members of the Long family. Their family had always been the overlord of Longland Great Cosmos. It could be said that they were always the bully and never the ones bullied. Thus, watching their patriarch making concessions now was hard to swallow. However, nobody dared to rush forward at a time like this. Although the martialists of the Long family had dominated Longland Great Cosmos for many years and they were all proud people, this didn't mean that they couldn't understand the situation. This Luo Yunyang, whom their patriarch was now facing, was a figure comparable to a Yuan venerate. Rushing out would be akin to throwing their lives away. This wasn't a matter they could resolve. Hence, they could only watch everything unfold. The conversation between Luo Yunyang and their patriarch had angered many of the Long family's martialists. Arrogant **CK. Does he really think our family can be abused by him at will? A martialist from the Long family said angrily. Another martialist scoffed. If Hongmeng's sacred hall was not standing behind him, the patriarch would have destroyed him. What a shameless fellow. Alright, there's no point in saying all this. Luo Yunyang is merely an insignificant person from the divine union void. Does he really think that he is invincible? All sorts of chatter followed in succession as many people cursed Luo Yunyang, who was damaging the reputation of the Long family. However, even more people were waiting quietly as they watched the scene outside. Luo Yunyang's attack against the Long family patriarch discontented many Long family martialists. Even though they were unhappy, they were also looking forward to seeing what would happen next. Many martialists felt that their patriarch was no longer able to hold in his anger. Luo Yunyang would get the short end of the stick once their patriarch no longer had to hold back. Their patriarch would use Luo Yunyang's blood to wash away the humiliation of their family. However, they hadn't expected that their patriarch would evade Luo Yunyang's sword strike. He did not stop the sword. He actually seemed to have guided the sword slightly. Of course, not everyone could see this action clearly. Only Long Zetian and several other Long family heavenly venerate martialists were able to see through the Long family patriarch's action. They immediately knew what their patriarch wanted to do when they saw his movement. Although they were reluctant and found this unacceptable, they didn't dare go against the plans of their patriarch. Furthermore, they also understood that they would never be able to stop Luo Yunyang's attack even if they sacrificed their lives trying to block it. Instantly, dozens of lights erupted from the ancestral land of the Long family. The lights that erupted from the ground instantly managed to wrap themselves around Luo Yunyang's sword light. 12th sword, obliteration. This was a move filled with killing intent, as well as a move that Luo Yunyang had used before. Luo Yunyang had never expected that the Long family's patriarch would be so ruthless. The closest young generations of the Long family were in the Long family ancestral lands. It could be said that they were considered the foundation of the entire Long family. However, they were now enveloped by Luo Yunyang's sword light. It was difficult for Luo Yunyang to retract the sword light even if he wanted to. The sword light that had enveloped the ancestral land of the Long family annihilated everything in an instant. There were no exclamations, no whining, no resistance. It seemed as if the ancestral land of the Long family had never existed, as it had vanished completely. Vile being, how dare you? Although we do share some enmity, I have always been kind to you. Now, you have destroyed the foundation of my family. Damn you, you despicable person. The Long family patriarch bellowed hysterically while jabbing his finger at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang did not regret his actions. Although the move had been executed by him, the person who had guided the sword towards the ancestral land was the Long family patriarch. Thus, it could be said that the person who had destroyed the Long family's ancestral land was their own patriarch. However, the Long family patriarch was trying to frame Luo Yunyang for it. Luo Yunyang scoffed at the Long family patriarch's actions. He was even slightly looking forward to seeing the reaction of the Long family patriarch when he found out everything that he had planned had gone down the drain. Luo Yunyang did not have the slightest favorable impression of this ruthless patriarch. He glared at the Long family patriarch and said indifferently, if the children of the Long family turned into ghosts, they wouldn't know who to look for. Luo Yunyang, even though you are a Hongmeng sacred hall Shengji, I will seek justice for my children and grandchildren. I don't care if I lose all my cultivation. The Long family patriarch paid no attention to Luo Yunyang's sarcasm. In his opinion, his priority now was to be firm and unshakable and blame Luo Yunyang for annihilating the Long family's ancestral land. Yuan venerate Xuansu and Yuan venerate Yinshu didn't look very happy. They had never imagined that the Long family patriarch would be so ruthless. They had clearly seen the Long family patriarch deliberately decide not to block Luo Yunyang's attack and even guide the attack to strike his ancestral land. Although they knew the reason behind this, they couldn't help but admire the Long family patriarch's actions. His resolute decision-making wasn't something they could hope to match. After gaining the moral high ground, the Long family patriarch wouldn't need to worry too much when he attacked Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, you deserve to die. The Long family patriarch roared in rage and made his move. He brandished his hands as a golden dragon claw appeared in the void, destroying everything in its path. Great Sky Dragon Claw, complete destruction. Everything, either organic or inorganic, would be sliced to pieces as long as it was struck by the Great Sky Dragon Claw. Back when the Long family patriarch had fought with others, his Great Sky Dragon Claw had passed through half a cosmos, turning half of that cosmos into ashes. Now, the Long family patriarch's Great Sky Dragon Claw was flying towards Luo Yunyang. After feeling the destructive nomological laws of the Great Sky Dragon Claw, Luo Yunyang swung his Sky Feather Sword again. Close, yet worlds apart went up against the Great Sky Dragon Claw and Luo Yunyang was instantly dragged away from the destructive force of the claw. Die. The Long family patriarch was unresigned after meeting Luo Yunyang's resistance. He conjured his technique again, sending huge claws that turned into sharp swords and served as punishment from heaven towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang continued to execute the Sky Feather 13 swords close, yet worlds apart. The level of nomological laws and strength was similar. Although the Long family patriarch was a Yuan venerate, he wasn't a lot more superior than Luo Yunyang. Thus, it felt like the two of them were on equal footing. The Long family patriarch looked extremely pissed, but his mind was actually extremely calm. He felt that his decision was correct after seeing the way Luo Yunyang had executed his move. If Luo Yunyang could withstand the Great Sky Dragon Claw at this age, he would never be a match for Luo Yunyang if he were to become a Yuan venerate. The way to get away with killing Luo Yunyang by using such techniques was to put himself on a higher moral ground. Whether Hongmeng Sacred Hall would be skeptical wasn't much of a concern, as he was confident that he could get away scot-free. Daqian Sacred Hall would simply brush it aside. Attack, attack, attack. What he needed to do now was capitalize on the fact that his ancestral land had been destroyed and launch a rapid, furious assault against Luo Yunyang. This was the only way he would have a chance to execute his plan. The Great Sky Dragon Claw swept forward, destroying the void with its vast nomological laws. However, such power was useless to Luo Yunyang, as the Great Sky Dragon Claw failed to come close to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, go to hell. The Long family patriarch bellowed as a dark blue light emanated from his hand. A cone flew out and enveloped Luo Yunyang momentarily. When this cone appeared, the surroundings began to burn in dark blue flames wherever the cone moved. Everything within this cone of flames was reduced to ashes in an instant. Ice Flame Divine Cone. Luo Yunyang felt that the nomological laws around him had been replaced by these furious, turbulent nomological laws when the cone appeared. Even the nomological laws derived from the close, yet worlds apart technique collapsed in the presence of this cone. Nomological laws of the Taichu Yuan Venerate level were contained inside the Ice Flame Divine Cone. Luo Yunyang fully understood the Long family patriarch's plan at that moment. He sneered as he watched the ice flame divine cone. The Long family patriarch had been scheming to kill Luo Yunyang all along. If he had not obtained the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes technique, he might have fallen to the ice flame divine cone after just a moment of slight negligence. However, the Long family patriarch had just made the wrong decision. Just as Luo Yunyang was ready to attack the ice cone, a sudden burst of majestic aura appeared behind the Long family patriarch. The surroundings started to shake violently as this aura appeared. A huge black dragon that exuded an aura which surpassed a Taichu Yuan Venerate had appeared behind the Long family patriarch. Chapter 945. Ancient Yuan Dragon Yuan Venerate White Crane was chatting with the Divine Elder at Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Although Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's influence and power were widespread, they only governed certain major issues. Therefore, Yuan Venerate White Crane was rather carefree most of the time as one of the 7 sacred emissaries. The Divine Elder's embodiments were everywhere, and he was widely experienced. Thus, even Yuan Venerate White Crane would consult him on many things. This Luo Yunyang kid really doesn't know when to stop. The Divine Elder gesticulated as the scene of Luo Yunyang attacking the Long family patriarch was projected in front of them. Yuan Venerate White Crane watched as the Long family patriarch dodged Luo Yunyang's sword light while Luo Yunyang's 12th sword turned the Long family's ancestral land to ashes. He too was an experienced person, so he lamented when he saw this. Looks like Yunyang will suffer a major loss this time. However, he is still young, so he just needs to be tempered. Losses are the best for tempering oneself. The Divine Elder scoffed. I'm afraid this kid is going to suffer a lot. I just hope he doesn't get way more than he bargained for. While the Divine Elder said this, a bright and dark blue shadow shot towards Luo Yunyang. It's a Taichu treasure, Yuan Venerate White Crane exclaimed in horror when he saw the dark blue light. Even he only had one Taichu treasure. From the looks of it, it seemed like this Taichu treasure had been activated to its full capacity. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't an ordinary person, he was still way inferior while facing a Taichu treasure that had been activated to its full capacity. This kid is in danger. Divine Elder, Yunyang is a Shengji of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. We can't let anything happen to him. It was too late for Yuan Venerate White Crane to rush over. Hence, he could only look at the Divine Elder. Don't worry too much, it's just an ice flame divine cone. While this kid might not be able to escape, he definitely won't die, the Divine Elder said casually. Yuan Venerate White Crane smiled reluctantly. I naturally believe in your judgment. But Luo Yunyang is a person of great importance. If we do not worry about him this time, then... Before Yuan Venerate White Crane could finish, the black dragon had already appeared behind the Long family patriarch. The dragon's appearance made the screen projecting Luo Yunyang's situation start to crack. An ancient Yuan dragon corpse. How is this possible? How could he possess this ancient Yuan dragon corpse? The Divine Elder was shocked. Yuan Venerate White Crane was equally shocked when he saw the black dragon, which emanated waves of incredible divine power but showed zero signs of life. This was the corpse of the ancient origin dragon. This was the legendary ancient Yuan dragon corpse. Yuan Venerate White Crane recalled the legends regarding the ancient Yuan dragon corpse hurriedly in his mind. The dragon race had always been an extremely powerful existence throughout countless eons. Although they had not been able to stop the fall of the Great Realm, some peak Yuan dragons were unwilling to die quietly. Therefore, they would bury their bodies in extremely harsh lands, hoping that one day their bodies would be resurrected and their cultivation would be preserved for future generations of the dragon race. However, disasters like the fall of a great realm were simply too extreme. Even though some ancient Yuan dragons with weaker cultivation weren't willing to die, they were still unable to prevent themselves from quietly disappearing into the void. Those that could survive were all exceptional examples amongst ancient Yuan dragons. However, even so, the divine bodies left behind were buried in harsh lands that would send chills down the spine of anyone that heard about them. Although there were records of the appearance of ancient Yuan dragon divine bodies in the history of the human race, these were very rare cases. Furthermore, most ancient Yuan dragon divine bodies were in a state of dilapidation and some were even missing half their bodies. Even so, those ancient Yuan dragon divine bodies were still extremely powerful. Those that relied on the help of ancient Yuan dragon divine bodies could turn defeat into victory in a do-or-die situation. The Divine Elder and Yuan Venerate White Crane knew that the Long family patriarch would have made preparations to deal with Luo Yunyang, but they had never expected his plan to be this good. Even a Yuan Venerate would find it hard to escape a blow from an ancient Yuan dragon divine body. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation was comparable to a Yuan Venerate's cultivation, he wasn't exactly one yet. There was still a large gap between him and a Yuan Venerate in many aspects. Thus, the Divine Elder's expression turned somewhat dark in an instant. Divine Elder, Yuan Venerate White Crane looked at the Divine Elder, as if imploring him for help. Yuan Venerate White Crane knew about the opportunity that Luo Yunyang had obtained and was well aware of Luo Yunyang's value. It would be a huge blow to the human race if Luo Yunyang really fell because of the Long family patriarch. Yuan Venerate White Crane was blaming himself as he thought of that. Why wasn't he by Luo Yunyang's side at such a critical juncture? Although Luo Yunyang would still be in a dangerous situation if he was there, at least he would have some hope of survival. I can't get over there in time. It's too late, the Divine Elder said helplessly. Furthermore, that ancient Yuan dragon sealed up the space when it appeared. It would be too late even if I were to break the seal barrier. He'll have to depend on himself to survive. As the Divine Elder was talking, Yuan Venerate Xuanxu and Yuan Venerate Yinchu had ugly looks on their faces. After all, they could sense the looming threat coming from the Long family patriarch. They had always placed themselves around the Long family patriarch, but deep down they also felt that they were on equal footing with the patriarch. Unfortunately, the Long family patriarch's sudden move made them realize that there was a huge gap between them and the Long family patriarch. Now, both of them felt that their fates were in the hands of the Long family patriarch. Although they knew that the Long family patriarch would not attack them without a reason, they didn't like not having control of their own lives. Hence, both of them felt like they had been fooled. Luo Yunyang seemed as calm as he could be while he watched the black dragon's body soaring into the sky and the ice flame divine cone indifferently. The ice flame divine cone was the fastest, so dealing with it was Luo Yunyang's top priority. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang launched the chaotic Yuan sky bell from his hands to greet the ice flame divine cone. Although it seemed like Luo Yunyang's chaotic Yuan sky bell was a tad weaker, it shouldn't have any problem resisting the cone for a bit. What was more crucial was the black ancient Yuan dragon that was behind the Long family patriarch, as well as the powerful energy it contained. Luo Yunyang, you killed many of my family's clansmen. I will kill you even if I die. The Long family patriarch roared. His long hair flowed even though there was no wind. Meanwhile, the huge black dragon was like a god of death looming behind him, ready for revenge after emerging from the depths of hell. Luo Yunyang, who could sense delight in this enraged growl, smirked and said, "So this is your hidden trump card." The Long family patriarch's voice echoed in Luo Yunyang's mind. The voice utilized a special transmission, so only the two of them could hear each other. "Yes, this is my trump card indeed. The ancient Yuan dragon divine body. Do you know that I paid a hefty price for this ancient Yuan dragon divine body? However, killing you with the ancient Yuan dragon is totally worth it. Not only will I eliminate an opponent of mine, but I will also gain back 2 more ancient Yuan dragon divine bodies." Ha ha ha, your biggest trump card was Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, but you have destroyed the protection given to you. Do you know something? I'm not afraid to kill you now. Ha ha ha, do you understand? All Hongmeng's Sacred Hall can do is collect your body after I have killed you. The Long family patriarch's proud laughter reverberated throughout the void. Luo Yunyang's glare turned even colder when he heard this. Killing him would allow the Long family patriarch to obtain 2 ancient Yuan dragon divine bodies in return. Who exactly was dealing with him? However, when Luo Yunyang inquired, he saw that the Long family patriarch had already swung his fist. A dazzling wave of majestic radiance erupted from the black dragon when the punch was thrown. The radiance that gathered on the Long family patriarch's fist transformed into light rays like a black silk net that unraveled all around Luo Yunyang. Ancient Yuan dragon, world-extinguishing dark flame wave. Everything that came in contact with the black light was reduced to nothing when the Long family patriarch said this. Some martialists who were not far away from Luo Yunyang frantically took out and used their various treasures and techniques when they saw this light approaching in a bid to withstand the wave of energy. However, almost all techniques were useless in the face of the world-extinguishing dark flame wave, as origin source's laws began to collapse wherever the light went. The world-extinguishing dark flame wave was a high-grade nomological law controlled by a Taichu Yuan Venerate. Even the origin source laws of a great cosmos would not be able to resist such a nomological law. Besides, Luo Yunyang was at the very center of the world-extinguishing dark flame wave. Evading was simply impossible. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, the light of the world-extinguishing dark flame wave could cover half of the great cosmos in an instant. The world-extinguishing dark flame wave wasn't in any way inferior to the joint attack of the 5 mysterious underworld brothers. Previously, Luo Yunyang had defeated the 5 mysterious underworld brothers with the aid of his attribute regulator. This time, he had to take this move on without it. Hence, Luo Yunyang threw a punch as the world-extinguishing dark flame wave approached. Chapter 946, Converging 1,000 eras into a single fist. The Long family patriarch was eyed by Luo Yunyang icily, as if he was watching prey that he was about to devour. It could be said that the Long family patriarch's fear of Luo Yunyang increased as Luo Yunyang developed. Now, this restraining fear had reached its peak. There was finally an opportunity to kill Luo Yunyang in one fell swoop. Thus, the Long family patriarch would not give up this opportunity no matter what. Of course, he wasn't willing to give up this opportunity either. Everything would be destroyed by the world-extinguishing dark flame wave. The mighty force was extremely pleasing to the Long family patriarch, but he still felt a pang of regret deep down. This regret came from his world-extinguishing dark flame wave. Although the world-extinguishing dark flame wave was extremely powerful, he knew that he could only use this move once. Once the black ancient Yuan dragon divine body collapsed, the power he borrowed would also disappear. He hoped that the 2 ancient Yuan dragon divine bodies that would be given to him wouldn't be inferior to this ancient Yuan dragon divine body. While the Long family patriarch was anticipating what was to come, he saw Luo Yunyang start to make his move. The Long family patriarch had been paying close attention to Luo Yunyang's movements. He smirked when he saw Luo Yunyang blast out his punch. Luo Yunyang hadn't used any top-level secret treasures while facing the world-extinguishing dark flame wave at such a critical juncture. This meant that he did not have any worthy treasures in his possession. The Long family patriarch was ecstatic when this thought popped into his mind. However, he was immediately shocked when countless silhouettes that looked like celestial figures appeared within Luo Yunyang's fist light. When those figures empowered Luo Yunyang's fist light by unleashing their moves one by one simultaneously, the Long family patriarch's face fell. He felt that Luo Yunyang's attack was going to be extremely strong, extremely powerful, extremely mighty, extremely. He was like a lord descending from the 9 skies, like a deity ruling the heavens, like an emperor suppressing the 9 lands. Incredibly massive, mighty, and imposing. The expression of the Long family patriarch became extremely ugly while he felt an impulse to run away. His mental state had already been trained to extremely determined levels as a Yuan venerate almighty, but he really wanted to run away now. He had a strong feeling that he wouldn't be able to match this punch. What sort of technique was it? The power hidden within it was no less inferior to his own world-extinguishing dark flame wave, but the terrifying might that it had generated was vastly superior. What was the world-extinguishing dark flame wave? It was the unique technique of an ancient Yuan dragon. How could a supreme technique sealed within the body of an ancient Yuan dragon be a match from such an ordinary attack? However, that seemingly ordinary attack still gave off an incredibly destructive feeling when it was released by Luo Yunyang. The Long family patriarch no longer had any other techniques that he could use. All he could do now was face the impending strike head-on. All he could do now was brace himself. Thus, the endless radiance of the mighty punch was like a monster that devoured everything in its path as it surged towards his world-extinguishing dark flame wave. Luo Yunyang, who had unleashed the punch, was like a domineering deity that deprived him of any thoughts of resisting and defending himself against the punch. Luo Yunyang seemed to lack emotion right now, as he had already immersed himself completely into the fist intent of his 1000-era imperial purposes technique. This was the first time Luo Yunyang had executed it against an opponent, even though he had been playing it out in his mind for a long time. He only became fully aware of the true intent of the 1000-era imperial purposes now. He could sense that all the energy in the atmosphere was gathering in his fist and, after his punch was thrown, the energy of the world-extinguishing dark flame wave also seemed like it was being guided towards his punch. The punch could only be completed by absorbing 1,000 eras and all the energy for thousands of miles. Although the 1000-era imperial purposes used the effigies of the 3 eras as a base, it had already far exceeded the effigies of the 3 eras when it was executed. At that moment, Luo Yunyang realized how powerful and important the sacred soul sky was. However, Luo Yunyang also felt unsatisfied with the punch he had executed. He believed that its power hadn't been completely unleashed to its full extent. It could be said that this fist had only unleashed 10% of its true might. The reason behind this was naturally that his cultivation was lacking and he was unable to display its true might and ability. How strong the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes had been when it had been unleashed by the powerhouse on the Golden Mountain. That powerhouse had even had to destroy himself, leaving behind only a sacred soul. What sort of situation had he encountered? Luo Yunyang felt a vague sense of terror as these random thoughts went through his mind. According to Yuan Emperor Shaking Sky, the existence that manipulated everything hadn't completed his plan to bury thousands of worlds. If such an existence had always been around, then how could anybody withstand him? When Luo Yunyang had this thought, a gentle sigh was heard in a place of eternal silence. The sigh wasn't too loud, but the lingering sound that gently reverberated gave rise to a frightful sensation. Along with this sigh, everything that had originally been stagnant in the land of eternal silence seemed to be starting to move. However, the movement lasted only for a moment. Then, everything went silent again. Everything that had been stagnant fell back into silence once more. Although it was only a short sigh, the creation divine disk that was in Hongmeng's sacred hall of the human tribe emitted a crisp cry. Even though the crisp sound wasn't too loud, the divine elder, the middle hall master, and the others all rushed frantically over to the creation divine disk when they heard the sound. Although Luo Yunyang was important to them, he wasn't more important than the creation divine disk. Large races like the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarnate also received similar warnings. All their top-level powerhouses were horrified as they gathered. They did not know what had happened, but according to their ancient records, they could sense the arrival of a huge looming threat. Still, all of this had nothing to do with Luo Yunyang and the Long family patriarch. The two of them were concerned with who would be victorious after the showdown of their techniques. A golden luster that looked like a divine dragon tore through the 9 skies. Everything would collapse instantly wherever it went, and the black darkness would dissipate soundlessly. Everything seemed to happen in a moment, yet it also seemed to last a long time. During this short yet long time, the golden fist mark had shattered everything instantly. The black world extinguishing dark flame wave dissipated soundlessly while the huge black ancient Yuan dragon corpse also vanished. The Long family patriarch was trembling in fear while he was enveloped by the golden luster. Meanwhile, his ice flame divine cone disappeared as well. Everything had been erased by the golden luster. The Long family patriarch even wondered if he would disappear into nothing too if this attack went on. The fist mark continued. The Long family patriarch executed all his life-preserving techniques almost at once. He retreated frantically while employing all sorts of secret treasures and using whatever abilities he had. Although his struggle seemed to be in vain, this was the only thing he could do when his life was on the line. Boom, boom, boom. Endless light swept away the dust from heaven and earth. However, the light, which seemed like it did not belong in this world, began to dissipate rapidly the moment it swept across. Luo Yunyang felt extremely weary. All the energy in his body had disappeared without a trace. Although he knew that he only needed to endure for just another moment and the Long family patriarch would be destroyed completely, after the previous clash, he felt totally devoid of strength and unable to use this technique. Hence, Luo Yunyang could only allow the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes to dissipate on its own while he quickly utilized his attribute regulator to transfer the attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast to his main body. As the Long family patriarch floated unsteadily in midair, half of his body was already crushed. Although he was still alive, his fighting capacity had dropped beyond measure. He felt that even a 9th-level heavenly venerate could kill him right now. After all, the clash with Luo Yunyang had been really overwhelming. The spirit consciousnesses of both Yuan venerate Xuansu and Yuan venerate Yuanchu were trembling. They had been wary of the Long family patriarch technique, so Luo Yunyang's Thousand-Era Imperial purposes terrified them. They were already very far away from the Long family patriarch, but they were still shrouded by the power of the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes. They couldn't retaliate at all while they were shrouded by this technique. Luo Yunyang was just a frightening existence. How could there be such a powerful technique in the world? Long Zetian and the other elites of the Long family watched Luo Yunyang and their patriarch anxiously. They were even more terrified now. Luo Yunyang's attack wasn't directed at them, but it still scared them witless. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang's attack seemed completely unstoppable. Chapter 947. No Mercy or Leniency in Daqian Sacred Hall. Many people were watching the battle between Luo Yunyang and the Long family patriarch. However, the people watching the screen showing the scenes in Longland Great Cosmos were completely silent. Some of them exclaimed, while some even lamented and sighed when the Long family patriarch used the ancient Yuan dragon divine body. How can this be? The Long family patriarch is clearly trying to kill Luo Yunyang. While some people in Daqian Sacred Hall were very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Long family patriarch, others took delight in Luo Yunyang's misfortune even though they feigned dissatisfaction on the surface. Luo Yunyang's defeat would be akin to a loss for Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, not Daqian Sacred Hall. They also believed that although Luo Yunyang's death would be a heavy blow to the human race, there were too many elites in the human tribe, so one death was not a big deal. Furthermore, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was to blame. If Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had provided sufficient protection, geniuses like Luo Yunyang would not have to. While they continued to watch the situation unfold, they saw Luo Yunyang's stunning fist strike. The overbearing Thousand-Era imperial purposes made the people watching from Daqian Sacred Hall truly understand the power of the 6 Paragon Sacred Souls. Luo Yunyang had obtained one of the 6 Paragon Sacred Souls. Many people turned pale upon seeing that the hidden technique in one of the 6 Paragon Sacred Souls was actually that powerful. This meant that if Daqian Sacred Hall fell behind Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, it would be difficult to change things. Although everyone should work together and was willing to work together, nobody wanted to play second fiddle forever. After all, this wasn't something easy to endure. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was helmed by the 3 Hall Masters, who had the power to intimidate everyone else. If Luo Yunyang continued this impressive uprising, then Daqian Sacred Hall would no longer have the opportunity to be the best in the future. However, Luo Yunyang, who wasn't a Yuan Venerate, already possessed an overwhelming strength. He would become another powerhouse that towered over all others if he could develop successfully. Don't let him kill the Long family patriarch, someone said heavily. Even if the Long family patriarch did something wrong, he is still a Yuan Venerate after all. Killing him would be a considerable loss for the human race as well. The person who spoke was a sacred emissary of Daqian Sacred Hall. The rest of the Daqian Sacred Hall also reacted upon hearing him. The Long family patriarch was considered one of Daqian Sacred Hall's subordinates. It would be a great loss for them if he died. The sacred emissary's words immediately jolted everyone present. Some people even looked at the Hall Master of Daqian Sacred Hall, who was seated high up, and said, "Hall Master, you must stop Luo Yunyang." That's right, every Yuan Venerate of the human tribe is extremely precious. We cannot tolerate allowing Luo Yunyang to kill a Yuan Venerate because of a personal grudge. Hall Master, Luo Yunyang will definitely feel resentment, but he is the Shengji of our 5 great sacred halls and he has an obligation to put the overall situation before himself. The Hall Master of Daqian Sacred Hall frowned. He watched the screen that reflected the situation in Longland Great Cosmos as a sacred glow flickered in his eyes. Although he also wanted to stop Luo Yunyang, he knew that it wouldn't be an easy task to do so. While Luo Yunyang was a junior, the might he had displayed vastly surpassed an ordinary Taichu Yuan Venerates. Making him stop after he was on the receiving end of a sneak attack by the Long family patriarch was too. Hall Master, the Long family patriarch was only acting out in a moment of anger. After all, who wouldn't be impulsive if his home was destroyed? Furthermore, the Long family patriarch is a Yuan Venerate whose ancestral land was just destroyed, said the same Yuan Venerate that had warned everyone before. He then added in an unquestionable tone, "The Long family patriarch has made mistakes and should be punished, but Luo Yunyang is also to blame for this matter. He wiped out the Long family's ancestral land." Someone snapped back after this sacred emissary spoke. "Tianeng, your reasoning is useless. Do you think nobody can see through the Long family patriarch's intentions? His display of weakness right from the beginning was actually a trap set up for Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, his performance turned out to be nothing more than a joke. A joke that wasn't the least bit humorous." The person who spoke was Yuan Venerate Tianshu, who said solemnly, "Have you considered the consequences if we were to stop Luo Yunyang now? Luo Yunyang would feel deep enmity for us. If that happens, it will be equally unfavorable for Daqian Sacred Hall. I think we should." While Yuan Venerate Tianshu was speaking, he saw Long Zetian and the other Long family powerhouses rushing over to the Long family patriarch. "Yunyang Shengji, the Long family concedes this time. Our family is more than willing to compensate you 100 times for your losses, Long Zetian, who was the head of the Long family, said. He might be a 9th-level heavenly venerate, but he was trembling as he faced Luo Yunyang, who was a 7th-level heavenly venerate. After all, Luo Yunyang's attack had been really terrifying. They now stood in front of the Long family patriarch, not because they had deep sentiments for the Long family patriarch, but because all the Long family's elites understood that, without a Yuan venerate at the helm, everyone else would take advantage of them and kick them while they were down. After all, the Long family's hegemony was renowned throughout this realm. Many people wouldn't mind striking them while they were down at a time like this. Besides, Long Zetian was duty-bound as the head of his family. The Long family patriarch had an ugly look on his face. As the Yuan venerate that controlled the great cosmos, when had he ever reached a point when he had been forced to beg for mercy like this? However, he didn't dare speak. He was afraid of angering Luo Yunyang if he did so. The Long family would definitely suffer heavy losses if that were to happen. While the Long family patriarch was pondering this, he saw that Luo Yunyang was getting ready to strike again as the massive bell in the sacred image came crashing towards him. The massive bronze bell was so powerful that it seemed capable of shattering everything when it pushed forward. Although the bell only contained the power of a 7th-level universe right now, Luo Yunyang's cultivation and formidable chaotic Yuan sky bell technique had already caused the power of the massive bell to exceed every ordinary technique by far. Long Zetian's face tightened when he saw Luo Yunyang's attack. He felt that there was a very low possibility of him being able to withstand the attack. However, he knew that if he did not withstand this attack, then the possibility of his patriarch surviving it would be extremely low. Long Zetian hurriedly formed a series of hand seals in a moment of thought as green rays of light began to condense into a huge divine mark. The divine mark condensed the power all around and reached the peak of 2 nomological laws. This would be considered the strongest technique of an ordinary heavenly venerate, but the person he was facing this time was Luo Yunyang. Patriarch, leave now, Long Zi shouted loudly with a hint of determination in his voice. The Long family can live without me, but you are indispensable. Other Long family elite heavenly venerates also realized that the most critical moment had arrived. Long Zetian was right. The Long family could survive without them, but it couldn't survive without their patriarch. After all, the Long family patriarch was the most important figure for the future of the Long family. Hence, they also rushed towards Luo Yunyang the moment Long Zetian spoke. Even though they couldn't stop Luo Yunyang's desire to kill the Long family patriarch, they wanted to stall Luo Yunyang for a few moments. This way, their patriarch would still have a chance of surviving. Even if the Long family patriarch decided to find a place to hide and never come out, it would still be great news for the Long family. After all, the Long family would rise again as long as their patriarch didn't die. Dang, Luo Yunyang did not pity the members of the Long family. Had the Long family taken pity on others when their elites had descended upon the divine union void? Had they felt pity for their own when the Long family patriarch had taken away the ancestral land as a bargaining chip in a bid to slay Luo Yunyang? Since the Long family had shown no pity about this matter, then why should Luo Yunyang show them any mercy? Hence, the massive bell that came crashing over chimed loudly in the void. 2 7th-level Long family heavenly venerates died immediately when the chimes echoed in the void. 2 other 8th-level heavenly venerates retreated frantically as cracks appeared on their bodies. The only one who could take the blow was Long Zetian. The mark conjured by him slammed against Luo Yunyang's chaotic Yuan sky bell. When the divine mark shattered, cracks also appeared on Long Zetian's face. His arms were crushed as well. Even though both of them were heavenly venerates, their cultivation bases were on a completely different level. The Long family patriarch did not even watch the outcome. Deep down, he knew that it was impossible for his juniors to win. He was satisfied with the efforts of Long Zetian and the others, but that was all. After all, his own survival was the most important thing on the agenda. Flee. The Long family patriarch fled as fast as a stray. After fleeing thousands of miles away, he shouted loudly at Yuan Venerate Xuansu and Yuan Venerate Yinchu, Yuan Venerate Xuansu and Yuan Venerate Yuanchu. The 3 of us plotted this together. It's time the 2 of you made some effort. Fear crept into the faces of Yuan Venerate Xuansu and Yuan Venerate Yinchu. They had never expected that the Long family patriarch would drag both of them down along with him at such a time. This was simply too vicious. Chapter 948. Ancient families in a simple galaxy devoid of suns and moons, two figures were sitting in a lotus position on a planet. The spirit essence there was somewhat lacking, and there were basically no cultivation perks. Any martialist would be able to see that this was an internal universe of a galaxy-grade martialist right away. This particular galaxy-grade martialist's cultivation base wasn't very high. It could be said that there were many galaxy-grade martialists of this sort, so it was difficult for him to stand out. Trash, one of the two figures said angrily. The 6 eyes on his face flickered coldly as he said that. The 6 eyes were the mark of the mysterious underworld race. Furthermore, when this being spoke, his 6 arms gesticulated. Mysterious underworld beings lurked among the human race. The moment this furious mysterious underworld being spoke, a mighty wave of energy rushed forth, crushing all the stars inside the internal universe. The owner of this internal universe was a human martialist. Although he was good-looking, he had a slightly unsavory glint in his eyes. The situation inside his internal universe made him feel really uncomfortable, but he was afraid to make any noise no matter how unbearable it got. He clearly understood what was hidden inside his body. Fortunately, the mysterious underworld being reacted in time and drew back his imposing aura, allowing the stars that collapsed to merge back quickly. In the past, the mysterious underworld being would definitely have given some benefit to this galaxy-grade martialist. After all, this was a human that was determined to rely on him, and mysterious underworld beings should provide more benefits for such humans. However, the failure of the Long family patriarch made this person rather unhappy. Hence, he did not provide any of the benefits. The other mysterious underworld being didn't look too happy either. The patriarch of the Long family is really a piece of trash. We've given him so many resources to aid him in becoming a Yuan Venerate. What did it yield in the end? A meticulous plan was ruined by him. Damn it, both of the mysterious underworld beings were Yuan Venerates. Along with Yuan Venerate Vast Glass, who had attacked Luo Yunyang before, they were the 3 Yuan Venerates of the mysterious underworld race that had infiltrated the human race. After Yuan Venerate Vast Glass had failed to ambush Luo Yunyang and lost his body, the 2 Yuan Venerates had shifted their hideout into an internal universe of an ordinary galaxy-grade martialist. The black ancient Yuan dragon corpse that the Long family patriarch had used on Luo Yunyang had been supplied by them. The 2 of them were rather confident about using the ancient Yuan dragon divine body to kill Luo Yunyang. However, they had not expected that Luo Yunyang would be so fearsome and powerful. Both of them were extremely discomfited after finding out what had happened. They knew that Luo Yunyang successfully becoming a Yuan Venerate would be the greatest failure. After all, the most important task of their mission was to kill the most important genius of the human race. Luo Yunyang's performance had been extremely dazzling, so he would naturally be the most important genius. Although the Long family patriarch is a piece of trash, he is very important to the mysterious underworld race. After all, he is a Yuan Venerate we have nurtured. In any case, we cannot allow him to die now, one of the mysterious underworld Yuan Venerates said. Furthermore, 1/3 of our people is inside his internal universe. These words calmed his furious compatriot at once. His compatriot clearly was aware of the value the Long family patriarch had. His status as a Yuan Venerate aside, 1/3 of the mysterious underworld martialists were hiding inside the internal universe. This was something they couldn't give up. After all, the mysterious underworld martialists they had brought were amongst the most elite fighters. The Long family patriarch is of great use to us, the previously furious Yuan Venerate said, but how are we supposed to save him now? Do you think the Taichu Yuan Venerates of the human race will sit quietly and wait if the 2 of us make a move? The other Yuan Venerate snorted, of course we can't do such a thing. The Long family patriarch has escaped out of the Longland Great Cosmos, but he'll definitely be caught if he continues to flee. What we need to do is arrange a place for him to escape to and shelter him from Luo Yunyang, the first Yuan Venerate of the mysterious underworld race said. I think I've found a place. The other mysterious underworld Yuan Venerate nodded in response. Contact the Sea clan of the 6 ancient families and get them to open their secret space and allow the Long family patriarch to take refuge. We have an agreement with them and they have gained a lot of our benefits. It's time for them to repay some of their debt to us. Alright, you'll contact the Long family patriarch then. While the 2 mysterious underworld Yuan Venerates came to this decision, the Long family patriarch dashed frantically into the endless primal chaos. Even the best 9th level heavenly Venerates might die in the endless primal chaos, but this wasn't much of a problem for either Luo Yunyang or the Long family patriarch. They could even pick up some treasures along the way in the endless primal chaos. However, the Long family patriarch and Luo Yunyang were not in the mood to care about all these things. It was like a cat-and-mouse pursuit as they ripped through the void like two streaks of lightning. The Long family patriarch simply had no intention of checking out his surroundings, as the distance between him and Luo Yunyang was becoming shorter. Although Long Zetian and several other juniors had bought him some time, this was still too short a timeframe to matter. Now that Luo Yunyang was on the verge of catching up, he could only rely on himself to escape. He was like a stray dog frantically running into the distance without a care. Where can I go to survive? He was someone who always wielded authority and had his own territory, so the Long family patriarch's mentality had always been firm as a rock. Hence, he would never give up so easily at a time like this. Daqian's sacred hall was the most ideal place for the Long family patriarch. However, the exact location of Daqian's sacred hall was constantly changing. Even though he was a Yuan venerate who Daqian's sacred hall valued highly, he didn't know the specific location of Daqian's sacred hall. Although the Long family patriarch felt that trying his luck wasn't reliable, it seemed like it was the only thing he could do right now. While he felt anxious and slightly panicked, a trace of spirit consciousness entered his mind and transmitted a message. The Long family patriarch felt ecstatic when he got the message. The Sea clan of the 6 ancient families would be helping him out as long as he could reach their territory. Furthermore, he would also become a subsidiary of the Sea clan. This way, he wouldn't have to die. The Long family patriarch got excited while thinking about the arrangement the mysterious underworld race had made for him. At the same time, he felt that it had been a wise decision to rely on the mysterious underworld race. Indeed, he believed that it had been a wise decision. The mysterious underworld race had saved him at a critical moment and would help him gain contact with one of the 6 ancient families. What were the 6 ancient families? They were the legacy of the ancient great sage. It was fabled that they were the supreme beings that had continued to exist after the great realm had fallen. Even the 5 sacred halls had to adopt a tolerating stance when dealing with the 6 ancient families. The Long family would definitely reach greater heights if it became a subsidiary of the 6 ancient families. Moreover, his desire not to fall along with the current great realm could also be realized thanks to the Sea clan. The Sea clan's territory wasn't too far away. After memorizing the location the Sea clan transmitted, the Long family patriarch started to speed up, even if it meant sacrificing some of his cultivation foundation. Luo Yunyang had transferred most of his attributes to his speed, which had already surpassed the speed of light. However, the Long family patriarch wasn't someone easy to deal with, as he was constantly using all sorts of secret techniques that made it difficult for Luo Yunyang to catch up right away, even though he was using his attribute regulator. He could only continue to accelerate and constantly reduce the gap between himself and the Long family patriarch. However, just as Luo Yunyang had determined that he would catch up to the Long family patriarch, he realized that the Long family patriarch had started to accelerate. He was accelerating as though he disregarded the consequences. The Long family patriarch, who was very fast, had extended the gap by 3 million miles in just a short while. Even though Luo Yunyang chased after him, the distance between the two of them widened once more. Luo Yunyang had a bad feeling. Given the way the Long family patriarch had suddenly become so desperate, could a savior be coming for him? That notion had nearly popped up in Luo Yunyang's head when he realized that the Long family patriarch was speeding up again. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yunyang directly used his attribute regulator. This time, he adjusted the speed of the Long family patriarch. Lower, lower. Although Luo Yunyang's various attributes weren't considered low, they were still much lower than the Long family patriarch. Hence, even after Luo Yunyang reduced all his speed attributes, the speed of the Long family patriarch was only reduced by half. When the Long family patriarch noticed that he was getting slower, he also realized that Luo Yunyang's speed had decreased too. Although he did not know the reason for the reduction in his speed, he knew it would become more unfavorable the longer it dragged on. As he was starting to get anxious, he heard someone shout loudly, "The Sea clan territory lies 100,000 miles ahead. Everyone, stop fighting immediately." Chapter 949, Taking the initiative. The Sea clan's territory was just ahead. The Long family patriarch was overjoyed. He had already guessed that Luo Yunyang was using some unknown means to make his speed drop drastically. It would be very unsettling for him should Luo Yunyang catch up. He couldn't beat Luo Yunyang even if he wanted to, but escaping meant that he would need to continue to pay a hefty price. Now, his rescuers were just around the corner. He would not need to fear Luo Yunyang as long as he successfully met up with the Sea clan. The Long family patriarch was overjoyed as he exclaimed, "Martialists of the Sea clan, I am Long Xiangbei of Longlan Great Cosmos. I am being pursued by an enemy and I hope my friends from the Sea clan can save me." The Long family patriarch's exclamation brought smiles to the faces of the two elites of the Sea clan who were responsible for receiving the Long family patriarch. They knew that it wasn't right to directly participate without saying anything, but they had a reason to take action if the Long family patriarch asked for help, even if it meant targeting Luo Yunyang. Although a reason wasn't important when it came to a fight in most cases, it was still important when it was required. Now, the Long family patriarch had given the Sea clan a reason to save him. "All of you stop. No one is allowed to make a move before the Sea clan." A thunderous voice echoed in the void. The Sea clan. Luo Yunyang had some insight into the ancient six families, as he had thoroughly researched the ancient six families after hearing about them. The ancient six families, which were supposed to have existed even before the entire history of the current human race had started being recorded, held a strong position among the human race. If nothing else, their terrifying foundation was enough to make even Yuan venerates think twice. The Sea clan was just 100,000 miles away, and the Long family patriarch ran towards the Sea clan while his life was at stake. What did all this mean? Everything was crystal clear. Luo Yunyang and the Sea clan had no relationship, so he definitely wasn't willing to let the Sea clan get involved. He was more reluctant to let the Long family patriarch escape after things reached this point. It seemed a little too late to catch up to the Long family patriarch. After exploring his options in his mind, Luo Yunyang launched the chaotic Yuan sky bell from his sacred image and aimed at the Long family patriarch immediately. Then, he gritted his teeth as the true great obliteration millstone contained within his mind flew out and enveloped half the void in an instant. Luo Yunyang felt that his body was on the verge of collapsing while he executed these two techniques at the same time. It could be said that this was his best effort. The Long family patriarch's injury was serious, and his vitality had suffered a big hit due to the burning of his blood essence. However, the Sea clan's arrival made him feel really relieved. Many people believed that being relaxed at an important juncture was basically a disaster waiting to happen. The Long family patriarch knew this as well. Even though he had been really worried moments ago, he trusted the Sea clan and thus relaxed a little. Just as he felt at ease for a moment, the massive bell containing all of Luo Yunyang's power hurtled towards him. The bell shattered the void and appeared beside the Long family patriarch in an instant, catching him off his guard and leaving him no time to react. He was a Yuan venerate, so although he was only a Taishi Yuan venerate, his control of nomological laws allowed him to reverse any nomological laws at any time. According to this theory, he could still deflect the massive bell even though it had reached him. However, he realized that all of his techniques were useless against that massive bell, which tore through the void. His body was sent flying as the massive bell crashed into him. Cracks began to appear on his body, which seemed about to crumble at the moment. However, what really frightened him were the trails of nomological laws that shackled him within the void when he was sent flying. It was nearly impossible for him to even move. For a Yuan venerate, moving one's body was an extremely simple task. However, the Long family patriarch felt like an insect that had been fossilized in amber. He was completely unable to move his body. He looked up unknowingly and saw the towering huge black millstone above him. Although there was no rotation, the lines and patterns on the millstone still felt extremely mysterious and profound, as if the birth and death of the universe were contained within. Even a Yuan venerate like himself would feel insignificant before that huge millstone. He immediately looked below his feet and saw that another similar millstone had appeared beneath him. The black patterns on the bottom millstone were like a moving spider web. Deep fear filled the Long family patriarch's heart at that moment. He didn't know what sort of treasure this was, but he had a hunch that it was certainly very powerful. Otherwise, he would have been able to resist it. Luo Yunyang appeared delighted, while the Long family patriarch felt hopeless. The Great Obliteration Millstone was a top treasure he had obtained during the final battle at the primordial sacred battleground in the past. Although he had broken the shackles that had restricted him, Luo Yunyang could only use one of the seals within the Great Obliteration Millstone. This was not because he didn't want to, but because his current cultivation base only allowed him to execute one seal. The power the seal possessed far surpassed an ordinary Taishi treasure. Thus, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to use this great obliteration millstone most of the time. After all, he reckoned that this treasure should be of a similar grade as the creation divine disc. Hence, it was better to use it sparingly. He didn't care so much now, as the Long family patriarch was going to escape. The Long family patriarch was pinned down by the huge millstone. He had nowhere to run this time. However, as Luo Yunyang was preparing to utilize the massive millstone to crush the Long family patriarch, he heard someone berate him. "I already told you to stop. Didn't you hear?" The voice was accompanied by a spear light that hurtled towards him. The spear looked simple, as it did not even have any variations. However, the force of the nomological laws within it ignored the boundaries of time and space and all sorts of defenses as it headed directly for Luo Yunyang's mind. The person that had unleashed this move had to be a Yuan venerate and a very domineering one at that, as he had gone straight for Luo Yunyang's life immediately. Luo Yunyang had not had a good impression of the ancient six families to begin with. However, there was a cold look in his eyes after that Yuan venerate made this arrogant move. Immediately, his spirit consciousness sprang into action as he unleashed close, yet worlds apart, a move of the sky feather 13 swords. At that moment, another figure dashed towards the great obliteration millstone. The sword light in his hands flickered with groundbreaking power as he slashed against Luo Yunyang's great obliteration millstone. His intention was to shatter Luo Yunyang's great obliteration millstone. Obviously, the plan was very good, but he had underestimated Luo Yunyang's great obliteration millstone, which wasn't used often. The moment his sword light struck the millstone, a black light flashed across the black millstone. Instantly, a deafening clang echoed throughout the void and the sword light snapped. The face of the Yuan venerate that had unleashed this sword light darkened when he saw this. His long sword was also a Taishi treasure. Although it couldn't be considered extremely precious, it was still something he had used for many years. This long sword had increased his combat abilities by at least 30%. His combat abilities were enhanced by at least 90% with this sword light. Hence, his expression turned ugly when he witnessed this. The other Yuan venerate, who had attacked Luo Yunyang with a spear, also tensed up. After all, his attack, which seemed to ignore all defenses, had no effect against the defense of Luo Yunyang's close, yet worlds apart. "You vile being, how dare you behave atrociously in front of the Sea clan? Today, I'll make sure you won't leave." The person holding on to a broken sword seemed like a pissed-off man in his 30s. The other man, who was holding the spear, withdrew his weapon. However, he still looked like a tiger ready to pounce at any moment. Luo Yunyang had also been angered by the sudden attack of the two Yuan venerates. He had no enmity against the Sea clan and hadn't encroached on their territory yet. In order not to create a new enemy for no good reason, he had even taken out his great obliteration millstone. However, he had never expected that the Sea clan would be so ruthless. They had not given anyone a chance to explain themselves. "Esteemed gentlemen, the Long family patriarch is my mortal enemy. We're dealing with personal grudges today and have not entered the Sea clan's territory yet. I can overlook everything that has happened. Please leave us alone." Luo Yunyang felt that he had done everything he could after saying this. The Long family patriarch shouted, "Friends from the Sea clan, I am Long Xiangbei. Please deliver justice for me and don't let this youngster kill me." The Long family patriarch was rather unperturbed, as two Yuan venerates of the Sea clan had arrived. He believed that the mysterious underworld race in the Sea clan would not go back on their word. Causing trouble for the Sea clan is a great crime. The man with the broken sword hissed icily, "I shall give you a chance now. Withdraw your millstone immediately, restrict your cultivation willingly, and follow us to the Sea clan to accept your punishment. Otherwise, you will be killed without pardon." Chapter 950. Daqian Master Luo Yunyang, who was thoroughly angered by the two Sea clan Yuan venerates, glared at them both. "Get lost." The reason he spoke so rudely but didn't engage them directly wasn't because he was unwilling to start a feud with the Sea clan. It was because Yuan venerate Baihei had told Luo Yunyang before about the major complications that would occur if he started a conflict with the six ancient families, so it was best that this was avoided. Otherwise, Luo Yunyang would never have let the two of them go after they had launched a sneak attack on him. The ancient six families had always had a superiority complex and looked down on everyone else. Thus, Both of them were at a loss when they were reprimanded so bluntly by Luo Yunyang. They glared at him and took aim with their weapons once again. Luo Yunyang did not say anything else in the face of the two Yuan venerates, provocation. He raised his palm slowly as the power of the tyrannical fist he had created started to gather in his hands. Although the first form of the tyrannical fist wasn't comparable to the Thousand-Era imperial purposes, it was much stronger than close, yet worlds apart and perfect for dealing with the 2C clan Yuan venerates. The 2C clan Yuan venerates also sensed the threat emanating from Luo Yunyang, which made them feel very afraid. They had felt a similar sensation before, but this sort of sensation came from certain Taichu Yuan venerates that were far stronger than them. Luo Yunyang wasn't even a Yuan venerate. Although the two of them did not want to tarnish the reputation of the C clan, they were also afraid of engaging in a battle to the death with Luo Yunyang. Fellow martialist Yunyang, why do you want to capture the Long family patriarch? A faint voice rang out as four figures appeared in the void. Luo Yunyang did not recognize these four people, but all of them exuded auras of Yuan venerates. The 2C clan Yuan venerates, who had initially been frightened, had haughty looks on their faces when they saw these four. Ha ha ha, Yuan venerate Tianshu, I never expected that Daqian Sacred Hall would be so arrogant as to come to the doorstep of our ancient six families. Do you really think you can belittle the ancient six families just because your 5 sacred halls lead the human race? Said the Yuan venerate with the broken sword before he hissed icily, if you don't give us a satisfactory answer, I will report this matter to the patriarch and ask him to decide. The faces of Yuan venerate Tianshu and his companions turned dark. Although they had gone there for the sake of the Long family patriarch, what these C clan Yuan venerates had said made them shudder. One of the Yuan venerates of Daqian Sacred Hall, whose face was already flushed, opened his mouth to speak but his companions held him back. In the end, Yuan venerate Tianshu spoke again. He glanced at the Long family patriarch, who was trapped between the great obliteration millstone, and said, "You are barking up the wrong tree, friends from the C clan. Luo Yunyang is a Shengji of Hongmeng Sacred Hall and has nothing to do with Daqian Sacred Hall. We cannot order him to do anything." One of the C clan Yuan venerates glanced at Luo Yunyang and told Yuan venerate Tianshu, "You people in Hongmeng Sacred Hall are birds of the same feather flock. Do you think there is no relationship between you and them just because you say so? Take down this lunatic who dares tarnish the C clan's territory immediately and bring him to the C clan's Sky Man Hall to be punished, or you shall bear the consequences." Yuan venerate Tianshu's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself, the ancient six families are too abominable. This is clearly Hongmeng Sacred Hall's matter. Did they really think that we are bullied that easily? While Yuan venerate Tianshu was mulling over his next course of action, he heard the Long family patriarch shout loudly, "Save me, brother Tianshu." Yuan venerate Tianshu did not want to tangle with the C clan Yuan venerates. Thus, he turned to Luo Yunyang. "Fellow cultivator Yunyang, although there is enmity between you and the Long family patriarch, he is still a Yuan venerate of our human race. Every Yuan venerate is an important asset for the human race, so please let him go. Daqian Sacred Hall can address the feud between you." A stony expression had been on Luo Yunyang's face ever since Yuan venerate Tianshu and his companions had arrived. After listening to the proposed mediation of Yuan venerate Tianshu, he said with a straight face, "The 5 sacred halls have no right to intervene in the conflicts between Yuan venerates." Luo Yunyang did not say this very loudly, but his tone was forceful. Yuan venerate Tianshu was very upset, yet he had to admit that Luo Yunyang was right. However, the Long family patriarch had always been close to Daqian Sacred Hall and could be considered one of the external forces aligned with Daqian Sacred Hall. If the Long family patriarch were to die, Daqian Sacred Hall would not only lose a considerable portion of their fighting force, but this would also dishearten the other Yuan venerates aligned with their Sacred Hall. Hence, they had to protect the Long family patriarch at any cost. Luo Yunyang, don't be shameless when we are treating you with respect. The Long family patriarch is a subordinate of Daqian Sacred Hall. Killing him is akin to provoking Daqian Sacred Hall. The red-faced Yuan venerate, who had just been chided by the Yuan venerate from the C clan, shouted loudly at Luo Yunyang. The 2 C clan Yuan venerates were prepared to continue pressuring Yuan venerate Tianshu and his companions. After listening to what Yuan venerate Tianshu had said, the two men exchanged a glance and smiled. Although they didn't know what sort of relationship the Long family patriarch and the C clan had, they would be more than happy if Daqian's sacred hall could rescue him. Luo Yunyang stared at the red-faced Yuan Venerate and said, I have a grudge against the Long family patriarch. You should know that. You ignored the situation when the Long family patriarch attacked me with the ancient Yuan dragon divine body but jumped out to stand up for him now that he is down. I wasn't the one who challenged Daqian's sacred hall. It is Daqian's sacred hall that is challenging me now. Do you understand that? The Daqian sacred hall Yuan Venerate's face flushed even more. He had never thought that someone would belittle Daqian's sacred hall to such an extent. This made him feel completely furious. Yuan Venerate Tianshu, we should make our move now and rescue the Long family patriarch. The red-faced Yuan Venerate glanced at Yuan Venerate Tianshu as he spoke. Yuan Venerate Tianshu frowned. To be honest, he wasn't willing to thoroughly offend Luo Yunyang. It would be best if they could settle this matter amicably. Once he made a move on Luo Yunyang, the relationship between Daqian's sacred hall and Luo Yunyang would be wrecked beyond repair. While he was hesitating, a purple gold blade appeared in the hands of the red-faced Yuan Venerate. When he brandished it, a blade light sprung forward like a galloping horse that cleaved in the direction of Luo Yunyang. The blade transformed into thousands of voids in an instant before collapsing towards Luo Yunyang. The endless power that surged out from this collapse turned into a high-level nomological law power that surged violently towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang wasn't surprised that the red-faced Yuan Venerate had made his move. After all, the negotiations had fallen apart and the best way to make someone listen was with a display of might. With a mere thought, Luo Yunyang's tyrannical fist, which was already gaining momentum, blasted out. While this punch wasn't as majestic as the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes, it also contained all the martial paths that Luo Yunyang had cultivated throughout the years. Therefore, the instant the punch was sent out, Yuan Venerate Tianshu and the others, who had never made any moves, felt the void around them being suppressed by Luo Yunyang's punch. The purple gold long blade clashed against Luo Yunyang's fist. The blade light was shattered in a second before the red-faced Yuan Venerate was sent flying. Luo Yunyang did not pursue the red-faced Yuan Venerate. Instead, he eyed Yuan Venerate Tianshu frostily and said, I must kill the Long family patriarch. Anyone who gets in my way is an enemy. With that, Luo Yunyang took flight and landed on the huge millstone. While that happened, the millstone that had been suppressing the Long family patriarch started to rotate slowly. In the endless starry sky, the middle hall master and left hall master were facing a figure seemingly shrouded by the brilliance of many stars. The figure stood within the endless void like a dictator that controlled the stars. The middle hall master eyed the figure sternly and said, Daqian master, it seems that you are doing something wrong. Ha ha, middle hall master, I know this goes against our agreement, but as you know, the Long family patriarch has always been an external force of Daqian's sacred hall. If we don't rescue him, what will the other Yuan Venerates relying on us think of Daqian's sacred hall? The Daqian master's tone was gentle yet unquestionable. The middle hall master scoffed, what they think of you is none of my business. Leave now, or we'll have to duke it out. The brilliance around the Daqian master shuddered for a moment before he said coldly, duke it out. Sure, it's also been a long time for me. Both of you are masters of a sacred hall. Why do you have to fall out with each other because of this? A soothing voice was heard as a woman in black silk appeared in the void. In my opinion, it is better to discuss a solution rather than fight. The middle hall master eyed the lady in black and said icily, how can we negotiate when Daqian's sacred hall wants to violate the agreement between the sacred halls? Does he think he can override the agreement of our sacred halls? It is true that Daqian master is slightly in the wrong here. However, the Long family patriarch is the Yuan Venerate of a domain, so it would be a little painful if he died like this. The lady continued her gentle persuasion. Why don't you ask Luo Yunyang to release him and make sure Daqian's sacred hall will be responsible for compensating Luo Yunyang? Compensating him? Does Hongmeng's sacred hall care about being compensated by Daqian's sacred hall? The middle hall master glared at the Daqian master. Since Daqian's sacred hall had to meddle, then all we can do is fight. The hexagon-long sword illuminated the void brilliantly as he said that. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.